It is part of an ancient tradition. Old as civilization itself. The clash of swords. The roar of the crowd. From great distances they have been summoned. The finest Dota teams that the game has ever known, destined to battle at the International. 16 teams will wage war for their piece of the largest prize pool in the history of competitive gaming. The eyes of the world turn to the International's new home of Key Arena. Those about to clash prepare themselves for the trials to come. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Dota 2 Championships. We're live at the Key Arena in Seattle. It's a beautiful day outside, but we're all inside to watch some amazing Dota 2. I'm James, your panel host. There's a lot of NaVi shirts I've seen today, but also we've got plenty of teams to play today. But let's introduce our panel first. Welcome, Shiva, back to the panel.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Your fan base has turned up again.
Oh, awesome.
Of course you do. And also on the panel, welcome back, Gods.
Howdy. How's it going?
And Bruno, we're going to have to get you a box.
Yeah,
we want to see more of the shirt, but welcome to the panel, Bruno.
Thank you very much, James. How are you doing?
I'm losing my war in height on camera to Shiva, but not as much as you are.
It is a bit tricky with this guy.
So how's everybody doing this morning? Excited for today?
Oh, absolutely. It's a great day. And yesterday we saw some of the best teams coming to the upper bracket, but today every match counts. Whoever loses goes home. This is the day that matters. This is where the real tournament begins.
Yeah, we saw some amazing Dota yesterday, but when your tournament life is on the line, that's where teams will really step up, pull every strategy out of the book, and just go to no limits to just find a way to win a match.
Yeah, we saw how close the group stages were already, so these games are going to be absolutely amazing, I think.
Yeah, there should be. We've got an hour until the game starts, just under an hour. But I've seen a lot of shirts today from coming in. Like definitely NaVi kind of stand out in the crowd to me. Maybe it's just the logo or just the colors, but it's going to be a NaVi. They're going to be playing today, and normally they're a big favorite here for the International.
Yeah, I mean NaVi is always since TI1, since winning TI1, they've cemented themselves as the team that everyone likes, everyone wins, but hey, there's a lot of other great teams, and Cloud9 is going to be facing them today. And I think that's kind of a bit of mixed reactions for a lot of people, because everybody loves Cloud9 as well.
There we go, got some NaVi t-shirts in the crowd then. So let's have a little recap of yesterday, because we had 8 teams come into the International main event. We still have 8 teams, but yesterday we saw the start of where it was all going to go from the winner bracket, and we actually ended up with one of our grand finalists. So how was yesterday to do for you guys? How did the teams perform?
I think they performed amazing. The Dota we saw yesterday coming out of all the teams, the strategies, like, it's sad EG lost to NaVi, but their strategies they used against DK, they were so well prepared. They got exactly what they wanted with the picks, the drafts, and managed to tear apart DK. NaVi, though, has really been they're the big boss. They're the final team awaiting everyone now in the grand finals. Guaranteed a spot in that $5 million match. That's insane.
They are definitely the team to beat at the moment.
Yeah, if you watch one of those old Jean-Claude Van Damme movies where he is a kickboxer or a fighter or whatever, and he has to fight his way through until you get to the final boss, that is really what NaVi is right now. This curry guy that came kind of from lowest beginnings. They were tied 10th and 11th by the end of the group stage, but right now they seem unbeatable.
Yeah, they certainly do, and we've got a nice turnout already. It's nice and early in the morning, so thank you everybody for joining us in the stadium. And also yesterday, it was Casey got to hang out with some of the audience, and I believe she might have been outside inside. She's a butterfly Casey, so I don't know exactly what she was up to, but let's find out what she was doing yesterday.
Who's your team?
I am here for the Chinese Dota.
Yeah?
I just want the Chinese to win.
I found a girl! I found a girl! What are you most looking forward to today?
All the games and all the shopping.
Shopping!
Shopping!
Do you understand the game at all?
No.
I didn't either, and once you get inside, I think you're going to change your mind.
I'm just going to look at what he does. Probably I'll do the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. High five! Come on! Who's excited? Bold predictions for who's going to take the whole tournament?
That's a real tough one.
You're Zeus, you should know this.
I'll say EG, I'll go for USA.
Nice. What are your predictions for this weekend?
Well, it would be crazy to write any of these teams off, but I think EG, VG, IG, and EG, all the Gs, you know, I think they have a really good chance, all of those. I think I mentioned EG twice, but anyway.
That's okay.
Yeah. Nice. LGD, they're all the Gs. If there's a G in the team, they're going to go far. I'll put it.
Another hard-hitting prediction. Hard-hitting predictions from Piri in there. G. We'll go all the way. That was yesterday. People we have found today are equally as excited. People were lining up when a lot of us drove in this morning at 6 a.m., 7 a.m. So it's really cool to see how excited everyone is. And by the way, thank you to everyone for coming into our fair city and showing them how it's done. We're out in the concourse level right now. We wanted to kind of give you a visual of what it looks like. It's very quiet out here. Hey, how you doing? You a fan of Cloud9, I'm just going to guess.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah! You excited?
Yeah.
What's your prediction for the match?
I don't know. It's going to be... It's a hard prediction. I think it's going to be 50-50.
If you say hell yeah to being a Cloud9 dude, you've got to say hell yeah to them winning.
I hope so. I really hope so.
I like it. Tim,
But
bring
it's
it.
tough. It's a hard matchup.
Yeah. The whole weekend is going to be tough. Lots of great teams.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Get in there. You want to come with me? I'm going in now.
Sure, yeah.
All right. Is this even your section?
No, I was going to go up to the players booth, actually.
No. You're coming with me. We're showing everybody at home what this looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think this is great. This is my first TI.
Yeah? Keep walking. It's okay. See? They're cheering for you!
Oh, my God! So glad to be here.
Look, everybody! It's... What's your name?
Randolph.
It's Randolph! Yeah! All right, I'll let you go to your seat. I've led you astray. All right, see? Oh, bye-bye. We also just wanted to show you how amazing it is in here, and thank you to all of you for making this such an exciting event. Are you guys all awake? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right, we're going to send it back down to James and the other analysts, but I wanted to show you how close we are. They're right there. Oh, my God. It's James.
We're watching you, Casey.
Well, I'm watching you, too. You better watch it, my friend.
Poor Randolph. He was just looking for the restroom. All right, so welcome back to the panel, and it's exciting, really is, just to be here and to walk in. You've got to imagine like how much it has to be for the players to be able to play here, and what it's like to come out of those pods and potentially with a win and loss. It's so much pressure for them. It has to be, this is the biggest stage you could compete in esports, really, in terms of the amount of people and also the prize pool, because the community have now contributed so much that we actually have $5 million to the winning team of the International Dota 2. That's incredible.
Yeah, everyone out of this tournament is going to be a millionaire. That is for the 5 people playing in that team, and that is amazing. You were talking about pressure, but it's also motivation. Motivation to win when you hear the cheers for you, and motivation to win when you hear it against you, because that also fuels some people. It's like, I want to prove that I'm the best. Arteezy said so in an interview yesterday. A lot of people are saying, we want to prove we're the best, and you just want the people to cheer for you.
For these teams, it's about first place or nothing. That's really the greatest thing about this event. Every team is not competing to do as well as they can. They're competing to get first place, nothing else. And seeing the emotion of the teams, the players, when they win a match, especially some of those newbie, their reactions to winning matches, yes, in their booth, you can see how much it means to them. Winning is just what they're here for.
Yeah, they might sometimes seem calm and collected on the outside, but nerves are raging on the inside, I know for sure.
And definitely the ones that can calm and will play well. And speaking of who played well, yesterday we started with the winner bracket, and we had a good 3 games, and we actually have some clips from yesterday's matches, and I believe we're going to go in to see the top 10. So let's see how it went down.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game of the main event here live at Key Arena at TI4. What a way to start it off. Vici Gaming versus NaVi. We're already getting aggressive. Another Blake, another kill. They're wiping them. NaVi crushed through. NaVi are just running a freight train right through Vici Gaming land. This is one of the hottest starts I've ever seen a team have. Vici, they've got to want some revenge after the way that game 1 went.
2 stacks so far, and the beam's gonna come in soon. That's gonna be yet another kill. NaVi again.
Meanwhile at the top rune, and the trade will come. Move will fall. They swap it a third, make it a 3 for nil. Vici strike back for someone to make their move towards the fountain. Here we go. It's all the way to bottom. What a move! What a play!
Bang!
Snipe! Boom! Shakalaka! There's your Ravage. A beautiful one from Songshang, but there's no follow-up whatsoever. No chance. Vici Gaming crushed through, and they'll force the game 3. And they silence How. Now the Hellfire Rage on an FY releases his Ion Cannon, blows them up. Still they're perched, and now they go in with the Infest Bomb. Straight onto Sylar. He just melts. Now FY. He'll drop as well. GG. It's all over, Red Rover. Say goodbye to Vici Gaming. They're out of the winner's bracket.
This is one of the most anticipated games, I think, for a lot of people.
Wards will still be able to help.
Ice going for the combo on PPD. It's gonna land it. Oh my goodness.
Charges, and he couldn't get the sprites up in time for the Ravage. It comes up from Universe. They're looking for Ice, and they got him as well. 200 life points. He's taking it around. He's gonna TP. He's out.
Oh my god!
Amazing!
Unbelievable!
Lucius working against himself right now. It's GG. It's over. EG will take game number 1. There it is. Into the game we go for game number 2. He's not even fighting inside of his chrono. He's using the build of a Razor. He took so much. The Eye of the Storm going to work. Ice, silence up, locked in position as well. There's no casualties yet for EG.
I don't know how DK can possibly come back into this game. EG have played this strategy beautifully.
Ice is trapped outside. MMY, he tries to go on Universe, but he just gets obliterated. 3 heroes down. The top ranks will go as well. And that's GG. EG are through the winners bracket final.
The winner of this best of 3 straight into the grand finals. Now top, they dunk Arteezy. Can they kill him off? He gets solved through this, but there's rage. There's no way out. They get the Naga. NaVi straight for the jugular, onto the throne. They've got to stall this push. Moo gets caught by the Ravage, but the Ghost fight through that. They Ravage him again. They've got to finish him off. He's Cyclone, the throne. It drops low. It falls. They're 1 game away from a grand finals berth after nearly failing to make the playoffs. This could be EG's last game in the winner brackets. This is not how you want to start it off. The Trance are going to come out. He gets surrounded by 5. Now the Dagger. It's almost a guaranteed first bottle. And he's got a haunt, and he's rejoining the fight. The BKBs are down. Arteezy's on the run, driving it back to the well. Clapped and brought down. And now they look for Rex.
Whatever hope EG had, it's starting to fade away.
Maybe they don't need an Aegis. Maybe they can end it now. They find PPD. They're going to get Zai as well. It's going to be 3 down. BKB spent.
It's over.
GG! NaVi have won 5 best of 3s in a row and are going to the grand finals. What an amazing run.
So there we have it, the final boss for every other team. The first grand finalist was NaVi, but it was a hard road for him, and just we got a bit of time, so we can talk about yesterday's games. The first matchup was NaVi versus Vici. And it was pretty close. It was our only 2-1 series, but it was very pushy, in terms of the strategies. How did that kind of work out for you?
And looking at the strategy, both teams kind of fighting over that Shadow Shaman pick. That was kind of the key hero of the series. NaVi got it in game 1. They got it again in game 3, and that was kind of where Vici Gaming, after taking back game 2, they stumbled, gave him Shadow Shaman again, and both teams were going heavy push every single game. We saw the Luna, the Shadow Shaman, Death Prophet being a top pick as well, although it got banned out in most games. So it's really kind of defined the metagame, at least that those Chinese teams want to be playing here at TI.
That is also something really great about NaVi. They adapted perfectly to the Vici Gaming's game, and even though they took 1 game from them, they finished winning there. And then they went to EG, which plays a different style. And they were like, well, we're really comfortable playing these too. it seems that NaVi feels comfortable playing against any kind of lineup right now. Maybe someone from the lower bracket will come with something new that NaVi is not prepared to face, but for now they really look unbeatable.
I think it's great that even though they made it to the grand finals, they still lost the game. So they're not unbeatable. Like, they're not the titan that is up there that nobody can beat. So it is a beatable raid boss, as you say. It gives hope to all the lower bracket teams for the moment.
Yeah, and it was surprising because when we were going into that matchup, NaVi versus Vici, everyone was like, well, Vici just had the best run through the group stages, and we were kind of expecting them to come out with maybe a little bit more. And unfortunately, they fell short in that matchup. Do you have any idea of where they fell short? Was it just NaVi playing great, or did they not play up to the normal Vici standard that we saw prior in the group stages?
For me, it was NaVi having not entirely figured out. Both teams, I think, drafted to their strength. They both had strong drafts, but for me, NaVi read what Vici Gaming were going to do a lot better. The way Vici Gaming plays all around FY, Fenrir, the way they move around the map, their early rotations, where they ganked, I think they were just a bit too predictable. I think NaVi just studied those replays and said, at 2 minutes in, they're going to gank this lane. At 4 minutes in, if that doesn't work, then they go to mid lane. Like, they kind of just knew exactly where they're going to be. Especially looking at game one, the Shadow Demon Leshrac, which is a combination which Vici Gaming have made work countless times, did not work at all against NaVi.
And that is the bane of playing first or finishing first in a group stage. Everyone is going to be looking at you, and you'll be like, okay, well, this worked for 15 games. It will probably work for 16, and then when you get to the games that matter, it really doesn't.
No 16 games a charm, unfortunately.
No, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, so NaVi ended up taking that series 2-1 and moved on. And then we went on to Evil Geniuses versus DK yesterday. And as you said, in terms of predictability, this one was completely unpredictable. We didn't know what strategies they were going to bring. They're two versatile teams, particularly DK. You guys mentioned they're one of the most versatile teams here. And EG, they took it in 2-0. And they felt, even in the interviews afterwards, that they'd beat, what was the hardest opponent that they probably had to beat. So they almost felt confident going into the grand finals. But can you talk us through a little bit about how EG beat DK?
Well, it all started with that DK getting this advantage really fast in the first game. EG had the Ursa strat, they got a level 2 Roshan, and they relied on that. But if you looked at that, every single time EG was getting a Roshan, EG was getting an objective, DK was still out-farming them. They were using the map better, they were controlling the map, they knew when to push and how to push. And EG, even at that disadvantage, they extended the game to a late game that didn't favor them in the beginning, but they could win it anyways. That shows how strong they can be, because they played to DK's strength and got away with it.
Yeah, game one was really the key game there, because that was where the early game went, I would say, really well for DK, all things considered. The Ursa early Roshan normally gets your team a big advantage, but DK dealt with it. They're out farming EG, and the fact EG could take it to the late game, and it wasn't a drafting win by any means. I'd say EG's strategy did not work as well as they had planned it in their minds, and I think they won just by out-executing DK, having better late game decision-making. And that's where EG, I think rightfully, were very confident after beating DK, but they had a much tougher team waiting for them in the winner bracket final.
What did you make of the match, DK and EG, Sheaf?
I personally was expecting EG to win, but not in the fashion that they actually did. I was expecting a 2-1, a bit more even, but EG just steamrolled through, and it was impressive to see. And I think, I think that DK is going to be making a comeback, though, because they are still a very strong team.
Yeah, and EG threw a couple of curveballs in there. They had a support silencer that worked out really well against the, what people call like wombo combo, right? Is in like, you throw down any kind of set of ultis with, spells that you want to combo on top of it, and it was the Chrono and you had the Skywrath Mage, but Zai, in that series particular, I think he was definitely, really helped EG pull through and get that 2-0. But what did you make of the curveball?
Yeah, that was not also that. They had a dual support, which was a curveball. They had the Silencer and also the Abaddon, rendering the Faceless Void, which was the key hero for DK, completely useless, because you cannot kill an Abaddon in the Chronosphere once he gets level 6. And if you don't get the Silencer in there, well, he will make your life impossible anyways. So these guys, they knew what we were playing. They were expecting, they evaded that Faceless Void. They didn't care about the team fight. They just played their game and won.
Yeah, EG had a fantastic... This is definitely a strategic win for EG. Unlike game one, they were ready for the Faceless Void pick. I think DK, the Faceless Void pick being counted as one thing, but the rest of their draft kind of left something to be more wanted for. You have the Wind Ranger mid, which didn't do that all that much for the team. It's not really a common pick. It is one of Mushi's heroes, but didn't really help out that much. And the support Kunkka is something we've seen with, I would say, mixed success. That really didn't have a big enough impact for me with Lamb on the Kunkka.
I kind of love the Kunkka pickup. It is EG is a team that wants to fight, and Kunkka is something that can allow you to actually take those fights. Unfortunately, the rest of their heroes don't really fall in sync with that. I mean, they've got a very runaway kind of team, unless you latch those shackles, of course, which are very important. But I like the Kunkka pickup. I just think they shouldn't have tried to fight at all, and in that case, the Kunkka does not really fit, unfortunately.
And giving away a Razor, even if RTZ didn't play it, that Razor is a menace, because these teams are really, like, even in that match, it was like EG when they had like a 1 or 2 deaths that they didn't really expect in the team fights. They weren't like, okay, we'll just sit it out. They were like buybacking, you know, just going to buy back and then just waltz up to the base, because you can be so tanky with RTZ on his Dragon Knight and also Razor. So we had a lot of push strategies yesterday. I'm not going to say EG versus DK was definitely one of the most exciting matches in terms of unpredictability and also strategies. And then we moved on into the grand finals, where we had NaVi versus EG. And me, I just felt that like NaVi had EG's number in terms of when it came down to the draft. They were even allowing EG to kind of pick up what they wanted sometimes. You know, like they had their Naga and it didn't work out.
Well, I think they looked at the DK series and said, well, if you ban out these teamfight heroes that they like to go for, they just have a backup plan. So let's give them game 1, let's give them the Tide, the Brewmaster. Game 2 was like, they can have the Enigma, let's not ban out these heroes and just kind of have ways to answer it. I think the big hero which NaVi really showed is still very viable is the Lifestealer and Hao. He's played a few times throughout this tournament and to great success. Hao is one of those unique carry players that doesn't just sit back farm. He'll TP in, take the early fights, 5 minutes in the game. He'll just go like TP mid lane for a counter gank and get it killed. Like he's a very like unique style of carry player, similar to how Voss plays for NaVi, and that really was kind of the X factor for NaVi against EG.
Yeah, and poor RTZ in that game. He died 10 times. It was really... NaVi really knew that they had to shut RTZ down to be able to end the game in a win, and they just put everything on it to make sure that he didn't get anything.
Not only he died 10 times, he was 0-5 at one point into the game. He had it really, really hard. And I think that was NaVi's game plan. Okay, let's do something that makes EG rely entirely on RTZ to come back. Because if you look at the gold graph, by that point, not the gold graph, sorry, the GPM per hero, RTZ was kind of ahead, similar to everyone from NaVi, and everyone was way behind. And that's what you have to do when you have a Naga Siren. You are forced to take the farm from your team. And NaVi was like, okay, if you want to rely on RTZ, we'll gamble 5-on-1 rather than a fair 5-on-5. It didn't pay off in the end, and NaVi took the game 1.
I actually felt after game 1, well, actually the whole series, it felt like EG didn't play their best.
I think looking at game 2, it was also a bit of the drafting aspect of things. I think they really wanted that Tinker pick for RTZ, but as soon as they saw the Spectre, they're like, we can't. Spectre just ruins Tinker's life. So they had to change their draft. They had the Beastmaster pick, which synergizes so well with the Tinker with the Hawk and everything. And as a result of the Spectre pick, they kind of backed down from their strategy, whether that was a good idea or not. I mean, obviously the game didn't go too well with them with the Dragon Knight, but I feel NaVi were just ready for EG. Like, picking a counter pick before the hero was even picked. Yeah,
but you know, Hao, and he was also joined by Sangsheng on the off lane. This has happened before in the tournament, and so did EG, you know, adapt to it well enough?
I think that was EG's thing. They never had to adapt. Against DK, they were the ones setting the strategies, which just DK didn't have an answer for. This time around, NaVi were ready for EG, and EG, this lineup couldn't really adapt. It was very greedy. You have a support Enigma, support Wraith King. There isn't really much backup plan. You can't play it safe. You can't really do much else with a draft like this when you have so many greedy heroes, and that's something that NaVi punished. Lich, one of the great heroes to punish these greedy lineups, because you can just dominate all 3 lanes, make sure you get all farm on all 3 of your core heroes. So that's where I think EG this draft couldn't really adapt. Game 1, there was maybe a bit more they could do if they protected RTZ, but NaVi, yeah, they made EG kind of answer to their aggression.
Yeah, absolutely, and with that win, we can take a look at the brackets and actually just sum up exactly how yesterday went, and also we can preview a little bit today. So as we mentioned, it was NaVi that took on Vici after EG also beat DK to play each other in the winner bracket finals, and NaVi move on to the grand finals, which is guaranteed top 2. But the Evil Geniuses, they're still in a good position. They guarantee themselves a top 3, but everybody on the right-hand side of the bracket there can still make it all the way to the grand finals and win and collect that $5 million for your team. And today we're going to be having Cloud9 versus NaVi as our first match. Then we'll be moving on into Invictus Gaming against LGD, and then we'll be playing the first rounds of Vici versus the winner of Cloud9 NaVi, and then DK versus the winner of IG and LGD. So we won't be seeing Evil Geniuses today, but also, you know, we are going to have the All-Star match coming up later, which everybody in the community has voted for their favorites, and it's Team Havost versus Team ROTK. But for today, you know, the teams have now come in. They didn't have to play yesterday, but they got to watch all the games on yesterday. And each day, the tournament evolves in strategies, the tournament evolves in terms of what you can pick and what you can't get away with. Surely the teams watching yesterday, who are playing today, have learned something.
I think some of the teams, I mean, I think they all learned something, but I don't know if it's going to affect teams like, especially Cloud9 NaVi. I think they each have their own distinct style of play. Cloud9 especially, I don't think they're going to look at day one and be like, oh, we should start playing Death Prophet, or we should start playing Lifesteal. For me, they have set strategies already confident with. They got into this far in the tournament by using them, so that I think they're going to stick to their guns. For maybe LGD, IG, maybe they'll look at some heroes, prioritize them differently, be it the Shadow Shaman, the Death Prophet, Lifestealer. But for Cloud9 NaVi, I mean, do you feel they're actually going to like try and use some of those picks from day one?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I mean, both these teams have something to prove. Cloud9, if you look at Eternal Envy story, it's pretty an amazing one, right? He comes from playing pubs, he wants to be the best, goes to this team that ends up being Alliance, but without him, gets a group of people together, starts a new team, and now here they are, and Alliance isn't. So they have something to prove, they want to show they're the best. And NaVi, of course, they won once, and they couldn't get it neither the second nor the third time. They really want to be back to being champions, it means a lot to them. So this is a match about showing who they really are, with how they play, and trying to prove the world that they're the best.
It's going to be such a scary match. One of them is going to go out, and I think both of the teams are one of the more fan favorites for the audience here. So it's a very scary match for me.
Yeah, they're definitely, I think it's almost 50-50 because Cloud9 have got a lot of fans and supports these days, and of course NaVi, they're always an amazing story and team to kind of watch. But during the group stages, NaVi, they didn't seem to have the confidence that they normally have. They actually finished pretty well. You know, they were around the 6th, 7th mark. But it wasn't like it was a normal NaVi performance. It seemed like their confidence was slightly knocked. You know, they did lose some games, but they certainly felt that afterwards they should be beating these teams. So how do you feel like NaVi are going to do coming in today? And are they a team that could maybe go the whole way? Because if they do, we have two teams in the bracket, Invictus Gaming and NaVi, that can actually be champions twice of the International, and no one has won the International twice. So NaVi, confidence, do they have it?
I hope so. If there's a team that can come back from overwhelming odds, that's NaVi. They proved it over and over. TI2, they were like, well, this is not the team that was at TI1. It lacks art style, which was the heart of that team. Didn't matter. They went to the finals. TI3, these guys aren't practicing. These guys are not as good. Hobos said, we're not ready. We don't feel good. Finals. This time, coming from lower bracket, finals? Maybe.
Yeah, for me, NaVi, if they win this first BO3, they'll go a long way. I think they get at least top 3 if they can beat Cloud9, but really? It starts with this match. I think they either get knocked out here or they're going deep in the tournament just because they need that momentum. They need to just find themselves, get that confidence back, get that self-belief, and start gelling as a team, which hasn't really happened throughout the group stage, but if it happens here at the main event, they can definitely ride the wave and go far.
Would you say the same thing for Cloud9 in terms of riding the wave?
I think they're less momentum-based. Like, for me, Cloud9, they have a much more focus on the draft, the strategies that they use. Like, they'll take each match one by one and try and focus on their opponent, which of their drafts, their heroes they want to use, and from there, I don't think they're as momentum-based as NaVi.
I think Cloud9 are probably, I hate to say it, like the more determined team, more to prove.
Yep.
And that could play into effect. You know, that can give them the momentum, but whether they can keep it up, you know, if they do take NaVi down is a whole different story, because I think NaVi actually have the ability to maybe adapt to their opponents a little bit more just because of experience. You know, you've got Puppy drafting for you. You know, he's an amazing captain, but so far his drafts, they haven't all been like brilliant, but certainly they can adapt more. Do you think that's fair to say, that NaVi might be the team that could adapt more, but if they get knocked out here, they might not have the chance?
I think that's how they went so deep in TI2 as well as TI3. They didn't win either of those internationals, but they got to the grand finals. They're a tournament team. The deeper into the tournament they go, the further the tournament goes, they adapt to the metagame. They find new answers, new ways to draft. I mean, Puppy kind of looking at those grand finals he plays, he's like, let's just leave the pool wide open. Let's give away the top picks of the tournament and catch them by surprise. So he comes up with these kind of funky ways of drafting which teams aren't ready for, which catch them by surprise. And like you say, they adapt better than I would say almost anyone in the tournament. At least historically they have.
I agree with you, but I would like to present a counterpoint. Cloud9, they picked 45 different heroes throughout the tournament. That's the most that everyone has picked. They showed that every single one of their players played 10 or more different heroes. No other team in the tournament has done this. If anyone can adapt, or rather just play very different strategies, that's Cloud9. So while it's true, NaVi will force you to, or rather will adapt to you by letting you pick whatever you feel more comfortable to, and then just adjusting their strategies to that. Cloud9 is a team that says, we can play whatever.
That's where I'm curious to see what Cloud9 actually go for. They picked so many heroes during a group stage, which was the best one format. Here, best of 3, you lose, you're knocked out. Like, what is their best strategy? Like, what do you feel they
Trial Visage is really good for them. 3-0 whenever they combine those two heroes. They rely on that push. It's not about team fight heavy. They just want to grab those two heroes, try and push. And yeah, let's not forget the Sing Sing Meepo as well, which is 50-50 right now. 2 games, 1-1. Not the best, but when you bring the Meepo, you change the playfield entirely.
Yeah, I think that's a hero to look out for. The Drow Visage, they rarely get these two heroes because they're not going to first 2 pick them. It just makes their draft overall too weak, and teams are so ready for it. Second ban stage, let's take at least one of the 2 heroes out and kind of ruin that strategy.
And as we can see there, it's, as you mentioned, Bruno, it's nice. You know, they get to pick a lot of heroes, but it's can you play you do the heroes work? And you know, from here, they're actually in the last 4 games, they're 3 losses and 1 win. Obviously, they did beat out LGD, so that you could add another win if you wanted to there. But certainly, they need to make sure they feel stable and get the right heroes for the right team members, because that's very important. Having Axe on Sing.
Yeah.
Go on, Bruno. Are you correcting the information?
No, I'm not correcting. This is the worst match 2 ever. I can't. Oh, there's 2 Dooms there. It's like they don't repeat heroes. Look at that. I'm trying to find matches.
2 Treants. But yeah.
Oh, there's 2 Treants, yeah.
That's it.
But everybody can play everything. We can also take a look at NaVi in terms of their last 4 picks, and we might get to see a little bit more. They've been picking, I feel like Treant Protector and some slow supports coming to the NaVi lineup a little bit too much. I feel like they need to go back to what NaVi are good at, which is getting those fights and being comfortable to take those fights under your tower. And
wow, look at that left column.
I mean, you know, Hervos is probably going to be sitting in the pod going, please pick me anything but Razor, as he's played it 4 times in a row. But it does seem to me like NaVi need to be able to fight more. I mean, last 4 picks, 3 losses, 1 win.
I think they're overpicking Wisp as well. I think they're good with the hero, but it's not winning them games. I think it's kind of causing them to play very slow passive. Wisp in the current metagame is more about stacking a lot in the early first 5 to 10 minutes of the game, and NaVi are playing for this mid-game strategy, which is not their forte. They're known for being the team that just runs at you, takes fights, gets aggressive, gets right off to an early start and tries to win the game as fast as possible. Razor kind of suits that style. I think they'll look at yesterday's matches and say, hey, look, EG are first picking Razor. Like, this is a hero that works. Like, let's see how EG are playing. Maybe stick with the Razor a bit, but I think the Wisp, the Treant, may be less to their style.
Well, Razor actually is one of NaVi's most picked heroes, and we know that it has like a 40% win chance, or win rate rather. Chance would be awesome.
Flip a coin for TI money.
But 40% like overall in the tournament, NaVi is actually sitting around 29. So I'm not really doing all too hot with that hero, and maybe they should steer away from that one rather than trying again, because this is not the time to try things anymore.
All right, well, we got some information there on NaVi and their picks and also Cloud9. But speaking of NaVi, we talked about their heroes, but why don't we get a little bit more familiar with the team?
Time and again it happens, in front of screaming crowds, in packed stadiums around the world. When everything is on the line, when all hope seems lost, NaVi does the impossible. Ask them how they do it in match after match, they couldn't tell you.
The big plays that come out, it's not like we plan them. It's not like we sit together and say, okay guys, let's do this punch fountain hooking thing. Let's do this. No way, we didn't think about that. It just happened in the game. It's just a miracle sometimes, I think.
The river, patience from Zoe, waiting in the wings. NaVi's about to be caught. Oh, there's the sleep, the surge, he's catching everyone. Oh, this could be a total disaster.
In crucial situations, and it matters a lot.
Somehow we can like unite 5 minds into one.
It happens with such consistency that it has earned NaVi a place at the grand final in every year that the International has been held.
There was never a time where we weren't really dominating.
While victory remains the ultimate goal of any team, it is a passion for Dota which drives NaVi to keep fighting even when defeat seems inevitable, pushing them to seize upon every opportunity.
Because that's what competition is. The other guy makes a mistake and you just drag it out and just abuse the situation pretty much.
You try to forget about what's the prize or what will be after that. You just concentrate on game.
But my mind tells me it's a 0 anyway, because I have to play it first. I can't think about money I haven't won.
This unique blend of obsessive focus and explosive play draws fans to them wherever they go. Many teams are hometown favorites, but travel anywhere in the world and visit anywhere that people discuss Dota, and people will talk about NaVi. They are not just a Ukrainian team, they are an institution.
It's really nice, and then when you come especially to TI, and you hear your name almost all the time.
We do some big plays or really cool moments. When there's a lot of turnarounds, people like those kind of games.
And that's why maybe they love us.
But sometimes passion isn't enough. Last year at the grand finals of the International, in one of the greatest battles in Dota's history, fortune turned against NaVi and allowed Alliance to claim the Aegis of Champions.
The last game was really hard for us.
It was so emotional, stressful that I kind of put it away in my head. It's kind of hard to talk about, to be honest.
However, defeat is never the end for NaVi. Theirs is a team that has endured through thick and thin, and one that over the years has become a force that other teams have learned to fear and respect. A love of Dota has allowed NaVi to build and rebuild their style of play as often as the seasons change.
We practice different heroes all the time. We just try to understand the game, like break the game apart and rebuild it.
It is with this arsenal of adjustments and refinements of bottomless passion for a game they love that NaVi approaches the International once again. When everything is on the line, when all hope seems lost, NaVi accomplishes the impossible.
You thought that everything was everything before? No, this is everything again.
I see other teams who put much less effort into combining their friendship into strength.
This team has been more about playing Dota instead of making a legacy or something like that. And I think it's pure in this sense.
It will come for us. It will come for sure. It would mean everything for me. Else it's just a time waste.
How far can a love of the game take them this year?
How far indeed, and what a great story from NaVi.
Such a great voice acting as well.
Well, apart from I say NaVi, because I'm from Somerset. But yeah, NaVi, how far can it really take them? It's to me, it's all confidence. Like you can't even predict. Like you can't say NaVi should win this game or lose this game. It's really going to be like what they said. It's like what Kuro said. It's like when the enemy makes a mistake, take your moment and take that advantage, and that's really just comes from confidence. So I'm sure they might have watched that and that might inspire them a little bit. Unfortunately, we might not have a video for Cloud9, but maybe we get to make one if they end up winning and doing well this tournament. But that's it for me for NaVi. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's exactly it. With them, it's all about, when you talk about Dota, one of the beautiful things about that game is that you can be 20,000 goals behind and you can always come back. But you cannot come back from a mental beatdown, and that's what NaVi does to you. Even if they're not winning for so hard, once they get this great team fight or this great execution, they're like, oh man, this is NaVi once again. And you cannot come back with that.
NaVi will break you down in-game, like you say. I mean, looking back at some of those past TIs where they cause these big upsets, it's like these big plays that shouldn't be turned around. It seems like we got a perfect initiation. I mean, everyone remembers the play.
Yeah.
That's like IG, we've got this fight. Like the number of times then you would still ravage in a game. Like these kind of things will just break down a team and just destroy them internally. Like you look back on a game, if Cloud9 lose game 1 to NaVi, I think we could be in for a 2-0, but at the same time, if Cloud9 win game 1, Navi's not a team that will break quite as easily.
Yeah. Well, we've spoken plenty about the first match that we'll be seeing, and I believe we're roughly about 10 minutes away until the horn, and then the players will be coming on stage and getting into their pods. But let's talk about the other matchup that we've got going on today. That one of our first is Invictus Gaming versus LGD. What springs to mind when I say that? Invictus Gaming versus LGD.
To me, LGD, they've been one of the most underlooked teams of the tournament. Day one, people looked at this team and thought they were like one of the teams that they should just get a win off of. Like, there were people looked at LGD and Arrow Gaming, both started the day 0-3. They met each other in their fourth match. That's where LGD got their first win. And people were like, well, LG are going to be one of the teams to finish bottom 2, bottom 3. But they turned it around. They proved to be probably one of the hardest fighting teams. This is a team that will never give up. That's how I look at LGD. They're not a team you look at and think they're a championship team. They're just that team, that player that just hangs in there, somehow sticks around and somehow just wins games and gets into the next stage of the tournament. And that's going to be probably their greatest asset going up against IG.
Yeah, and IG, on the other hand, they are the only team standing here today that has won 2 big lands before coming to the International in the past few months. Remember, they won WPCAs 2014, and they also won ESL 1. So these guys are used to winning tournaments in front of big audiences. They slipped versus NaVi in a game that they were supposed to get on the phase 3 of this same tournament. But here they are again, against a big crowd. And a crowd that, let's be honest, not all the time will be cheering for them. So that's where they thrive. That's where they feel good. And they can repeat TI2? I guess they can.
Yeah. IG's the one team I look at, I'm like, how are they in the lower bracket? Like, this is like you say, they've won ESL, they won WPC. Like, this is the one team, when I see this bracket, I'm like, man, that just shows how tough the competition is here if IG is starting in the lower bracket.
Yeah, for me, LGD really has to pack a punch for today's match. They are a team that might be slightly predictable. They focus a lot on team fights, and they run an aggressive tri lane most of the time, or at least more than any other team actually here. So I feel like they have the most to prove here in this match, and it will be a tough match for them, but they definitely have the potential to get far.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, Shiva, in terms of LGD. When they started off in the groups, they started poorly.
Yeah.
Just say it as it was. I think they went 1-4 in the group stages, but then they actually just came back and they just kept on racking up win after win. And they did it by just picking what was a very stable, solid team fight kind of push lineup where they were very quick to kind of group up as 5 and just put a lot of pressure on the enemy team. And this has been kind of a story for this international in terms of you take the advantage, and as long as you play very stable and steady, you'll probably push through. But against Invictus Gaming, is that strategy really going to work? Because the more that you become predictable at this stage of the tournament, the more surprises you're going to meet, and you're not always going to be ready. So LGD, would you be concerned for them, even though they've been playing amazing for the last part of the tournament?
The thing that I like about LGD is they went into the last game of the group stage being, if I remember correctly, 6-8. They had to win if they wanted to at least guarantee a tiebreaker match, and they had to play against Cloud9. Cloud9 had been on a roll until that point. That last day for them, the third day, was really strong. LGD, kind of the underdogs here, destroys Cloud9. Then they have to go to the tiebreaker. Of course, they encounter NaVi, which was a really hard team. But they play against Mousesports, destroy them. It seems that these guys, whenever it really matters and they have to win or be eliminated, they've been answering so far.
Yeah, to me, you asked her to be worried. I'm very worried for how LG will do. They're heavy underdogs coming in, but the fact they're here, the fact they're playing at TI on the main stage, like, you put 2 teams in a Dota match, you never know the outcome, and that to me is where LGD, they're in it with a shot, even if they have a huge obstacle in their way.
Yeah, we know that they run a lot of team fights. IG, however, they run a lot of roaming support duos. And Faith and Chuan, I think they can throw a wrench in LGD's teamwork if they get active early enough, which they normally do. So it's kind of scary for me that those 2 strategies actually kind of clash in terms of favor IG more than LGD, pure by basic strategy, by their favorite playstyle, and that's troublesome. But it's common knowledge, which is why I'm able to say this. So LGD should be prepared for this as well.
Yeah, because Chuan's done some interesting picks on his support. He's actually been playing support Mirana quite a few times this tournament. Does that really work out? Because it seems such a high-risk hero to take as a support into a match. Or, at this stage, Chuan, I'm sure he will handle any pressure. He's one of the veterans of the Dota 2 esports scene. So, but would you really do it? Would you pick a Mirana on a support?
Maybe game 1, but if, like you say, if you get down a game against LG, I don't think it's worth going back for the Mirana. As you said, it's high risk, and it's not even about pressure. Sometimes arrows just don't land. if a hero sees it coming or for whatever reason they just move unpredictably, you don't hit those arrows in the early game, you don't find those kills. That's where suddenly you pick this Mirana. How does it fit into the lineup? It doesn't scale all that well unless you have a good setup for it. That maybe that they want to go for that Shadow Demon Mirana, Bane Mirana, but not necessarily IG style there.
Yeah, that's exactly the last point is where I slightly disagree. If you're playing a mid Mirana or a carry Mirana, then you rely on those arrows. You kind of have the pressure on you. When you're playing a support Mirana, you're normally playing with someone that will allow you those setups. And the support Mirana, she doesn't have to carry endgame. She just has to do the right thing early. And when you have a Shadow Demon, a Bane, or any way to actually set up your arrows, suddenly it becomes less of a skill, if you pardon my redundancy, and more of a team connection and just trying to talk and say, okay, you do this, I'll do that. You land that, you get an easy kill. It's a very friendly support.
Yeah, and they like to run a lot of kind of like Ember Spirit mid for Ferrari, and that's something which can also set up Mirana really well. Lin plays a great Ember Spirit, so I think we'll see some Ember Spirit coming out. Lin, to me, is probably one of the key players for LGD. If they want to cause an upset, win this game, Lin is going to have to play out of his mind because his matchup mid against Ferrari is going to probably make or break this series.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday in terms of Super was just being absolutely amazing. But we can also talk about the last time that Invictus Gaming actually did play against LGD. And we have that last matchup for you. I believe Invictus Gaming were the victors here, as it was on day 2 or day 3 of the group stages. And yeah, they actually went up versus a Tinker. We had Ferrari on Tinker, and Tinker is one of those heroes that if you start snowballing, you can really get too far ahead. But in terms of this matchup, I don't think we'll be seeing anything kind of similar.
Well, so far, I mean, actually, nice fact. I mean, we saw Tinker here for this last match between these two teams, and Ferrari was 14-0 and 3, so he did really well. The last time that Cloud9 and NaVi met, then he played Tinker, and he was also really doing well, like with 16 kills and only 3 deaths or something. So who knows? Maybe we're gonna see Tinker more often.
I think LG will be ready for a potential Tinker pick and try and. I think they'll be more aggressive. Like we talk about them kind of grouping up as 5, being they're a safe team, but it's. The way they play safe is they group as 5, put pressure on towers, and try and make it so that if you pick these kind of heroes that aren't that great in the early game, you may struggle. Sure, Tinker's good at defending against these 5-man pushes, but they'll find a pick-off first, then they'll go for your tower. It's not going to be like group as 5, go tower. It's get a pick-off, have a hero that can deal with the Tinker as well, if there is a Tinker in the play.
Okay, let me turn around the question a little bit, if you allow me, James. I know that we're soon to start, but let's look at it. Tinker, Naga, Siren, these heroes that rely on one hero getting everything out of that team. Looking at the current metagame, is that a good strategy to go for, or teams should ditch that?
I don't think the Tinker's been really a success story at this tournament. For some teams like NaVi it has been, but I think we saw DK dismantle Tinker when they versed EG in the past, when RTZ used it in the group stage. So I think Tinker as a whole, teams are dealing with well. They found heroes that match up nicely against it, be it Batrider coming back a bit, be it the Spectre, which has been probably one of the kind of niche picks of the tournament. I think Tinker is struggled during TI4, which is definitely a bit of a surprise.
I think overall, if you're asking like heroes that need the whole map to farm, basically, we saw NaVi versus EG yesterday. EG went for a Naga Siren, which is a hero that needs the whole map. He didn't get anything done. It's very easy to shut that one hero down, or at least NaVi made it seem easy, let's just put it at that. It's doable. It's, you have a strategy in mind, you know how to work around it, and I think maybe, you need more than just one to have a plan B. You need a plan B.
I think it really comes down to supports. We always say supports win games, and this has really been the story of yesterday's matches. Every time that, we were watching the games and Gods was like pointing out, he's like, those supports are under-leveled, and this is going to hurt them going in later, and it always did. It really is about giving room to supports, and we saw in the games that some people did win, for example, at Evil Geniuses, where they allow one of their supports to kind of take that 4th role to go to a 3.5 role. They get the farm, and they actually are big contributors in the team fight. So it's going into that matchup, it's like as great as like Ferrari is, and I would be scared to go against his Ember as LGD. That would be my scariest hero, just because of how well Ember Spirit does in team fights. I would still be looking at it's really on Chuan and Faith. The kind of support duos to make something happen, because if it slips away from them, it sometimes is too hard of a game to come back from if, people really want to take that 5-man engagement. You need everybody to be able to contribute in the fight. So supports, for me, that's where it really is.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on them. Like if Chuan and Faith have an off day, don't synergize well, you can lose the game straight out. If you're a mid player, your offlaner has just an okay game, you can still win. You can still come out on top if you've got the early rotations, you're finding those good kills and movement from the supports. And we can see here some of the recent drafts from IG. They've been mixing it up a bit with the supports. There's quite a few Mirana games. They've been running a lot of Rubik more than most teams, and the occasional even greedy support play, like the
user concoction, the amount of stun time that it will actually give you, as well as the acid spray with the minus armor, it's just powerful, you know. But we haven't seen that much. Why do you think that is, Gods?
It reminds me a bit of the Shadow Demon Leshrac. If you're not finding those early kills, it's like the hero doesn't have a backup plan. Like if you get, and he doesn't farm the jungle, he doesn't really have a good way to catch up from behind. If he gets underleveled, he stays underleveled. And that's where the Rubik Alchemist combination that IG does, it's almost identical to the Shadow Demon Leshrac. It's got to find those early kills, early rotations. Otherwise, what's the backup plan? Neither hero farms jungle, neither hero can really push. They don't push well at all. That's the other big problem for me with the Alchemist. So Shadow Demon Leshrac actually have that backup plan with the Edict to try to take down some early towers.
All right, well, we'll have to see how they're going to be able to do on their supports. But after these two initial games, we are going to see one round of the next matches. And that will also be Vici and DK. Oh, okay. No. The horn.
That's our cue.
The creeps have spawned.
Secret shop is closed.
Oh.
They ran out of stock. That's what happens when the horn goes. No, the horn goes, which means we're going to be moving into our first game, which means I can turn my page and get new notes.
There's nothing on there.
We're already going out onto stage, so we will be moving into Cloud9 versus NaVi, and Cloud9 on stage. First time on stage for pretty much all of Cloud9 here at the International. And NaVi, they are veterans, as they shake hands and head into their pods. 10 a.m. Great time to play Dota.
Yeah. I mean, it's 19 somewhere in the world, right? So.
Yeah, it is.
It's always a great time to play Dota, James.
Actually, that's true. All right, so as they go into their pods, let's refresh our memories of who exactly is playing, or meet them for the first time if you're joining us. And thank you for joining us for the first time. So let's meet our first team, and it's going to be NaVi. I hope.
My family and I, we pretty much come from poor beginnings. Some 6 months before TA3, I told them to give me this chance to pursue this Dota thing fully with all my energy.
You can even see the results from the International Horst, Kurokai, Puppy, Dendi, and Funnick. And they're a force to be reckoned with. You know, it's really, they need to be coming in this with confidence, and if they have it, that's all I think they need to be able to get the momentum, and then they become potentially one of the scariest teams at the International. And I'm expecting surprises from their draft. Would you guys agree? There has to be, you know, because they need to change something up. So there needs to be that fighting lineup. There has to be a change from their group stages, because it wasn't what they wanted.
Yeah, I don't see huge surprise, like complete surprising picks, but I think it's going to be a slight change in style. Like it's like how they prioritize certain heroes. I think they're just going to completely mix up what they're going to be first picking. What's their first couple of picks? They're going to stick to what's kind of worked, which heroes, but it's going to be a matter of just kind of slightly tweaking the recipe.
Yeah, and also let's not forget that during the group stage, they kind of experimented with some stuff. They tried the Ogre Magi twice, didn't work. But it kind of shows that they want to go for these slightly unpicked heroes and say, okay, there's something going on here, there's something here that maybe, I don't know, we can see a Bloodseeker, one of those heroes. No, I mean, you laugh at that, but Bloodseeker is a hero that actually works in certain circumstances.
We saw it. We saw it at the summit. They pull it out, and it was like winning games. Like won with it twice there. It works for NaVi.
So I mean, they're not scared to go for these heroes that people would not pick otherwise. Let's see if that happens now.
All right. Well, they're in their booth ready, but also in their pod is going to be their opponent. Let's meet Cloud9.
AUI 2000, Vancouver, Canada.
Peter Armand, Bone 7, Bucharest, Romania.
Jackie Mel, Peter Envy, Toronto.
Racing Yun, Sing Sing, Rotterdam, Netherlands. Johan Åström, Pile Stockholm, Sweden.
Eternal Envy, Sing Sing, Bone 7, AUI 2000, and Pile Dai. And just from that little clip of meeting them, these guys are dedicated. They put in a whole year to get here, and they are hungry for the win. They're huge personalities outside the game, but also in-game. Their personalities shine in the way they play, and this is what really makes them scary, because, you know, if they get the momentum, if they can get the heroes that they're good and they enjoy playing, they can play them better than some, you know, even anyone else in the world. And I'm particularly looking forward to seeing how Sing Sing's going to do here on the main stage. But the whole team, they definitely are ready for this.
Yeah, probably one of the most emotional, if not the most emotional team left in the tournament. These guys, they're passionate about their game. You saw, we were talking about Eternal Envy, he made this huge blog post about how he liked the game, how he understood it. Sing Sing, you just have to watch his stream, right? Like, you watch 5 minutes and you know this guy is all about the game, all about passion. And the other guys, while they were in other teams, maybe they were not such huge personalities, but coming here, getting all together, it's lovely to watch them play, and they play really well.
And they're a team that can also really do well. When they get knocked down, they get back up and they get back out there and they shine better than ever. And I think that is really something that is important to know here, because you are, people are going to cheer for your opponent as well. You have to be able to deal with that. And I think they're definitely a team that can really perform under pressure.
The thing with me with Cloud9 that's most impressive is just their ability to theorycraft, find new strategies, new heroes which are viable, which people haven't thought of yet. And that's something which is scary going to the main event, because who knows what they've been practicing in scrims, who knows what is going to be coming NaVi's way. And that's something which maybe even if they lose game 1, they have a set strategy to use for game 2 if they get down.
Yeah. And we're almost there. When the countdown hits 30, the players will be loaded into the game, and then when we come back, we'll be joining them in the bans and picks. So Cloud9, the big question for me is, can they handle the pressure? They haven't been here before.
Yeah, this is the first time. It's going to be tough for them. This team is famous for not getting many first places, but getting a lot of second places. And that is maybe a sign that pressure hits them really hard. Maybe this is NaVi's turn to take it.
Or maybe it's just enough pressure to push them over into the tournament. As we join the players in game, it's NaVi versus Cloud9.
Cloud9 versus NaVi. Game 1.
And into the bans and picks we go. The first series of today, NaVi versus Cloud9. We already have the bans out, Gods, and the first pick for Cloud9 is going to be the Doom.
Yeah, straight to the Doom. With Cloud9, it's, I think, a good pick, because they run it both for NaVi in the safe lane and the off lane as well for Bone 7, so you don't really know what's coming your way. Straight into the Faceless Void goes NaVi, though, so they're not messing around. I think they were probably expecting the Doom first pick as well with this draft.
The Doom is something that Cloud9 learned when they went to play WPCA 2014, a tournament they didn't do so well in. They qualified in the group stage, but did everyone qualify the group stage there? No, I think they...
Yeah, they got to the main event.
Yeah, and then they lost there, exactly.
The group stage did poorly, lost the first round.
Exactly. So they come back and they say, well, what did you learn from China? And he's like, well, the Doom is the most overpowered hero there is right now. And they firmly believe in that, and they are trying to fit him in every single lineup with, I would say, quite a good success.
Yeah, I think that's true here. I think the other thing nice to look at here is the bans. Cloud9 actually do ban out the Dendi Tinker and the Enigma, two heroes which NaVi have been kind of going towards constantly when needed. I think this is where NaVi's actually had their success. We talked about the Razor stats. It has not been too good for NaVi, but Dendi's Tinker has won games on its own. Puppy's Enigma, I mean, it's Puppy's Enigma, so...
Yeah, it took him a while there, NaVi, and Puppy is, of course, the captain, so he'll be drafting the heroes to pick up the second hero for their lineup. It's Mirana. It's a great hero to have on any team, really, but also, importantly, it kind of removes it from Cloud9's arsenal there, Shiva. What do you think of that?
Well, both Sing Sing and NaVi play Mirana very well, so it is definitely a good hero to remove from them. And on top of that, Cloud9 is a team that when they're actually fighting, they try to run away a bit, disengage, and then go back in. And I think that both Mirana and Faceless Void are going to make that very tough to do.
Yeah, I think if you look at the Cloud9's playstyle, it's very kind of keep away, split push heavy. They've kind of taken that split push style that Alliance used last year, but changed it up, made their own flavor of it, and avoid fights, take towers when they can. They'll always get the better of a trade. Like, you think you're getting a kill or two off of them, but meanwhile, somewhere else on the map, they're getting a ton of farm, not just on their core heroes, on AUI, on support. They're pushing down 2 other towers somewhere on the map, and that's where the second pick, Shadow Shaman, really works to their favor. They would have seen yesterday how effective this hero was. Probably AUI will be playing a very greedy, farm-oriented Shadow Shaman here, and I think this is a good pick for Cloud9.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it proved to work yesterday, but at the same time, NaVi might or might not be happy about these picks, but the one that's probably going to be happy is Boss, because he's not playing Razor this time. Yeah. Most likely he's going to be getting that Mirana. Of course, it can be a Dendi Mirana as well.
Could be a Kuroki Mirana. They've run the Kuro
They've run the Kuro support Mirana as well. Well, maybe, I mean, maybe he's praying for the other team to run Razor. I'm not sure Cloud9 is going to. Cloud9 thinks Razor, not a good hero. I was talking to Sing Sing and Eternal MB just before, after the group stages. And they were like, well, we don't really understand why so many people pick that hero. Granted, yesterday it worked really well, but Cloud9 is definitely not scared of him.
You can see that the concentration on Cloud9's faces is there just in the bans and picks. And actually, it looked like Eternal Envy was the captain doing the bans and picks. And it used to be more Pilai Dai a while ago, I would say. But maybe they just communicate and it doesn't really matter who's pressing the buttons. But we go into the next phase of the bans, and they're going to remove the Visage NaVi from Cloud9, which is pretty typical. It's what you do, just removing that dangerous combo that Cloud9 can bring in, which is the Visage and also the Drow Ranger, so that won't be happening. And on the other side, they're going to be focusing still on the supports. They will remove the Enigma, which Puppey likes to play, and then Sand King and Ancient Apparition are going to be removed. So targeting these supports, and they have a pretty strong lineup already, I would say, Cloud9. I would be very comfortable going into my first game of this series with the Cloud9 lineup if I was on their team, just because it makes sense. It's what's been working, and they can certainly play it well.
Yeah, you've got the Doom, you've got the ability to push down towers, and that's something NaVi lacks right now. They haven't actually got any follow-up pushing power. They haven't actually got also the ability to take down Roshan. Being on the Dire side, you generally want to get some ability that helps you with it. It's the Death Prophet, the Shadow Shaman, the Templar Assassin for the minus armor. Something NaVi are probably maybe going to go towards with this 3rd or 4th pick. And I think Death Prophet may be a hero which could NaVi would maybe kind of see from yesterday that worked out well and maybe consider pulling out here.
It's good that they mentioned the Roshan. We talked about how EG gets a lot of Roshans per game, and they did that on the Ursa game. I think they took 4 or 5. NaVi on the other side is the team that does the least Roshans per game, only 0.7. Mostly because they favor the Radiant side and they like to play on that more, and of course when you're Radiant you don't get to do many Roshans, but also because they don't consider that a huge priority. They will try and trade for towers or for kills and not necessarily for the big guy with the Aegis.
Yeah, they've been playing like a lot of Tinker and stuff, which is not really a Roshan based lamp as well, so it's like you don't really get those opportunities to go for it. The other thing is, I mean, Wisp, I think Navi's most picked hero is still in the pool, so Cloud9 say, look, you haven't been doing that well with Wisp, we're not that worried about it, so they leave it in there if Navi want to try and pick it up here.
I'm actually kind of surprised the Skywrath Mage is still in. Both of these teams have actually had a very good record with it. Even for Cloud9, is their most picked up hero, and they have like 75% win rate with it or something like that. So, and even Navi also 60% win rate. They're both doing really well, but ignoring it here for now.
Yeah, but if you look at the bans in the second stage, both bans make a lot of sense. You get the Sand King and the AA that combo so well with Faceless Void, and they create so much teamfight potential that Cloud9 will want to get away from that. And on the Navi side, they ban the Visage, which pretty much ruins the Drow Visage combo, and they stop the Naga Siren because this is one of those heroes that even if you have Faceless Void 6-slotted, Naga Siren can still sip away and just push your towers.
But yeah, I agree with you, Shiva, as well. If the Skywrath Mage can still work very well on the Cloud9 lineup, so the fact it's still there, it's a good hero to put with the Shadow Shaman, because that's, you know, it helps with the rotations early on for the kills. Also, the Shadow Shaman will be the one pushing towers, and you want that Skywrath just to nuke someone down. You know, it's very unfortunate. You probably won't be able to catch a Faceless Void in a Chrono because he's pretty fast, even if you do slow him. But certainly, it's a good hero, and we are going to see Navi pick up an Enchantress. Big pickup for them. This is definitely. Puppey will be happy.
This is good. This is the kind of change in style I think Navi needed coming into the main event. We saw a bit of Enchantress hero there, but they were much more Treant, Wisp, more slow-paced passive support. This is what won them TIs in the past. This is what got them at least far in those tournaments to the grand finals. Puppey's Enchantress, his jungling, his rotations around the map early on. This is Puppey's probably what he's most well known for. Is Chen is Enchantress, and it's a good hero to pull out here in game 1.
And it's going to bring a little bit of that push as you were talking about. Can it stand the Shadow Shaman wards? Because as it is right now, Shadow Shaman pops the wards and there's no clear or easy way to clear them up until later in the game, where maybe the Mirana or the Faceless Void can one-shot them. Maybe Navi should bring something to counter that. It's really hard. Something that helps a lot. I don't think Navi is going to go for that. But Leech Armor actually makes the wards damage much less powerful as well, just because the extra 8 armor that you can get will considerably reduce the damage that the wards can make.
I don't think you're too worried if you're trying to go for like push towers about wards being dropped, because you can just back off, wait for them to expire, or sit back with your Mirana, your Enchantress, and just click them down. If you're forced to use your Serpent Wards defensively to protect towers, you're already in a bad spot as far as the team with the Shadow Shaman dropping wards. So the bigger issue is Cloud9 are taking down towers, and Navi don't have good clear for the not good wave clear, and also okay.
Talk about combinations with the Faceless Void.
This is interesting. It does mean we see the carry Void for her Vost, and
no, maybe remember Kuroki used to play support Elder Titan quite a bit.
Yes.
And it was with an Enchantress. That's actually what they used to run back then.
Yeah.
So they could still be a funny Elder Titan, don't get me wrong. But the combination of those two heroes with the slow and having the spirit on you, reducing your armor, reducing your magical damage, makes for a lot of damage output potential.
This hero very much geared towards countering the Morphling. Morphling late game gets like 25, 30, 40 armor just based on his agility gain. So entirely a counter pick to help burst down the Morphling, make the hero a lot more killable. In general, it's probably a really good pick here, because right now the Morphling's going to be probably Envy's hero, and that's something which they don't have an answer to until this Elder Titan pick comes in. So it makes Morphling a whole lot easier to kill.
And also, Morphling never goes for any armor item. Never at all. You never see a Kirasin Morphling.
I've seen it once, and it was against the Elder Titan, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you force him to go for something that you normally don't go for, so even if it's only that, you're already kind of taking advantage to the game. And the Ember Spirit for Sing Sing.
Yeah. I think that's a really nice hero to pick up. Certainly, Sing Sing, like we've had 2 people play the Ember Spirit this tournament and played it amazingly, and it's Ferrari and Sing Sing. We're going to get to see them both today. So just kicking off Sing Sing on that Ember Spirit, going to help with all the team fight situations that NaVi are going to want to put pressure on when it comes to the towers, because Elder Titan, even though, he removes armor, he's such a disruptive hero around the tier 1 towers, tier 2 towers, just because he can put you in place, and also he does help a little bit with the clearing of the waves. So nice hero there, and Sing Sing's been playing Ember Spirit fantastically, so this is going to put a bit of pressure onto NaVi.
Yeah, definitely. Because Cloud9, they've got this late game, so to say. NaVi has a lot of pressure on to making that Enchantress work for them before, like, everybody reaches level 6, before everybody gets their core items up. They're gonna need a lot of rotations, which is also, of course, why they ban out the Treant, so that if they do have a successful game, they can actually make it work and actually get a kill off of it, or maybe a tower if they're lucky, if they have a big army from Enchantress creeps. But they need to rotate, and they are the ones to be the aggressor this game for sure.
Yeah, and looking at NaVi right now, Cloud9 is trying to ban the last hero. What would you ban if you were them, Gods?
It's hard to say based on, like, you don't know whether Mirana's going to be a Havost hero or a Dendi hero, or if it's going to support. Similarly, the Elder Titan, so I think it's actually quite hard to say what Cloud9 are worried about. It's going to be a Skyreth Mage. So I was thinking maybe Shadow Demon for the Shadow Demon Mirana combo, but Skyreth Mage just offers a lot of magic damage. So we see our first Lina of the tournament.
I like
it. Okay. It's all about the burst damage here. You have the Elder Titan, Lina, to just try and blow up the Morphling, if you can ever lock the Morphling in place, which with the Chronosphere you sure as hell can do. So to me, this is one of the highest burst damage support heroes out there. It kind of suffers because it's hard to have good positioning and just trying to get in a good place to do so. But
it's hard. It's a hard support to play in terms of bringing a stable game. Just because of the stun. And Gods, I said NaVi were going to bring some surprises. You said, well, maybe, but not big ones. I think Alina's a big surprise. It's a great hero. And also, if you get the Aghanims upgrade, you pretty much already potentially won the game, but it will actually help the ulti go through BKB. So interesting. NaVi's lineup wants to get online early. They want to fight and they want to blow you up. And this is the NaVi that we know. So Cloud9 going to respond with an Earthshaker, which is a great pickup as a support. That will be very disruptive to the push lineup of NaVi when they want to fight. Going through an Ember Spirit and a Earthshaker, that's a hard 2 heroes to fight into. And hopefully, if Cloud9 play it right, they can have Eternal Envy farming on that Morphling for quite a while.
Yeah, to me, the key pick is going to be the Doom. Like, this is, if he does well, gets his farm, him farming up of Vlad's and Assault Crest to help deal with the Elder Titan aura is going to be crucial for Cloud9. So if Doom gets completely shut down, and I think that's where Puppey may focus a lot of his efforts, because ganking an Ember Spirit mid, impossible once he hits level 6, ganking a Morphling, not really possible. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on this Doom, because now they're going to look at this and be like, Doom is the key hero for Cloud9.
Yeah. At least he's not a Hobos Lino, right? We saw that once.
Yeah, well, he drafted that game as well and picked himself. But it will be Dendi on the Mirana. He'll be going mid. And we're just waiting for the players to load into game. And as soon as they do, we'll send it over. Because the Aoi 2000 picks up his Shadow Shaman. Bone 7 will be taking that Doom off lane. And it looks like they've all picked, so we're ready to go. We're going to send it over to our commentators. We'll be joining Toby and Cinderin as they take us into the match.
Thank you very much. We are live here, Cloud9 versus NaVi. It is day 2 of the tournament, Cinderin, and this is when the stuff gets real. This is when teams get eliminated from the International.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of teams that just transform when they're playing under pressure. I think NaVi is one of the best examples of a team that has a history of sometimes underperforming, dropping into a lower bracket, and then when it matters the most, they pull out their best performance. Perhaps C9 is a little bit the opposite, like Bruno was talking about in the panel. When they're under pressure, sometimes they crumble. They like to say that themselves. I believe it's mainly Envy talking about that. but they know how much is on the line and how important it is. So hopefully for them, this is going to be one of the series where it matters a lot and where they pull off a great performance.
Yeah, I'm hoping for both teams to play a great performance. Really, I know a lot of people here right in the Key Arena have been sitting there with the same thoughts as me. I love both teams. I love both teams. To see one of these teams go down is already going to be really, really sad. But either way, I'm just hoping for a really great best-of-3 series that just displays why these two teams have so many big fans all around the world. But we're going to get ourselves into the game now. As the Foghorn gets to sound the creep wave, we're going to spawn out. So as far as the lanes go, running through, it's rather appropriate, I'll do NaVi. We'll have Dendi not actually playing the mid solo in this game. He's actually up on the top lane, taking the role as the Mirana. That puts the supporting Kuro onto Alina. I'm happy to see him back there too. It's an old signature hero of Kuro's. Hasn't been played as much of late, but he's going to be in that role today. Horvorst in the number 4 position and mid-solo role, playing the face of Deployed. Puppey will be the rotating Enchantress, and that leaves Funnick actually playing the off-lane Elder Titan and not Kuro support, as was mentioned before.
And on Cloud9's side, no surprise here, it will be Bone 7 in the offlane on the Doom, Pilot Eye on the Earthshaker. In the mid lane, we've got Sing Sing playing on his signature Ember Spirit, and then in the safe lane, it will be AOI 2000 as well as Eternal Envy playing Shadow Shaman and Morphling respectively.
There's going to be an interesting fun lane in the mid, man. You got Horvorst versus Sing Sing, the Ember versus the Faceless Void. And Ember Spirit, we know what Sing Sing loves to build on this hero. He likes having the high level up in the Flame Guard as well as the Searing Chains, which is going to be difficult for Horvorst when he comes in really close up against Sing Sing. He can't always just rely on backtrack to keep him out, while Bone 7 cops a little bit of harassment up on that top lane. But it's that middle lane at which everything turns around when this happens from Puppey. He just brings in the Sata, he's slowly chipping away at Sing Sing, and Sing Sing can't afford to have this happen to him. He went the PMS to start with, which means he needs to have some extra help to make sure he can get to that bottle and then start controlling Horvorst.
And Horvorst managed to get a good time lock there as well.
That's not the random generator that Sing Sing wants to be facing up against. He actually he got the first point up in time lock. It's like Horvorst wants to try and man fight up against an Ember Spirit.
And in addition to that, of course, with all the help coming in from Puppey already, and with Horvorst starting out nicely on his own. Okay. Well, it is level 2 now, so 15% chance per attack. And of course, we should mention this is a pseudo-random ability, so if you get really lucky...
trouble bottom lane, Funnick. This could be first blood right now. The last attack from Envy will get it. Owie as well as Envy. It's a very, very safe lane with the Shadow Shaman as well as the Morphling, and they're able to capitalize and bring down that off lane of Funnick.
This is one weakness that Navi's draft has already. I think a hero like Elder Titan is one of the great offlaners on paper, but he's just so much worse on Dire than on Radiant, and you just see C9 taking great advantage of it right now. He can't really pull the creep wave, is struggling to even reach level 2. I mean, he's currently got 41 experience points and died for that. Sometimes it's okay to die in the offlane if you get like a level and a half or something, or 2 levels out of it. You'll see some offlaners just deliberately trading their life away for a better position in the lane, but Funnick isn't seeming to get anything down here, whereas Bone 7 being Radiant, he's already level 3.
Yeah, man. Look at mid lane CS. I'm actually really surprised. I know Horvorst has obviously been having a great time with a couple of nice time locks over on Sing Sing, but you've got this position where he's 18-3 up against a 10-for-1. The Void is in 4.5 levels. Puppey's going to be coming out of the jungle at some point, because you know it's an Enchantress. He's got to be smoke ganking somewhere across the map. And then all of a sudden, you're going to see someone going down, because that Chrono's going to lock in that Ember Spirit, and he'll go absolutely nowhere. Also very, very smart play coming out there from the Earthshaker. Pardai rotated over and used the Fissure to send out the Wild Wing. So he didn't have to put himself at any kind of peril and make sure that Tornado disappears from the lane. So Sing Sing actually has some kind of way of fighting here in the mid without battling the elements as well.
But yeah, you're right. This is some smart laning coming out from Navi in the beginning, putting the Void in the mid lane, which I guess Cloud9 weren't expecting, and neither were we, especially with Horvorst on it. He usually plays the safe lane position, but in this particular game, Mirana's one weakness in the lane is that she has really weak base damage, and if you're playing up against an Ember Spirit who levels up Flame Guard, you also can't kill him with your magic damage. So the call from Navi here is, alright, our Void is going to be doing great in the mid lane since he has good base damage and can just stand and sustain, and we'll help him out a little bit with the Enchantress. And then in the safe lane, they can also put more pressure on the Doom, simply because Mirana Lina is a flat out better lane to put pressure than a Void Lina would have been.
We have movement coming out for, actually no, we have Puppey coming down to check for the 4-minute rune. I thought that Centaur was coming with him, but it was just aggroed. Why is this top lane not really, like, Dendi is only 16 for 9 up on this top lane. There's more CS coming out from Envy on your safe lane as well as Horvorst in the middle lane. What's going wrong in this top lane for Navi?
I haven't been following it that closely, but judging from Bone 7's farm, I would imagine he has been disrupting the creep wave a little bit with some pulls. Maybe NaVi have tried to focus a lot more on harassing the Doom rather than farming, and then oftentimes you will be trading some CS as the Murano in doing that. And the third thing is, Bone 7 ate a Chain Lightning creep, and he might have simply just messed up the lane equilibrium a lot with that. It's actually a really intelligent play picking up that ability here, I think. When you're in the offlane, it's a natural and easy way for you to push the lane if you want to, or to secure some easy CS. You see it right there. It's actually working out really nice. I think it's the first time I've even seen that.
Unfortunately, for the first time I watch it, I'm seeing, okay, now we got the 2 CS. He used it and then allowed both Dendy as well as Koro to get 1 to 9 apiece. But either way, 5 minutes into it, that creep wave is so close to Bone 7. We get the Light Striker ready to connect, but Denny is in no position to throw out an arrow, and also with the Earthshaker from Highline Eye hovering nearby, we go back to a very old school combination. We just have the Earthshaker babysitting now. Light Striker right from Kuro gonna miss. This could be real trouble for NaVi. Puppy's coming in from the side. The Hellbent, Tomato Smasher looking for a kill. Dendy too low, leaves himself away on low life, and now the Troll Trapper. Puppy's gonna try and do this solo up against Bone 7, trying to get the Hellbear in front for the body block. There goes your clap, slowing him down, but he does not have enough damage to kill off the Doombringer, but he does keep Kuro and Dendy alive on that top lane.
Yeah, good play from Puppy to come in there and save his lane, basically. Both Kuro and Dendy missing crucial spells here, so maybe a little bit of a warm-up situation for them. We usually don't see Kuro missing spells like this, and the arrow from Dendy was a little bit off the mark as well, but they might be getting back in shape. At least the good thing for NaVi is the mid lane. You were talking about how Havost was winning the lane by about 10 CS. You know what? He's winning it by 22 now, and it's just the equilibrium that he's been managing to keep on his side of the river. And it's very hard for Sing Sing to go up there and contest the farm, because Havost will just always go into just fight him face to face, basically.
Man, this is gonna get a little bit more difficult though. As I'm watching Havost, he's actually not going in for what I thought was going to be like early attack or something along these lines. He's actually going straight in for just a straight hand of Midas. So with this farm, it's almost like he needs to switch himself out of the lane and give some extra space. I don't know if you want to just switch Dendy in towards that mid lane to go up against an Ember, because that could just be suicide. But I think they're looking for a Chrono. Yeah, there it is. Chrono into arrow. Where is the arrow? Here it comes in now, and it will connect over on Sing Sing. The Flame Guard's protecting him a hell of a lot with the extra Starfall. Look at Sing Sing. Tanks up the entire thing, Spirit's back behind the tower, and now you see the power of that level 3 Flame Guard.
Yeah, it was unfortunate timing here for NaVi that they went in with the Chrono during the Flame Guard, else that is an easy kill, but blocking all the damage from the arrow as well as the Starstorm here from Dendy. I wouldn't call it a wasted rotation, because sure, they did put a lot of pressure, but at the end of the day, they use a Chrono. They commit about a minute time on their safe lane Mirana. Giving Kuro some space top is going to be great since he's close to level 6, but
he's actually a higher level than Dendy.
He's higher level than Dendy now, and I don't think it's that good of a start for NaVi if their Mirana doesn't get good farm. It's great for Boyd to be getting a lot like this. It's definitely not a problem.
Middle lane of Lost. He just jumps himself over the top of the fissure. See, I'm kind of okay with this top lane. Dendy doesn't have a high amount of levels. Okay, that's never really a great thing. But at the same time, getting that level 6 over on the Lina, when you open up that level of burst damage, kills like what happened on the top lane won't be able to happen again for C9, and NaVi will be able to get the pick off.
But at the same time, it's at the trade-off of a level 6 Doom at 7 minutes, so...
True.
It's not the best trade in the world, and this is, as Gods was pointing out, it's probably the key hero for Cloud9 in this matchup to be able to deal with, in particular, the Void, so they have some lockdown or reliable lockdown and teamfight initiation out of him. And his counterpart on Navi's side in the offlane, going to come back to that right now, Funnick is level 3, 8 minutes in. And this is the Elder Titan issue in the Dire offlane. He doesn't really have a plan B. If you're tied, you can maybe stack the Ancients and you can start farming them with Anchor Smash when you're level 3 or level 4, or you can just flat out go into the jungle. But Elder Titan really doesn't have abilities that are that good for it, so if he gets countered out hard, he really does.
It's gang time. Funnick's being attacked, but what is happening right now is NaVi actually picked up a triple centaur. One of them's timed out in the meantime, but the smoke movement's now going to break out. Kuro will see Pi, and he actually stands still. He didn't move out. The Spirit will come in. The Searing Chainsaw from Sing Sing kills off Kuro, and then the follow-up storm. Funnick will finally drop him down, and Sing Sing, well, he's chasing after Funnick. How much damage has he got? Invis through. He's actually hunting him invis into the Searing Chain, and the Morphling waveform over. Void Chrono back over towards Aoi, trying to get some kind of collateral, and they will be able to pick it up. It's a 2 for 2 while Dendy on the top lane running, and he's doomed up and killed off by Bone 7. C9. It was technically an even trade in the bottom lane. Now the TP's double, in fact, coming towards the top lane. Bone 7 thought he could walk past the tower.
Oh, what a great
Light Strike array. He actually just walked straight through.
really, really nice, eating the tree and cutting the path there. I think he might have even survived anyway, but still a great display of awareness here coming out from Bone 7. And this is the problem with the top lane. When Doom is level 6 and you have a Mirana, it actually, even if Mirana is level 8, if you get doomed, Doom can just run you down and kill you. You don't really have any sort of response. Very low hit point hero. Sure, Dendi has somewhat decent armor, but it's not going to be enough, so...
Yeah.
He's now going to rotate into the mid lane. He's currently level 5.
I'm not sure about this, man. All
this is going to be another hard lane. Dendi's pretty much struggling no matter where he goes. There's no easy lane anymore.
It kind of feels like this is suicide. Funny's having real trouble up on top lane too. He got hit a little bit, and Bone 7 just keeps going with that lightning. But Koro, again, missing on the light strike array. If he was able to nail that one, maybe with Laguna Blade, they'd have enough damage to get through the Doom.
Could have got him down to half if they used everything.
He
has 1250 health. There's actually no solution to the Doom for Na'Vi right now, apart from landing a Chrono. I don't think they can kill him. Okay, if they chain all their other spells on multiple heroes, but there's no duo from Na'Vi that can kill the Void. The Elder Titan and Lina can't. They need the Void there.
Yep.
Or a perfect arrow from Dendi could maybe be enough, but I'm not even sure that's going to be enough together with Koro's Burst. They need to get through 1200 health and a level 4 Scorched Earth. He's getting a lot. He already has the Buckler as well, working on that mechanism for his team.
Life is getting a lot more difficult here for Na'Vi. And of course, like, dude, I saw him on the bottom lane before. He was forced all the way back to base by Eternal Envy, just because Eternal Envy waveformed and attacked him a couple of times. And Envy is still free farming the bottom lane. It's a 77 for 20 CS, I mean 78 now for 20 CS over on Eternal Envy. Like, that's a lot of farm to have over on a Morphling. He's about to pick up his ultimate orb down here as well. He's freely farming, going to have a Lincoln Sphere before a 15-minute mark. This is really problematic for Na'Vi, because they're not going to be able to control the Morphling. You try and talk about how much damage have they got to kill up the Doomringer, they've still got control problems between Sing Sing as well as Eternal Envy.
It's one issue Na'Vi will have to deal with later on, is that they need to kind of choose their target, unless if Cloud9 just serves them all on a platter and they get a great Chrono on multiple ones. They need to choose who they want to burst down. I don't think killing the Morphling is actually going to be as big of a problem as you might expect, simply because of the Elder Titan's Astral Spirit Natural Order combo. If he gets Chrono together with that and you hit a Laguna Blade, Morphling pretty much just disappears and has 0 armor as well, so the physical damage...
Bone 7's about to doom up Dendi, and there it is. Fissure to set up, Searing Chains to follow up, Light Strike Array again avoided there by Sing Sing. Is a little bit too short and pumpy. Well, he finds Pilot Eye over on the side. At the same time, Kuro is forced a long way back. Pilot Eye, he is going to TP himself back out to safety. Even though he does have Sing Sing and Bone 7, they see the response from Na'Vi coming in. And of course, with a prepped up Chrono, they're not gonna play with fire. They don't need to. They are so far ahead right now. Their gold is up to about 3,000. Their experience is stretching back up to about 1,500. It doesn't seem like much, but in a game when you're running cores like Morphling, Ember Spirit, and Doombringer, these guys are very, very difficult to kill off.
And a guy who's been relatively quiet so far this game, AUI 2000, is now close to level 6 on the Shadow Shaman. I imagine he's going to be a lot more loud after that. He'll be looking to push down the mid tower probably with his first set of Mass Serpent wards when they come up here soon.
I like this as well, the man who he's farming right next to, Mr. Point Booster, running around on the Ember Spirit. This is something which C9 really, really prefer. They rushed Guardi over on their Ember Spirits a lot of times, especially when they feel ahead. And I got a funny feeling we're seeing that again now.
He can afford to not go for a heavy damage build when he has a Doom and a Morphling, and they know how well the Morphling farms. So Sing Sing is playing a little bit more of a control Ember Spirit, I want to call it. When you get the Skadi and you apply the slow on everyone with the Sleight of Fists, it gets very easy to chase down targets and just control the flow of the fight. So once again, I feel like in this game for now, there's a lot of pressure on the guy who just jumped in mid. This is an easy kill on AUI unless there's any sort of defense. There is not, but a turnaround.
Looks for the Searing Chains, then he's able to leave himself up, but now Sing Sing, he's in too deep. Laguna Blade from Kuro allows Na'Vi to pick up 2 kills. The Satyr Blast coming out from Bone 7, but he can't see Dendi, the Moonlight Shadow, protecting up Na'Vi at the moment. And Bone 7's forced back to his side of the river. In the meantime, though, Eternal Envy has almost brought down the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane, and the TPing support in, but Envy, he's just going to replicate back out again, back to his own jungle.
Does he have anything on the Courier? No, but he's
1,000
short from the Lincolns. This is a very early Rocher from Na'Vi as well. Not really that early, actually, but more like they didn't set it up perfectly in terms of how many kills they got to secure it. They've got Chronosphere on cooldown. They're in a decent position to do it with, of course, with the level 3 on Untouchable on Puppy's Enchantress, as well as with the Mask of Madness, but it's a kill that's going to take quite a bit of time. But as long as Cloud9 have no idea it's going on, it's probably going to go NaVi's way for free. So actually, really nice play by them to turn one kill on Sing Sing into a Roche here, which is, you know, I guess it could be expected, but this wasn't an easy call to make.
Yeah, and
counterplay could come.
It's going to be really quick, and at the end of the day, they are just too far away. They don't have an Earthshaker there, so they can't control the action around the pit, and with no Ember Spirit inside the pit, there's no way to really scout out and see what's going on, because Sing Sing was using, of course, those to try and survive in the middle lane before. So it's now 5-4, 14 minutes in, we see the first Roshan take a fall. And the players just try and back themselves up, especially Navi. You get a couple of kills, but you still need to make sure this turns into key items. You've already got Arcane Boots over on the Lina. What do we got from Puppy? He's got Urn, he's got Treads, but he still needs to go into a couple more support items for his team. And Vorst, it's great. He's got now an Aegis Immortal with his Mask of Madness, so he can be a little bit more over-aggressive, but he still needs to find a higher level of damage than just a Mask of Madness.
And he will need some sort of defensive items, because playing against this kind of lineup, I think a BKB is absolutely mandatory. Both the Fissure is great against Void when he opens with the Chrono. It's one of the easiest counterplays and one of the most reliable ones you can have against Void. There's a Shadow Shaman who I guess we assume will be going for a Blink Dagger as his next item. And then there's the Doom where, it still goes through BKB, but if you're BKB, maybe you can actually reset and come back in the fight, because the physical damage from Cloud9 isn't there just yet. Eternal Envy starting with a defensive item in the Lincoln Sphere won't be able to do so much damage, and as we said, Ember Spirit going for more of a control-oriented build, so could definitely work out very well for Vorst to get a BKB as his next choice here. And want to point out too, Phonic has recovered very nicely. He's currently 8.5.
He has, but he's still behind the Doombringer. Obviously, you're always going to be behind the Doombringer when he goes 4 points to Valor. But the fact that Doombringer is already bringing the mech to the fight and Phonic is not, this is a big problem, because it means C9's team fight at this point is superior. It's superior to Navi. Of course, Navi do bring in your Enchantress army, which does help them out, but having that burst heal as well as armor, you really do. Well, I suppose you have Elder Titan, so hey, some of it's also removed. But I'm still feeling like C9 have the advantage when it comes to the team fights.
And there's one thing we haven't touched upon so much now that you mentioned the Enchantress. Puppy generally plays really aggressive early game Enchantresses, and in some games he plays more farm oriented, but I don't think this is one of the games in which you should just flat out
put that on hold, man. Mass Serpent Wards are coming in, and Sing Sing, he's looking for the kill on Koro. Now Moonlight Shadow's going to protect him for the moment, and Sing Sing just jumping back on the Spirits with the Mass Serpent Wards down. They leap out, and Vorst, the vision was too early from Pilot Die. They doom him up, but he doesn't have mana for a Chrono anyway. He's actually soaking this up because he has the Aegis the Immortal. How much physical damage can they do? Aoi goes down. Denny, they can turn back over this one to Vorst. He wants to die so he can have the mana so he can Chrono, but he can't do it. They're mopping up the Mass Serpent Wards in the meantime, and now finally, Vorst goes down. It was the intention, it just came way too late.
And Eternal Envy wasn't even there for Cloud9, so they trade one support for the Aegis, which I think is a great trade for Cloud9, in addition to getting half the tier 2 tower mid, forcing Navi to go for rotations here, and they didn't really accomplish too much out of that, Navi. Yes, they didn't use the Chrono, but I would still say good play all around for Cloud9.
Envy soloing Koro in the middle lane. He made a replica just in case anyone else was going to come to him, but he knew he could waveform in, had more than enough damage to kill off Koro after having those 2 points up on Adaptive Strike.
Envy's definitely getting very big, and you see now, Cloud9, they realize what position Navi are in, and they will be going for the tower here.
Watch the top lane, man. He's going to jump in for the Chrono.
He can't do it alone.
You're right. He's got a Harpy. Who needs much more? However, he got the creep wave. Is he going to leap sometime? The tower goes down, and there's your jump in. He can catch Pilot Eye and Sing Sing, but then he can Fissure, actually holding him there with a Totem Stomp. Dendy, he's burning up, and now he's actually locked in next to Sing Sing. He doesn't want to be here. The Harpy, it's got to turn over. Where's their extra damage? Sleight of Fist, and he's still alive. The Starfall, and the Impetus. One last jump in from Void. Able to pick off Sing Sing. The support from C9 just backed themselves up. Pilot Eye had nothing more to give.
I can imagine Dendy was getting really scared there. You're stuck in the Chronosphere with it.
Yeah. Shadow Shaman. That was not going to end well for you. He starts battling up against Koro, but while Koro's got Laguna Blade, Shadow Shaman is food to the Lina.
He still did manage to get the tower though, and the top tower has fallen as well, so Cloud9 are getting way more map control than Navi now. Navi's still looking to take their first tower. We're 19 minutes into the game and they're playing an Enchantress, and you were talking about the Enchantress army. I feel like this is the point when the Enchantress army starts becoming irrelevant. We're close to the 20-minute mark, the creeps don't scale, so
yeah.
Cloud9's items are going to make Enchantress a lot less relevant at this point.
This is one of those times when it's like Enchantress turns into an aura hero as well as a pure damaging hero, and you got to try and get a little bit more space for the Impetus during the fights. Unfortunately for the Enchantress, she's nowhere near the amount of farm required to even get close towards her Aghanim Scepter, so the buff up isn't there, which means he really is just becoming a bit more of a scouter and maybe can find some good Centaur stomps. But holding onto your own creep wave, holding onto your own army, is really difficult when you've already lost your tier 1 tower on the top lane. So you need to be able to safely get back out into your jungle. But you see C9's movement here. They've left a nice observer ward, which is watching any movement inside the dire side jungle. And then anywhere else they can get nice deep observer wards, they want to watch the Na'Vi rotation. That's the only ward inside the dire side jungle. They left sentries across the top lane instead.
And Na'Vi are nervous about this top lane. They really don't know what's going on. Dendi tried to scout with the arrow, and they're still not feeling confident going up there. So they'll try to go on the aggressive instead in the enemy jungle with Havost in the front lines here.
Which is really smart.
This kill for Na'Vi needs to work out. It needs to not just be a kill, but it needs to transition into a tier 1 push. And if they catch out the right targets, I think they can get away with it. But at the same time, don't underestimate the ability to reinforce from Cloud9. They do have the Ember Spirit with the TP ready. Morphling has the TP as well. And they have 2 heroes in a very defensive position in the bottom lane right now.
Moonlight, Shadow, and Smoke being used. So even if the Smoke's going to break, they need to run down. Pylai is just sitting on the tree line where it's safe. And Puppy, well, all he can do is just grab himself a new Santa, and they'll force out the bottom lane. What else has he got?
They just saw Havost breaking the Moonlight Shadow in the bottom lane, so they know exactly what's going on. He got pinged out. They know that Na'Vi is in their own jungle. Now the question is, can Cloud9 make the play? They know exactly what's coming. This is all about who gets the better jump.
They're TPing inside the tree line as well, so Na'Vi have no idea about this. Remember, this is nighttime. The field of vision is very, very restricted. And with Envy as well as the Doombringer showing himself and the Spirit as well, Na'Vi have got to make a choice. Either they fight or they back up. But Puppy, he steals the Replicant and tries to send it away at the moment. Unfortunately, he's got no tango. He can't cut through the tree line. But he's going to send the Replicant as far out of position as he possibly can.
If Eternal Envy is a baller, he's going to replicate into that right now in waveform now.
Dude, he is a baller. He's got a Lincoln Spear as well as an Eagle Song. You know he wants to try and fight. And now they're actually using his Replicant to scout out a little bit, as well as the Spirit going through the tree line. Pavor still has that level 2 Chrono, just begging to be used.
Yeah. Eternal Envy wants to be the one getting jumped on here, as he does have the morph ability, but...
They're waiting. The BKB's flying out right now for Ravost. So having that during this fight is going to be so much bigger for Na'Vi.
It's still very crucial that he doesn't have the Aegis anymore, though, because it means that Bone 7 can make the counterplay here with the blink into Doom on the Void, or just cast the Doom really quickly when he jumps in on Void. The cast point should be low enough for the Chronosphere not to go off.
Oh, nice fissure over on Dendi, but where's the follow-up? They're still not there. They are not risking anything here. Sentry Wars behind the tower. They want to make sure that no one spots anything.
The thing about this, though, is that Na'Vi are showing their hand completely. They know that Cloud9 know that Na'Vi have 5 heroes down here, so they're just going to split push with Sing Sing. As long as nothing is happening, Cloud9 are getting more out of this. They're farming 2 lanes and Na'Vi are farming 1. They're getting more experience, more gold, and Na'Vi just can't seem to find the right engagement point here. They will need to find an opening soon, or else they're going to have to back out, and that would basically mean that they've wasted a full minute on 4 of their heroes here, which they're definitely not going to be satisfied with.
No, they need kills. This Harpy is trying to do some serious work. Hilarious thing is, too, with the mana pool over on this Harpy is quite easy. Puppy, now he finally comes down, and chance on Bone 7. I think he's just trying to elicit a reaction out of Cloud9, but Cloud9 are not biting the bait here from Na'Vi. This is such good patience from C9. They're using the trees. Pylai is definitely... He's just holding back at the moment. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger. The only thing he's looking to do is call off a Fissure in case there's an overextension. But Scorched Earth is now off. The Fissure will again connect on Dendi. And this has got to flag the fact that Na'Vi, this Observer Ward, is watching every single thing they are doing. Unfortunately for them, they don't have a Sentry Ward here. The only Sentry Ward they planted was back... Oh, that's the Radiant one behind the tower. They have no vision, no detection here beyond Spirit and whatever Puppy's able to pick up.
Yeah, the Astral Spirit doing a lot of work here with chasing away Bone 7. And actually Cloud9 are going to concede the tower. A little bit surprising for me. I thought they might have wanted to take this fight, but...
I think they were happy with it, man. They delayed the engagement so far. The amount of money which Sing Sing was able to pick up on the top lane would more than make up for what they lost by waiting on the tower on the bottom lane.
And with Eternal Envy now grabbing himself the Ethereal Blade 23 minutes in, he's going to start looking at single, just solo kills.
That Enchantress is going to hate life.
Puppy has managed to grab a lot of tankability, though. With the Point Booster as well as Ogre Club, he might actually survive it.
Dendi is really lucky to survive on that top lane just then. Sing Sing coming in with a high-level Flame Guard. But he'll be able to get himself away with 200 life points. The advantage of having those drums and treads first.
Still, overall, I guess we should say that just the way the game is developed, I guess it currently plays a bit to Cloud9's advantage. It's not about the graphs for me, but more about the distribution of farm, where they have 3 out of the 4 top farmers on their team. They have, and the 3 heroes they have are actually cores that scale very well into the late game. NaVi have good farm on the Void, but the others are falling behind quite a bit. But at the very least for NaVi, their supports, which is something we very often see from them. They make sure to farm their supports, and in some games, Kuro actually starts doing a lot of damage in the late game, even on a hero like Lina. And he's maxed Fury's Soul, so he can do some damage, but let's see.
I like the fact too, like, it's just, okay, you're not getting that much fun. So what do you want to do? You just focus on your primary and your best abilities. So he goes straight into the Aghanim Scepter. Poppy's going to do exactly the same thing. They realize they need a timing for the amount of damage output they can pump. So what they do is they just get Kuro and Poppy up to a point when the supports become a major damage problem. So if Favors is the man that's on the front line, is taking it up and getting a couple of lucky backtracks, he's going to waste a lot of time with Cloud9, while the supports are the ones pounding into C9. And they use Funnick to basically make sure they get themselves the kill. Now, Roshan's back up again, so Favors will give this one a crack. I highly, highly doubt, though, that Cloud9 is going to allow this to happen. They have to be able to have a bit of a search out, someone to scout this out. Unfortunately, what have they got? They got Spirit or Replicant. That's the only 2 ways they find this out without putting themselves at jeopardy.
It was pinged out by Pilot Eye, and the rotation is starting now. There's still no Blink Dagger on this Earthshaker, by the way. He's pretty poor, 25 minutes in, level 7.
It's the smoke movement coming in, Bone 7. He's looking to make his way in. There's Sentry Wards, he gets revealed, he takes out the Satyr, and then the blast comes in, the arrow connects on Bone 7. Then Chrono in, Eternal Envy's joined the fight though, Dendy, waveforms up, maybe it's enough for Envy, Bone 7, he does go down, but Dendy as well, over next to the ancient area. Sing Sing looking at a Voss, the Doom is on, but he can't get back inside the pit. The Fissure is blocking him out. But Voss dies so quickly. Envy with a double damage. Now the Echo Slam over on top of Kuro. Laguna Blade's there. He's able to at least bring down what? Nothing. The Fissure is there. It's a triple kill for Eternal Envy. The buyback came from a Voss. What, are they wanting to stop the Roshan from being done? Matt Servant wants it there from Aoi. The Spirit's not making it any easier for them. But there is no way they can jump in there and get out with their life points to contest Roshan. C9 just took the greatest fight they could have ever taken here in this match.
So not only do NaVi lose 4 heroes, they also lose Roshan, and they waste a buyback. That probably couldn't have gone any worse, to be honest. And the problem was, the way the fight was initiated by Cloud9, NaVi managed to catch out the Doom, but they didn't burst him down fast enough. So he managed to get the Doom off on Havost, which was actually a really big deal. Even though the Chrono was already used, Havost wasn't able to continue fighting properly. And at the end of the day, if you Chrono one target, and it's a high-value target like Doom, he has to die before the Chrono ends. And NaVi just weren't in position for it, or maybe they thought they could get away with it without committing all their cooldowns, but it ended up backfiring really hard there. Now Poppy, oh!
It doesn't need much more than that, man. And because you have a Replicant, you can just jump yourself in and out so easily. You're not risking your own life points to come in and go for the shotgun hit.
They do secure the deny though, so I guess Poppy's presence there actually made quite a difference. But still, Cloud9 getting another tower, more map control, with the Roshan going their way as well. They're looking really good to take this game 1. What NaVi have to look for at this point is, well, do they have any smokes actually? There is no smoke available on any of their heroes. How's the store looking? No. 2.5 minutes for the next smoke rotation NaVi can pull out. The problem is the warding that Cloud9 has, they've got a good one around the mid lane on the upper ledge, and they've got one at the bottom rune as well. So NaVi moving out without a smoke towards the middle lane area is going to be really difficult. So they're going to have to look for the side lanes. But if they're not showing in the mid lane around that ward, it becomes pretty obvious to Cloud9 that something is happening. But they might still get away with it. Lost. It's going in here. Is there a follow-up? No, there's not.
There's nothing.
Not even close.
He brought all 5 players of C9 at the top lane, but Poppy doesn't want to be around for that.
This is a tower for Cloud9 without
Look at the Spirit.
Sing Sing!
Oh! Nicely done. Use the Spirit to get in range and lets Eternal Envy finish the job. To slide a fist to the Searing Chain after using his Spirit to just get himself just a little bit further up. And this now means that C9 know the Enchantress is down, the Chrono is down, the Tier 2 tower is lost. NaVi have to basically look for a trade-off. They can maybe bring down the Tier 1 tower in mid, and it looks like Kuro's already trying to force this lane out as quickly as he possibly can.
If NaVi can get a trade, I think they should be happy with that, all things considered here. But I don't know if Cloud9 are going to let them both 7 going in with Doom and Shivas.
He has just stopped the Voss in his tracks, evades the arrow from Denny. Bone 7 moving perfectly, and Pilot die! The blink dagger in for the stop. He's holding a Voss in position. The swing, the deny! Kuro actually actually reached that, but he's getting diffused up by Bone 7 because he swallowed the creep, and now he's in trouble, slowing down. The Marauder will also take a fall, and Elder Titan, they're all dying on different lanes. Kuro's still going to go down here in the middle lane, juking it out, but the fidget from Pilot Eye, he waits it out, but it was up on the top lane where Eternal Envy is wreaking havoc. He's looking down at Envy, he's still got the Aegis Immortal, so he wants to go in deeper here. He'll be happy to die as long as he can kill off Puppey. He's going in so deep, he just goes into the enemy's base. Puppey is the only one alive for NaVi anyway, and he zones him out. The urn? Okay, will he let the tick happen? He doesn't have enough mana to turn around for a shotgun blast. And the Arcane Boots are still on cooldown for now, but the rest of his team arrives and he'll let the Aegis go out. So he goes back to full life, and this means Puppey can't come anywhere near him.
AUI 2000 needs 5 mana to use the Mass Serpent Wards right now. I imagine he'll drop them immediately and they'll start pressuring this tower.
There it goes.
Go up here. Putting them in position so they're good at hitting the melee racks, so it looks like Cloud9 are going for the big barracks here.
Searing Chain's able to hit him, he needs a little bit more. I think he was trying to just be a little bit more efficient there and not use all of his abilities to kill off the Enchantress. But the Stomp from Funnick tries to slow down the C9 push, but the Mass Serpent Wards, he said, perfectly positioned right in front of the melee racks. A couple of them are still in range of the range racks as well, but the full top racks of NaVi is now lost.
Kuro actually went for a deny on the barracks.
Or forced? That's a very aggressive TP out. Is he willing to go in on this one? He still sees Envy. The problem is, you knew that was going to happen. He jumps out to the replica, so there was no point initiating in.
Now Shadow Shaman actually didn't go for the Blink Dagger, but finished the Aghanim Scepter, and this means the next push from Cloud9 is going to be even more explosive and just bring down the tower and barracks really easily. Whatever hope NaVi had on the backup of us, it just seems like their overall strategy and their laning, they lost too much in the laning stage. They really did. The Morphling had complete free farm. The Doom got a lot more than the Elder Titan. The mid lane went okay for NaVi, but that was kind of the only lane that they really won. And if you're picking an Enchantress as your second pick in the draft, I believe it was it the second pick? I think it was, right? No, it was the Marauder. No. So it was the third pick. Yeah. So if you pick it as your third overall pick and you don't execute with it very, very early on, this hero generally doesn't have that big of an impact in the mid game. Yes, you can get an Axe Scepter and start dealing a lot of damage, but if the enemy cores have been farming and you're getting mediocre farm on the Enchantress, it just hasn't. I haven't felt the Enchantress pick be worth it at all this game.
He spent most of his early game just trying to make sure Havorst won the middle lane. Like, we were there going, hey, Havorst, like, great CS up against Sing Sing, but Sing Sing was also battling up against, like, Harpies, Tornadoes, Satyrs, all these different creeps of Puppey.
And look how much he executed anyway. Look how much Sing Sing managed to accomplish in the game, even though he got countered early on.
He also got a lot of space up on that top lane. That big wait, the 2 minute to maybe even 3 minutes worth of waiting time around the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Sing Sing had all the time in the world just to get free farm then too.
But I can completely understand that NaVi went for that play when they did, because they realized in the game position and what was going on, if they just sit back and let the game continue the way it had for the first 15 minutes, they would just keep getting further and further behind. But they never got the opening to actually get in on the tower. Sure, they managed to get it in the end, but they committed so much time and so many resources to it that it wasn't really worth it. And I guess the story of this game is just Cloud9 are winning simply on draining the map better. They've also executed better in the fights, I would say. This is why they have more kills, of course, but the main way they've won the game is just by putting smarter lanes, executing better in the early game, and just farming way better overall. And you just see Eternal Envy now on the net worth graph. He's almost twice that of the second hero, who is, by the way, also on his own team right now, the Ember Spirit. This is a very, very fun Morphling.
Yeah. It's gonna get even better for C9 fans in the moment. Like, when you get a full butterfly up and you've still got another 1800 gold behind you, your agility is going through the roof, which means your combo is also going through the roof. The Enchantress cannot survive even with a full Aghanim Scepter, and the same for Lina. Lina's managed to finish up the full Aghanim Scepter on a level 13 Lina, but you've only got 1300 life points. That's not enough to survive up against a Morphling.
At this point for NaVi, I think it's not about surviving, it's about getting the opening. They have to one-shot Morphling. They need to commit, kill him off immediately, which they definitely can. Should they manage to catch Envy off guard with a Chrono, with Astral Spirit on top, and the Earth Splitter, and everything Kuro has, they can probably one-shot him. They need something to remove the Linkens for Kuro, though, so it doesn't block the Laguna Blade, and they could probably do that with like an enchant or something from Puppey. And if they manage to do that, it's a very easy kill for sure, and then that could snowball into a fight for them. But I have this feeling that if they don't catch the Morphling, if he's not the one they initiate on, it almost doesn't matter who else they catch.
Look at Pilot Eye. He's looking at two heroes, fidgets both of them, and now in comes Bone 7 as well with the Hop Stomp. Havorst, the Chrono will go over on Pilot Eye. The Mech Charge helping to keep him alive, and the Kuro getting E-bladed down. The Morphling waveforms up. They lose the Earthshaker, but Sleight of Fist with the Battle Fury cleave, helping him out. Navor's got Ward trapped outside. And this is just almost over for Na'Vi. They're getting done inside their own base, and GG. 33 minutes and just under 50 seconds, 21-9. Cloud9, in my mind and probably everyone else's here, that was a very convincing win.
Great game one from them. They picked heroes they were comfortable with. They got the lanes they wanted. Na'Vi also got heroes they like and were comfortable with. It was a little bit of a different draft from them from what we've seen this tournament. We haven't seen much Elder Titan. We haven't seen Lina at all until this game. And I like the idea from Na'Vi, but I feel like it's, as far as ease of execution, Cloud9's lineup was easier to play out. If they didn't make big mistakes, or unless Na'Vi made some really big plays, Cloud9 were just passively going to get ahead. And they got to play their game. Na'Vi early on, didn't really see any early rotations being successful out there. They did get some, they secured a great mid lane for Host, like you said, but apart from that, they didn't really get too much out of their supports in this game. And I think when Na'Vi are at their best, that's when Puppy and Kuro get rolling in the early game. Then they really start taking over the map. But didn't really feel them this game.
There was no roll, man. There was no roll. But hey, we'll roll into game number 2 in just a couple of moments' time. But of course, we want to see what the panel have to think about everything.
Cloud9 win game number 1, and an impressive fashion. Definitely a needed and wanted win for them. This really can be dangerous now for Na'Vi. So we'll see what they can do in game 2, and that's the question. But also, welcome to the panel, Piri and Flax.
Hey James, how you doing? Hey guys, what's up? Hello.
You got to watch game number 1 between these two teams, so how was it for you?
This tournament is really unpredictable so far. I'm amazed that the sort of quality of Dota is really good. Everybody's looking really impressive. It's been really hard for me to predict who's going to win any game. And I think that was true in that game. I had no idea how that was going to go. So it's a good game, though.
Yeah, it was an interesting lineup. When you say gods, you have the Lina as a support. It's a good support, but what did it really offer? And you could see how it struggled in the early game, just landing the Light Striker race.
Yeah, I think that top lane lost Na'Vi the game. It just Doom got free farm, free experience. He was not pushed out at all compared to what happened to Funnick at bottom lane. I think Funnick he got completely punished, whereas Doom got way more than he should. You combine those two things together, and there was never any real recovery options for Cloud9 and for Na'Vi against Cloud9 in that game 1.
NaVi really required to get rolling really early into the game. They have to execute perfectly with Lina and the Enchantress trying to get those early kills. They didn't manage to do so, and the Elder Titan, not only did he give away that first blood, but he also was 0-0 in Creeps and Denies about 10 minutes into the game. He was having a really, really bad time.
Yeah, they needed him to do pretty well as well, Funnick playing the Elder Titan, just because they needed that mech, and it came so late, Shiva. That hurts, right? If you're Na'Vi, you need a mech when you want to go into these fights.
Yeah, when the early game didn't work out for them, they needed to fight, and you can't fight if your enemy team has a mech and you don't. You kind of are on even ground then, and that's not where you want to be. You need to be doing better than your opponents when you're fighting the lineup that Na'Vi has.
All right, and Ted, I actually want to ask, because I haven't seen you for a while this event, because you've been off hiding.
Yeah,
so
we're tucked away in one of the darkened rooms at the back there, and we're casting on the newbie stream. So if you're new to Dota, like completely new to Dota, but maybe you've played some games and things, check out the newbie cast, hashtag new to Dota, and we'll give you guys a good lesson. We've got a great team, Purge and Sons fan. Purge is like the best at teaching people to play Dota anyway. So yeah, we'll give you guys a great introduction right from the start, explain what everything is, even towers and creeps and stuff like that.
And that's going on at the same time as all the other commentary, right?
Absolutely,
so you just select the channel
That's
you want.
Right. You'll see all this stuff as well, and then they just cut into us and we do the cast.
Have you had any favorite games thus far?
I couldn't really pick one. It's just, I'm kind of frazzled, but yeah.
All right. I think I remember. I think you actually got to cast the EGDK.
We did get EGDK, and that was a good one. It's difficult when you're casting it. I don't know. It seems I'm so focused on the cast. When I think about it afterwards, I don't know. I can't remember.
It's a blur. It's a blur. That game, bit of a blur for Na'Vi as well in terms of direction that they wanted to go. It's like Havos, in terms of his Faceless Void, should he have had a better game? Should he have had a better time? Was there an easy lockdown target? Because it seems, you know, it's like at the end it was like you need to kill the Morphling, and that's one of the hardest heroes to get on. But should it have got to that phase?
I think Havos played really well that game. He did have an easy time because of Puppy's help there in the middle lane with the Enchantress sending constantly creeps there, but that was NaVi's plan from the get-go, is make sure Havos beat Sing Sing mid lane, which he did. The other lanes just went so disastrously wrong that they didn't really have the damage up they needed. Like, your Morphling had a 23-minute Ethereal Blade with his Lincoln Sphere. At that point, NaVi, no one can defend towers. And the problem is against Cloud9, you can't defend towers as 5 because they're pushing 2-3 lanes at once with Shadow Shaman, with Morphling in one lane, with Ember Spirit in another lane. And when you're trying to defend this split push, you send 1 or 2 heroes to each lane, and that's where Morphling with a shotgun will get an insta-kill, and you can't really do much about that.
And the other problem that I had with that, okay, if the enemy is split pushing, then you probably can go and gank them, but you go and pop a Chronosphere on Doom, on Ember Spirit, on Morphling, really hard to kill heroes. There was a Chronosphere into arrow from to the Ember Spirit. Yes. Once the Ember Spirit popped the Flame Guard, they had 9 seconds of lockdown, couldn't kill him. That's how strong they were.
Yeah, they got everything they wanted hero-wise. If you just saw the lineup moments ago, it's like you got Sing on Ember, you know, a hero that he really likes to play. But I think more importantly, it's the supports. Pylai Dai on Earthshaker. He plays any hero that just, you know, is able to get into the fray, get into the fight, and create kind of disruption. He plays him amazingly well, and so we've seen him now on Earthshaker. But the other one he plays, Pyrian, is the Sand King.
Yeah, I actually, during the qualifiers, I watched an entire game on player perspective on Pylai Dai because I play a lot of Sand King. So I wanted to see what he does and see if I could copy that stuff. So if you learn in the game, that is actually a really good way to do it. It's just watch a player that plays a hero that you play and just say, oh, that's a good idea. And you'll notice how much time you spend not doing anything and how much time those supports spend. They never stop. They're farming, they're moving, they're smoking, they're always doing something. And you know what, when you were talking about that last game, one of the things that Blitz was saying on the stream was that if you have a plan A, that's great, but Cloud9 seem to have a lot of backup plans as well. That's why I think if you looked in the fights, Doom just dooms the Faceless Void. It's like, okay, what do you got now? It's like harder to set stuff up, whereas I think someone like Earthshaker can always mix it up, do stuff like that. I don't know, you need more than just a sort of one combo, I think.
You're talking about the Earthshaker as well, and the best way to put it, and the best way to show it maybe to the new players into Dota, is to watch to the replay of that Roshan fight. Now, NaVi took the first Roshan, but when it was about the second one, this is what happens. They're all going there, Cloud9 knows that they're around there, and it's not only about eating the creep, it's about just tanking there with the Doom. The Doom is not going to die so fast.
Pylai Dai, unfortunately, does get caught off to the left, but Eternal Envy will chase Envy, and then...
Yeah, but look at that Fisher. That suddenly, Puppy cannot do anything.
Actually, Sing Sing was really impressive this fight. He actually ends up getting a kill here. He does get stunned, but when he goes up to the top, he actually dodges the Laguna Blade. As you can see, dodges the Laguna Blade. That potentially, I think that might have been able to kill him. He had some of his shield still available, but a big play by Sing. And then once you've cleaned it off, Aoi 2000 always going to be that support that still has, you know, a good amount of money on him, so controlling his usage of abilities, drops the wards, and it's all over. And unfortunately, the buyback from Havost was, you know, wasted.
Yeah, I think once NaVi lose that fighter, they're already in like a position where the game's not quite lost, but it's about at that point. The problem is the Chronosphere, it was good, it caught out, I mean, they're focusing on the Doom, but as soon as you don't catch the Morphling, Dandy, who's kind of offering some of the follow-up damage with the arrow, the Starstorm, he got zoned out of the fight by the Morphling there. That was kind of the key thing there. Envy Storm coming in to try and provide some additional damage, which would have allowed them to kill the Doom during the Chronosphere, which was the key thing there. Don't let him get that Doom off. He gets it off in the end, which kind of causes problems for NaVi, but Envy comes in, uses the shotgun on Dendy, chases him away after that to finish off the kill, and as a result, Doom doesn't even die in the Chronosphere.
And even before that, NaVi was already kind of desperate. They at some point spent, as the casters say, 2 minutes sitting around a tier 1 tower, which is, by the way, the only tower that they got down in the entire game. And they spent so much effort on it. And they gave Sing Sing time to farm top. He had the whole world of time. He got shut down a little bit on mid, but after that, he was right back into the game.
Now, James, real talk, you and me. I mean, I would like to give you some more points because you actually got right okay, there's a fringe pick coming, Lina, but I would also like to take away some because it really, really didn't work. Do you want to attempt
I said it's an unstable support.
Well, yeah.
And it was.
It was, but you were saying, no, NaVi is going to bring some. Come on.
That was the surprise was the support didn't work out. Good. But what would you like, Bruno?
What would I like? I would like a silencer again.
Silencer would actually probably work in that lineup because you can constantly put pressure on. And and also there's not so, you could still take over a lane or two to get some farm. It wouldn't have been bad, but I could see what Lilina could do, and it could have worked. It's just the lanes need to go a little bit better for her at the beginning. And it's very hard to hit your stuns, and it didn't really work. But oh well, either way, we'll see what they come back for game number 2. But before we get to game number 2, we're going to go and visit Casey, because she's down by the secret shop.
We're outside at the secret shop, and when I say these are Disneyland-like lines, I'm not kidding. Take a look. So this is the line. It starts inside Key Arena. It comes outside to where we are on the north side of the arena, and then it winds back and forth. You know when you're waiting in line for a ride, you're like, I'm almost there, and then you turn a corner, you're like, no!
Not even halfway through, so.
Not even halfway through. You guys started lining up at what time? Do you remember?
Right after the first game. Between
Game, yep.
You've been out here for 4 hours, 5 hours?
Roughly.
Yeah, around there.
Yeah? Has it been easy to be able to keep track of the match behind me and also
Inside, but outside, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, we got TVs now, so it's great.
So what are you waiting in line for? What are the items that you're most excited to grab?
I want a punch hook, the bottle opener.
We do a lot of drinking, you know?
Yeah. So
As you should.
if someone recognizes that, they get brownie points right away.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
Get a couple plushies as well.
Yeah.
See what items I can get. That'd be pretty nice.
Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna try and get the mouse or some mouse pads, maybe a couple T-shirts. You know, it'll be good.
I bought all the figurines, hoodie, T-shirts, leggings. I bought a bunch of pins.
The Pudge bottle opener, that's badass.
Yeah, this is for me and about 4 people back home. So.
And where's home?
Virginia.
Virginia. Well, welcome to Seattle. I'm glad you're having a good time, and I'll let you fly away with your items.
Thank you so much. All right, bye.
Bye.
That was Casey outside yesterday at the secret shop. And have you guys managed to visit the secret shop? I haven't.
I woke up at 5 a.m. on the day before the game started to make sure I was first in line in the secret shop. And I was still beat by some guys.
I don't believe that.
Yeah,
No, he did.
There were, yeah.
No way.
He walked. There are pictures.
You're crazy.
Yeah?
No, I haven't been there. I saw it, but I didn't go.
I stood in line 3 hours on Thursday as well, but that was after Bruno already went.
Yeah, we had the VIP and the commentator early access, and the line was still like an hour long. I'm like, this is the early access. There's like 300 people. Now there's 3,000, however many people trying to get in there. So
yeah, well, maybe I'll get to visit it later. But let's move into talking about what could be happening in game number 2 between these two teams. It was obvious that that one Cloud9 got way more out of the map. They did kind of drain it in terms of resources. I think that was Syndra's kind of comment, and that was really where it was. And NaVi didn't get the start they wanted. So going into game number 2, how did NaVi get back into bringing the series tied and then potentially even taking it? Because if they lose next game, they're out of the tournament.
Yeah, to me, I think they're going to be more leaning towards putting Dendy on one of his kind of quintessential mid-heroes, be it his like Queen of Pain, at Puck, some kind of more snowbally mid-hero for Dendy. Get Havost on like a Weaver, a Lifestealer, some kind of Havost-like safe lane farmer, and just play a more standard NaVi game. They're on the Radiant side, it's their preferred side, and I think they're going to be a lot more comfortable in game 2. And I think for NaVi, just the fact they're going to be on Radiant is going to make a big difference for them mentally as well as just strategically.
Why do you say it's better for them on Radiant?
It's their preferred side. There's a lot of things to me about the Radiant side. The jungle's a lot better, and often you'll see Puppey on junglers. It's a lot easier to use the 3 camps that kind of link up with the pulls, and just kind of also easier to zone at the offlane. We saw in game 1, the Dire offlane Funnick got completely destroyed, and that's something where the kind of offlaners they pick Funnick aren't that suited for the Dire side. They much prefer the Radiant one, where it's a lot easier to kind of get experience in range. They prefer the Radiant jungle. Mid lane with Dendy playing whatever. If he plays a greedy type hero, he can fall back to the neutrals, get extra farm there. So I think Radiant is just much more kind of synergized with Navi's playstyle.
Yeah, and that just focuses more on winning their lanes and then working off of that. And that's really what they need to be doing, because last game, obviously, that didn't work out. Couldn't win their lanes, and this time that is the one that they're going to be hoping for. However, Cloud9 is going to expect that. So I'm curious to see what they will be bringing to the table for the second game.
To me, maybe NaVi has to go back maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. And they were known to be this team that pushed you early and won 15 minutes into the game. Now we saw Vici Gaming doing the same into this tournament, and also NewBee in some places just also playing for this aggressive push. You get the Enchantress again, but you get a lot of heroes that can just put the aggression on the towers early game. Maybe get a Leshrac, maybe get something like that can right-click faster or make the towers fall. C9 is totally not going to be expecting that. And hey, if it worked for VG Gaming so well, it can work for NaVi.
There was just one game in the qualifiers actually where NaVi played against Alliance and they went for this really early ball up 5-man push strat. I think there was a game where Loda played Naga Siren.
Yeah.
It didn't work at all. But
Didn't work for
I don't
NaVi.
know if that's the way Cloud9 play. I don't think they play that kind of long game, that the Alliance style of game. So I think maybe it could work against Cloud9.
Yeah, but it's definitely a point. It's like if NaVi can bring the early aggression, it's almost like you force the team to react. They cannot necessarily play their game. You know, they may have picked, you know, a farming lineup, as you mentioned, with a Naga, or a split push lineup, or a hero that doesn't really want to fight. And you might be in a situation, if they do it well, NaVi, that you're like, okay, we actually need everybody here for this, or, you know, if you can defend with 4, maybe that's fantastic, because if you win, that's a big win, because you've still got someone farming a lane. But yeah, definitely those early rotations. And even though we had the Enchantress, didn't really work out in game 1. So if you were in a NaVi kind of lineup, how do you think the talk went between game 1 and 2 as the players get back into their pods? Because, you know, we've known this team, and Puppey's a very kind of almost authoritative figure when it comes to, we're playing this, we're doing this, and this is why. And
I mean, you've got a lot of Dota knowledge in that booth, right? You've got 5 guys who know the game inside out. I mean, Puppey, I've always thought of him as a great drafter, really strong captain, but you know, how do you draft your way out of this? 1 game away from elimination, it has to be perfect. Now, do you do what I would expect NaVi to do and do something kind of ballsy and brave, or do you say let's play it safe and take it to a game 3? It's hard to say.
It's going to be a tricky one for NaVi, and Cloud9 in an absolutely brilliant position here. Certainly 1 game up means a lot going into this competition. Nerves, I think they would have been gone now for Cloud9 if they had any to begin with, and so we'll see what they can bring to the second game as we're going to get this started into the match.
Cloud9 versus NaVi. Game 2.
Exactly what he said. It's game 2, Cloud9 versus NaVi. We're already into the draft. Players all in their pods, and they've had a little bit of time. I would say like 10-15 minutes maybe between the match. So we'll see what they've been able to come up with. I'm sure they've prepared multiple options and strategies to go against each other, and you know, NaVi were hoping their first one would work. It didn't, and Cloud9 hoped theirs, and it did. So still very even on the on kind of like the outcome of this one, and already our first bans are there. Cloud9 going to remove the Batrider. NaVi going to remove the Lycan, who's does the Lycans. This is his worst TI. It's just he's a sad wolf.
Yeah. There was 1 game he got picked in the little bubble race bracket, and as soon as DK picked him, like, well, we're going to be reminded why this hero is going to be banned for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah.
It won the game in 11 minutes, I think it was. And
yeah, that was a really, really fast game. I kind of secretly wish that NaVi went to their player rooms, had Al Pacino there for a motivational speech or something like that.
Or Goblak doing an Al Pacino
Or
voice.
Goblak doing an Al Pacino voice, which I'm sure it's amazing, because if you think about this is 1 game and you're out. And this could be, regardless of the team, like even if the team stays together, which it's going to be the end of an era, because this is the NaVi that was to every single finals since the international one. No matter what happens, if they're out today, this is a door that closes and another new one that opens. So motivation, you have it all.
Well, it's a tough position being Cloud9. The fact they're ahead 1-0, they can just pull out anything right now. Confidence is in their corner right now. They've got everything going for them after a pretty convincing game 1. So they may have a pocket strategy prepared. If they can knock out NaVi from the tournament, they'll use whatever strategy they have ready to go. So it's tough for NaVi to draft this one.
Well, NaVi ban out the Brewmaster, so maybe looking to clash into the mid-game team fights.
Yeah, Doom still in the pool. We saw Cloud9 first pick it last time, so if NaVi don't snatch it up, should look towards Cloud9 picking it. Unless they have some kind of specific strategy they want to go for, Cloud9 will be happy to take that Doom in the first 2 once more. Yep. I think traditionally this is where NaVi would go for that Enigma, but Doom against Enigma, it's not like going to completely shut down the Enigma. It's still a good pick, especially if NaVi want to push and take down towers early. It's a good mech and pipe fire. They are going to go for the first pick Enigma, and I think it's, we asked if NaVi will go for a ballsy strategy or play it safe. So far it's safe, yeah.
Any reason not to go for Doom and Shadow Shaman if you're Cloud9 right now? Because that was their bread and butter.
Only reason is if they have a pocket strategy prepared. They are on the dire side. You never really know when it comes to Cloud9, so maybe they've theory crafted something to deal with this, but they've already picked up the Doom.
Yep. We're going to see if they pick the Shadow Shaman off, or they try to keep it later. NaVi, they don't favor that hero that much, actually. The Shadow Shaman, actually, I can check right now. They haven't played it at all.
NaVi, you've got to be expecting like a Doom Shadow Shaman response, though, and that's exactly what it's going to be, so...
Yeah. Oh, sorry, they played it one time. They lost with it. But yeah, Doom Shadow Shaman, such a strong call. You have a guy Doom that will disable any carry, any mobile hero, any hero that you can focus or needs to focus you, it's going to be disabled. And Shadow Shaman brings so much with those wards, by himself from pushing, or with the team for team fighting.
Playing around Doom, I mean, what kind of heroes do you have? Because I felt that a lot of teams have done this quite well. I mean, we've seen the Lone Druid. Maybe if you want to throw in a Tide, you know, you have 2 targets you need to Doom. That seems to be the counter. It's like, make it hard for the Doom to win a fight just off dooming one person. And there you go. Even Faceless Void being picked up is something that you want to Doom. So essentially the Enigma
I thought you were
through.
right with the Silencer pick. I mean, you know, to me it makes sense.
Yeah, that was me.
I think Silencer would be a good pick. I thought it was James. Oh, I'm sorry, Bruno.
Oh.
I thought you were right with the Silencer pick, Bruno.
Thank you, Ted.
I'm just glad it got played and won a game, Ted. The Silencer went like 0 and 4 before it was played as support by Zai, who played it amazingly. But here we go. So we got our next round of bans coming in. Shiva, what do you like so far from both teams' lineup?
Well, I'm just surprised that NaVi let Cloud9 have what they're really comfortable with. It's expected, and I'm really hoping that they have got something in store, because so far it seems too safe. It seems like they're just going to play what they're comfortable with, not really playing against Cloud9, but playing their own game, which is of course important, but are they able to beat out the Doom and the Shadow Shaman? It is an incredibly strong duo already, and I'm kind of worried. I do like that NaVi ban out the Visage again, just to remove that Drow Visage combo that Cloud9 has been playing, but at the same time, I'm just still worried for NaVi this game.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. They can go anywhere, NaVi. That's the thing. It's like you've got 2 strong heroes, 2 strong ultimates. Both need to be doomed. You can go a lot of ways with the next pick. So that's really where we're going to see what NaVi are going to be able to do. But
NaVi obviously like prepared for this game because they've done the almost identical bans from game 1 in a lot of ways, and they've given away Cloud9 the same 2 hero opening. If Cloud9 want, they can third pick the Morphling again with Nagastar in the ban. If Cloud9 really want to, they have the exact same draft from game 1. They are switching it to the other side, and I doubt NaVi are going for the same thing, so Cloud9 may be going to have to react to that, but NaVi seem happy to give Cloud9 these picks.
Okay, I'm going to do a little bit of fan bait, and it's like, this is when you do some piece of analysis that's not real and it's not accurate, but you make it sound like it is.
That's what I've been doing the whole time, Bruno.
Good on you. But imagine this, you have the Doom, a target that you kind of want to initiate on, and if you can remove him from the fight from the beginning and you block him down, you kill him, it's good. You have a Shadow Shaman, a really weak hero. Maybe it's time to bring back the Pudge.
Potentially. I mean, there's no reason why not, but I mean, we now have a Tide Hunter in there as well, so that kind of ruined it.
Yeah, damn it.
But yeah, certainly you want to get the jump. That's what you, in terms of what you said, that's what I get from it. It's like, yeah, you want to get the jump, and just having that Faceless Void isn't enough right now. So we have to see.
There we go.
Oh, that's a dandy hero.
Yeah. Great with the Void. It's a Dendi hero which we want to see him playing in a match where it's elimination at stake. You don't want to be putting Dendi on something kind of passive in the mid lane. The Mirana can't even do that much.
Yeah, Mirana is still a high skill hero, but it's just not. It's not really Dendi, and it doesn't really scale well into the mid game. And a lot of times you want to see a lot of Dendi in the mid game. That really carries you through. And Cloud9, since they're on the dire side, are going to pick up the Templar Assassin. And that's certainly going to help them if they want to pick up Roche.
Also, an immediate response to Invoker matches up very well in the mid lane.
You know what I would love to see right now for NaVi? I would like to see the Tinker. So many spells that you can steal and make a difference. You can see. Did you say Tinker? I meant Rubik.
I was just thinking Rubik.
Yeah,
Karoki's Rubik is so legit.
Rubik, you can steal Ravage, you can steal the Wards, you can steal the Doom.
Yeah, it plays well with the Enigma in terms of the duo. Kuro will take the Rubik, and he is one of the best Rubiks. Really, you know, there's not too many people that can even challenge him for that position. I think Vanscore plays it absolutely amazingly as well, but certainly if Kuro gets his Rubik, there's a lot of good options here. And even if you know, still like Refraction or something, it's still pretty nice to keep your Rubik active in the fights, but we'll have to see.
If not Rubik, something like the Lich works well. I get the Chain Frost on top of the Chronosphere, and also your Invoker may need some help mid lane against TA. You want to also make sure that the same thing doesn't happen to Funnick in the off lane. So even just 1 or 2 denies in the off lane to help him out can make a big difference.
You mentioned something really good, which is there's a stat about Cloud9 that I find really interesting. Never ever they play dual mid. They always go with one solo mid hero. So if you help the Invoker with something else, you know that there won't be any support there for Cloud9 because that's not how they play.
Do you think Venom's going to maybe be, at least early game, pressuring the TA?
He could be. He could actually be a safe lane Invoker and a Venom mid.
Venom with the Void mid, like a dual lane mid.
Yeah, that could work as well.
It's a direct counter, the Venno is in terms of pick. It's really aimed at that TA. What it can do, the slow, and it can burn through refraction. But at the same time, you got Doom, you got Tide. These are people that get a lot of farm normally in the game, especially Tide on Dire because of the ancient stacks, that they can get a pretty early pipe. And that really does hurt your Venno. So it's interesting. I'm not sure where NaVi want to go with their final pick.
That is one way to play Venno, but the other way, if you think about the Enigma pick as well, you go Venno, you give him a little bit of farm in the early game, you get him to level 5, you get the Enigma to level 5, and worse than Eidolons, you can push towers so fast, and it's really, really hard to defend because you have 5 play wards and 5 Eidolons attacking. Look at Cloud9, aside from the Ether Shot. I mean, they have to commit the Tide Hunter. You force people to rotate to that lane, and if they don't, you get towers.
I'd really like NaVi to go for a center wall runner if they have a chance. We're lacking a Funnick hero. Potentially, he might play that Venomancer if they pull out a Fnatic type.
And the Faceless you can do.
Yeah, definitely as well. But a center, they've played it before, and they've played it, I think, twice before, and they've not lost with it yet. So I would really like to see them go for that one.
Any kind of advantage in movement and positioning is really big in these professional games. It's getting that first kind of step, that first move, and that better positioning.
Especially when you've got
helps.
heroes that need to get like Enigma that have to get in that position. And Venomancer can get in there and use his ult. Center Warner would definitely help out.
Yep.
Profit band.
So now we're missing the probably the carry player for Cloud9. Whatever Eternal Envy is going to be playing.
Well, they've got the Doom though.
Oh, okay.
So
It's the Bone 7.
It looks like an Envy Doom with a Tide off
Sorry.
lane.
Blah, blah, blah. Take 2.
I think they need another support. But NaVi did ban a carry, so there is the possibility of the Tide support, the Doom jungle.
Cloud9 did the Tide support. Didn't work for them in the past.
Yeah.
But yeah, support. This is a really good 5th pick because you can open pretty much choose whatever you want. You can even put that Doom on the offlane and get a carry player. You can put it in the carry, get an offlaner.
Yeah, I think it's quite likely an AUI jungle Doom because they see the Enigma pick and know NaVi are going to be running a greedy farming jungler. So they say, hey, look, they're doing it. Our lanes aren't going to be pressured. We can run a jungler ourselves, which is where AUI has played the Doom a couple times in the past. Then you pick up that Envy hero last and you have 4 carries farming. You've got to support Shadow Shaman, who also does a lot as a support. So I'd like Cloud9 draft if they actually picked up an Envy hero last.
Yep. And at the last minute of their picking time, go through. I wonder what through Eternal Envy have.
No,
it's a Chen.
AUI Chen.
It's an AUI Chen.
They can push towers really quickly.
Yep.
Shadow Shaman, Chen, Doom with a fast mech if they want. Or Chen probably going to build the mech, but this is going to be tough to fight into for NaVi. I think they need to get like another good kind of early to mid game hero, something that can counter push quite well with this last pick of theirs.
Yeah, and something that also plays the front line with Void as well, and maybe can have initiation. That's why I like the Centaur that Shiva mentioned. It's like if you can initiate with someone first instead of the Faceless Void, it can put them in a weird position where you can get a good chrono. If you're just worried about the Faceless Void jumping you and then chronoing, you often end up in a much better position. So, it's probably going to be well.
I want a Darkseer. Darkseer vacuum into everything.
It's a lot of ultis to rely on.
I mean, you still have the Surge, which makes people really hard to chase. It works against the Templar Assassin. You have the Iron Shell for a lot of helping the Faceless Void.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Look at it go.
They're happy with just the chrono, and they're set outside with it with every hero that can assist. So a lot of emphasis is going to be on the Faceless Void played by Hervos here in his initiations. We'll see what Dendi can also do on the Invoker if his mid lane even goes anywhere near as well, because he's up against the Templar Assassin of Sing Sing, which is pretty much a direct counter. But with maybe, well, actually, Funnick does take the Venomancer.
Yep.
They may do some lane switch-ups, like Hervos could even go off-lane on the Void. You could put Dendi safe lane, Funnick mid with Venom. Like, that's the thing with NaVi. They do have the individual skill to mix up these lanes.
Any kind of favourites for this match, Ted, based off what they've got?
I want this to go to game 3 because I want to see a game 3. Like I really do. You know, a 2-0. We've had quite a few 2-0s, haven't we? Like, a lot of games have gone like that.
Last 2 games were 2-0.
I'd like to see a game 3. I don't want to see either of those teams go home so early. So I'd like to see them get a 3rd game, both get another shot. So yeah.
Right, well, we'll see if NaVi can do it then. We're going to go into the 2nd game here. If NaVi lose, they're out. We'll send it over to our commentators. It's Toby and Synneret.
Thank you very much. We are here for game number 2 of NaVi versus Cloud9, where Syndra and Man, NaVi are staring down the barrel of not reaching their first TI final. They've been there every single time. It's been tradition.
They've been in this position before a couple of times, so they're probably the team I would expect having the highest chance of bouncing back. So if they don't, it just means that this year they were not the better team.
Yeah.
Because as far as pressure and experience goes, they are the best you can get. So I like their draft a lot in this game, actually, with how they've tried to approach Cloud9's draft and how they will be putting their lanes. I think overall this lineup for me, for NaVi, suits them a lot more than the previous one does. So it did.
Agreed.
They've still, it's a little bit different than what we usually see from them, I guess. Funnick Veno is something they've played a couple of times. It's not really a standard Funnick hero per se, but in this game I think it's going to work very well. And they have great synergy with their big teamfight ultimates. They have the late game, and more importantly for me, or one of the most important things in this game, is that they actually counterpick the TA. I feel like we see so many games where TA actually doesn't get countered. If you want to counter this hero, you need multiple instance damage that just removes refraction. They have the Eidolons, they have everything about Venomancer, they have Invoker with Forge Spirits, I'm assuming he will go Exalt, and they even have the Death Ward from Kuro. So a lot of ways of dealing with the TA. And this time around, Cloud9, when they're playing Envy on a position 1 Doom, I would consider this draft from Cloud9 way less scary to play against in the mid-late game than the previous one. So even if NaVi trade farm, I think they just have a better shot from the draft in this game.
Yeah, I agree. Man, NaVi's got everything they were really desiring. It's really nice strength in lanes. I also love the way they've approached their lanes. They've thrown Funnick as a Venomancer into the middle lane up against Sing Sing. Interesting to also watch his choice there with the Poison Sting going up against Sing Sing, while up on top lane, Havorce has to do it tough. He's going off lane up against Pilot Eye as well as Eternal Envy, but he knew he'd be having the melee Void up here, so life was a little bit simpler. And on bottom lane, Prone 7 is being harassed out by Kuro. Now the Witch Doctor has a real great time up against the Tunanda very early on. His base damage of 58, especially his range, is really, really nice, and he doesn't have to go boots first, just 305 movement speed, but it's enough to drop Bone 7 down to half of his life, especially when Bone 7 went Anchor Smash at his first level.
And so doesn't have a Stout Shield as well.
And doesn't have a Stout Shield. So he's dealing up with that, he's dealing up with the harassment, the potential bouncing cask, and then you've got Dendi, Mr. Exort build, which means you've got potential Sunstrikes coming in if maybe Havorce can get himself...
Kuro found Bone 7. He will tango out.
Just push him out of the trees.
Dendi's not able to help out just yet. He was level 1 on Invoker, one of the weakest level 1 heroes in the entire game. Not really got that good stats. He can only attack, can't actually level an active spell until level 2, and now he does. It's going to be the Sunstrike.
You should check out his build too. He started off with the Blades of Attack, realizing that CS is the most important thing to him when he's running this safe lane Invoker. He needs fast levels, he needs really good experience, and he needs to make sure if the Titan does come in range, he can at least hit with a level of pressure, which is a problem for Bone 7. Because right now, Bone 7 has still managed to find 3 levels on the offlane. Second point of Kraken Shell is up, and this is what's going to work out nicely. Actually, also look towards the middle lane. We've got an 8-0 Venomancer. Now he's running Plague Wards up to level 2. Now Sing Sing's going to be farming this up to the CS. Might be a little bit deceptive with this, but Sing Sing is still sitting at 17-0 here in the middle lane, making the most out of that bonus damage from the refraction.
Veno generally isn't that good against TA until he reaches a certain level threshold. At level 5 it gets a lot easier for him.
Funnick is not actually in a lot of trouble.
There's no gush though. I don't think they can actually even make this kill.
I don't think they can.
There's no perfect body block.
There's no slow. Yeah, body block is literally the only way that you can stop Funnick right now. And Funnick, okay, maybe with Aoi coming in with a troll trap, this should be the first blood. The courier actually dies first, and then Funnick will follow through. This is a disaster for NaVi. The only upside they can take from this is Bottle came in top lane. Havorce leaps himself away from Pilot Die. Not enough mana for a shock. Envy with the Scorcher, also not enough damage to kill off Void. Man, these lanes are meant to be working well for NaVi, but they've lost Courier at like the flat point. At least it's only Amelians who was down for, what, not as long, but still. Great start for Cloud9.
they shouldn't expect to win the mid lane very early on. If TA gets off a good block, she pretty much loses to almost no hero. The only one that really comes to mind to me that just flat out destroys TA in lane is the Razor. If you have the good starting block, even then you can still get a couple of CS. But Venno is going to get
top
strong
lane
soon.
There's your shackles again, holding him there.
He's gonna jump.
Yep. But they force it out. He's down to low life. He's already used his salve. He's got to go all the way back to base. This is Vost off the lane and not finding experience.
Now Funnick is going to get level 5 though. I'm going to put a lot of emphasis on this mid lane because NaVi have actually put this lane specifically to try to counter the TA, which they definitely haven't been successful with just yet. But when Venno hits level 5, the wards become a lot stronger, so Sing can't just one-shot them anymore. And he will be putting a lot of consistent harassment, being able to push
Kuro,
too.
bottom lane, Bone 7 is with the Cold Snap, the Sunstrike, it is available as well, but Kuro's low on life and Bone 7 trying to force the issue. He's still got 5 stick charges, but it's not enough damage, not with the restoration. Now the bouncing cast coming back, Sunstrike still available, Bone 7 turns in, Anchor Smash keep taking away all the damage here of NaVi, and the Sunstrike's on target, but Sal from Bone 7, he's going to deny himself to the neutral, cutting himself through, he's still going to live, 25 life points, the support's coming in, Funnick's looking for a kill, but Sing Sing's come up in Invoker, will keep picking him up, but Funnick now, he's going down to Sing Sing, back over, Danny needs to help, Nat, he's got enough life points, 29, regeneration room going to get balled up, he denied it, Danny actually denies the regeneration room there. So Sing Sing not getting the joy at the end of it, he hesitated to pick it up, it's right there, it was on his fingertips.
He got cold snapped actually, he was right next to it, and then he got mini stunned and the rune got destroyed by Dendi. Nice play there all around, pretty much. I'd still say just the early game laning stage easily favoring Cloud9 once again, similar to game number 1. I would say this time around NaVi have more to play around with, especially the Enigma that we haven't seen active just yet from Puppey. I think it's the right call here to not gank the lanes early on. The bottom lane should be self-sufficient, and Puppey should be able to just farm up a lot here. In mid lane with Funnick against the TA.
It's top
you know,
now.
it's unfortunate that the mid lane for Funnick went the way it did, since if the courier hadn't been killed, even if he gets first blooded, he will be okay.
I think another courier is about
he
to...
lost a lot of potential there, yeah.
The courier is going to survive for now because they waited for the jump in. Vost, he's still got 2 points up on the time walk, but the troll trap's going to be there. He leaps himself down and is actually completely away from them. But C9 will now force the T1 tower with the walk down, unless NaVi is going to rotate someone up here to help out of Vost.
Yeah, they're going to use the glyph for now. Envy doesn't have a creep yet, actually, so they don't have any aura to go with the Centaur aura, only that one, but this is still easily going to be enough. And I want to point out how much I love the Aura Venom pickup on Doom. I think it's a great choice when you're playing against a melee hero in lane, just to get the extra harassment in the slow, and they've been able to pressure Vost just that little bit more because of the Aura Venom pickup, and it's paying off. Here goes the tower. What level is Vost right now? He's level 5. So he's the same, slightly ahead of the Dire Tide, no pun intended. But yeah, it's overall I guess he's going to be okay with losing his tower now if he can find some farm, but still, when the Radiant and Dire offlanes are the same level, I would generally say the Dire offlane has got what he needs.
The difference between the C9 Dire offlane is the fact that you're able to run the Ancient stack with the Tidehunter because of obviously the way Anchor Smash as well as Kraken Shell now works. So Bone 7, when he wants to, he can just power level, and that's something which Vost doesn't have an option for. He is still meant to be that main man that jumps in with Chronospheres and makes the openings. So he needs to make sure that the other lanes like Dendi as well as Funnick really start to capitalize. And one person which I know we haven't even mentioned his name within the last almost 7 minutes is Puppey. He's there in the jungle, and he's almost level 7. We've forgotten about the Enigma, and I'm wondering if C9 has as well. You got Owies rotating around, did some nice work, ganked up in the lane, nicely done, but Puppey is still free farming and not being stopped.
At the very least, because of that, they're keeping up in experience, but slight concern here for NaVi fans is that Cloud9 are ahead by 3,000 gold with only 1 tower, and that's against the Enigma, who usually gets an economic advantage. Now, it is a little bit skewed because of Devour, so...
Yeah. Well, you got Devour and Midas, and now Vost, the Doom is on him, Pyla is right behind him as well. Is he going to shackle him as a mini body block, and then goes into the shackle? So Vost, no time jump away from this one with the shock damage. He knows he's dead, hides in the tree lines, but does go down. While the middle lane from NaVi, they're pushing. A lot of Plague Wars down here, and they're TPing in support Cloud9. They want to defend this one. Bone 7 arrives, but there is no Ravage available for this Tidehunter, and Enigma, Midnight Pulse, is already going to force most of C9 back here, and the Plague Wards keep the pressure up. They're converting, actually. Owie is taking it away, Puppey's conversions right now. but he's looking to keep the pressure on as well. Puppy's still got this black hole available, and Tidehunter, he's not cracking his level 6 from being here. And now
NaVi
Voss,
really
he's coming in
want
as
this
well.
lane.
There's
Here
your
we
jump
go.
in, there's your Chrono too. Howie as well as Bone 7. They focus down the Tidehunter, and he will go, oh, the guy's got to go down the head of God from Howie, keeps him up. Voss, he bailed out too early, and they didn't finish the job. Bone 7 still alive. Conversion, they're going to focus him to the Anchor Smash, taking away all the damage. They lock him in the tree line. They break it. Venomancer though, him through the rear. He kills off the Tidehunter. Then he's got the Chen as well. That's 4 for 3 on the board. Funnick gets a double kill. They take out the mid tower, and maybe they keep the pressure moving down mid. They don't have Chrono, however. This must be taken into account.
But since Dendy didn't rotate, he's actually doing some great damage in the bottom lane as well. So Cloud9 will probably have to deal with that issue as well. Else they're going to lose 2 towers for the price of none here. Great rotation from NaVi. Incredible how long that Tide stayed alive there with the Anchor Smash and 2 points in Kraken Shell. And speaking of Tide, he's going to get jumped here by Void. Instant time lock.
They brought in the support too. Gal's going to go on Bone 7. He's still not level 6. And remember, Danny is actually shackled up. Paradai holding in position to mean Sing Sing with a Melt Strike will have enough damage. Of course, he's got Leap in 2 seconds time, but Doom is now cast over him, so he cannot leap away. They need to help Mob Funnick. No Gal, he's got Plague Wars, throwing him down, try and slow down Eternal Envy. Maybe they can go for the not going to happen. Sing Sing right in his tail. The now Envy, Malefic's Galed as well. Conversion Army going to remove the refraction charges there of Sing Sing and Envy. He is still low on life. The bouncing casket. Cora, there's your Ravage, but it's merely a defensive one, and the bouncing casket's not allowing them to escape too easy. The damage is still coming in as they walk past the Plague Wards. Kuro's keeping up with them, but NaVi now Sunstrike. He actually picked him up. They gathered to make sure he would survive. Did he hit him only on the edge?
How did that only hit one hero?
I don't know.
That's unbelievable.
They literally like try to be birds of a feather. They
That's the
together.
perfect snipe out of Dendy. Really well done.
That's so going to be a T1 tower too.
The reason I was laughing at the Ravage, it wasn't a bad Ravage. You hit 3 heroes. It was just so anticlimactic. It's like, wow, you hit 3 heroes with the Ravage, and then they just...
He's been waiting 2.5 minutes to get the Ravage in the middle lane. He's like, I don't have enough experience. Bottom lane started. I didn't have enough experience. I get it, and space created.
It was a disengaged Ravage, but I don't actually think Cloud9 needed it. They had Psionic Traps, and it didn't look like NaVi were advancing that much with their movement, so... Maybe Bone 7 thought they could get a counter initiate, or he just saw, oh, many heroes, better use my ultimate. But at the end of the day, NaVi get 1 kill out of it. They do secure the tower as well down here, so
they're also going to be able to push harder. Puppy's got the mech flying out, and they might be able to
gets spotted out.
Void jumps up, he's thinking about the Chrono he's got to. He actually stopped Pilot Eye, the Sunstrike. There's not enough damage to kill off Owie, but Funnick from the low ground can do it a Force. Hex up and out, your Black Hole. They got Bone 7 and Koro. The combination with a ward. They brought down 1 Pilot Eye to a boss. Bone 7, Koro. He just looks at it go! All over Sing Sing now! He's the last one left alive! Time lock on Sing Sing too! Kuro with a double kill! He wants to finish him! The refraction charge is 1 defense! He goes in for a Sentry Ward down to Boss! Strike really hitting him hard! The Meg charge! There it is from Puppy! He jumps away from the Tomato Smasher! And they're coming close from the Tier 2 tower! Kuro get rid of that hell there! As the Tier 2 tower will be forced out, there's a Wild Wing in the neighborhood as well. He'll see it, and now they're going to TP out, in fact. Let the Tier 2 tower go. They force fortification, and Denny is forcing the Tier 1 tower top lane.
Such a high value play there coming out from NaVi. It's not just about winning the fight, it's about the fact that, again, Dendy isn't there. He's top lane, he's almost getting a Tier 1. They got a 4-for-1 trade, they put a lot of pressure on C9, and now that Ravage Bone 7 didn't have there really ends up costing them. NaVi just taking as much advantage of the situation as they can, really pushing Cloud9 to their limits right now, and with this top Tier 1 tower going down as well, Dendy will try to secure it here. No deny for Cloud9. 9 for 5.
Man, this is when NaVi is at their most dangerous. Hexo begging from Pilot Eye. Where's his shackles? It's going to be there. Forge Spirits will turn on Shadow Shaman, and the Doom will go as well. Now, Pilot Eye, he's at -6 armor. A turnaround here from Denny can actually kill off Pilot Eye. At the same time, Plague Ward Gale. Pilot Eye, you can't survive that. And now maybe Vavos, no Chrono. He's not close to Eternal Envy, but there's your denial. Venomancer was waiting for it to tick out. Chen also really on low life. It looks like Kuro was playing around with him. He let off the ultimate. Almost killed off Owie. 24 life points on this guy. It's almost worth a buyback to Sunstrike. But he's not going to.
If Dendy buys back, I think Owie takes a different path in the stream.
It will be a big flag, man. It will be a big flag. Man, but NaVi, they're going to be really up now. They go, okay, you got a really, really good fight in the bottom lane. You're finding pickups, you're getting escapes, you're getting denials on your own heroes. So C9 aren't getting everything they really want to do. And NaVi are they're very much like C9 as far as emotions go. When they're high, you're moving really fast, you're moving really forward, and you've got confidence to make really big plays. And when they're down, you doubt yourself. You still play good Dota, but you doubt your movement if you should jump in or not. And that's something you can't really afford to do when you also get like a tight Ravage. You can't wait. Yeah, he's
gets scouted out here by Midnight Pulse. Chrono.
It's going to be committed right now up on that top lane. Eternal Envy. He will go down. There's hell coming in from Pylai Die though. He hacks up a board, shackles him too.
Oh, he lives.
That poison though. That poison's sticking him out, but the Scorch is keeping him alive. They can't finish the job. Envy being sent back to base right now, and he's home. In fact, he's home twice. He got sent back in the TP. But Void goes down for that one.
At the same time, NaVi do get the kill on the Tidehunter though, so this is going to open up the map a little bit. They'll be putting more pressure on the mid lane with Dendy's Invoker here. It's quite amazing. This is really reminding me of how IG tend to play their Invoker when it's on Luo. He's just farming a side lane. He's always got the global presence with the Sunstrike and keeps pressuring towers with the Forge Spirits, and then when he does need to be a part of the fight, he will join in. But for now, NaVi have been managing to take these fights with only the Sunstrike from the Invoker coming in bottom lane. This cask is not going to bounce to anything as that is a siege creep, so Envy will be all right.
I think Puppey also realized
here with the Doom.
I realized Puppey wasn't really ready to fight too. He's got his Soul Ring, so if he wants to, you know, that probably won't be enough for his Black Hole. But with the combination of just those two is enough.
Yeah, Death Ward is ready. Now Void joining the fight as well. Want to point out how interesting it is to see Vost in that off-lane faceless Void position, by the way. The way NaVi have chosen to put their lanes and distribute their roles in this game has worked out great for them. He's doing a wonderful job on the position 3 faceless Void in this game so far. Gonna get a tower for his troubles.
It's on a Vost.
Probably gonna die for it though. But
look at the Meld Strike coming out from Sing Sing with the bouncing cast. The Mech Charge will keep him alive, but now Witch Doctor. He's just trying to make some space for the ultimate. Pylai has to hex him up. Sing Sing. He's coming in deep. Puppey still not enough mana for his ultimate. Slow and live. Kuro gonna be looking for the denial. He leads himself away. Where's your backstroke damage down the shackles of Pylai Die? Trying to hold him there next to Mass Serpent Wards, and that's giving me a kill already. Top lane is still being forced out by Funnick. He's just still up here pushing the lane. And what's really lost here? You lose Enigma. Denny is in no man's land, TPing himself out to safety, right between Aoi as well as Sing Sing. And maybe the trade-off is going to be for Roshan, but Funnick is still going to take this tower. Envy cannot defend the tier 2.
NaVi are really taking a lot of advantage of the fact that C9's lineup isn't the best fighting lineup right now, unless if they get a good Ravage. Chen's pressure hasn't really been that big in this game. They managed to secure a tower early on, which was great, but apart from that, there's no Blink Dagger and the Shadow Shaman to initiate the fights. They generally go for their plays when Doom is on cooldown or when there's no big opening for the Doom or the Ravage here.
He's thinking about it. He's going to get gushed up. He's still going to sleep away, but he doesn't want to have to use that now because he knows they're going for Roshan. It's at half-life, so Denny's going to send his little Necro unit in. That poor little melee warrior makes his way in, and now, in fact, the other one turns on him. The Archer belongs to Aoi 2000 now. Then he has a battle of his own little minions.
I would have liked to see that one-on-one play out.
I like to. He takes his own money because he kills it off. He just earned 100 gold.
This is a 16-minute Aghanim Scepter on Funnick. He's getting close to level 11 as well. NaVi has taken great control of the map in this game, and if they can keep up this amount of pressure, they will easily be taking the tier 2 mid very soon and perhaps transitioning into Roche. And the pressure is so much on Cloud9 right now because any failed Ravage or any bad Doom, and I just don't know if they can take the team fights anymore. Once again, the Chen's pressure isn't really there. No mech available yet, even for Aoi 16 minutes in. Shadow Shaman has been making a couple of plays here and there, but Cloud9 realized that they just can't teamfight right now, the way things are looking.
Oh, Bone 7 might be in a little bit of trouble. Kuro's going to find him. The main one they're looking at, though, is the fact that Aoi is right on top of the Observer Ward, so he's considering bringing that one down. They'll get rid of at least his Satyr, and there's a Wild Wing also running out of here. While Funnick just keeps the eyes of Cloud9 split between the lanes. You've also got Pylai Die. He can't TP out. It's 15 seconds still on cooldown now on the bottom lane. Horst is right next to him. He's going to start bashing him in the tree line. There's no way out. He's locked in by a chicken. And now, gone. Dead on the bottom lane. And Horst also ended up having his Mask of Madness flying in at the same time. So next Chronosphere, we're going to have a very fast attacking Faceless Void. Not to mention that level 2 Necro Book is rapidly approaching for NaVi.
I'm curious to see what approach NaVi takes now. So the role distribution has made a lot of sense to get to this stage, but when they want to break high ground, they don't really have a carry yet. So Dendi can do a lot of damage with the summons, of course, and they do have the Eidolons, but if they don't manage to transition well into late game and get Vos to be a strong carry here, Navi's late game is actually kind of underwhelming. Veno can be good, but you can counter Poison Nova pretty heavily with the BKB, and Invoker, same story. So when Cloud9 start getting BKBs up on the Templar Assassin as well as the Doom, I think they definitely have a fighting chance, but...
By the time they have those, though, you're probably going to be seeing a Blink Dagger over on Puppy, because he's about to finish his own BKB, which is going to make the Ravage very much inert up against the Enigma. And then what are you going to do? You're going to keep casting Doom over on the Enigma every single fight? You do that, you free up every core of NaVi to do whatever they want.
That might be what they have to do, actually. Oh, this is a big item pickup at the right time coming in from Cloud9. This is...
Did he sell for that
This
too?
is the play they have to go for.
He goes on Pylai, die, the Shadow Shaman, no one mass Serpent's here, now the Ravage will go. It hits on almost all of NaVi, they focus steady, the backline's make charge, almost up to keep him alive, and now the Witch Hunter on from Koro, he's looking for the Oli there, Polly, but the Doombringer will have to actually cast his ultimate over on him, but he's just held in position, the time lock from a loss. He goes down, but the agency model will bring him back to life again. Sing forced to buy back here if they want to defend their high ground. There's a Vorce is alive, Puppy has soaked up the entire Doom, and now they move towards the front lines. One Wild Wing sacrificing himself to buy an extra second there for C9. But the fortification also must be used here as C9's tier 3 tower is under siege.
Kuro's death wards in this game have been amazing. He always gets a long channel on them, always hits relevant targets every single time, and because of that, Navi's going to claim another fight here. Bone 7 going in.
He doesn't have Ravage though. This jump in, maybe not great. Pylai die, time locked with the bouncing sun with the conversion behind him. He'll get the Mass Serpent wards off. Of course, he's locked in for 6 seconds. They didn't find him out, and they do so. They get rid of the wards. Even the nuke from Chen, not enough. And Sing, he keeps getting attacked by all these plague wards. He's only got one charge of defense and refraction left. And they bring down the range rags here, Navi. Any advantage they can take, they'll get it. Bone 7 in, takes away the damage. Puppy actually helping off Maleficent over on Sing. And the boss time lock, Sunstrike is walking into it. Invoker will take the kill, Dendi on the mark. And Envy back to front lines, and there's your black hole. Oh, Bone 7, he's trying to drag back Eternal Envy, and it will be in time, it is! Pulls him out, but Bone 7's still gone, and the melee racks will follow directly after. Sing dead for 50 seconds. The only thing that's protecting them is that their top racks, tier 2 tower is still up, but the bottom potentially rotation. But NaVi without the Aegis model, without the hole, without the death ward, actually they have that back up again, they may as well back up.
NaVi have done such a great job in this game at punishing the greed from Cloud9. When we look back on how this game developed and how the laning stage started out, it makes me wonder if going for the Midas in this particular game on the TA was the right call. They went for Midas on Doom and TA, so going for a very greedy approach in towards the mid game. And NaVi has a lineup that you can just see what they want to do. Yep. They want to push with the Eidolons, they want to push with the Plague Wards, with the Forge Spirits from Dendi, and then they build for items that aren't effective yet. The Midases haven't paid for themselves until you get to this about 20-minute point. So NaVi, that 4,000 gold that Cloud9 have spent into items that are not giving them any value in direct fighting, direct engagements, just means NaVi have so much more to play around with in the fights. I would say Dendi's Midas has easily been worth way more than the other Midases.
He's so far up, Envy! He actually blinked himself out to fight that one. And Voss just drops the chrono down. The Deafening Blast from Dendi will get the kill. But what's more risky is they're about to come up. Okay, Chrono's down, Black Hole's down, but Koro's sitting there with an Aghanim Scepter ultimate. If C9 come into this and they do not have a stun to stop Koro, that ulti is just going to shred them apart while their ranks goes down. And they're looking to have a crack here.
Notice Navi's positioning, they don't care about it.
Goes all 5 heroes, but they really don't care. Venom throws the ultimate out, the Mass Serpent wants it down, they use the Chen ultimate for the Witch Doctor. Koro,
oh my god!
They just evaporate. GG! GG, 21 minutes in. And NaVi hit back here in game number 2 and forces to a decider. Who will be the first team eliminated from the International 4 main event? NaVi or Cloud9? It's going to come down to one game, Sind.
Fantastic game from NaVi. For me, the standout performance in this game is Kuroki on that Witch Doctor. Just amazing ultimates. The casts were on point the whole game. And even though the early game for NaVi was looking a little bit grim, the greed from C9 really gets punished. They drafted a lineup that didn't fight into that well. Going for the Midases, I think, turned out to be a pretty big mistake.
Man, we've had 2 opposite games. C9 were looking great in game number 1 and NaVi looked shaky. And we just switched it around for game number 2. For game number 3, who knows what we've got in store. But we'll take it back to the panel while we wait for game 3.
There we have it. NaVi going to be the winners to tie this one up at a 1-1 series. Welcome back to the panel. It's tense in here.
What a game.
Yeah,
that was incredible.
That's the Navi that people want to see. I mean, fighting, battle pack, all the way.
Yeah, it started off okay for him. I have to say that in terms of like switching their lanes up, that was nice. But definitely the farm was naturally going over in favor of C9 when you have like a TA mid, etc. He was like Sing Sing did very well, but item choices, as Cinderin mentioned, you know, those Midases and the blinks on your cores don't necessarily help when NaVi walk up to your towers. You know, Kuro, he was Cinderin's kind of MVP. I definitely think so. But I think really the hero that made the difference was the Venomancer.
Yes.
Played by Funnick. That hero, if you didn't have that in the lineup, that was a direct pick against the TA from Sing Sing. It worked so well for him with the rest of the lineup. It brought him so much time, and it made the engagement for Sing Sing to get in the team fight and do what a TA should be able to do, which is just, you know, clean people out, impossible.
Yeah,
when it got to base.
Funnick even struggled a bit. Like, his laning wasn't that good. He got ganked. He was having a rough time. He lost the courier. By no means was it a good game for Funnick. His endgame score looks fine. Looks like he had a solid game, but his early game was a big struggle. That's where Cloud9 probably got off to a good start. Thought they could get away with going these Midases, and in the end, they never finished the BKBs. They couldn't get to the status where both Doom as well as Templar Assassin and BKB. I think Sing Sing will be regretting getting that Blink Dagger. It didn't work out too well for him. Didn't really offer enough. You can't be blinking and fighting against Enigma, Invoker spells. Like this lineup, you can't blink into.
Even if you try and blink into the Veno, he can walk you off as long as he hits a Gale, and then actually you will go down, you know, at the back of the fight. There won't be any support, and you would rely heavily on your Chen to keep your health, you know, up. So it wasn't easy for Sing Sing by any means, but his laning phase was great. His last hits were fantastic, but just didn't go the way that he wanted it to the whole game.
Yeah, the Venomancer just being able to stand 1v2 when he was pushing that top tower against the Shadow Shaman and a Doom. And it's only one hero with a Doom that had his ultimate off cooldown and Shadow Shaman that can double chain stun you. They couldn't do it just because there were always 7 wards and the possibility of a rotation, always something to happen. And the GG call at the end came at the right time, because you were talking about those Blink Daggers. What do Blink Daggers do for you when the ultimate from Witch Doctor immediately disabled your whole team?
I mean, it's okay, like it could work if the game panned out differently in the mid game, but it just, you know, you see Navi's strategy, what they want to do, and then the supports of Navi were just getting so much more in terms of experience and gold. You know, you can say that the Venomancer was a support, but like literally, I think every support of Navi was around level 11 going into the final engagements plus, and then every support of the other team, Cloud9, were like level 8 and 9, and they actually finish off on 8 and 9. So it's a big difference. You know, level 2 Ravage is going to help. That's where you need your Blink Dagger on that offlaner, but everyone else, it's like, you know, you don't have the health pool, you don't have, you know, even if you had like one more point in your ulti, sure, that helps, but it's just how squishy you can be to even Veno wards.
Yes. I think a lot of the problems go back to the draft as well. Cloud9 drafted to try and counter Navi's lanes. They picked the TA to kind of counter the Invoker. The problem was they didn't have flexible lanes. As soon as Navi see that TA pick, they're like, well, we just put Invoker safe lane. We put the Venom mid. We put the Havos Faceless Void in the off lane. The fact they could mix around their players, send them to different lanes. Navi had the optimal laning, and it's not like Cloud9 could have even changed their lanes. You want the TA versus Invoker, you're not putting TA in the off lane. That just isn't going to work out well for you. So the fact, I think Cloud9 kind of just drafted themselves into a corner. The only way this was ever going to go well for them was if Navi did those vanilla lanes where they put the Invoker mid, he loses versus a TA. They put Funnick in the off lane on whatever it may be. They put Havos in a safe lane, Faceless Void. Then Cloud9 drafts was great, but all it took was one little lane switch and Navi have the edge.
Yeah, Bone7 had a really tough game. He could not really get anything done on that off lane. He turned level 6 really late, and when he got it, he instantly blew his Ravage and didn't actually get anything off the back of it. And couldn't really, like, he had some good Ravages, don't get me wrong, but by that time it might have been already too late because he needed to have a bigger impact earlier on in the game. It was just really tough overall.
And the guy that actually did have an impact was Kuroki with that last 5th pick on the Witch Doctor made things happen. We'll have a replay where there's a fight that C9 tries to engage Navi at the Roche pit. Look at it go.
Hopefully. Yes.
Trust production, Bruno. Trust production. Don't worry. But yeah, this is a hugely important fight, and Havost, I was a bit worried when they picked this with no kind of real support, but it was everyone else's kind of like artillery to the Chrono. So he opens up a Chrono, they get the Sunstrike. We have an amazing Kuro just ripping through people with Puppey, and they play as a duo here. And it's the full duration. Like, how often do you see a full duration Witch Doctor ultimate?
Well, the problem is that there are only two heroes that can stop him. The Shadow Shaman, that if he gets close, he dies before he can actually disable. And the Doom that has to either use the Doom or the level death. But again, with the Chronosphere, no chance to even use those spells.
Yeah. Chronosphere and Black Hole just created all this space zoning as well, and with both those spells being laid down somewhere in the fight, what's left to do with a Witch Doctor? You don't really look at that here and think, oh, I'm going to worry about him in team fight, especially until he has like an Ag Scepter, but he got the farm. He had the Ag Scepter for the last few fights, and even without it, that Death Ward did a lot of damage.
Yeah, and even though Havost didn't really have a lot of farm, his Chronosphere set up for the wombo combos, as they call it, for both Puppey and Kuroki, it was all they needed. Just that team fight was all they really needed, and they were able to win off those team fights.
All right, well, the players going to be heading back into their pods, and both of them very tense this next game, just for both of them. It's like, you lose this, you're out of the International. NaVi have never been out of the International this early. They've been to the Grand Finals every single time, and Cloud9, this is what they've worked so hard for the whole year to be able to be here, so a big match for them. But before we get back into maybe the serious match ahead, and we'll let the guys kind of relax in their booths and get ready, we can also relax because we're going to go see Casey, who's been meeting a lot of people around here in the stadium, and I believe there's some cosplayers have turned up.
Talk to me about your costume.
So this is the Lena Ember Crane set. My friend gave it to me, and I just fell in love with it, and I had to cosplay it.
How long did this take to put together?
So this took about 2 months on and off, like while when I had some time off from uni. So yeah.
So I decided not to do the armor, just do like a casual version of Drow. And she wears like a lot of leather, and I feel she's kind of, I don't know, punkish. So I went with black, and it's really a lot more comfortable than wearing the armor.
Do you think that Dota kind of brings a lot of people together? Because you guys have never met, but I'll bet if I forced you to have lunch together, you'd all get along pretty well.
It's nice being able to talk to somebody about some interest and hobbies that we do have, and it's not like people are like, oh, what?
Right, in Latvia, we don't have a lot of people that got into the Dota scene. They're starting to pick it up now since, you know, all these big events going on, but it's generally nice to like have all these people around us playing Dota where it's not so popular in our hometown.
Yeah.
So glad. I'm so glad that I came.
See, so now do you have a whole new appreciation?
Yeah, unless he doesn't play too much and he does the studying more.
Come on, Mom. Come on.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy, yeah.
So you're telling me, had you ever heard of Dota 2 before you worked this event?
No.
And now that you've seen it, you're actually really excited about it.
Bored, I love it. It's so fun.
Nice to meet you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, it's certainly been a great event here for spectators, and it's been really nice when we get the chance to meet people on the floor who have turned up and the participants, and hopefully we get to do that a little bit later as well. But back to the game at hand, both teams have now stepped back into the pod. A smaller break between the first two games as we go into game number 3. It's Cloud9 that are looking to adjust, I guess, but I don't feel that anybody either team feel like, even off a loss, like, oh, okay, this team is better than us. I think a lot of it comes down to, can we play the better game here and now? That's really what it comes down to. So who's going to come into game 3? What they're going to bring?
I think this is the point where draft doesn't matter anymore. Strategy, all you studied, it's completely worthless. You just put the two teams there, and whoever is the better team is going to win. It's just who can outplay the other.
I think it's the opposite. Draft is everything, I think.
No,
draft and strategy is all that matters here in game 3.
That's great for most of the games, but now it's all about who can execute better. You can have the worst draft, and even just like because you were the better team, you go ahead.
Yeah, I think the drafts were fairly even in terms of both could win in both games. And in that part, I agree with Bruno, because I'm expecting the same thing for this match as well, that the drafts will be fairly even. Both will be needing to out-strategize the other, and it's really going to be about outplaying each other and seeing who's the best to win. NaVi, of course, they just came off a win, and God's talked earlier today about how important it is to get that ball rolling. Once NaVi is in momentum, they go all the way, and they might have had a shaky start, but they ended with a bang. So this last game, they could just be the game that God said could take them all the way. Oh my God, the countdown.
Yes, it is the countdown, which means it's time for the next game.
Cloud9 versus NaVi. Game 3.
Players will be loading into the game and getting the draft on the way, and we'll join them in just a moment. But yeah, it's, for me, I would agree, it's really about, like, well, I'd say early momentum in the games, you know, which can come down to the draft, because last game, NaVi played it so well. Whenever there was like a Doom used to pick up an off-laner, that Cloud9 would use their Doom to pick up an off-laner, NaVi were very quick to respond and be like, well, okay, we're going to put pressure on your mid-tower. And I think it's what these teams are going to take their drafts and use as their advantage in the early stages of the game, outside of maybe like an invisibility rune, but actually their early rotations and their early advantages, it's going to set the pace. So you want to be the team setting the pace, and last game it was definitely NaVi. They were able to get their towers and stand as 5. The game before that, NaVi were trying to get onto top of towers, but they weren't able to do anything, which allowed Cloud9 to pick up all the gold that they wanted across the map and an experience lead, which really did hurt NaVi. So the early stages of this game are going to be massive for these two, because that momentum, you know, we talk about it in the tournament, you could go far even if you win this matchup, but even in the game, it could be big. And
okay, NaVi is shaking it around a little bit right now, because of course, naturally, we still see the Doom as the first pick from Cloud9. NaVi proving once and once again they're not scared of that hero, but they do get to steal the Shadow Shaman, and they bring the Brewmaster, a hero that I love on Dendi, because after the new change in the Aghanim Scepter, well, not that new anymore, but after the Axe Scepter allows you to use your skills on the Pandas, it requires such a high skill cap, and if there's a player that can do that, that's Dendi.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And combining with the Shadow Shaman, once he gets some levels, you get that Blink Dagger on Brewmaster, you blinking, you get a kill, place the wards, take down tower next, and so forth. So I think NaVi can take an early advantage if they have the lanes in their favor.
Well, they've got two counters to Brewmaster here, Gods. There's the silence from the Skyref and the silence from the Doom. NaVi will be expecting this to come out. Maybe Cloud9, even by picking these counters to Brewmaster, might play into the NaVi's favor, but they're just too strong heroes. How does this work for you?
I mean, it does kind of give Brewmaster a rough time, but if NaVi get the good early game that they want to snowball, like you start dropping wards at towers, you can't run into the wards to try and engage on the Brewmaster necessarily. So for NaVi, I think the key thing is going to be less so the fact that Brew's getting kind of countered by some of these picks, is to make sure they have other core heroes that can have a high impact. Get Funnick on a hero on the off lane, that's not going to get zoned out. Go back to game 1, he was level 1 like 5 minutes into the game, had no CS, nothing at all, and I think you need to make sure you pick an off laner for the dire side that can not get completely zoned out, that doesn't get destroyed by whatever Cloud9 have, because Skywrath Mage, one of those supports which can zone heroes out very well.
And this also is kind of telling for NaVi, because getting that Brewmaster there probably implies that we're not going to see a faceless Void, because the synergy from those heroes is not that evident. You only have one of the Pandas that can right-click from outside the Chronosphere, that is the Wind Panda. The other two, you can still have a lot of team fight, but they just do not mix and match so well. Maybe we'll see again a Razor for Hubos, which they've tried over and over before getting into the main event.
Yeah, it's still a strong pickup.
If there's one thing they picked up from yesterday, maybe it's that Lifestealer is still a very good hero. It's one of Havos's most well-known heroes. It suits the kind of Shadow Shaman Brewmaster draft that wants to take towers, because Lifesteal with Rage can very safely siege towers, back off when the Rage is about to wear off, back off, and he's pretty good against Skywrath Mage as well as Doom as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Lifestealer thrives on low armor heroes. Doom, 0 armor. Skywrath Mage, 1 armor?
Yeah, 1.
It's going to be paper for them. If you saw the Lifestealer that Newbie played yesterday, he was 3-shotting heroes, 2-shotting Skywrath Mage. That can get scary. But
that's even with like just an armlet and also a Deso. And yeah, we're going to see another team later, because also, I believe Rabbit from LGD also have been picking Lifestealer on him. So definitely a hero that could be a potential threat here for Cloud9 if NaVi decide to go that way. And we've seen Lifestealer played by Havos many times, but it was much more popular back in the day.
What do you think of Cloud9 banning the Invoker? Because you see Brewmaster, and we all jumped into the conclusion that it's going to be...
It could be off lane as well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, Brewmaster has a high HP pool. If you're not looking for it to be like needing a Blink Dagger so early on, you could, but it's not easy to play maybe off lane, because really you want the Brewmaster. The idea is get your Blink Dagger and get the early fights going in your favor, and off the back of those fights maybe take the towers down. So yeah, they've ban the Invoker, so still worried about that. But also you can still put the Invoker on the safe lane. It did work out for him, and Dendi just getting that Midas and also Necrobook is a big threat. NaVi going to go for the Nature's Prophet.
I like it's an offlaner that can always do something in the offlane. And if once he kind of gets his levels, he can go back to the jungle trees, can block pulls, can scatter heroes, so you can either guarantee yourself experience or that you're not going to get ganked, that you can fall back to the jungle. So it's a good offlane to put Funnick on. Not his best hero by any means, but it's still a good hero to have there in that dire offlane. So to me, NaVi thought out this draft well. A lot of pushing power with Nature's Prophet as well as Shadow Shaman combined on top of that.
Okay, I'm going to say, and no flap here, I think NaVi is not good at split pushing.
I fully agree.
I don't think the team is actually good at split pushing like Alliances and like some other tiers that can create space. Even Fnatic, another hero a team that can do split pushing by using the Wisp. NaVi, every time you give Nature's Prophet to Fnatic, it's really good because you will get a lot of rotations to your safe lane to try and get kills early. But as split pushing later on, I'm not impressed.
That's where NaVi, I think they want to try and in this game, or at least get a really big advantage between the 20 to 30 minute mark. When they get the Shadow Shaman Serpent Wards up, how fast Shadow Shaman hits level 6 this game is going to be crucial, and they get a Death Prophet. They're going kind of all in with this. Like, this is going to be a, well, maybe Havos Brewmaster in the safe lane. But
it can work. It's like, you know, what really can the Doom offer too much in the early game? Skywrath is squishy if you can get on that target, and certainly if you can get your Brewmaster ulti off, you can. You know, even if the Brewmaster ulti is just used to zone people, which is perfectly fine, your Death Prophet is going to be doing the damage you need to the towers. And then Ember as well. Ember likes to fight, but you need to be ready to fight. And normally Ember, I feel, you know, really gets strong in that mid game after at least, like, I would even say in this game, I'd be like, okay, I've got my phase boots, bracers, and, you know, bottle. That's really what you're going to have to fight with when that Death Prophet comes to your towers, and you need to be ready. So this is a lot of pressure on Sing Sing. He's going to have to make these moments really count in the early to mid game.
It also gives an extra Doom target to Cloud9 where they have to choose, do you want to deal with the Death Prophet or with the Brewmaster? And on top of that, you might just be too late with the Death Prophet. Once he has his ulti out, you can't really do anything anymore. You can't even fight. You can use the Doom on Brew, but
yeah, but
probably won't kill
the
him.
Death Prophet is going to be so safe, because to be able to Doom the Death Prophet, you're going to have Blink on your Doom, because the Death Prophet will just sit really far back, and when she wants to use Exorcism, it's easily done. And then the Brewmaster is free reign, even if you do Doom the Death Prophet. So most likely going to be the Doom on the Brewmaster. We're going to have a Clockwork here for Cloud9. This will disrupt some of the push. I don't know, it feels risky. It hasn't been an overly successful hero by any means.
It does pretty well against Nature's Prophet one-on-one. He will be able to get farm. If you get a Stout Shield, then suddenly those treants don't do much damage to you. And if for whatever reason you encountered Nature's Prophet isolated, you can probably get a kill or two using the Battery Assault and the Cogs. But having said that, Clockwork is also a really, really good hero when you're playing on LAN, because that hook shot, you depend on LAN so much because it's such a fast skill that here on 0 ping might be the hook that wins the game.
Yeah, but it also combos well, very combos with the Skywrath Mage very well. Yeah. And there's not a lot of movement abilities on the team. You know, you might actually see the Nature's Prophet, you know, think about getting a 4-staff just to be maybe save himself from the combo, which is, you know, getting cogged and also taking the Skywrath Mage ulti, or also just helping someone else out. And that could be nice, but whether or not it's going to pay off for Cloud9.
A game like this, all about the push. It's where, Prophet wants to go 4-staff, Mech, Necrobook. You're not going to be seeing these, like, I don't think we're going to see a Maelstrom on Funnick. Maybe if they realize the game's not going well and they got a split push, it's their way back in, he goes for that kind of a build, but otherwise, all about the team fight, and all about getting this utility right now, because staying alive when they're pushing is going to be the key thing. For Cloud9, it's trying to engage outside their towers, burst down a hero like Shadow Shaman before the Serpent Wards come out, Death Prophet before Exorcism cards. They have to take out a key hero before they use their ultimate. But if NaVi get off their Primal Split, get off Exorcism, get the wards down, you're not defending that tower, you're not taking that fight. So there's very little room for error with Cloud9's execution this game, which is kind of the worry for Cloud9.
I love the 5th balance from both the teams. Earthshaker just is a hero that can stop the deadly push. Like when you go back, you get a Fissure, and then suddenly Cloud9 can engage you. The Ember Spirit can just slide a fist on you, and the Dazzle. If NaVi has the Dazzle, this push potential can go forever and ever. You can always keep healing the treants, healing everyone that's around you and just keep going until you raise really fast.
And it just removes the combo, you know, in terms of, you know, if someone gets caught in cogs from the clockwork, you just, you know, save them, Shadow Grave, and then your combo's done. You need to get the kill. So these two last bans, really, really good from both teams. And NaVi taking a little time on their final pick.
Actually, they could still go for a hero that does the same thing that Dazzle does. Shadow Demon, for example, would be able to save someone from the cogs, from the Mystic Flare as well, from the Skywrath Mage. And a hero that can help them consist their push would really help. And aggressive is nice too, Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, they need some killing power as well, and that's certainly going to be what they need. So Ancient Apparition.
I think they should have picked Earth Spirit. Unfortunately, that hero is not on the game right now. But if you think about it for a second, maybe eventually it will be. The ability to move things around is kind of like Clockwork's Doom as well. Anyways,
well,
maybe TI5. Maybe
it does well against Clockwork, so.
On a bounty.
We get another Pylai Die support bounty, perhaps. It was...
Couriers beware.
Yeah.
No, this can definitely work out. Any team fights that go in their favor with 1-2 tracks, it really can snowball. And they certainly have the killing potential, Cloud9, with their lineup. You've got the Doom and the Ember can put out a huge amount of damage, and then you've got a really nice combo with the Clockwork and also Skywrath Mage. The bounty, getting vision against a pushing team is really nice, because if you know where one of them are, as you know, just if you can find any one of them and just send out a track, you pretty much know where the team's looking to rotate, and you can prepare, and you can just get a little bit more farm on your cores before they have to get into position to defend.
A lot of pressure on Pylai Die though. Just gonna say that.
It is a lot of pressure, yeah, but they don't. I mean, it's really about him up against the Shadow Shaman. If the Shadow Shaman plays well, he can really lock down Pylai Die and remove him from the game in terms of dusts and wards. But we'll have to see. It sounds like they're loading in. Communications going across. So biggest game of their careers here to get through, especially for Cloud9. They want to continue. We'll send it over to the commentators. It's Toby and Synderen.
Thank you very much. We are directly into the action right now. Myself, Toby1, as well as Synderen. We are your non-biased commentary. Synderen, I have a little, if I had a NaVi flag right now, I'd probably be waving it. I'm loving what these guys did in game number 2. And with their lineup here in game number 3, they're showing they want to push, they want to fight, and they want to be up in C9's face.
Bad bias, Toby.
I'm sorry.
Bad Toby, yeah. So going into this game as looking at Cloud9's lineup is what I want to point out first, is that they got the opening that they're always looking for. They got the first pick Doom. And what I'm worried for them right from the get-go in this game is that when you saw how the previous game went with how NaVi played, they were like, this is actually a pretty good recipe to playing against Cloud9. Let's do it again. They don't have the same heroes, but they have the same kind of style. They want to put pressure early on. Instead of the Enigma, they now have the Prophet with the summons for the front lining. Instead of the Venno, they now have the Shadow Shaman Mass Serpent wards, and then they just brute force fights with Brewmaster Ultimate and Death Prophet with the Exorcism. I was actually expecting NaVi to last pick the Chen over the AA, just for the extreme team fight and early game push, but they might be prioritizing the AA for the chilling touch in early engages so they can get some easy kills, and then
I got a feeling, man,
Ice Blast for the team fight.
The only reason why this AA is up, and initially I was like, okay, it's obviously like you're looking for first looking to go through the jungle. It's an enabler for the offlaner. They're actually running a try offlane with a Shadow Shaman. It doesn't happen very often, but with the Ancient Apparition, it makes it possible. So he'll work it with a Force, which gives a lot more space to Funnick up on the top lane as the Prophet, and Denny, he knows he can have that rotation support come in from NaVi at any point. So it's nicely done from there. And you're not thinking, hey, let's just farm up inside the jungle with these heroes, and that kind of like screws around with Pylai Die, because the greatest thing about a bounty hunter is normally when he goes up against a jungle and he leeches the experience. He finds some pick-offs on some big creeps, and that's basically all she wrote. But he can't do anything as far as harassment goes on this bottom lane. He literally gets shut down.
It's the biggest weakness of the support bounty hunter out of all. It's simply, if he needs to be played as a lane support, he is pretty awful compared to all other regular supports. And bounty hunter usually isn't played as a support.
Look at the top lane,
generally
man.
Played as an off laner.
Look at the top lane. Pylai knows he's in trouble. There's a sentry ward on the lane, and purposefully, Funnick is leaving this trinket just off to the side. So he can't actually contest Prone 7 for farm, which isn't a great thing for Funnick, but what he can do is always make sure he doesn't die or get anywhere near close enough to death. Like, because he won't get too close to Prone 7 or Pylai Die.
And at the same time in the bottom lane, Eternal Envy has chosen to leave the lane for a bit, going out to look for a creep. This is quite a long time it's taking him for this. And at the same time, NaVi will just be pulling back the lane. So the equilibrium now easily in their favor on the lane, and there is no pull available for Cloud9. So this is This is actually a really big problem for them, and as far as the mid lane goes, that one is at least going even for them. So Sing Sing is getting a decent start with some good farm. I think Ember Spirit has to be the big player in this game, because when you look over at Cloud9 and what NaVi are planning, NaVi want to push towers. It's no secret.
Oh, yeah.
Cloud9 knew that early on in the draft, even when you saw how NaVi were picking it. They don't have good wave clear. They actually don't have anything to deal with creeps.
They're coming mid, but look at the sentry ward. It's already down, so he sees Pylite die. He's going to walk back into him, and maybe Searing Changer does connect on Dendi, and now he's going to go down. Trying to go for the silence, but Eternal Envy appears out the jungle at just the right time.
It is so important for Cloud9 to get off to a good start in this game. I think if they lose the early game, or if they play just a somewhat even one, I'm not sure that draft can handle NaVi in the mid game. There's a lot of pressure on the Bounty Hunter to perform to set up ganks like the one he just did in the mid lane, because if that doesn't happen, as I said, no wave clear.
Yeah.
When you're playing a pushing lineup, this is like the dream team to fight into, because Cloud9 just look like a lineup that can't team fight back until they have items and crucial levels up.
Yeah.
And NaVi might just be getting to that phase a little too early for them, but at least with that first blood for Sing Sing, the reason he needs to be the big player is they need the damage, and Flame Guard could be one of the solutions to NaVi's push here.
Yeah. At the same time, the push isn't even started. We're 3 minutes in. I'm looking at a Vorst who's going to be able to buy up his Arcane Boots shortly, and that's an enabler for Kuro and Puppey to spam out a little bit more. But I almost want to give massive props to Aoi 2000 for not dying on this bottom lane. It could actually be one of the biggest things. He's trying to stay close to fun experience, but he can't actually achieve that because Puppey and Kuro are basically being really good watchmen and keeping him away from the creep wave. But Aoi is just making sure this tier 1 tower, if it's going to come under pressure, you can at least drag the creep wave back and keep the power, keep the pressure.
Top lane, they're going in on Funnick.
He's going to go into the jungle. The TP's coming in. Bone 7, he's going to be in trouble. The Cog's actually pushing Kuro back away, and Kuro can't reach Bone 7 just yet. He might be able to cut through. He's got Shackles, but Pardai's also here. There's no sentry ward revealing the position, though. So the creep wave will just follow Bone 7 out, and that means now on bottom lane, Skyred feels a lot more confident because the synergy is gone. There's no Shackles to hold him for the cold feet. Then again, Puppey never even leveled that.
We're probably going to see AUI level up to level 3 or 4 from this, since the push is already going his way from NaVi. There's 2 ranged creeps pushing down the lane here, so now he's going to be in a great position on this lane, and I think getting levels on Skywrath could set them up for some more ganks early on. When I'm looking at NaVi's lineup, I'm thinking Cloud9's
mid lane
main priority is to kill Dendi. They're actually going to do it again here.
He got it off so the Searing Chains can't be used, so he's back in range of the tower. He needs more help coming in. The Courier trying to fly in some extra items. The Sing Sing, he does take a large amount of damage from that tower, but they still get a second kill over on Dendi, and that makes it worthwhile.
This is the best hero for Cloud9 to focus on, for sure.
That's rather aggressive, man. Going past the tower, clapping onto the tree line, thinking that Aoi 2000 was still in the neighborhood, but he was nowhere near him.
Another thing we haven't talked about just yet is, you know, when you first pick Doom, there's been a lot of teams that have tried counter-picking Doom by just getting heroes where you don't care so much about getting Doom.
Sing Sing, he's coming up with the Invis rune. He can Searing Chain 2 heroes right now, and he's in range for it. He only got Funnick, however, but I can pick up both kills. Funnick into the tree line, and Cloud9, the Sprout, he can TP himself out for the Colt from Bone 7, push him straight back out again. It's just been superb play by Cloud9. It really felt like NaVi got the upper hand to draw, but Cloud9 have the upper hand in plays so far.
They are playing the perfect early game so far. The rotations from Pi have been great. Now Sing Sing rotating top of the Invis rune to secure a double kill for Bone 7. He's already level 6, 5 minutes in on the clockwork as a result of this.
He's going for Aoi 2000. There's a Chilling Touch bonus damage. Avos gets the clamp slow and damage off, and Aoi will go down here on the bottom lane. So NaVi finally getting themselves on the board. 5 minutes into the game, and that was the same time C9 was coming down here for a kill, because they moved Pylite died down to this bottom lane. But you see what happens, you get a kill with NaVi, and instantly with the Prophet down here, they just force into the lane. This is still a pushing lineup coming out.
The hook shot is available, though he's gonna go in again too!
And they're gonna go Vada. Funnick, he's locked in, the battery assault, he's trying to move back here, Funnick, so Puppey takes the damage, but it's gonna be too much. Puppey goes down, double kill for Bone 7. Avos being sealed up here by Aoi. He'll TP out, Quab makes his way in. He actually stops unless he lets it go. It's a level death, as you said, meaning Avos will go down. And Dendi, he's just sitting here with his ultimate. He feels he's safe. He's got Pylite Eye right behind him, and Bone 7's coming up pretty close as well. He's got no battery assault, but Cogs in 3 seconds. Dendi, the ultimate is wearing off in a moment, and he's getting killed off. He just hung around way too long. And free gold while Sing Sing on top lane. He will get a Searing Chain off, but will still die. A counter gank, but NaVi have lost so much to C9 in just the first 6 minutes.
It's just amazing to watch how many openings they're finding with the few tools they have. I was worried for Cloud9 that they wouldn't be able to find these early game ganks, and they're finding way more than I thought they would. Even if they were to play a good game, this is just phenomenal play. Like,
yeah. It's been really weird from
NaVi,
8 kills,
6 minutes in with the support Skywrath and Bounty is pretty incredible. It's not to say that Bounty is a bad roamer. He's actually one of the great ones with an early over Venom, but they've just, all these kills have just been executed really smoothly. Pretty much, they've had few things to use, and they've just used them perfectly. It's pretty incredible.
I'm just still trying to understand what NaVi was trying to achieve down there. Like, forcing the tower is one thing, but then you rotate in Dendi. He throws the ulti out, but he's not even in range of the tower. So C9 managed to get NaVi to burn not only the ultimate of Cropulus, a lot of time and heroes of NaVi. They all went down.
I think NaVi weren't ready for the hook shot. They didn't even, they might have not realized the clock was level 6 so early. Yeah, they're going to get Owie.
There's a dude coming out from Eternal Envy to a Voss, but a Voss, out of all the heroes of NaVi, he can tank that one as long as he can keep his distance here from Eternal Envy. But Funnick, he has no man for a Sprat and was also on cooldown. A Voss, level death from Envy will ensure the kill. No potential of denying out to a neutral there, or even getting him to that regeneration rune that was just bolted up by Krob on the bottom lane. But now Koro, oh, he's in trouble. He's in so much trouble. Gets hit, now to slow down, Spirit in, Spirit out. And a very simple execution there from Sing Sing will get the kill and pushing the tier 1 tower on the top. So the first tower gets to be claimed actually belongs to C9.
If they keep this up, so we put a lot of emphasis on how NaVi's lineup was going to be scary in the mid game once they get their items and can start their push. But when Cloud9 are so far ahead, they get very many options for executing ganks. With NaVi's heroes as fragile as they are right now, there's pretty much no one Sing Sing can't solo at this moment. They have a level 8 Clockwork at 8 minutes, and he's 5-0 on the offlane clock in this game. Bone 7, arguably for me also his best, hands down best hero in the game. He is a very, very good Clockwork player. So, oh, that was an interesting sound.
Yeah, so NaVi are now coming back towards the middle lane. All right.
Yeah. They're going to have to try to put pressure. If they wait around, they get killed all the time.
Their bottom lane failed. They need to bring down tier 1 towers. They're behind, so they need to have some kind of advantage. Now, fortification will be used by Cloud9. We've actually got Doombringer TPing to, okay, the tier 3 tower in the middle lane, a grand total of a quarter of the map. And he'll be picking up a new creep at the moment. Sing Sing missing on the Searing Chains. So Denny's going to feel a little bit more confident here in the middle lane, but a little bit of Shuri Toss, a little bit of Rocket Erasmus can put the Clockwork in the back of their mind. And you see Bone 7 moving out. This one range creep kind of spoils his party on the side, but it reveals to NaVi that he's there. I'm surprised too that Funnick is keeping his trees so clumped up here in the middle lane. If Clockwork's coming for a hook, you want these trees nicely spaced out across the mid, so they can be interceptors there for the hook shot.
So NaVi just used the Exorcism and touched the tower a little bit. I think it wasn't even full health when they started. Great counter ward there coming out by Owie, by the way. This is a sneaky ward spot a lot of the time, which gives some great vision up there, and it's hard to counter ward, but he was aware of it. But anyway, that push only taking some health on the mid-tier 1 tower. And if NaVi are not able to bring down towers at this point, they were trading farm on a Brewmaster and a Skywrath. I would actually say right now, Owie has a higher impact than the Brewmaster does if he lands his silence correctly. He's level 7 on a position 5, position 4 support, I guess, since the Bounty arguably the position 5 in this game. But level 7 supports 9 minutes in is generally some of the best you're going to see. So Cloud9 just have all the tools available to them, and we haven't even talked about how easily they can snipe any hero on NaVi's lineup. Hookshot into Cox, into Mystic Flare is a safe kill. And they can even do the same with Searing Chains as well. There's just so much combination potential now for Cloud9 that they got over what could have been a rocky early game, but just turned out being a rocking early game instead, to be honest.
Man, Pilot Eye, there's a ping that came out from Puppey. He's feeling the experience being drained out. So he knows Pilot Eye is just taking a little bit more from here.
Oh, classic Pi.
He's looking for it. But NaVi is aware of this. This actually has the bottle of Dandy as well as the Brutes of Puppey. And maybe that's the reason why the courier just came back. He's looking for Anthony, and now he will be revealed. That was a very, very clear Shadow Walk in front of Funnick.
He's still going to walk around here, though. There is a sentry ward down.
It's a trap.
If he walks in here, he's really dead. Oh, he's thinking about
it. He's in range. They can see him, but they won't initiate unless there's some kind of... Brewmaster's here with no mana. What's he going to do anyway? You can at least afford a Blink Dagger. So this is actually a nice timing for the Blink Dagger. 11 minutes here for Revost. And now he's back in range again, but there's more support. Funnick being nuked down. Blinded by the Mystic Flare. Getting caught out in the cogs and hookshot there at Bone 7 as well. And this Observe Ward's working overtime, and it helps because of Funnick. He cleaned off this little tree line area here, which is giving this ward so much more usefulness.
Yeah, and if you're checking the area the sentry ward from NaVi is watching, they're really, really close to be able to counter-ward it, but they can't see it. So they have like no idea where this ward is actually, because generally a lot of teams will put their ward somewhere in this area, which is why they sentryed obviously, but NaVi didn't find it. And it's providing a lot of utility for Cloud9 right now and a lot of intel.
And of course the sentry getting dewarded means that once again you can see Pilot Eye freely walk around this map. On bottom lane, Doombringer, he's a long way up. TP support's coming in, and Kuro instantly into the shackles. Funnick also TP's himself in, and that's going to be a very, very dead Eternal Envy on the bottom lane.
NaVi need to turn this into some sort of collateral. They need to start getting the towers. They will start pressuring bottom here. They'll be trading though. So Cloud9 will be getting this tier 1 mid unless this Ice Blast is actually really damn good. The Prophet, oh, that's one of the clap. Oh my goodness.
Well, Vorce was very quick to blink in there and get the clap, ensuring the Pilot Eye went down, which means this tier 1 tower is going to take a fall in the bottom lane. Krob didn't have to expend her ultimate.
Bone 7 again.
Clockwork hooks in. Kuro locked in position. Mass Serpent Ward, it's not a full trap though. So Bone 7 will get himself back. The tower goes down, being denied, in fact, by the double damaged up Ember Spirit. And where is Vorce coming in? He's got Blink off cooldown in 1 second time. He can blink to actually find Owie, but he goes over for Sing Sing. Searing Changer on a home there, and he goes for the split. Jumps up, but he jumps back as well. But he's not in range of anyone else here from NaVi.
That's a really big deal for Sing Sing here, that he manages to bait out, I would say, that split. It was not necessary at all, and was not going to work out with the Spirit already flying away, so... Advantage coming out there for Cloud9, I would say. Yes, they did lose their tower, but now NaVi can't fight for a while. Without split, I still think the superiority in the team fight is Cloud9's.
They still have Krob ulti as well as Ice Blast, and that may just be enough to keep Cloud9 back.
Yeah, at the very least for NaVi, they didn't lose the mid tower because of their great...
Denny's committing, but look where Pilot Eye is. They can see him, he's underneath the sentry ward, so they just nuke him down straight away. Bounty's on the sidelines, the creep wave's still pushing in. Do they just count this as a victory? I think they do.
I don't think NaVi have what it takes right now to siege this, and they are going to give up on it. They'll TP top and start split pushing. The Doom going out on Kuro in mid.
Someone's going to get close to a dime. He's underneath the tower. The TP support's coming in.
And the rocket.
The rocket's going to come in. Denny's still got the remainder of his ult, but this is only up for like 3 seconds, and now it's actually worn out. Clockwork hooks a long way in. Puppet's got nothing to help him. Skyrock drops the ulti, and Denny, with Bone 7 Blade Mail up, he can't even attack him to stop him. Very quick, very efficient kills coming out here from Cloud9.
Damn, this Clockwork has been a good hero this game.
You wonder right now.
The moment I saw the pick, I was like, okay, this is a good clock pick, but I was not expecting it to be this useful. Bone 7 has been playing some phenomenal Clockwork.
They gave him the space too, because Funnick was sitting up there on the top lane going, yeah, I'll attack you, and then all of a sudden, Pilot Eye, this invis guy, I didn't think it'd be as effective. I almost want to say that because of the Bounty Hunter, that Funnick was really just...
Oh, speaking of Funnick, he could be in trouble here. Pi is going to find him here.
Yeah, in the corner.
He's just going to track. He will have Shuriken if he starts teleporting, so he'll be using that right now. And Funnick is
dead. And that's a track kill. Waited longer.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kuro is going to get caught out as well. Bone 7.
Man.
Finding kills everywhere together with AUI. And at the same time, Sing Sing is farming and split pushing the bottom lane. Cloud9 are all over the place, and NaVi just can't find a foothold anywhere in this game. Now, the mid tower already going down. Sing Sing is starting to pressure the bottom tower even more. Now, the A ult is going to fly in, it's going to whiff completely. Sing Sing will be clearing out this wave quickly, and he does have a Spirit behind him, so he can play pretty aggressively right here. The only thing he needs to look out for is the Death Prophet silence. He'll be backing out now.
The second you see that rocket coming from the side, look at this. Denny as well as Vorce, they back themselves up towards the tower and then hug the very, very far tree line. They're expecting the Clockwork to be over near the Ancients or in towards Roshan. You just never know when the rocket flare's flying across. And now...
Bounty. Pilot Eye just warded.
Yeah.
He got scouted here. There might be a counter.
They already threw down a sentry ward in the river, so he can't come down there. And now, okay, another one there, and he's close. He's close. The clap will go, but they need some extra detection. Invis, there goes your dust. Pilot Eye will take a fall. Now, NaVi were prepping themselves to go in for Roshan just then. Funnick TP'd himself in and made an army of trees that's just sitting inside the pit. And Denny, he's going to commit the ultimate. They know how far behind they are right now. They need something big. They use Krob ulti, they use Mass Serpent Wards. They need this Roshan, and they need it quick.
And they will get it as well. This is the kind of fight that Cloud9 can't take. The one where NaVi organized, get in, get all their stuff used, stand in one big bunch. Because again, the damage from Cloud9 just isn't there yet. They're exceptionally good at pickoffs, So as long as they find that, they're going to be fine. But Na'Vi really making good use of their ultimates there. This is an important play for them. They have 10,000 golden experience behind, actually.
Sing.
They need to find more.
It's just Searing Chains of Awesome holders him there.
It's going to be fine.
No,
I 4K gold.
I almost want to give more props to C9. Yeah, Sing Sing's got a hell of a lot. But they also knew, okay, if you can't take the fight on Roshan, what do? An Eternal Envy took out the tier 2 tower on the top lane. They completely cut off Na'Vi from their own jungle. C9 had got map control. They're finding pickoffs left, right, and center with the help of Highlight Eye. And every time they do, they push their gold advantage even higher. Sure, it's only a level 1 track right now, but the more kills that happen, level 2 track comes up. Na'Vi cannot continue to get picked off like this. All ultis or not, it's the death of them, and it will be the elimination of them if they're not careful.
The real issue for Na'Vi here is to get into an organized team fight. It's very easy for them to get an organized fight.
Jumping bottom lane, he can't go on Sing Sing. It's almost like a bit of, or maybe he can. With a little bit of silence, they could have controlled him. And the pings are coming out saying Pilot Eye. The TP's in. He'll have to dust almost straight away, and he did manage to connect on Pilot Eye. Vortex slowing him down. So even though he's out of range of the Sentry Wall, the dust still remains, but they cannot reach him. Kuro with no Blink Dagger. Puppey has an Ice Blast as Pilot Eye goes invis again, but the dust, it's about to wear off. In fact, it has worn off a secondary Sentry Wall, but Kuro still not in range. And the rest of C9, Pilot Eye's almost walked the entire map to reach them inside the dire side jungle.
I guess it was about time he actually got away. At some point you're going to escape, right? The last 3 times he's been getting caught out. But
and it means now we've also burnt sentry wards for Na'Vi.
So here's the issue for Na'Vi. They have a great teamfight lineup. They want to deathball some sort of lane, but with Cloud9's good early game, they're starting to split push very well. They've got Envy in one lane, they've got Sing Sing in another lane, and they've got the constant threat of Clockwork being missing. He's not going to get close to that.
It was sitting for like 10 seconds next to that Radiant Observer ward. That's why he was moving himself over. He's like, this is just like free gold sitting there.
Na'Vi, what they need to accomplish is to find some sort of way into a team fight, or just to get to a tower without trading. But Cloud9 constantly putting so much pressure on the lanes, it's getting really difficult for Na'Vi to find a fight on their terms. And even should they find that fight, it's not even an obvious. They'll have a team fight advantage, but any good sort of hookshot combination with the Skywrath could easily make work on one of Na'Vi's heroes. And if they manage to silence and kill off Havost instantly, I don't think Na'Vi can even take the fight anymore.
I'm with you on that one, man. I kind of thought the Clockwork was going to take a fight in middle lane. He had an invis rune. He was walking right next to a Vorce the entire time. And not to mention then Denny was also tracked up, so they had perfect vision of that. It feels like Na'Vi need a gem, but I don't think anyone on the Na'Vi side feels confident enough to hold one of those, let alone afford one of those. But the Yule Scepter looks like it's coming in, and that's going to be finished up here for Krob in just a moment. They need to let Denny have these last hits here in the mid, but it looks like a Vorce going to snipe one out.
And Cloud9 aren't scared of playing the farming game. First of all, they're one of the good teams at playing this kind of split push style where you just farm multiple lanes. They've had great success with it with Envy's Morphling, with Sing Sing on the Ember Spirit as well. And they do have one of those heroes in this game. And arguably, if this game goes really late, the Ember Spirit is going to be completely crushing the majority of Na'Vi's lineup. And what do Na'Vi have in late game? They have a Prophet. Death Prophet can get strong as well, but Brewmaster falls off a lot in the very late game. And they, I would say, not late enough. There goes Clock.
He's going to split. He gets it off. He gets a split out. With a Crop ulti down too, they're going to go deep in here, Na'Vi. Slowed searching for Bone 7. There's the hold. Force starving him a little bit further away. Sing Sing. He's in the middle of this Na'Vi lineup as Denny runs himself deeper in. Denny so low on life. He's got the Aegis Morb. He's want to burn it off because then he loses his ultimate. The Brewmaster rolling now going to wear off as well. Looking for the clamp. Kills off Sing Sing. Clockwork. Bone 7 back into it. And Koro melding next to the Doombringer. Bone 7 actually picks up the double kill. And they blew the Aegis to the Immortal. So Denny comes back alive again. Tracked up instantly. The high movement speed for the BK beat up Eternal Envy. Chasing him down. The Orbs are chasing as well. And there is a 4-star into the slight chain. Giving 19 to 8. The tier 1 tower might be claimed.
It's going to clip out. This is not going to be enough. It's pretty close, but he needs to drop below 85 health, I believe. It's level 1. Yeah. So
he's fine.
He'll be okay. Nice attempt from Puppey there, but great fight again by Cloud9. They find... You know, that's what I'm saying. That fight wasn't even that ideal for them. They jump in Bone 7 with the Clockwork. They don't get the silence up from the Skywrath, so the split comes off. So Na'Vi actually do get some sort of a chance of fighting. At the very least for Na'Vi, they got the tier 1 tower, but Bone 7 with the Axe Scepter manages to get another hookshot off very shortly after. And the follow-through from the rest of his team just...
Is Pilot Eye going to do anything here? Funnick was about to TP in to help him out. Not enough mana for Bounty Hunter to have the damage to kill a Puppey.
Oh, he's going to get sprouted. No Quelling Blade.
There's the dust. There's the A ulti going to come in. He'll connect on him as well. And with a Prophet ulti bouncing over. Highlight is punished for being a little over-aggressive inside the dire side jungle, but the rest of C9 is smoked up, and Bone7, he wants to hook in right now, and he's looking for the target. Horst and Koro, they're on the other side of the creep camp, but he can pick up almost 2 right now. Hook shots up, actually misses on the hook shot, and Koro will hex him up, needs him out 7 walls up, but he's sealed up out of at least the Mystic Flare. And Horst will back up. He was actually 7 seconds off having his ultimate. Dendy. Yeah, Yule stepped her up. Will buy Denny a little bit of time. Funnick with the mech. He just sits there and TPs himself out. That could be punished. Funnick, in fact, turns around right now, and the support's coming in. Sing Sing jumps away with the attack from Funnick. Will follow him out. Bone7 has still managed to kill off Dendy, and the support rotates in. Brewmaster has to go into the split. He had no other choice with Eternal Envy having Doom off cooldown. He sends the Doom up, and who's he really going on here? There's no support coming in. Hookshot's being thrown out.
Horst needs to get out with the Earth Ruling if he wants a chance of surviving this. He's going to try it now.
He's going to blink straight away, but wait for the attack of Aoi. He's trying to wait as long as possible to hit the timing perfect, but the blink will still come out from Horst, and he gets away to safety.
Another fight won by Cloud9. They're keeping the map relatively well pushed. They've only lost, they're playing against this kind of NaVi lineup. They've lost 2 towers in 22 minutes. I think it's a great accomplishment for them. Even with the amazing early game they had, it's still not easy to hold on to this much of the map at this point. They're just controlling it very well. I think Highlight Eye is like the unsung hero of this game because, yes, he is dropping dead a couple of times, but he takes so much attention from NaVi. They keep having to buy Dust and Sentries to counter him out. He still gets out some really crucial wards, giving them so much intel and telling them how they can actually play around the map. And I was doubting the support bounty pick. I was like, when NaVi starts team fighting and pushing, this bounty is going to be useless, but he's just set up so much and he's bought so much time that it turned out to be an amazing pick for Cloud9 in this game. I want to point out too, so Bone7, I think we can probably agree that his performance on Tide in the previous game was underwhelming.
Yes.
It's like if you take the average of the last game and this one, he's still way above average on his performance. He's currently 10, 0, and 7 on the clockwork. Absolutely outstanding performance.
He's been perfect. I don't think we've had a single time where we've said, oh, hookshot missed. That actually hasn't happened yet. He
missed one.
He missed one.
I saw one.
Oh, that was the one which he was doing on the Spirits?
He missed one. What a scrub.
Yeah, obviously. We'll uninstall Dota later. But yeah, 22-10 now on the board. And they just keep moving forward. Sing Sing, with his Battle Fury up and running, continues to farm up. He's actually got a hell of a lot of CS. He's 150 CS. He's not high on the net worth, however, mainly because he's got 3 deaths to his name. This is not helping his case. But when you have players like Eternal Envy, who have a over 13k net worth, now with Shivas, Mech, as well as BKB, 24 minutes into the game, you're feeling pretty good. And Envy actually going in, because he didn't go for the Blink Dagger. We don't see the Hoof Stomp into the Centaur War Runner aura in on the Doombringer. He just goes for the Pack Wolf. He's buffing up the extra damage here of Cloud9.
It's really good for him to have that. Oh my God.
That was just painful to see. And Koro, well, Horst, look,
he didn't get the clap off.
This is a real disaster right now. He didn't clap. He just went for the split because he saw Eternal Envy.
NaVi don't make any use of the split, which they can. They're going to lose the mid tower for sure, and maybe even a second tower, maybe even Cloud9 going high ground or Roche. NaVi lose so much teamfight potential out of that split being wasted.
Yep, 100 seconds on cooldown now for the Brewmaster split. This is tier 2 tower lost. NaVi can't contest.
Good AA ultimate from Puppey. We'll clip 2 heroes here.
It's still though, it's a level 1 AA ultimate with no extra buff ups from Aghanims. It's just not enough. Even Prophet Ultimate bounces around, but the entire creep wave up the middle lane just tanks it. What level is this? Yeah, okay, it's a level 2 Wrath of Nature. It kind of felt like a level 1 as it bounced around.
NaVi will not be losing the second tier 2 though, since the bottom lane is nicely pushed out here by Funnick. Rocket will try to push it up a little bit, but
I think they may just try and go for a fight if they can. If NaVi, yeah, look at them come up. They actually smoke up and move out, and then the blink away from Highlight die.
And the dust being used there by Kuro as well, so now that's on cooldown.
And look at C9, they know they can fight. Bone7 is in a position right now where he wants to just directly hook in. He's got a perfect target. He's got 2 lined up, and there it is, hook shot in. Puppey, there's your mech, but the Mystic Flare kills him off, and Dendy getting destroyed on the back line. The mass overlords go down, but Envy, he is bringing the doom the way of NaVi, and Koro also going down. The Brewmaster running out through the top river, but he's got Aoi throwing the birds at him. Urn charges, everything they've got, almost enough damage, really low on part. He goes invis, and Horst goes down solo to Aoi, proving to once and for all that he is important, and all of NaVi are on the sidelines. And NaVi, man, I think now, this kind of feels like they're out of it.
This is almost impossible to come back from. The lead is now 20,000 in a 26-minute game, and they're actually even playing a lineup that I would still say is worse in the late game. So, Cloud9, you know, I was nervous for them after the second game, since, as we talked about before the series even began, NaVi extremely experienced under pressure like this, and Cloud9 have been struggling in some series in important grand finals, and you could be worried for Cloud9 going into an elimination match like this in such a great tournament that they wouldn't be able to pull it off. Man, they've just silenced the critics here in game 2.
Look at the damage. He has to Yule Scepter up right now. That level death bonus damage was there too, and they just track him the second he comes back down. Puppey, the Searing Chains is almost killing him. If there's a hook shot, they'll take the kill, but looks like Cloud9 will give NaVi a bit of respect.
Get the rocket snipe. Oh, he got bottled.
Yeah, he's alive.
And the rocket misses. So Cloud9, they will be backing out. They almost got the tier 3 tower. And as I said earlier, they're not in a rush anyway, so if just look at the warding as well, by the way. They're completely controlling the map. The one at the top here, they've got one around the Roche area. Should NaVi try to sneak that? One at the bottom tier 2, even one up here at the... I mean, there's pretty much nothing that NaVi can do that Cloud9 aren't aware of. The only way they even get out on the map is with smoke, but Pilot Eye with the Blink Dagger, he's almost constantly got someone tracked, and oh my goodness, Kuroki again.
Singh was farming on bottom lane and then just jumped in towards middle lane to take the kill.
This has not been Kuro's game, but it's also a very hard game to play Shadow Shaman in with how much farm the Clockwork got, but he's now 0-10 on the Shadow Shaman. It's just, it doesn't really matter where Kuro goes. There's so many heroes that just snipe him off. The Skywrath Mage, the Ember Spirit, especially the Clockwork, and any combination of two of those will just one-shot him pretty much, so.
Look at NaVi, they're clutching for some kind of hope. And the only one they've really got is Funnick on that bottom lane, but Navos, Searing chained up. Aoi didn't actually attack. They lost the sight of him over the tree line as the nighttime did strike. But there's just some kind of like, maybe Proper can push out fast enough. Jump in, nuke down again. This time it's Eternal Envy that will take the kill. But Skywrath, that Mystic Flare, keeps dropping down. The Brewmaster split's been used again. Now the Searing Chain over on Kuro and Dendi back in the middle, dropping him low. The Brewmaster send the Ember up, but Havos, he's got to get out of here again, but maybe they can kill off Sing Sing. The Hex, the Silence, the Crypt Swarm, maybe it's enough damage, and it is. They bring him down. Now jumping over towards Aoi, letting Dendi Dolly go to work. The buyback has already come out from Sing Sing, rejoining the engagement. The Clockwork! The wards will come down, however. Havos, he's dying inside as a double kill for Bones 7. Funnick trying to TP out. He's got enough time. No, he doesn't. He burns up. And the only one alive is now the captain of NaVi, looking at the corpses of his teammates down the middle. And there is nothing he can do. He tried to Ice Blast, a hook shot this time, only barely missing on Puppey.
This is easily the tier 3. It's probably Rax as well. NaVi have too long left on their respawns here. Dendi will, or Eternal Envy.
He just goes high ground.
Envy's leading the charge here.
Yep.
The barracks are gone. NaVi's hopes. This is the first time at any international that they will be knocked out before the grand finals unless some sort of miracle gets pulled out of the hat here.
Dude, unless C9 unplug their keyboards and mice right now, I don't think NaVi is capable of winning this game. They've lost mid-racks now, the range racks, it's almost down, and look at C9. They know this is no risk Dota. They've seen NaVi come back before. They know about the miracles that can happen, and they are not going to give any chance for it to happen. Funnick again, he's attempting to keep this bottom lane out. Well, C9 can just go top. Even if they lose a tier 2 and a tier 3 tower right now, it means nothing to them. Rax is everything.
They're not going to be struggling with map control at all since they have so good split push with the Doom and the Ember Spirit at this point. So even should they lose a little bit of map control, they're going to be fine. They still have the vast superiority anyway, so... These tracks from Pilot just keep coming out. It's got to be really frustrating for NaVi to play against, actually. Dendi's going to Yules it off.
Even now, Pilot, he's got Blink Dagger.
This is the desperation play.
He's got Blink Dagger and Force Up. You can't do this. The Rocket will always scout you out, let alone the tracks. And if you get caught in close, like, man, now he's even walking around to Skywrath Mage. You can solo anybody. He's got Mystic Flare, he's got Concussive Shot, he's got so much damage which can just seal you up and amplify. And then he's also got his own Rod which he can cast on you. This is everything you've got for the Skywrath Mage. He is a solo killer support. And not to mention Eternal Envy, who's sitting at 3.6k gold right now. The highest net worth in the game, almost reaching 19,000 in 31 minutes. And it's just pushed the entire experience and gold advantage up. It's 27 and a bit, I mean, the XP advantage for Cloud9, and it's almost 25,000 gold advantage their way.
And the smoke is very, very obvious for Cloud9. They're actually going to even bait out NaVi.
They can go right on top of NaVi, but then BKB, maybe not so great. Brewmaster starts to split. He's going to keep at least out 2000 out from NaVi. Max Overmore trapped up. Nicely done by Koro, but he's already lost his crop. And now in comes Sing Sing. That damage output is just too high. It's a double kill for Sing Sing, triple kill for Sing Sing, an ultra kill for Sing Sing, and GG! NaVi are out. Cloud9 have eliminated the three-time grand finalists of the International for NaVi. Cloud9 will advance themselves to play up against VG Gaming later today. It's been a long road for some of these players. They had to watch on the spectator lines during TI2, and then in TI3, some of them managed to get there, and now this team has undergone many different names. But now it's here as Cloud9, and they advance themselves through the first round of the lower bracket. And to play up against VG Gaming later today.
Just an absolutely outstanding performance from the entirety of Cloud9 in this game. The whole strategy really came together. And they get a lot of applause, and I think they deserve it.
That's also NaVi saying thanks to this crowd. This crowd has been awesome. It's supported them as well, as much as they possibly could. But Cloud9 will be the ones to advance and play up against VG Gaming. So we're going to wrap this one up and go back over to the panel.
Cloud9 win the series, knocking out 3 times grand finalists of the International NaVi. One of the favorites on paper, but certainly this one didn't come together. But that last match, impressive by Cloud9. Everybody played their A game, really. There was no one who was like slipped up in any way, and it just worked out brilliantly. We're joined on the desk by Wagamama, whose microphone is currently off.
Yeah,
now it's on.
And now it seems that it's actually working. So this game, I looked through all the series here, but it was very interesting to see the way that Cloud9 approached this push strat from NaVi, because a lot of people were fearing for this push because they have no anti-push at all. So it's an all-in kind of strategy, the way they have to just take this fight. And I think they actually put fear in NaVi, because NaVi going aggressive tri-lane is a result of the Bounty Hunter last pick that a lot of people would maybe not believe in against the push. But it forced NaVi into a weird position.
It really worked out well. Like, when the Clockwork came out, it's like, okay, we can see what you're trying to do with this Clockwork on Bone 7.
Yeah.
Like, you want to initiate, but you're going to have a good game. How do you guarantee a good game? You stick a Bounty Hunter in the same lane. You know, the Clockwork was able just to stay on the creep wave the whole time, get the farm he wanted, and really Bone 7 from there was kind of like what was needed in the early game from the help of Pylai. So a great duo, Gods and Bruno. What do you think of it?
The Clockwork doesn't work there without the Bounty Hunter. The Bounty Hunter really pulled the draft together for Cloud9, not just for helping the Clockwork in the offlane, but also for making sure Dendy got no farm. He was so poor at like 10 to 15, any stage of the game. He never finished any really key items for himself. He got the Yules eventually, but by then NaVi were so much in the back foot, it wasn't helping him. They were playing defensive. So everything about Cloud9's draft just came together perfectly. We mentioned there was no slip-ups, and they had no room for slip-ups. This was a really high-risk draft. They had to have perfect execution, but Cloud9 delivered, and definitely the better team here today.
Yeah, and I'm actually really sad that we didn't get to see Dendy in any of those key heroes, like Crucial, very high skill. Death Prophet on him, he seems like a waste of a player right now, because of course you require some knowledge and some skill to play it, but there's no possibility for flashy plays. He was very relegated to just Carrion Swarm, get the occasional silence, and pop Exorcism. Not enough.
Yeah, certainly wasn't the hero that we maybe wanted to see Dendy go out on, but he, you know, the hero that the other mid player played was Sing Sing. We got to see him on his Ember, which was fantastic. And speaking of Sing Sing, that's where we're going now with a winner's interview with Casey.
Hey guys, hi Sing Sing, congratulations.
Thank you.
So how are you feeling? You really had to fight hard to win it there in the end.
It was scary, man. Like, you know, when you play against NaVi, they have this, it's like their future or something, to go down the lower bracket and then go all the way up to the finals and almost take the win like last year. But this time we just stopped them dead in their tracks. So I'm just so relieved that we just beat this one match.
A lot of people back here backstage when we were talking and watching, and also on Twitter, we all kind of thought you got the low end of the draft in this last game in particular. People really thought NaVi came out ahead. Constantly people talk about how important the draft is, but given how things went, what do you have to say to that?
To be honest, the draft could have gone either way. The game could have gone either way. I mean, because all it took was just one tower for us to go down. They would just snowball the entire map. That's how easy it would have gone. But we just got a couple pickoffs here and there on the lanes. DP died middle, and they just couldn't catch up. They couldn't get that one tower that they needed. So we just stopped them before the 10 minutes, before that 5-man push, and they just couldn't stop us afterwards. Our pickoff was too strong.
This is the first time that I've ever seen you guys play together. This is the first time you've been to the International as a team, as Cloud9. And the one thing I keep hearing is just how exciting and thrilling you are to watch in a good and a bad way. What do you have to say to that? Yeah. It can be scary sometimes.
Well, I guess we're not really the most consistent team out there. Sometimes we lose to teams we're not supposed to lose to, and sometimes we win against teams we're, well, I wouldn't say supposed to lose to, just we won't have the best odds.
All right, you're moving ahead. You're one step closer to playing for the big money. I want to ask what the community means to you. It's because of the community that you're all playing for such a huge prize pool.
Community means everything to me. Everything they do is why we're here.
You have a lot of fans. You can look right there and say anything you want. And there are a lot of women proposing marriage on Twitter. What do you have to say to them?
That's kind of awkward.
You can tell them all no, or you can tell them all yes right now.
It's quite an offer. Oh, yes!
And there you have it. Just saying congratulations. Best of luck with all of those weddings in the future, and we'll see you again coming up later today. Back to you, James.
Thanks, Casey. So we have it. Sing Sing in a good mood, for sure, after that victory. And let's go back to recap on the Dendi point just before we went to the interview. It's, as I felt like, the Death Prophet was a great pick, even though it's not Dendi's hero. One of the things that really hurt them in that game was Dendi actually decided to rotate bottom when the fight was kind of over. And as a Death Prophet, you want to stay in your lane and you want to get a tower. He probably could have took the mid tower by himself when there was the whole team fight going on bottom. How did it work out for you, Shiv?
Well, at that point, he already died twice, I believe. Top lane already died once, and they were already behind. So they needed to win that bottom lane. It was the only lane that they hadn't lost at that point. They started to go. Maybe they hesitated too long or waited too long to Dendi to actually arrive there. And they try and they fail hard. Clockwork just turned level 6 as well, came in with the hook shot, and at that point NaVi, for me, that was the point where NaVi should have taken the tower, didn't, and therefore lost the game.
Yeah. Shiver, I don't mean to cut you off, I'm not Kanye was here, but we'll maybe be able to see exactly that as it happens.
Let's do it.
So we can go to the replay of that fight in the bottom with Clockwork with the hook just right there. And these guys.
I'm not sure if there was Serpent Wards available, but either way. The Clockwork getting 2 is big, and you can see there's no Dendi. Like,
not yet, but now he comes in.
He comes late. But he should have been, in my opinion, this was the big mistake. If he stayed mid, he would have been able maybe to put enough pressure on that mid tower, because even when he pops his exorcism here and the fight's not going in their favor, he's like, well, I need to put pressure. I use my ulti. This is what it's meant to be used for. And then he stays too long and dies. Wagamama, he should have been middle.
He should have been mid, but the entire game is sort of just this way that C9 plays. They split up NaVi. This is the problem. If NaVi got to go as 5, then they could actually have taken these fights, but they were never ready for it. Bone 7 going before the group up there is really crucial, but also the way they play across the map with Pylite Eye splitting the enemy up, placing nice observer wards from the bounty onto Invis that are hard to get rid of. He just managed to waste so much time as well that NaVi just never grouped up and took that one tower that Sing Sing was talking about. That's all the momentum that
I think Dendi going bottom there was the right move. The problem was NaVi got jumped before Dendi arrived. Like, he was actually walking down river. It's not like he TP'd in to respond to the gank. NaVi got the first kill and thought, okay, let's try and wait for Dendi, then we'll get the tower. Because for NaVi, they were so behind from the early kills that their only real play was to group up and push this fight. Like we say, get the first tower. It was strength in numbers, but
if he said he didn't TP, even when they got the initiation, he could have TP'd mid and been like, okay, I'm bailing.
He was so underfarmed, he could get killed by so many heroes.
I think at the point that 2 heroes get caught in the cog there, he should know probably that he can't go down there and push, but that's not the important thing. The important thing is they already got caught. They were already not gathered, so whatever the Crobblers does is not the important thing. It's just that they are being split so hard that C9, they were really, you know, just playing one step ahead in this game.
And NaVi, they made a lot of mistakes during key moments of the game. If we go a little bit forward into 25 minutes into the game, there's this team fight that it also all starts with Hobos trying to get the ultimate and the Brewmaster to make something happen and fails at it. It kind of looked like this. It just showed once again that NaVi is going, and I'm trying, Yeah, it kind of looks like this, but it kind of showed that NaVi were trying too hard to make things happen, or really trying to push. So now you see this initiation, and here comes.
Yeah. This is the perfect fight for Eternal Envy, just because he was able to do who he wanted and then back up with Sing Sing, get an additional kill after they already got the first one. So that's how you want to use your Doom.
Yeah. And Brewmaster doesn't have his ultimate because he recently used it to chase, but not accomplishing anything.
To be fair though, at this stage, this game is completely over. There's no way they can recover at this point. So I think maybe you can look to other stuff like item builds. We had Midas on the DP that I think maybe should have rushed something like Mech, because they were a little bit greedy in the early game. And he had to sell his Midas before 30 minutes in just because things were not going great for NaVi.
Well, I actually want to point out that Sing Sing, for me, even though he's playing that very kind of like stable hero, his buybacks were what were so important. There were two fights, one of them originally under the tier 2 tower mid, where NaVi were actually getting the kills. And of course, if you silence out the Ember Spirit that Sing Sing was playing, you're more likely to kill him. They did manage to do that, and it looked good. And then instantly the buyback comes in, Sing Sing turns the fight and ends up wiping them, and it happened twice. So every time that NaVi got momentum in a team fight, and it only happened kind of like twice in a big way, Sing Sing bought back into the game. And
it's a very strong buyback as well from the Ember Spirit. It's a really strong hero to just join the fight again. You don't have long cooldowns. You can just fight whenever. And as you say, buybacking is really key in the beginning, because if they lose the tower, it's obvious that the heroes that NaVi had, the momentum they would gain would be insane. So Sing Sing, he knew he had to have buyback gold for those fights.
And with this, NaVi gets eliminated from the tournament. They finish in an 8th place that will net them at least $517,000. Not bad for an 8th place, but I think it's kind of appropriate that Sing Sing and his team remove them from the tournament, because there's a saying that goes, our sweetest songs are those of the saddest thoughts. And I think there will be lots of sweet songs for NaVi tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll continue to at least watch and enjoy the tournament, and they were still amazing here throughout. And they did really well, good in the group stages, and they played some amazing games. They were actually one of the only teams that beat Vici in the group stages, was NaVi. So certainly they were a team that could have gone further, but as Sing Sing said, they got the early advantage and they weren't going to lose it. And with that, we complete that match, and we already have our players on stage for the next match. And who are they? Well, it's the team members of Invictus Gaming and LGD. Cloud9 will advance on to the next round, where they will play versus Vici, our favourites out of the group stages. We will play one match of the best of 3 series today, so just the one game out of the potential 3. And then after the Invictus Gaming versus LGD, we'll also be playing that one match, DK versus the winner. But Invictus Gaming versus LGD, we're probably not going to see so many surprises as we did with the NaVi and Cloud9 game, but certainly we'll see top-notch gameplay and very minimal mistakes. This is what these teams are known for.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming, their team fight is really amazing, and they're also extremely disciplined. The way they play, they never really throw anything away. If they get the advantage, they keep it. So I think Invictus Gaming, for me, is probably the most dangerous team out of the 2, but LGD can also surprise. So really important, and as you say, loser here is eliminated. It's really in the loser bracket that everything is decided.
I would. I don't know if I could handle the pressure. Wagger, you're a professional gamer.
I can't handle it. No, Jesus, no. I can't handle watching this, man.
Yeah, well, you used to be a team member of Sing Sing. How happy did he look?
I'm really happy that Sing Sing is doing well. I mean, I'm non-biased and stuff, but I'm really, really happy that he's doing well here at TI. I know how much it means to him.
Yeah, certainly means a lot. And Cloud9 still don't get to completely rest, but they're going to be back in a little bit later to play their next game. But before we go into the next match that's going to be starting, we're going to be doing a bit of panel shuffle. Shiva, thank you very much for joining us today. And I believe you're going to be able to watch the games and get to hang out and maybe get to the secret shop. So thank you for joining us, everybody. We'll say thanks to Shiva. Been awesome.
Thank you, Shiva.
Thank you, Shiva.
Thank you for having me. Awesome.
Your fan base will now start collaborating around where you're going to exit stage. And so when we come back, a little bit of a panel shuffle. We'll be going into the next games, but we're going to introduce one of the teams that are going to be playing next. So hopefully, if you don't know the story of Invictus Gaming, you'll learn about it now.
Shanghai, China. No other place in the world takes Dota as seriously. And in a land seething with elite competition, Team IG has risen to the top. It all came together in 2011, when the squad solidified around a collection of the best talents that the Chinese scene had to offer. Despite early challenges with team coordination and synergy, IG's greatness was not to be denied.
Opening is going to go on Al from IG. Now they're back at Tom through into the corner.
IG are so out of their mind sometimes, playing so well.
They were able to seize the elusive championship of the second international and take home a prize pool of $1 million, proving their status as not merely the best team in China, but the best team in the world. Although winning can prove what you are made of, the path to glory is rife with pitfalls.
对我们队伍就好像打了一个强心针，但是如果赢多了就会对对手轻敌之类的，这个也是一个很不好的东西。
The International 3 saw IG fall surprisingly early.
Now he'll be bashed up and Banner Boys up. GG! And Tom Fu.
我们是有优势，然后自己没打好，然后断送掉比赛。打完之后发现已经太晚了。
队伍没那么团结了吧，然后没那么信任了吧，就是感觉挺对不起大家的，然后令大家都失望了。
For some, greatness isn't measured by what you do when you're on top. It's what you do when you fall that matters.
现在要做的就是少点失误，然后打得凶一点，这就是我们现在要做的东西。
多了一个教练，还有一个分析师，对我们 BP 啊或者战术方面有很大的影响。
IG is going into TI4 fresh off a team shakeup. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, IG knows that it's not just about assembling the best players in China, but finding a way to couple their talents so that each player raises his game to a new level, and the team becomes more than just the sum of its parts.
如果我们TI4拿到冠军的话，就是我们可以说是第一支就是世界 DOTA 第一次得2次 TI 世界冠军的队伍，这意义非常重要。
IG feels that with their newfound strategy, they will be a dominant force in this year's international and possibly return to the glory they attained in 2012. But this time around, they have come to know that nothing can stop them but themselves.
Invictus Gaming, the only team now left in the tournament that can be two-time champions of the international, with NaVi being knocked out, and also Alliance unfortunately not making it into the main event. We're now joined by Sebastian. Welcome back to the panel.
Well, thank you for that. I'm really hyped for the upcoming games. I was obviously watching the NaVi versus Cloud9 games. Was just a really great way to start the day. So,
were you impressed by Cloud9?
I was really impressed by Cloud9's performance. I'm a bit sad NaVi's out because TI without NaVi isn't really TI. I mean, you know, they made it to the main event, but Cloud9 just ended the fairy tale, but maybe started a new one. So looking forward to see how they can perform. They are like one of the remaining Western Pride.
Yeah, we'll see how they can go throughout the tournament. And before we preview too much of the game at hand as the players get set up, we're going to check in with Casey.
Hello, look who I found. Well, I found Josh, who's going to help as our interpreter, but I've also found these lovely ladies. Hi. You all look absolutely stunning. Why don't you explain who you are and who you're dressed as?
你们都做得很漂亮，那就问自我介绍一下，然后说一下你们每一个人是哪个英雄。
My name is Cici and I'm Lina today.
我叫马佳农，我的形象是水晶侍女。
我叫施悠悠，我扮的是复仇之魂。Hello， 我叫阿娇，我扮演的是 TA。
Hello everyone, I'm Gigi, come from China. Okay?
Ladies, you look amazing. High fives all around. We're going to send it back to James and the guys, who I think would love to be up here. I'm giving you a high five too. Who I think would like to be standing here with you right now. I'm just guessing.
Potentially, but then that would be like a 6-person team, and then that's illegal. Good. And, Just the four's fine. Anyway, let's go back into the talk as Casey is around on the event, bringing us some great content. So, okay, Invictus Gaming versus LGD. LGD seem to be maybe going into this as the more predictable team. Invictus Gaming more unpredictable, and potentially, I would say Invictus Gaming kind of have the higher cap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, that's what it feels like.
They come into this tournament as one of the strongest teams. We talked before about how they won 2 very big LAN tournaments just before coming here. If you go back 2 years, IG and LGD, they were the top 2 teams coming into TI2 together with NaVi, but LGD was a scary team. Not anymore. LGD, they came from the qualifiers, and don't get me wrong, they won those very convincingly themselves. And maybe coming from qualifiers gives you more time to practice, to build things up. But at the same time that LGD was playing with teams like Dreamtime or HGT, IG was winning ESLs and WPCA, so IG has the advantage.
I mean, you mentioned they come from the qualifiers. That's the big story with LGD. This is the only team from the qualifiers actually at the main event. So to have accomplished that on its own is fantastic, but IG is a team they also want to take down as well. I think IG has the greater cap, but IG, you never know which IG is going to show up on any given day. When they play amazingly, they can beat anyone. They're a championship team, but you can saw it there in some of their kind of preview video. At times, especially after the last TI, they kind of lost the trust within their team. Like, and if they go down a game 1 early against LGD, the internal problems with the team could once again re-emerge.
Yeah, I mean, saying that they're coming from the qualifiers, they were a beast to have in the qualifiers. Like, having LGD play qualifiers, that's a nightmare. So, I mean, it's impressive that they come from the qualifiers, but I don't think anyone expected LGD to go out there. And over IG, EG, DK, and NaVi are top 4 for a lot of people out there in the world before TI started. And yeah, we'll see how IG does in this matchup against LGD.
What do you think, Seb? IG are the favourites by a long way, or do you think LGD have definitely got it in them to put this best of 3?
IG are definitely the favorites, I would agree on that. But on the other hand, both teams know each other really well. The 2 Chinese teams, players like Yao, GDC, Didi, they've been facing the IG players, the IG veterans, many times in many TIs, in many high-pressure games, maybe even in best of 3s like this. So I do think LGD has a good shot at pressuring IG, maybe even take it. It's going to also come down to the draft once again. When you have 2 teams that are that good and that serious and try-harding about the game, it comes a lot down to the draft and the strategy.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams on the stage know each other very well, and we hope to too. So let's get to know a little bit more about Invictus Gaming.
My name is Wong Hock Chuan. My nickname is Chuan, and I am from Team Invictus Gaming. We having bad performing in Star Ladder, and we playing very bad, and we lose to a lot of team. I almost leave the team.
队里的气氛很差，然后互相不信任吧。SL9的时候，就是我们队里的主 C 小罗。 他发挥不是很稳定，然后，就是令我们很失望吧。有一段时间就是想，因为如果我当时离开 IG 的话，如果我跟船一起离开 IG 的话，可能就是岳峰跟4-2连不就剩2个人了？因为小罗是新来的嘛，可能 IG 就找不到别的人来去打这 TI， 邀请赛都有可能不邀请他们，换一下位置，然后大家又一致认为。 换位置还是解决不了问题。
After that, we back to China and back to our training house and get a meeting. After that, we get better a lot.
And as well, it's a triple kill for Luo. This is GG. There is no way that Arrow can hold back firepower of this magnitude from IG.
然后还是决定留在 IG， 感觉。 是一个正确的决定。
I'm happy I stay with the team.
IG 的队友都是一些老队友了，以前的冠军队友，让我有归属感。
王学川 Kuala Lumpur Malaysia。
张宏达 Face 广东 China。洛黑池 Fly
武汉 China
罗英奇西怀化 China
江城 YYF 上海 China
Victus Gaming, Luo, Ferrari 430, YYF, Tron and Faith. And you can see there's some experienced players. Ferrari and Faith with the stars next to their names means they participated in every single international, all 4, and this one today as well. So certainly a lot of experience coming into this, and some change of rosters, and God, your face is like, wait a minute. I thought you were going to say, I know that John's been to all of them or something, but no? Okay, you're happy with that. All right, so that's Invictus Gaming. But these guys are hugely experienced, and they've been trying to switch stuff up. They want to play a little bit more aggressive from the preview we had on them earlier. Do you think that's a good kind of style to bring to this when LGD play very safe?
Yeah, to me, IG's found the kind of heroes and picks that work to them. I mean, they mentioned Luo's play was kind of unstable at Starlight Night. The funniest thing was that is Tron's like, we played so bad. They got 3rd place. They were 3rd place at a LAN event with the best teams in the world. For them, that wasn't good enough. That's where IG, they show their dedication is to winning, getting 1st place, being the best team they can be. And they found heroes that kind of suit that style more. They're getting aggressive support rotations. They're not having Luo play these hard carry farming heroes. And as a result, Luo is a much more aggressive player, and it's kind of suiting the IG style really well.
Yeah, also, I think being so self-critics of themselves, IG, they went and won TA2, came into TA3, didn't do so well. They lost to DK for 4th, 5th place. The question here is, how did they react to that? Between TA2 and TA3, IG played 76 matches in that year. This year, between TA3 and TA4, 281, like almost 4 times. That's how much they prepared. They went into every tournament. They came and tried to compete in Western tournaments. They learned about everyone. These guys are really prepared coming into this.
Yeah, and that was something that a lot of Eastern teams mentioned during TI3 as well. They did not have enough tournaments that they could play in. And now they have a lot more to play, and they participate in Star Ladder as well. So we're seeing more international travels from the team. A lot of teams went to MLG in USA as well. And I think that benefits every single team, that you have the chance to go and participate in everything. And as you say, IG making the most out of it.
What do you think about like the team in the grand finals are waiting everyone, NaVi? They didn't go to any Western tournaments. Do you think there's a correlation there, or?
I think NaVi is a really, really star-studded just composition of players that make it work right now. We can see sometimes teams be strong for a little while then fade off. NaVi are really peaking right now. I've never seen them stronger, and all of them are of course really famous names and they're strong, but they're peaking right now as well.
No, for IG they've been strong and dominating for some time. Like ESL1, WPC, they've been taking down the best teams in China as well as in the Western scene since Starlight 9. Like they really just picked up their game.
Yeah, well, they're certainly going to be looking strong going into this. They are the favorites, and the team that needs to beat them are going to have to do a lot. Let's see, meet the team, and it's going to be LGD.
I'm LGD Ling from Shanghai.
Jumps in with hardball damage. Liquid have lost basically everybody here. Ripball kills the lid.
First time in US. I want to win.
Clear.
Yao, he is responsible for everything.
Rabbit is most important player in our team. DD and DDC play support.
Yes, he's kind of quiet. When you see him in the game, you can feel everything's good. DD, he's just like a little boy, but when in the games, he's like your brother. He can teach you everything. He helps me a lot.
Ling is the same as Rabbit. He's a kind guy and outgoing.
Yao, he won't win the game. I've never seen such a hard worker guy.
去年我们输给 Liquid， 当时全场都在高呼 Liquid， 在喊 USA， 然后他们击败了我们，那一瞬间感觉失去了所有吧。队长的职责落在了我身上，然后这对我是一个比较全新的挑战。We defeat Liquid, we are happy. It means something to us. 后面我们一步一步往上爬，然后最后面，通过昨天的比赛，然后终于完成目标进入前8。当时我们都很激动，很开心，很兴奋，算是松了一口气吧，有块石头掉下来了。This is the most important tournament in the world. I think it's gonna change my life.
I think it's gonna change my life.
我们一步一步往上爬，然后最后面，通过昨天的比赛，然后终于完成目标进入前8。当时我们都很激动，很开心，很兴奋，算是松了一口气吧，有块石头掉下来了。This is the most important tournament in the world.
I think it's gonna change my life.
GB、滴滴、湖南 China、
姚真真、姚、湖南 China、
徐子阳、令 China 上海、王章 Rabbit 四川 China、
梁方明 DDC Macau。
LGD, Yao, Lin, Didi, Rabbit and DDC have a lot to do here in this best-of-3 series. They started off a little bit rocky in the group stages, but then just kept continuing to win, got their rematch versus Team Liquid after they were knocked out last year, which was a big surprise, and they were happy for that, and certainly they can surprise us again in terms of, we didn't think they were going to even make it into the main event based off their start in this tournament. It was a surprise to see them just come back and just take game after game after game. They actually think that their win over Cloud9 was what knocked out Alliance, which was a surprise as well. But now they're on stage, they definitely have got something left in them.
LGD are the lowest qualified seed, and they hold the record for a few of the lowest in this tournament right now. So they're clearly struggling. They also have the lowest experience per minute in a team. Clearly the underdogs, let's just call it like that. Or if you want to put it more nicely, the dark horses maybe. But still, playing against IG, they did face each other in the group stage as every other team did. Ferrari destroyed him. He was on a tinker for T0 and 3. And the most impressive to me is that Faith got the double H in the war. He's the 0019 with 19 assists, no kills, no death. Everyone on IG played perfectly. It seems like LGD fits them like a glove.
Yeah. I think that game was a very weak draft from LGD. They had like a carry Wraith King, I remember when I was casting it, and they had no answer to the Tinker. So for me, I don't think LGD is going to get outdrafted by IG. That's where IG are going to have to outplay them. LG will go for their stable draft. You talk about having the lowest experience rate. It's because LG style, they'll group up as 5, take towers, take objectives, and they do that better than any other team here at the tournament, perhaps, maybe other than NaVi.
I think they're definitely looking for Invictus Gaming to almost make mistakes for that draft to work, and I'm expecting LGD to come out with a pretty safe draft for game number 1, and it looks like we're just 5 seconds away, so here we go. The next series today, it's going to be Invictus Gaming versus LGD. Over to the match.
LGD Gaming versus Invictus Gaming. Game 1.
And the players will just be loading in now and getting ready to do their first rounds of bans and picks. What are we looking for here, Sebastian, for Invictus Gaming? You know, they must be aware that LGD have been very successful with their kind of, push lineups. How do you approach that?
I don't think they're gonna mind. They're gonna be playing their own game. Invictus Gaming, they're the favorites, so and they have strategies that work really well. They're actually one of the. They use a lot of pushing strategies. At ESL, for example, the Pugna was a key pick for them. So I could see LGD banning out. It's more about LGD trying to counter IG than the other way around, in my opinion. IG is just going to go for standard IG, like we said, maybe roaming supports from Schwan and Faith, or just something very standard.
Wagga, you've also been watching and commentating the tournament in the group stages. Have these guys impressed you, and what do you think they'll be able to do?
Well, I have been impressed by a lot of these teams, and every single team here in the main event are really strong. We should keep that in mind. But in this best of 3, I kind of expect LGD to bring out something new, something different, to try and counter IG. And if you want to bring out a pocket strat, I think the best game to do it is the first game in a best of 3 series. Because if they can take a surprise on IG now, then they can just go into the second game with some momentum and maybe knock out IG already. But as Sebastian says and suggests, that IG, they are the one who should be winning this.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's easy to talk about a pocket strat, but there are so many reliable heroes for each of these IG players. So no matter what you bring around, if Ferrari gets to play his Ember Spirit, if Luo he plays his Invoker, if YYF gets to play his 4 and 0 Doom, then what are you going to do? It seems that IG has mastered a few heroes for each of their players, and they just don't care what you put in front of them.
Yeah, and that's a really strong thing to have when the draft starts, to actually be able to just say, okay, we have so many star-studded players on the different positions here, what are you going to ban out against us? And that's something that we see on EG as well, with their Enigma is one hero that no team wants to face against EG, and also Razor on RTC, but also Mason. I think it's very similar to the way EG also hard to draft against right now is IG.
For me, LGD are going to be more worried about constructing their own draft rather than countering something IG throw at them in a lot of ways. It's like, pick your heroes so that you have the best chance to win the game, not worried about like, oh, IG picked this, what do we count with? No, I think that's a mistake for LGD. It's all about pick what worked for them. And Lin and Rabbit, probably the two key players. They mix around like who's actually carrying. We've seen Rabbit play Centaur. He's kind of known for being like a hard carry player, playing Weaver, Lifestealer, Anti-Mage, but he mixes it up. Lin will play these kind of semi-carries as well. So
that's true. They played it along with the Sanking in some of the games as well, and just worked beautifully for them. So I think they have a good understanding of what works well together, and they need to draft something that works well together, but also need to focus down the important targets on IG. If you shut down Ferrari early on, that can be really important, but it's a hard task to do.
Well, we can actually take a look at when they last met, what heroes they did get hold of. So this was from the group stages. Invictus Gaming ended up winning. We mentioned this before. There was a Tinker in there, and we even had that Alchemist on Faith. But for LGD, they, that looks almost like a Evil Geniuses lineup with the Enigma and the Wraith King.
They had an offlane Earthshaker. It did okay, but to me this game was a really bad outdraft more than anything.
Yes, I agree. I don't think that Enigma is ever a good idea when the enemy team has a Rubik. It's so hard to play it out, and I'm not sure how it went in that draft. I can't remember if they picked it early and got countered, but when you see a Rubik against Enigma, he kind of shuts down that hero completely and can still do so much just staying back.
When you look at LGD's previous lineups, it feels kind of like Cloud9 in a way. They play a lot of different heroes, and I think their ace in the sleeve is going to be Rabbit Xiaotuji. This player, he plays 17 different heroes in 22 games, getting the what I like to call the Mushi Award of the tournament. He's been playing pretty much everything, and that ability to just play a huge array of heroes is what can play in their favor.
And he seems to just play them all well, just picking up a huge amount of gold and playing really well to get space. Seb?
It's very aggressive picks that we can see here. Like, you can see there's no hard carry, a lot of pushing potential every time, big laning presence, so they're going to be looking to do the same versus IG most likely, and looks to be their playstyle. And the thing with IG is that they're the kind of team that they need a good start, right? Because they have great individual players. So I don't think if I don't mean they necessarily need it, but they used to have that good start, that early mech, that pushing power instantly and trying to snowball. And I would like to see LGD trying to pressure them from the get-go and not actually let them play the game.
And we look at IG right here. We see a lot of Mirana, and that Mirana on Chuan is something we haven't talked about yet. But it's really crazy because it's one of those supports that can really turn the tide of battle. And if you get, sometimes with the support, you run the risk of, oh, you get the kill, then you're not helping the carry, you're finding yourself with more gold that you know what to do with. With a Mirana, that's not a problem, because if you can get a Yasha, if you can get some small item that gives you some damage potential, then you suddenly say you become, instead of a 4, a 3.5, as we were talking about before.
Yeah. I think it's really important how Ferrari is going to do in the early game here for Invictus Gaming, and we're just actually waiting for the game to load up. We did have a previous attempt at loading, and unfortunately we didn't have everybody connect, so the players will be in the pods and they'll be looking to get back into the next game. But until they do, it's Ferrari for me is just a big player. Like, I think shutting him down on the mid lane can go really well, and just if you're LGD, creating a lot of space for Rabbit. Like, he seems to really strive in his later decision makings in the team fight. So if you can focus your efforts maybe a little bit more on Ferrari, free up potentially Rabbit with his farm, he could bring something really big to the table, and removing Ferrari's presence is kind of a big deal.
It's a really big deal, but it's always hard to do as well, as IG are really good at predicting how the enemy move, and they can see the rotations very well. So you have to be very, very careful about how you execute that if you want to gank him or whatever you're going for. And we mentioned Ferrari a lot, but there's also so many players that you need to think about in this game. There's YYF on one team and Yao on the other team. Yeah, about 5 per team, Bruno. Yeah. Nice.
Sorry.
That insight. No, but YYF and Yao are two of the highest rated offlaners ever in China. So
one thing that's really interesting, like when we actually listened to Yao, he was like, we got really we felt really relieved, and that might be a new start for them, just them trying what they actually wanted to try, or not over-respecting their enemy. And it's, if they have to play like this and don't get to have themselves into corners, it's right now against IG. So I actually agree on the innovative part. I think they're going to try something, maybe not something crazy, but just play their cards right now.
Yeah, and something Yao mentioned when he was talking was that their goal was top 8. They're there now. There's something, a weight off their shoulders. People are not looking at LGD like as even a big top 8 contender. There's always the possibility of any of these teams could get there, but the fact they're there now, there's no pressure, no expectations, maybe some expectations themselves that they want to do well, but it means they can take a risky strategy. They've mixed things up. We mentioned Yao's a great offlane. He's also played heroes like Invoker himself. They've done these offensive tri-lanes. They go to offensive tri-lanes frequently and put Yao like on a safe lane Invoker. They have this ability to kind of experiment, and not even experiment, just do these less conventional strategies, which have worked really well.
They have nothing to lose, basically.
Yeah,
coming into that series.
Yep, certainly, as I said, they wanted top 8. They're here now. I think they can go all the way if they can beat Invictus Gaming, because that is a sign of you really could be a champion. But today, unfortunately, we have already lost one team, and a lot of NaVi fans are going to be like, oh, you know, they're going to have to pick a new team to support. We'll find out maybe who, because actually Casey is meeting with some of the NaVi fans.
Hello, yeah, I found some NaVi fans waiting in the food line, so I'm sorry I'm interrupting your snack. Oh, and I'm blocking you. Come on in. All right, what did you think about what happened? At what point did you know it was over for them?
It was really when we didn't push and we let that Skyrat mage just survive, and it's just never a good idea. If you're in an aggressive tri-lane, you gotta push and you just have to kill them. And it was over. Pavos didn't have farm, we had no late game. We were just stretching the game, and it was just...
You want to come in here? You're going to troll us, you're going to come in. All right? Come on. Here we go. So what do you think is next for NaVi? Where do they go from here?
I really hope they don't restructure their team. I think they have a really good team going. The issue with this year is I think they didn't have enough practice going into the tournament. They almost didn't play for 6 months after TI3. I think they'll take a much more serious approach this year, and they'll do better next year.
Who are you going to root for now?
I mean, I'm going for EG, of course. I mean, they're really a good team. I really like watching. I like watching them play and all that. But I'm still going to root for NaVi next year, hoping to come back. And we have support for them from Texas.
Thanks, guys. Back to you, James.
There we have it. Yeah, I think EG are definitely a team you can get behind in this tournament. But NaVi fans, as they mentioned, you know, they hope they don't restructure the team. And you just don't know after the international. That's a big deal of it. You know, everyone will always want to stay together, get the most out of the teammates they've all put time in together. But there's always a potential chance that it might be a restructure. But you know, NaVi, I think they played good on most of their fronts. I don't think it's a necessity.
If you look at past TI, I think out of the teams that were not top 3. Pretty much everyone changed the roster one way or another. Even the third team was...
Fnatic did not.
Fnatic did not, that is true. That is true. But most of the teams reshuffle. It's one of those things that happen. If it happens to NaVi, it's going to be sad because, as I said before, it's like a big change. But maybe they just stay together because they clearly have the potential and they have the players to go through TI5 and all the tournaments that are in the meantime and succeed.
Yeah. And they were close to winning that series. I mean, it was a 2-1 loss. So certainly if it went just the other way in the final game, we would be sat here going, yeah, NaVi, you know, once they get that kind of momentum and get that one win, they get a little bit more confidence and they can play better and better. So it looks like we're getting ready to load into the game for the second time. And it seems that everyone is definitely in there as the bans and picks look like they're just about to start. So do you think LGD can surprise? Would you say they were your favorites, or was everyone just saying it's Invictus Gaming?
No, they definitely can surprise. Don't count them out. That would be a big mistake. Like, they're a great team. Yao, great experience, great captain.
Yeah, I think LGD can surprise, but then again, we're suggesting it. LGD, if they win, it's a surprise.
Yep.
So.
Okay, well, it's really going to have to be down to the first game, and that's where we're going now. So the second series here in the semi-finals of the lower bracket, we're going in. It's Invictus Gaming versus LGD. All right, we're in on the second countdown. That's good. Yes. No third time's a charm. So 2 bans already done for both teams, and Razor for LGD. So not a surprise, hero for Razor being on the LGD side. They've used this as a core to their team when it comes to actually grouping up and fighting. And Invictus Gaming, they're going to... That's actually a surprise pick to get Death Prophet first pick. Seb, you kind of opened your eyes wide on that one.
I mean, that's a very early Death Prophet pick for sure. The Death Prophet Void is something they tried already. They actually lost. They even got crushed by Mouse at ESL with that specific draft. Then they made it work later. I mean, but it's something they actually tried. It's very, very powerful, great pushing power. You can't really go into the Death Prophet. I mean, initiate on her because of the Void Chronosphere, counter initiation all the time. So it's pretty difficult to deal with, especially when they get this early game advantage. As for the Razor pick, obviously top pick in that tournament. So questionable or not, that's not really the question. But I hope just LGD gets a lineup that actually works with Razor.
I think the Invoker early for LGD is key here. This is they've had great success with it, and it would have almost definitely been banned on the second stage. So I think getting their hands on it right away, especially when they ban out the Ember Spirit, which, I mean, Ferrari obviously plays probably the scariest Ember Spirit next to Sing Sing. They needed to grab like a big playmaking hero of their own here.
Also, the good thing about these two heroes is if they're not caught in the Chronosphere kind of helps them a little bit as well, because Razor will be able to static link and force maybe the Faceless Void out of the Chronosphere, or at least nullify some of the damage. And if there's any allied hero to the Faceless Void caught in that Chronosphere, Invoker can set his combo perfectly and do a lot of damage. So now Faceless Void has this really, really huge task of getting all these two heroes in a Chronosphere and get them right and get the kill before actually they can unleash their spells.
Yeah, that is true, and I'm kind of with Sebastian here on they picked really early Death Prophet, and that's always, it's strong, it's a strong combination, the Void and the Death Prophet, but it's also revealing your cards very early. Yes. You're saying what you want to do. I want to have Death Prophet, I want to push your towers, this is our goal. We don't even show supports before doing this. So it's about how good LGD can react to this, but at the same time drafting their own strat and making something work, like Gods was talking about earlier. If you only counter your enemy, you'll end up with a really horrible draft in many cases.
It looks like LGD is really prepared for that. I mean, their bans are really targeted. So the Ember Spirit for Ferrari, like we mentioned, the Shadow Shaman for Faith, one of his most successful heroes, the Pugna that IG has been using quite a lot, and the support Mirana from Xuan. So they're just banning actually real good. It's real good bans. Obviously the Mirana with the Void, the Pugna with the pushing power from the Death Prophet. I really like how LGD is approaching the draft. They still revealed nothing. So let's see if they can actually adapt, if they have to adapt, obviously.
Exactly. They can still forge any type of lineup really with LGD. They can go for push. They can also head into more late game, to be honest, with this Invoker and Razor. But we'll see what they want to do, especially with Void so often being used as an offlaner now. Going into late game against him is not as scary as it used to be when he was a hard carry farming Midas as first item.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was about to say, LGD's lane is very flexible here is the other key thing. Like, they've done a lot of offensive challenge with Razor. You can shut down a Void's farm if he's going to be farming a safe lane. Even if he's off lane, Invoker can beat a Void in a 1v1 matchup if they want to kind of just do these kind of less conventional lanes.
The more this draft go through, the more I wish LGD kind of went for the surgical approach of take a tower back away, take a tower back away, do not engage in team fights against Invictus Gaming. Of course, not only because of the draft they have right now, but IG are the team with the second highest death in this tournament, just a little bit before DK, but they finish their matches much faster as well. So IG, they take a lot of team fights, they like getting kills more than any other team in this game, and Ferrari, he's on the top of every single player with the most kills per game as well, leading with more than 30% of his team kills. So if you can avoid him, you avoid the team fights. If you avoid the team fights, you can get objectives and not get anything in return, not give anything in return to the other team.
But is Ferrari going to be able to continue that streak if he plays the Death Prophet? You know, that's something that has to be said as well.
Maybe he goes Dagon 5 and Evelyn, why not?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if he gets the farm, and Ferrari normally ends up doing fantastic in the mid lane, he gets, you know, if he gets the farm, yeah, potentially that Death Prophet can become big, but we saw it in the game previous to this. If the Death Prophet falls behind, it can be painful.
What LGD really needs right now, it's initiation power, because the problem is that they're going to be looking to fight or to defend or whatever. They can't really run into the IG's lineup. It's impossible. Like, you don't want to run into a Void or Shaker Death Prophet. They have too many AoE counters, the AoE silence, the Fisher, obviously. And they have no initiation power. So it's going to be up to IG to initiate or go back. IG are going to have the control on the 5 versus 5. Unless AGD decides to actually get something to open the fight. So I'm looking forward. Maybe Batrider can be a good hero for them right now.
I'm still feeling the Batrider. I think that's a pick that you can definitely go for, LGD here. It's really interesting how Batrider suddenly became a 4th-5th pick
for
type
the
of
Chinese
hero.
Teams, yeah.
All of a sudden, from being a first pick, first ban material. But now with the Veno and with the ES coming out from IG, we pretty much know what IG are up to.
No.
And I agree with you. With Alchemist, Invoker, Razor, you cannot take the fight. You're reacting to the fight. That's never a good thing against Void and Death Prophet.
That's for sure. And IG's lineup is really scary. When they're going to start to siege towers, there's actually nothing LGD can do. It's really hard to run into that lineup. It's a nightmare.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I would pick Batrider if I was LGD. Just because if you look at what Batrider does, he picks a hero, gets it next to your team clumps up and tries to kill that hero. Faceless Void will be saying, well, thank you. Our Shaker is going to be saying, well, thank you.
Yeah, it almost seems like the LGD need to get the picks before the 5-on-5 engagements happen. They really need an early, strong early game. And Skywrath Mage and also Alchemist can help with that, certainly. They are two very potent heroes when it comes to early damage and also rotations if they decide to roam them. And we're going into our last bans, Invictus Gaming first.
It feels a little bit anti-synergic to go, if the Alchemist is going to be a support Alchemist, to go Skywrath Mage, a highly damage output hero, with an Alchemist, a hero that enhances your right clicks and your right clicking potential because of that minus armor, and his stun being physical.
Enhance all the damage.
Yeah, they have like all kind of damage colors. It's going to, they're going for style points rather than synergy.
I mean, Invoker Razor's kind of mixed there. Like Invoker does quite a lot of physical damage with the Forward Spirits, then also you've got the Chaos Meteor Sunstrike kind of combos. So I assume we're going to be seeing an Exort Invoker here.
Yeah. I haven't seen any other. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I haven't seen any other Quaswax Invokers in quite a while in this tournament. Have you? Like maybe in the group stage some.
Nothing that I recall.
It's Exort or nothing.
Exort is a lot easier to play out. So Sebastian, you had a point.
I was going to mention that this could be a Venomancer core, but actually no, it's sure it is. And I really like that idea from IG. I mean, they have weak lanes. That's what they have. They had with weak lanes, but not anymore. Now they got Lich plus Venomancer. So they were maybe afraid of an offensive Trident from LGD, but that's not going to be an option for them anymore. So now IG has the better, I mean, a really strong team fight and really good laning presence with that Lich pick. I'm still looking for an initiation, like something that's able to initiate the team fights for MGD. I think they have a big weakness in their draft right now.
Yeah, I also think the Lich pick adds needed armor as well to the team of Invictus Gaming. There's always a possibility of just being burnt down through the Alchemist and Invoker and Razor. You know, Forward Spirits minus armor, your Razor's going to give you minus armor, and also the Alchemist with Acid Spray. And, you know, that really could have been a potential way in for LGD in the 5v5 team fights if they're able to wipe out some of the front liners like Faceless Void. But Lich armor, that's going to add a lot too, and also strengthen the lanes.
Yeah, it's part of it, but more importantly, as you say, to end there, strengthen the lanes, because they can now do either tri-lanes or dual lanes. Their dual lanes are ridiculously strong if they go for it. They can just have Lich Void together and then Venomancer farming with ES running around close to him, or even protecting Death Prophet with ES standing behind him. So you can make for very hard time for LGD's roaming pair, which should be a support Alchemist with the roaming Skywrath. It could also be farming. There it is, the Centaur.
There's your initiation.
That's a really good pick for LGD in my opinion.
I think the key thing you mentioned is protect the Death Prophet. We saw it happen Dendy when he got shut down early, didn't get any farm. That's where Earthshaker was a really good third pick here for Invictus Gaming. They can protect it well. Centaur's going to be the initiation that LGD need this game, but as far as the actual lanes go, the Alchemist, I feel, needs to get a lot of early ganks off successfully in the early game to really justify being picked.
Yeah, and we will see how much he can do that with the Earthshaker. Such a great counter-initiation hero if you can land a nice Fissure. Even if it's not a nice Fissure, you still have the stun duration from so far away. So you can save your teammates really easily.
It's definitely a great hero, and we're going to see Schwan on that Shaker roaming the map once again. You know, he just goes where he feels he's needed. So he can protect mid, he can be aggressive, and as he has a Venomancer solo safety, and Venomancer usually crushes 1 versus 1, especially like against a Centaur, against a melee, he should be fine. So we have to look forward to the Schwan's decision making early game, and it's usually top notch. So.
All right, well, it looks like all the players have just finished picking their hero, so we're going to go in to this series in the first game of LGD versus Invictus Gaming. Over to the commentators to bring us the match.
Welcome in, everybody. We're live here at Kirin. It's time for our second best of 3, our final elimination match of the day. Nobody else goes home after this one, but it's either IG or LGD. I'm LD. I'm joined here, of course, to my left by Luminous. And, well, Lumi, the lanes are getting underway now. Teams heading out, so we'll head on into the game. And we see LGD going to defend their jungle off the bat. IG looking towards some probable dual lanes, as the analysts were mentioning. We see Just Faith and YYF headed bottom. Looks like 430 on the Death Prophet mid, and Chuan will be potentially dual laning here. We may see the Earthshaker move a bit, and Luo up towards top for the Venomancer. So, man, we get really a classic matchup here in LGD versus IG. You go back a year, and these teams were playing in the finals of almost every Chinese tournament.
Yeah, but the story has kind of changed. LGD definitely not at the top-notch level as the name really represents. It's IG being the top dog and LG being the underdog, and we'll see how the underdog's going to do here. We kind of talked about, as the analyst mentioned, that LGD needs to have a powerful start, because once the mid and late game comes, your burst damage coming from Centaur is really going to get neglected. So what is LGD's early game plan is going to be? That is my big question coming into the game.
Yeah, I'm looking at their draft right now, and you see a very strong roaming duo. You've got DD playing the support Alchemist and the Skywrath Mage for DDC. High burst damage, pretty good lockdown from the Alch stun. So if you're LGD, you'd love to set up early kills, but IG are a very strong defensive lineup. Void, one of the most difficult heroes to gank in the laning stage. Lich is going to keep the lane back and get the level advantage, so diving him is going to be risky. 430, probably the easiest hero in this game to kill, but that's assuming the Earthshaker is not there. And right now, Chuan is actually guarding his jungle, but he may make a movement towards mid. We've seen this a lot from FY's Earthshaker. He'll be basically a floater. He'll head from mid to the safe lane. He'll be stacking the neutrals at times to let the Death Prophet farm up quite a bit. And, well, with that, you just don't know where he's going to be, so those dives are always risky. And it looks like they're not going to be roaming early. They'll just go for dual lanes of their own.
I think not roaming early is actually a great choice coming out from these two particular supports, because sure, you could go for the level 1 gank, but they really get a lot better once you get level 2 and even level 3 on both these heroes. For Skywrath Mage, for example, you want that concussive shot, you may want the Ancient Seal depending what kind of hero you're ganking, and obviously for Alchemist, getting that second point into Acid Spray really increase your damage output of that concoction stun. So I think the correct thing to do is what they're doing right now. Just hold on a little bit, wait for that level 2, level 3, and then go for the gank. But
the other thing is, because of the Exort Invoker mid, they can actually get kills with dual lanes. If they get a Centaur stun, maybe set up by a concussive shot from the Skywrath, the follow-up Sunstrike will get a kill.
Yeah.
So, and same for the bottom lane with an Alch stun into anything from the Razor. Just some right clicks, a Plasma Field. So I think with the dual lanes, LGD actually have the triple kill potential, and we'll see if they find those openings.
Again, probably not going to go for that anytime soon, because if you look over to Yao early, he hasn't even got Invoked, although he's probably going to pick it up at level 3, and that's going to be where Sunstrike as well as Cold Snap's going to come online. And there you go. Actually, Force Spirit, he just wants to dominate the lane even further and not really worry about the ganking, at least not at this point yet.
Yeah, still diving the Fort Spirit is kind of deceptively scary as it does a lot of damage. Chuan, though, will find a double damage rune here and just backs off. If that's a ranged hero with any sort of lockdown, maybe he goes on DDC, but doesn't really have much to work with, so he'll back off in the end. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Faith and YYF, we're getting not too much farm here on the lane, but they are getting their levels up. Already 2 on the Void. The Lich is actually out-leveling him thanks to the Deny experience, and well, considering in the offensive lane and the riskier lane as well, it's a pretty good start for them. Rabbit taking a bit of chip damage, but this is a lane you expect the Razor to have a very good time in.
Just want to point out that being a TI champion has its perks. There's a golden Doomling. I'm not sure exactly how much that costs, probably a lot. And also Chuan has a golden fissure thing. Secret shop money though.
The golden fissure and all of the fissure modifications they're very distracting. It's like a tactical weapon to use it because they really change the way it looks a lot. So the golden fissure, maybe it blinds them and they can't think of what to do next, LGD. We'll see if that next level of Dota comes into play here. But for now, both teams pretty content to just sit back and farm, and I'm really looking towards when the Invoker gets his levels. That's where, maybe with the Centaur level 6 on Lin, he's already hit 4, they can go for a kill. Just pop Stampede, and at that point you've potentially got a quad lane bottom if you want to count this additional Stampede support as an extra hero. So I think LGD just biding their time. In terms of farm, they're holding their own, and in fact overall out-farming IG, but for them the key is really once they get the Centaur level 6, they go for something. For now, YYF's going for Rabbit, but he doesn't really have much to work with here. He'll pick up his boots and, well, he's kind of trapped into the side shop. He can time walk out of this one, and he'll do it. But it comes at the cost of a lot of damage, so not having a very good time. And still sitting, only 6 CS. Not much the Void can do here.
Looks like we might see the first gank coming to the mid lane. DDC is smoked up, but he's going to run. Oh, okay, not just yet. The teleport's going to come through the mid lane as well. This is where the gank is, but immediately revealed by that Chuan.
430 thinks he's safe. If this stun comes through, no, not going to happen.
Really good rotation from Chuan.
This is exactly how FY plays the Earthshaker. You camp on this hill half the time, you can stack the jungle in between, checking for ganks, and you just are off the map. So it's really never clear if LGD have an easy gank.
Yeah, the best Earthshaker counter ganks are the ones...
DD's in trouble here. Faith does have a haste rune, and he's going to dive a bit for this one. This could be our first blood. He's got a Frost Blast, 30 mana short, and in comes the support. Can't quite do it. Chuan was close to a fissure there, but couldn't find the angle.
Yeah, good thing that Faith did not chase around the corner, because he would have actually aided the stun and probably died as a result. But you can see that support here from Lich already carrying a teleport scroll. Surprised that Earthshaker is not as well. Generally, that's something that, like you've been mentioning, FY also do quite a bit. We bring FY up quite a bit because he is one of the best Earthshaker players in the world, and that's saying quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a hero that doesn't get many levels or farm unless his teams really succeed on the ganks, but you could do a lot just from level 1 as that hero, probably more than any other hero in the game. But Lumi, I do want to talk about this middle lane because
bottom is going to be a concoction stun into a Sunstrike. First blood happens, and that goes back to exactly what you said. The Sunstrike didn't add the needed damage, but I'm not sure why YYF stayed for such low health when he's out of region. So maybe a little bit of mistake, but
you get the sense of I can't die when you're Void. Between backtrack and time walk and just the poor man's shield, the high base armor, it's one of the most difficult heroes in the game to kill. But if the backtrack RNG isn't with you, he's actually not that tanky against all the magic damage. But yeah, look at this middle lane. It's worth mentioning, 430 is absolutely dominant right now. He's up 16 CS, and yeah, Invoker isn't that great at the early levels, but he's getting absolutely run over, Yao is. And he's actually going to be rushing a mech here, picks up the headdress, so it really goes towards the way that LGD like to play, which is heavy 5-man pressure. They could have built this on the Razor, but it seems maybe Xiao Tuju will be going straight into something like an Ags or a BKB.
That is actually one of the more interesting things, because I think if mech came from Xiao Tuji and allow your Invoker to go for that standard Midas Nectar look, that would really assist your push, but I guess they're trying to hit a timing that we're not really catching on right now, and hopefully that timing will get more and more apparent as the game carries on. But so far the ganks has not been working out for LGD. They're not really farming exactly too well, like you said. So when are they actually going to attack? Because I don't think their mid game is as strong as effing Mad as well as Waka said. It's hard to fight into LGD because of the fissures and the chronospheres and the chain frost. I'm really worried for LGD based on their early game progression so far.
Well, we're going to see it soon, but they're not quite there yet. They need the Centaur Blink Dagger. He's up to 900 gold, and he's got Stampede at the ready. So I think we're just going to have to wait until the mech's out, the Stampede is prepared, they get the Scarth Mage ultimate. He's only level 3 now, but if they can find a kill, that'll really boost him up. Luo's currently 6 and hiding in the trees. That's not an easy kill by any means, but they just don't have the critical mass yet. I think we'll see it soon. Razor picks up his phase boots, maybe a point booster, something along those lines next, and from there with the mech and the blink on Centaur, those are the 2 key ingredients to take the fights if you're LGD.
I think the next kill might actually come from the top lane, because Luo is actually a very easy kill.
Only if you get him, though. He's got these wards everywhere, so if you're going on him, you got to dive really deep for him.
So far, no dive is happening, and I'm surprised at the fact that there is no dive, because the burst damage coming from these 2 heroes can easily get the kill before even teleport support comes in. But they're going to play it safe, maybe reserving that for a more important kill, perhaps in the mid lane.
Well, they could make a move here on Yao, and they've got a fissure at the ready, but it's on the wrong side. It may glow, but it's still not going to block Yao the way they want it to. So he'll make his way out of that one. And we just wait for LGD to hit their timing. In the meantime, IG are not farming great, but considering that they're running a Void as one of their cores up against the Razor, you expect him to have a bit of a struggle. 430, as mentioned, is doing really well. Alkstone will play bottom. Are they going to commit for this one? Sunstrike comes in, and YYF turns, and he chronos, and he goes back in on Rabbit, but he's really not hitting hard. He's going to need some help for this, and 430 aims to give it, but Razor is quite speedy with the Stampede, makes his way out. How much does 430 commit? He's really diving for this one, gets stunned, forced back, and, well, that's a Death Prophet ult down, not in range of a tower, and now it's Yao's turn to pressure the mid one. So a forced out TP, I wouldn't say a wasted chrono, but a chrono that doesn't actually accomplish a kill, and overall LGD, they get a little more room to maneuver here.
I think it's more fair to say that the chrono traded for the Centaur ultimate, which in a sense, you know,
well, Centaur ult has a very
much lower cooldown. Yeah, I think the bigger win came from the fact that Invoker didn't need to be there, was able to do a tiny bit of chip damage, and more importantly, you don't want to rotate and have Death Prophet push your tower.
Going in again. The stuns on Faith from the trees will come DD. He drops the Acid Spray as well. Now the Sunstrike straight on. They get him. Cleaned up by the Acid Spray. Really nice combination there. And you could see that Chuan wanted to walk next to him to split the damage of the Sunstrike, but he just wasn't fast enough. This Earthshaker is a lumbering beast. For now, LGD hold. They've got 1,700 gold up on Lin. And the biggest item that they want is the Blink Dagger. Once you get that, the mech is coming soon on Yao as well. 850 gold to go. That's where we expect LGD to strike. If they're not, then IG have to feel good because they're dire side. They have the Death Prophet, one of the best Roshan killing heroes in the game. I think the stats back that up as well. And IG will smoke now. They want to make a move before those core items come online, and they're going to head towards mid. But if Yao stays up on this hill, Park Nearest Tower, it won't be easy.
It's going to be a tough kill in the sense that there is still Centaur ultimate backup, so they really need to burst Yao from 100 down to 0. These Crypt Swarms are really assisting in that, though.
They really want to block him off right about here, but they can't quite get the angle just yet. He's actually way behind the tower. If they just want to go straight on, it's a long dive, and the fissure once again is on the wrong side. They can't finish the job. There's no turn yet. But once that Centaur blink comes, you better believe if you make a dive like that and it doesn't connect, They're coming in, and they're looking for kills. But LGD for now are still just waiting for those core items. They're very close.
Pressing Yao off the tower and doing a ton of that early game damage that you really want to pick up. So it's not exactly bad. In fact, the rotations are coming in. Is IG 5-manning this tier 1 tower? It's a lot of commitment for just a T1 this early on.
Centaur ultimate, now top lane they go. And Lin will make his move on the low. The Sunstrike's going to follow this up. And in goes the Centaur for an easy kill. LGD, I mean, it's the combination you knew would come at some point. It's almost inevitable. You'll give up a few kills to that. But now the turn, they're going to chrono and look to jump in. But YYF needs more damage. He's just not getting much. Now he tries to run, and he scatters to the south. But DDC is there to greet him. He's pretty low. Meanwhile, retreating out will be his ally, the Earthshaker. And while that's all going on, they lose the Lich. YYF still being pursued by DDC. He's pretty tanky here, but doesn't have mana. And now Yao joins the fight. This is a big kill. A chrono as well as the death of the Void. They lost 3 in the end there. The Venomancer just now respawning, and all they got was an Alchemist.
Not a good trade.
No.
To put it simply. I mean, we were talking about how IG is not farming well. I do want to point out that the heroes don't necessarily need too much farm. I feel like 1 or 2 core items. Oh, mid lane. It's going to be a big burst. 430 melts off the face of the map.
And they can do that every time the Blake's off cooldown and the Sunstrike is ready. Yao's low on mana right now, and he may need to go back to base, but once he's got Sunstrike mana, you can just keep on rinsing and repeating. He picks up Gloves of Haste now. This could be Treads, or maybe he even goes back for a Midas, just to give them a little extra push as the game heads towards mid-game. And now, score 6-1, LGD comfortably ahead. 4K gold, 5K experience, and in a good spot. This is where you want to be if you run this kind of draft. You may not have the best late game lineup, but it's still very strong, and they've got the much better punching power. They're going to smoke and head towards top. Lin's at the ready, and Faith walks into the side shop, and now the stomp. Oh, it's missed, and they're still going to dive anyway. Sunstrike available. No, not even needed. These two just absolutely pack a punch. DDC and Lin combined for an easy kill, and that's without the stomp.
Yeah, Ancient Seal at level 1, amplifying 30% more damage off Double Edge, which is one of the highest nuking spell in the game. Yeah, it hurts quite a bit. And yeah, they keep on doing this. And the question is, what exactly is Lin going for next? Are we going to see a pipe that's going to assist their push? Or are we going to more worry about the mid-game team fights? Because once Death Prophet hits that level 11, I think she's going to be very difficult to deal with at that point.
Well, that's if 430 doesn't get caught. He's only got 930 health. Let's see if LGD can find the openings. YYF is looking for a zone right now, as the Void is on the sides of the trees, just hunting for Yao. He's got a Chrono at the ready. Does he want to leap for this one? Not doing it just yet. And they will commit for the tower mid. They'll get it too. The tier 1 mid falls, and a lineup that has good pushing power in LGD, with the double Forge Spirits now online, as well as a Razor, has not quite forced the issue yet.
Yeah, the Razor is not at a point where he can pick up Aghanim, so the pushing is going to come a little bit later. And against Force Spirit, he's got the double up, but really hasn't been able to crack those towers just yet.
It's very hard to 5-man into IG. I mean, you look at their draft, and we've discussed it already, is Chain Frost after a Chronosphere is a devastating combination. You've got the Venomancer rolled on top of that. ES is great in these 5v5 clashes, so it seems LGD just want to move as packs of 2 or 3. You've always got Invoker as a +1. Stampede can help out as well, and as long as you don't clump as 5, you're not letting IG play their game. So I like the movement from LGD right now. They're going to still pressure mid with the Invoker. They still threaten top. And IG are worried. Stampede top, and in they go. Sunstrike, as well as the Mystic Flare from the Skywrath Mage, combine. The burst damage on LGD is absolutely absurd.
I agree with you, and as well as the analyst that says hard to 5-man against IG, but I'm looking at the Invoker and I ask myself, what is this mech for? If you don't plan to do an early game 5-man against the IG, I think an earlier Hannah Midas would have been much better in terms of catching the mid game. So to me, there's a little bit of disconnect in terms of the items they're getting, and you can see that he's now going back for a Hannah Midas with the play style that they're trying to do. So very interesting plays coming out from LGD. So far, they're enjoying a comfortable lead, so we really can knock against the mech.
Bottom rune, we're going to have a clash. Let's see, Alk will get this one first.
He's out of there.
He'll just make it away. 430 is fast, but not fast enough. And, well, the mech pickup, it does give them kind of 2 ways to approach the game. Maybe if IG was caught out of position, if you know Chrono's on cooldown or Chain Frost has been wasted, then I think you can take the 5-man fight. So it gives them that option, but if all the ults are online,
bottom lane, just a ton of harass on YYF.
Now bottom, now they're smoking. Chuan and Faith are on the move, but they've got no Void here to back them up. YYF will need to ferry a salve, or this is probably a fool's errand from IG.
Well, I guess he's just a walking Chronosphere, right?
And now LGD smoke as well. And this one has got all the markings of success. Luo's way out from the tower, And there's
bottom lane jump. Chrono's going to be the lead right now. He's got to be very careful. He's actually dying under that. Vision's going to come out, and there you go.
Now top they go. And they will finish off the Venomancer. So it's a 1-for-1. A support for a support. But does anyone get a tower off of this? That would obviously be the big win. And it seems, if anyone does, it'll be LGD. They're the ones pressuring right now. IG are backing off.
I mean, neither team actually pushed that well, right? 430 is the biggest push here for IG, and you could argue that.
Centaur ultimate, and they go bottom again with Lin. He finds one. He's looking for the double here, and he'll find it on Faith as well. He even forces out a Chain Frost, but just not enough burst. Lin, we talked about just the pressure that Rabbit can bring out, and the analysts were all very impressed with his play, but Lin is really stepping up. I think often the kind of the forgotten player on this team. He was kind of a last-minute addition and not the biggest name to bring to bear, but he's having himself a fantastic game on the Centaur. Already 2-0-5, and really opening up the map here for LGD.
Speaking about Ogre Club, do you think it's going to be a BKB build coming out from Centaur? It's interesting in the sense that there's always ganks coming. It's going to be DD in a little bit of trouble. Fissure coming up, cooldown 2 seconds. And that Echo Slam is going to be a lot of damage as well. He's going to use it right there. The regen, though, it's going to bring him up. The support's coming a little bit late. Sunstrike going to miss as well. And looks like Skywrath Mage, he has to back up.
DDC expected Faith to back, and Faith's like, I'm fighting this one, buddy. So he just comes in and forces them off, but now LGD will pressure mid instead. Yao, he's split pushing this one, and he's got Rabbit at his side, so the trade will be attempted by IG. They've got a Death Prophet ult ready to go, Exorcism online, and Luo in through the front, and he's got the mech here as well. They'll pop the Exorcism now, but here comes Centaur, no Stampede. This is going to be a tough one to fight into, but he'll go for it anyway. He whips the stomp, now gets caught by a Fissure, and he might be a little bit trapped. Rabbit will join the fray as well, and LGD will be forced back. They lost their Skywrath Mage, though, to Faith on the backside. What was happening? Rabbit would be a much bigger prize, and they'll get him too. The Stampede used, but to what avail? They have no follow-up for this one. They're actually just going to retreat their way out. The only trade is that Yao will take a tower mid, but it comes at the cost of 2, and now DD gets caught. He's chronoed up. They can commit heavily for this one. The Alchemist ult will keep him alive, but only for a time, and then finally he falls to the right clicks of YYF, getting some much-needed kill gold. So they lose 3, but they do take now 2 towers mid, as Yao will finish off the second. Perhaps with 2 towers, it's worth it.
Yeah, that huge surge of gold for Yao, it's going to be great as well. He's up to 2.5k gold after buying some TP.
Here's your medallion, Lumi. We've got a Death Prophet on the side of IG, and the second they have an opening, they're going to Exorcism into the pit and look to take the Roche. This will be the comeback mechanic for them.
I think LGD is not bad fighting into the Roshan pit, though. Sunstrike to scout, you have things like Acid Spray to delay, and the burst damage from Centaur, especially if he hits a 2 or 3-man Hoof Stomp into the pit, that could be the opening for Yao and the rest of the team to go in. So I think IG needs to maybe kill 1 or 2 or push the creep waves very far into LGD before making that play. But I do definitely agree with you. Exorcism, make short work of Roshan. And make short work of just about any of the heroes on LGD. We saw Razor just melting to Death Prophet. And I think Death Prophet is just one of the great counter to Razor, because normally Razor links and wants to run into you. Death Prophet says, yeah, you could run into me and die. And that's kind of what happened there.
Doesn't need her right-click damage. You can't drain the Exorcism damage, and that is probably 90% of her damage as the game goes on. Especially with things like Acid Spray and all the minus armor. Oh no, getting my teams mixed up, Lumi. Save me.
Well, the medallion will give the minus armor necessary.
Yeah,
I got you there, Ali.
Thank you, buddy. But yeah, I think for now for IG, they need to look for a good opening here. They're not really that strong, and with the burst damage LGD have, anyone who gets caught is dead. Maybe the Void with some lucky backtracks can live through the Centaur combo, but they can't just walk into the pit now. The map control simply isn't there, and this goes back to losing the tier 2 mid. With that tower up, maybe you can sneak your way in, but at this point, you're going in blind, and it's against Sunstrike to scout, Forged Spirits to scout, and a tanky lineup that frankly doesn't worry too much about getting caught. Razor's almost got his Aghanim Scepter. Centaur, you asked if he's building a BKB earlier, and I think the answer is most likely. And once he gets one, IG only have the Death Prophet ult to try and bring him down, and he's tanky enough to live through at least a decent chunk of that.
Yeah, and if he's tanking the Death Prophet, that allows your Invoker as well as your Razor to do much more. So it's an interesting item choice in the sense that normally you want your Centaur just to eat all the spells because he's so tanky.
Outstun. Are we going to go? They look for it. The outstun can come, but just barely gets up in Faith, and now the Sunstrike follows. It will connect, but Chuan's going to just come in and look to tank that. And LGD, in the end, won't find an opening. But they're looking top jungle, and they find YYF now with a stomp and a Mystic Flare as well. There's no chance for YYF. And they just keep on shutting down the Faceless Void. And I think this Skywrath Mage has really worked out well for them. They've got such good setup for Mystic Flare with the Stomp as well as the Alk Stun, and it's something you always look for when a team picks Skywrath, sort of like with Mirana. Do you have setup for the arrow? With the setup, the Skywrath has had a huge impact already.
Looks like IG's trying to sneak the Roshan, and
the
Scout's going to come out from the Forge Spirit, but it seems like everybody's so far away from LGD, and the burst damage is coming out.
Stampede, is Lin going to go for it? He's heading towards the pit. He'll Stampede now, and he'll jump in, and he finds 430. The Aegis falls. Who's going to claim it? It's still on the ground. It gets denied by Lin. He gets 2. Now it's 3. LGD. What a snipe. What a snatch. And what a disaster for IG. The Aegis, the Roche, was supposed to be their comeback mechanic, but it seems to be just another nail in the coffin LGD are building for them. They've got an Axe now, and they can start to push with this.
IG did get the Roshan kill in the experience, but definitely not worth the 3-man trade, and that's exactly what it meant about LGD's Roshan fighting capability. Centaur leading the charge with Stampede. It's so hard to fight against, and it's going to be LGD taking away another Tier 2 tower. It's going to be up to a 10,000 gold lead very soon, and during the intro, we're seeing how IG is a team that perhaps doubt each other and not trust the teammates. I'm not sure if this is going to be the beginning of that, but they're fighting really uphill now.
Yeah, this is where your teamwork and your trust in your team will be tested if you're IG. You've still got potential in this game. They're down 10,000 gold, but with the level of late game damage they can provide from the supports, already Faith gets the level 2 Chain Frost. If they can get it right, with a Chronosphere at 3 and 4, Death Prophet able to channel her ultimate, not be focused down during that time, then they can turn this, but it's just hard. Because LGD are spreading the map, and when they go, they always seem to get the jump. The Centaur pick, I think he's a really underdrafted hero. He got a slight mana cost nerf to or the mana cost increased, I should say, for Hoofstomp. So on the back of that, he just kind of fell out of play, but he's such a good combo. And now they're going to find more. Faith gets caught. It's another easy pickoff for Lin. He's missed a few stomps, but just the hero and what it brings to the team it's been so effective for LGD.
The reason why LGD is doing so well is they're attacking IG on an axis that IG can't really fight, which is the single target pickoff. Centaur comes in, you get a quick kill, and then you move on and push. IG's initiation is going to come from that Chronosphere, but it's hard for him to jump in and catch 4 or 5, and he really needs to catch at least 4 or 5 to win that fight. So
they were thinking about fighting that one. I don't see a chance for them there without a Chain Frost Chrono.
I mean, again, if you get 4 or 5, maybe you have a shot, but
I think they need the Chain Frost damage, though. At this point, that's the Death Prophet ult it's not quick enough to kill. Maybe it kills 1 in the Chrono, but your Alchemist has built a Vanguard. DD gets tanky with this, and Yao's got a Mech and a Necro too. He's not squishy. DDC will pretty much die if he gets Chrono, that's for sure. But you look at Rabbit, 1800 health on the Razor. These are not easy heroes to burst. IG have great teamfight AoE, but their burst damage simply isn't there. Not yet, anyway. So they're going to hold the high ground and look for a really one-sided opening. They're actually sunstriking the high ground right now and attempting to do some dewarding.
So actually a very interesting item choice coming out from DD, the Vanguard. Not exactly sure the reasoning behind this. The damage block will not work against Exorcism. I guess the raw health, and yeah, the raw health is really what he's getting at, but the regen doesn't really benefit him much because he's already got it from his ultimate. And if you want raw health, I think picking up makings of a BKB, which I think that's what he's doing right now, would be more beneficial. He would have his BKB right now if he went for it.
Well, he's still not a hero you want to be focusing, right? I guess that's the way LGD are looking at this. If the Alk takes up any damage, then that's already a victory of itself for LGD because they've got much bigger threats on the team. Lin on the Centaur, Rabbit on the Razor. These are the heroes who are going to burst you down. There's a single Dire Observer Ward here. We'll see how long it stands. It's near the top rune, but with the Necro 3 out on Yao now, they can control the map completely. They've dropped a lane ward down mid as well, LGD have, and they just look to keep IG and Sepend up in their base. And the one issue IG really have in this position, Lumi, is they don't split push well. They've got 430 who can take towers quickly, but Death Prophet doesn't have a real escape mechanism. Yules and BKB is pretty good if you get it off, but it's still, you don't want to be wasting those BKB charges and taking that risk. Because if she dies, LGD are coming right in. So it's Luo only who can push, and he's almost guaranteed to die at some point if he keeps this up.
He does have that Blink Dagger, and, you know, He is ratting sort of well. Exactly.
I actually like that choice a lot. Mid lane, there's a chrono on Yao. He gets caught out by YYF, and they're going to commit heavily for this kill. Stampede was used, but the fissure block is perfect. Just what the doctor ordered for IG. And now DDC, he's been surrounded by the Death Prophet. Well, YYF tanks a Mystic Flare, but it can't finish off the Void. He makes his way out of the fight, and in comes Rabbit. He's stealing damage. 430 might not need it to dish out his own, but he's going to jump fast to this. There's BKBs everywhere, and the Chain Frost just keeps on bouncing, but LGD don't care. Now the Sunstrike, it connects! 430 melts, and LGD march forward. What a great Sunstrike, and no attempt to juke. In that moment, you just have to keep on running and pray to the gods. You turn for a moment, Rabbit would have finished him off.
I think the buyback from Yao was absolutely the best choice, not just because he made a flashy play, but Chronosphere is the only way they could initiate. The big Echo Stomp's going to come in! Tornado Meteor End's going to come down here against IG. IG is melting for a second time, and I think this is where they lose Rax.
It's just not enough. They have nothing now. The Chain Frost has been used. The Poison Nova's down as well. Exorcism, Echo Slam, it's all been thrown at LGD, and they just tank it and keep on moving forward. They'll lurk on the tier 3 now. DD in the front lines on the Alchemist, trying to finish off the creep wave. They've thrown some Alacrity on Rabbit, Yao has, and this will allow them to finish the tier 3 quicker. The Frost Armor deployed by the Lich slows it down for a time, but Faith can't stop the onslaught. LGD keep on clubbing away, and now they go. They look for a kill. They'll find it easily with Lin. One more right click. The Alch stun comes in, but not even needed. They got the kill anyway, and now even if IG find any kills, they've still lost lane of Rax, and once you lose one, it gets this level of push. It wasn't the best pushing lineup earlier, but now with the Ags on the Razor, the Refresher, if he wants it for Chao Tuji, Rabbit not too far off, and Yao with the Necro 3 now complete. Now they push very fast. One more bad fight from IG, and with no tier 2s, Lumi, I think you're looking at a second lane of Rax.
Is a bad fight even necessary? Here comes Chao Tuji. Oh, Chuan's dead.
Oh, he didn't know they had vision. He wanted to go down in the river and just get some wards up, but he pays for it. They've got the Observer Ward mid lane. I think that was the one that spot him out, and if he tries to come from the southern access point, that's not going to work either. IG now officially blocked inside their base. 430 will get his last few jungle creeps here, but it's only a matter of time before LGD go for push number 2.
Yeah, I think if I'm LGD, I'm just straight up walking to one of the other Raxes and just try to take it, because what is really IG going to do? They have one of the best teamfight ultimates in the game and a great combo, but they are such an item disadvantage. Look at how tanky the LGD heroes are at. We have 1600 health on Invoker, that's without activating the mech. Centaur sitting at 1800 with a Black King bar. We have Alchemist, who is picking up the makings of SNY, sitting at 1700 health. Skywrath Mage, he's the only squishy one, but he never really wants to stand in the front line. And obviously Razor sitting at 2100, so LGD could face tank a lot of these nukes coming out from IG.
You live through the AoE ultimates and you just win. Yeah. That's the way LGD are building at this point. With this many tanky heroes, the only one who's at risk is Skywrath, and he's got a Force Staff, and he can sit back and let the other teammates initiate. And once the ults are down, we saw IG they simply can't take a fight. Now LGD will try and regroup. Roshan not ready yet, could be up in as little as, it looks like a minute or so, or could be up to 4 minutes, so LGD will wait it out. They got a Sanj and Yashin now in DD, which does give you that extra bit of mobility, pretty cost-efficient item, and lets you chase anyone down who's outside the base. And against the Death Prophet, this will give him a little extra closing distance power if he needs it. And now they get a blink on the Invoker, so they're really stacking up in terms of these mobility items.
For a second, I thought YYF's going to try to force that tier 1 top before making the defense bottom, but it seems like he doesn't have the time.
It's risky now. If he goes bottom, if he goes there and tries to force the issue, he does have buyback, but he's buying back with no BKB. And LGD, they've got the burst to finish him off.
Yeah, he's also an initiate for the team. Like if IG sees somebody out of position, it's up to him to actually make that jump.
And they're going now. LGD, they're going to force the issue here on IG, and in comes the Chrono. It's a good 1-on-2. The Mystic Flare, though, will drive my way off, and now Lin comes in once again with the stop. The BKBs, LGD march forward. Rabbit and Lin driving IG back. They haven't actually finished up the racks here, though. The tier 3 is still defended for now, and maybe LGD decides to back off. They force out the Chrono, as well as the Death Prophet ultimate. If they just wait this out, they can go in again. There's only 50 seconds until your Centaur ult, and they'll have about 25 after that before the Chrono cools down.
Yeah, Void buys back, and no Chrono buying back. Essentially, just a big melee creep. And LG says, let's go back for Roshan. Unfortunately, for them, hasn't spawned yet.
It's going to be really unfortunate for IG if this Roshan respawns right now, and looks like it's going to be a minute. So they get I guess a bit lucky. Mal bottom lane. Force
nice
staff
dodge.
into a stomp attempted by Lin. It's not going to connect, but still gets off the double edge, and they don't even need it. That's the gem. The courier snags it and makes his retreat. The golden Doomling flies high today for IG. Well, it's something going their way, but it still comes at the cost of the Veno.
I wonder if anything disabled Luo's Blink Dagger, because I don't think he was hit. He could have just blinked away from the Centaur, but I guess a panic moment.
I'm not sure if anything did, but it's when the Centaur comes rushing in, yeah, like you said, you just tend to panic. A giant horse that's got a huge hammer. It's a pretty scary beast.
Well, here comes that push.
There's no chrono for 19. There is no Chain Frost for 30. They're not going to have much to follow this one up. And in fact, Exorcism also cooling down for 30. And LGD are finding the right time while Lin looks for 2. He gets the stop, but 430 will dodge it. Disjoints it nicely with the BKB and now retreats. Unfortunately, even with the BKB being popped, he's got no answer for this jump. They'll lose their second lane of rack. LGD just wiping IG's base off the map. And now they could try and go. They have a chrono ready, Exorcism in 5, but they just know they don't have the firepower. So they let it go, and now it's onto the Roche for LGD, systematically dismantling IG in game 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, I love the item choice coming out here from the Razor as well. Rabbit says, you know what, I could get more damage by getting the refresh ore, but that's not really the point. I don't need more damage. I just need to face tank everything, and I think that heart goes a long way. And of course, I don't think anybody really needs the Aegis, but this is just another kind of stab at IG.
Well, IG not in good position now. The damage isn't really there. They're going to need to go for a big play, I feel. So they try and even contest this Roshan. As difficult as it is, maybe they can snatch the Aegis. Nah, far too late for that. Luo was making his way towards the pit, and he does have a blink, but then he's risking a gem, which in theory will help them hold their base for a little bit longer. They got some wards on the map. You could see IG actually placing quite a few around the map. Chuan deployed those, but LGD say you can have wards anywhere you want. You're going to need some vision in your base, because that's where we're headed. Straight to the top lane they go, grouped up as 5, and looking for what could be the death push. IG, even if they get the perfect chrono and the perfect Chain Frost, at this point, Lumi, do they have the damage? I'm really not sure. This Razor has a heart. He's sitting on 3.2 KHP, 10 armor, and he's got a lot of strong defensive supports to bail him out. Stampede, you've got the Alk stun to disengage, the Force Staff up on the Skywrath. A perfect combo. Is it even enough to kill Rabbit once?
Maybe kill once. Maybe. Yeah.
Well, now he's going to test that theory. Pops the ultimate and starts working on the tower. They'll try and buy some time here, but now the Centaur goes in. He stops one. It's a nice Chronosphere, but the follow-up simply isn't there. Rabbit's still very healthy through this, and now the Alk stun comes, and Rabbit just charges forward. He's hurting them back, now finishing off one, working on 430. Even the Death Prophet can't fight. Normally she loves it when you're in her face, but it's GG. IG just didn't have it. LGD come out hot, and they're on the verge of knocking the last defending champions out of the tournament. If IG lose here, nobody will have won 2 TIs after this one.
It was really that fight near the Roshan pit where Lin was able to come in, get a 2-3 man stomp, double edge, get a couple kills, denies the Aegis. I think IG was already very far behind that point, but that really just sealed it at that point. So really well played from LGD.
I loved the dual lanes, and I loved the Invoker going mid, because that really set up, it's basically against the tri-lane, and you can see LGD walking up the stage now feeling confident. The way they lane that and the way they use the Invoker Centaur combo, to me, that was the key to success for them. They used it effectively, and I think IG's lanes were just too passive. They really didn't ever threaten LGD. It was all about the big team fight combo, but the only lane they won was the mid, and that simply wasn't enough. And with that, we're back to the analyst guys. What do you think?
I think LGD looked like a team that could go all the way off that performance. A victory over Invictus Gaming, even in just one match that we potentially could see 3, is huge for LGD. That's exactly what they needed. And, you know, before the game started, we were looking at the bans and picks. We were like, oh, this looks a bit scary for them. IG have a nice lineup. And then the Centaur came in, and it worked perfectly for LGD.
I want to congratulate that and call this strategy death from above. Because you get a Sunstrike, you get Mystic Flare, and you get a huge center jumping on top of you. You can't stop that. Maybe only a Zeus with a Wrath of God as well, just to punish everything. But there was no way. Every single time there was a hero kind of alone, they went surgically, got in, got the kill, got out. And that's what you had to do against IG. You cannot 5v5-man team fight, because they're really good at that. LGD played it perfectly.
They were playing like a team with nothing to lose. Every kill, every opportunity they saw, they just went for it. they don't care if there's someone backing him up. They just trusted their ability to burst down the target as soon as they see him and back off. Like, Lin missed 2 or 3 stuns. Who cares? LGD were like, miss a stun, let's go stampede in and get the kill anyway. So it was just constant. As soon as anyone showed on the map, dive for the kill, get the kill, and then go from there.
We've muted your microphone, Seb. Either that or you picked... Oh, no, you're back. You're with us. You have the voice. What's up, Seb?
Awesome. Feels great. No, I just wanted to say that the Centaur pick worked wonders for them. Like, having that initiation part with the long-range nukes, as Bruno mentioned, was actually awesome. And I really liked, as LG mentioned, the double lane off-lane from LGD. They actually realized that Venomancer is strong versus a solo offlane, but that Venomancer Shaker versus on a 2 versus 2 setup plus the Sunstrike, as we mentioned, the Invoker being able to head the 2 lanes at the same time, that's very standard. Actually, it was classic back in the days. It wasn't used anymore, and they put it to great use. So I was really impressed by their draft. It looks like they had an idea. They just went for it. They're one of the only teams picking Centaur, and it just crushed the game. So
you know, the funny thing is that most of the times they didn't even need the Sunstrike because the hero would die before. Just that plus 30 or 36% amplification from the Skywrath Mage and level 1 silence together with the double edge was so much damage every single time. IG wasn't expecting that, I guess, and neither were we.
Well, the only team that actually has been picking Centaur in the later stages of their tournament was Arrow Gaming. Unfortunately, they're the first team to go out, but at the end, you know, they actually were like, okay, let's play this a little bit more aggressive. You know, a lot of teams were pushing them over and they weren't able to stand up, and they actually got the Centaur and they got wins from it as well. And it was very similar to this, and not so much like having that dual off lane, but just being able to play the Centaur, being able to get a blink, and being able to have that strong initiation. But I really felt, having an additional person on the off lane, similar to the Cloud9 game where we saw the bounty there, we saw the Skywrath. And you can harass very well with a Skywrath.
Yeah. And I think it was crucial because Lin needs farm. He's a player he's not the off-lane player for this team, but he was on that Centaur role, which is where I feel they did that because they knew they were going to secure his farm, put him in a position where he could make plays and make stuff happen. In the past, he's played lots of Viper, Razor. Mirana's probably been one of his best heroes of the tournament as well. So I feel Lin, when this guy plays well, LGD do well. I think he's kind of the key player in a lot of ways. I know Yao said Zhao Tuji, I mean, he's their main carry player, is often the one with the high impact in the game, but Lin, he's only 18, he's young, and he's showing that he's going to be a world-class player.
And how sorry, please go ahead.
No.
Okay.
All on you.
That is mine. Okay, we were talking about how great that initiation was, or how well needed it was. And there was this very important part of the game where IG was attempting to do a Roshan. We're going to see a clip right now on how the initiation from LGD changed from what could be an excellent IG fight into a total disaster. Because, yeah, they got a kill, but in the meantime, you know, they're doing Roshan, they have the Medallion, they have the Death Prophet. They get spotted though, and here is when the nightmare is about to begin. That's Exorcism, it's not a Nightmare. Nightmare is actually a Bane skill, silly me. But they still get the Exorcism, and look how fast these Roshan drops. It's like, okay, IG gets the Aegis, suddenly time to turn around. They were doing much worse, now they're 6 and 12, but the initiation from...
Again, it's Lin. Lin just goes in ham, he doesn't care. He's willing to take a chance to make a play happen. This entire game, Lin was fearless, and to put like an 18-year-old who's never played an international on such an important role and to just play as freely as he did is incredible.
But that's also a good thing about having young players in your team. We've seen it before with some other rosters. You get the experienced players, and they are very much like, okay, I've been in this position before. I know this is potentially not going to work out. 51% chance of failure, 49 success. And sometimes they're like, oh, maybe I won't take that risk, because it's too big of a risk, because it's too big of a stage and tournament. And then sometimes the younger players come in, and they're like, I'm confident, I think I can do this, I'm doing it. And with that attitude, that's how you want to play someone who plays initiation. So Lin played fantastically. And the other scary thing about that Roshan fight, it's also the ultimate from Centaur, just increasing everybody's movement speed. Even if you're Invictus Gaming in that situation, having some vision, you're like, oh, they're too far away, they're not in position, we've got this, we're doing a ton of damage. And then you're like, oh wait, they're coming, and they're coming very quickly. So it can catch you off guard. So it's been a really strong pick, but we'll have to see if LGD can kind of keep that momentum. But I'm sure Invictus Gaming now are going to be like, all right, we're really sorry, Ferrari. we didn't want to put you on Death Prophet. We know it's a little bit boring and you don't get to jump around as much. Maybe we'll get Ferrari a different hero, because that's what Invictus Gaming, I feel, need to do. Focus on their strengths, and Ferrari is a big strength for the team.
At the same time, the guys with nothing to lose will try everything to win, so LGD, they can go anywhere they want from here. And I'm talking about Ferrari, this guy that normally gets all the kills. Well, he was getting the tail end of that deal. We're going to see this other fight right now in the next replay, where there's this big team fight mid, and he's just pretty much trying to get something started, but things are not going well for him. He gets the first kill right now, but LGD comes, and suddenly things are not so great, because 4-staffed, lots of money, Ferrari just standing there, and now the chase begins. And like, he's okay, I BKB, I'm really fast, thanks for the mech. I'm gonna go look at all the defensive spells to try to keep Ferrari alive, but...
The additional... That was good sound effect, Bruno. I thought that was actually the game.
Yeah.
But there we have it. So that was Ferrari getting shut down. But unfortunately, yeah, he didn't manage to finish his Shivas. They really needed that to disrupt the movement of LGD, and it wasn't able to happen. But before we go into the next match of this, and we see if LGD can close it up in 2, or if Invictus Gaming can bring us back, we're going to check in with Casey.
I found a friend, and I'm going to interview him now. Juggernaut, you're looking really good. Nothing? Do you do CrossFit? Guess not. Somebody's feeling a little clammed up. This is the Juggernaut Lounge. This is a great place that you can come and watch the game, and it's also a good meeting spot because it's been kind of difficult to keep track of everyone here at Key Arena. We also have M&M. I've just decided to call them that. We have Malk and Merlini, and this is how many fans they have. Look at the line just to shake their hands. Guys, can I interrupt you? Hello. From your fans?
Hi, Casey.
Hi. So tell me what it's been like out here meeting everyone.
It's been busy. It's been amazing. The crowd is 10 times as large as last year. I'm here with Jacob. Don't forget him.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
Hi. Good to see you again.
Very good to see you.
You guys best buds still?
We are. It didn't come across last year, but Ben actually loves me. He does love me.
Really?
Yeah. Jacob and I are longtime buddies. We're old teammates. He remembers you too from last year, and other things.
What?
You guys had a little scuffle with the secret.
It wasn't a scuffle. It was just me asking Casey if she remembered to, deodorant.
Oh yeah, I'm wearing some this year, but I don't know if y'all are. I gotta send it back to James. Hey-o! Back to you guys.
Thank you, Casey. We have Malk and also Merlini. And unfortunately, that Juggernaut there had been reported many times, so was muted. And unfortunately, Malk will be too. So, moving on, back into the next game of the series. It's I think Invictus Gaming can bounce back from this, but they need to play a much higher pace game. It has to be a higher pace game. They don't need to push to win. They're a great set of players.
What is the... Oh, no, please, go ahead. I've been talking a lot. I've been talking a lot. It's your time. I like to hear your voice. Come on.
I think it starts with the opening.
Sexy Australian accent.
It's not very Australian.
I know. It's a mix.
Faux
Please,
Australian.
we'll digress.
To me, it starts with the opening. Like Death Prophet and Faceless Void is the opening too. Like Seb, do you think that was like a big mistake for IG with that opening draft?
No, I don't think so. I think they had a good draft. I just questioned lanes. The Lich pick did nothing for them. They thought they could, go get away with that. It didn't work at all because of the actually setup with the Alchemist into the Sunstrike. Turns out they didn't even need that because YYF was playing a bit over-aggressive. But it would have worked even if YYF would try to play more cautious. So right now it's just, IG had a bad game. It happens. I think, top teams like this, they know when it's a bad game and when it's a bad performance or when it's a bad draft. It was a bad performance. Some key mistakes, just Faith training ward alone, dying once, two times, three times, hurt them too much. So I'm pretty sure they're not gonna be affected by that.
All right, well, they've got one more chance to get a good performance here as we're going to go into the next game of the series. Let's take it away.
LGD Gaming versus Invictus Gaming. Game 2.
Into the draft we go, and as Seb said, wasn't a bad draft, bad performance, and did get the lanes they wanted. LGD going to pick up that Razor again, a core hero form, Rabbit. brilliant item choice last game for him going into the heart later on. It was really like, it was an odd situation because you're like, okay, I want to be frontline and I don't want to die, but then actually if you looked over at the other team of Invictus Gaming, the Earthshaker played by Tron was actually only level 9.
Yeah.
So I think with just an Aghanims you'd be able to eat an Echo, but it certainly was a safety net, and that's what you want when you're ahead. Just make sure you're comfortable and you should be able to win the game.
And we get the Invoker and the Faceless Void for Invictus Gaming.
The Invoker's a key. That was, to me, one of the key heroes for LGD next to the center last game. If IG weren't going to pick it themselves, I think they needed to ban it out here, so I'm glad they take it as one of their first 2 picks.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of concerned because picking the course early is good. It sets what you want to play and it guarantees that neither of those heroes is going to go for LGD. But Invictus Gaming, they got here because of the strength of the roaming support. When IG gets Chuan and Faith roaming on the Bane Mirana or just Shadow Demon Mirana, any of the heroes that can actually create an impact not being into the lane is when they're stronger. And because they're forced into picking the 2 cores right now, it means that LGD will have to, will be able to take the best supports and ban them out in the second ban stage.
I really like the Earthshaker pick for LGD. The thing is like, it's picked the same way it was meant to be. I mean, it's going to be used the same way it was meant to be for IG. The problem is that LGD actually outsmarted IG for that. Shaker can actually counter-initiate, but he can't counter-initiate versus spells, obviously. So versus the Mystic Flare, the Sunstrike, he doesn't do anything. You can fish or whatever you want. It's not going to help. In that case, he will actually be able to negate Void's damage. And this might also mean that they're looking for a Void safe lane rather than off lane, maybe, because Shaker is more useful in that case. So might be information that IG has now.
I think with IG, they really like putting Luo on the Invoker. I think it's one of his best heroes. So for me, it's like you want Luo comfortable. Like they kind of mentioned, his performance at times is unstable. And if you want to get him on one of his stronger heroes, make him feel comfortable, especially when you're facing elimination here. So I feel that just based on players, they're more likely to put him on the Invoker with the Void, I guess, having to go off lane. But something they've even done is put Void mid. I've seen them run Ferrari 430 Void mid. So IG are very flexible, although pretty bad matchup against Razor.
That is true, yeah. Void against Razor, he's not going to get anything. But the way they play Void is more like a setup, than more than a carry potential physical damage. So right now what's interesting is that both teams revealed nothing. As you said, Void can go anywhere, so can Invoker. Obviously not on the off lane. He could, but they don't play Invoker on the off lane. It's either safe or mid, so nothing's revealed, but just,
Yeah, but even with the bans out from LGD, the Tinker and also the Pugna kind of aimed at what Ferrari plays, so they do think, they agree with you, it seems, their gods, that definitely that Invoker might be on the safe.
That is something beautiful. If we take a step back and we look at these games and the drafts in general, when you look at a game that's not the international, just random tournament, you see the bans are like, oh, well, they're banning this hero because it's kind of strong. They're banning this hero because they don't like playing against it. It seems that when you look at this, you can find an explanation for every single ban, for every single pick. Every team has done their homework for the whole year, and now you see, okay, we see Faceless Void, Invoker. We have seen IG in the past going for these 2 setup heroes and extreme push. Let's ban the Tinker, let's ban the Pugna, let's capitalize on that. And then LGD, they are in the same situation when they're like, okay, you have a Razor and Earthshaker, you went for teamfight before, let's take the Enigma away.
I really like the Mirana pick for Invictus Gaming. It's awesome with Void, obviously, and really good on Chuan.
And I think LGD may have wanted it. Lin plays Mirana quite a lot for them.
Yes, but I think it was kind of obvious that IG would get it. I mean, that Void Mirana, especially because the series right before, I mean, NaVi went for the Void Mirana as an opening. It's something that's very popular nowadays, and I'm pretty sure it's IG that got that into the meta game. It's long chain stun. It's really interesting, especially versus heroes like Razor. He won't get his BKB off if he doesn't get it before the chrono, because it's going to be like 7 seconds stun. So, yeah.
So Seb, you play support a lot. You still play support. You also play a lot of roaming supports as well. You play junglers. When you get a combination of heroes that supports, they're going to roam a lot and they're going to try and find kill. As the other team, what are you supposed to do to try and maybe not counter, but to minimize the success of this roaming pair?
You need to think exactly how they do. It's like what lane is my, like, where's my weakest point right now? Where can they strike? And then you have two options. Either you're like, we can't counter it, so you try to apply pressure somewhere else, because obviously they're roaming, so they're busy attacking and not defending. Yeah. Or you're like, I can anticipate that and just counter-initiate, so it turns into a victory for you. You have two approaches. It really depends on the heroes you have, and obviously what happens in the game. It's really hard to. You have a general rule, but usually it's one of those. Yeah.
Does it also come into effect when they roam? It's not only where you can strike and where is the weakest point, but also what's the most important hero to maybe shut down and apply pressure to as well? Is that how you can think when you're looking to defend against roamers?
It definitely can be the case, but the thing is that if you analyze the most important hero to strike, they must have done that as well, so they're going to protect him. So usually what you do is go for the weakest to create openings, and then they're going to start moving, and you're actually going to find an opening on that hero later on.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting, yeah. So Mirana being picked up, and then we're looking for one more, and it is actually going to be the Alchemist for Invictus Gaming. Still potentially could be roaming, could also be mid, and we're going to have the Skywrath for LGD.
Yeah, and how important it is right now, more than anyone ever, or more than at any time ever during the Dota 2 history, silences are so huge, because it used to be the fact that people would play Manta carries like Morphling or like Anti-Mage. Silence does nothing to them. Orchids like were huge in Storm back then, but again, there were so many ways that the hero could just not care about silences. But right now, Faceless Void, if you get the silence before the Chronosphere, he's pretty useless. All these wombo combo lineups with Earthshaker, Enigma, Skywrath Mage might be a huge pick in this tournament just because of that.
The synergy on IG's side right now is really scary. Like every spell can be put to good use. The Sunstrike on the Alchemist stun, the arrow on the Chrono, like they have so much. There's so much they can do. It's basically what we saw from LGD last game. Any of those two heroes can actually have killing potential, and that applies pressure passively. So you can't just show up on a lane alone. It's really difficult, because it's not where one hero is ganking and the others are static. Here they can die from any of those two heroes. So it's going to be really difficult for LGD to actually split farm. So they might be looking for a more teamfight-oriented lineup and try to push towers.
Yeah. That's more LGD style anyway, so I feel they won't be too worried, and they're going to be like, look, what's our best go-to hero that suits our style? They won't be kind of showing past the lane stage. They won't be showing heroes off on their own, going for kills. They pick up the Kunkka.
Oh, and this is a farming Kunkka.
Yep.
I like the farming Kunkka a bit better personally. I think Mushi showed how strong this hero can be, especially mid, going through the early X build to get the guaranteed boat follow-up. And IG want to fight. If they hit that Chronosphere, if Kunkka's sitting back, you throw down the boat. I mean, even if it doesn't hit the void, you're just protecting your team, negating a lot of that damage output. So I think Kunkka is quite a strong pick here, and just makes heroes like Razor just so tanky in a team fight.
That bow does such a ridiculous amount of damage. At level 6, you get 400 damage in AoE. Of course, some would say it's hard to land, but if you get a level 2 or level 3x, you're probably sure that you're going to make it. And it's pretty much an AoE finger of death. This guy brings a lot, and also the splash late game becomes a huge threat.
It is always amazing to see Chinese teams draft, in my opinion, because more than Westerns, they focus more on the team fight. It's very important for them. It's the key for any game. Even if they don't they don't play a 5-man lineup. And like here, you can see that they anticipate what's going to happen. It's basically the Void opening with Chrono and then dealing a ton of damage. And they need to save the hero that's going to get jump on, no matter which one it's going to be. And the Fissure from Shaker and the tankiness that the boat is going to bring might actually be enough. And if it is, then they're going to turn the fight, obviously, with the Razor, then rushing in. So it's actually interesting. It's going to be really close, though, the team fights, because the burst damage from IG is really scary.
Yeah. IG have the Faceless Void for the crowd control. I don't think they've got Ferraris here, most likely. They could put the Alchemist mid, but generally they've been running Faith as a roaming Alchemist, so we'll see.
Yeah,
Viper last pick, okay. I was looking at something like his Brewmaster, but that's the other thing. For LGD, they pick up the Skywrath Mage as support. It kind of prevents Ferrari from picking one of his best mid-heroes, which at the moment is his Brewmaster.
IG's late game potential is ridiculous. In a world where they go to 60, 70, 80 minutes, all of these heroes can do really well with farm, even if the Alchemist and the Mirana are probably going to be the two supports. I mean, when Grivel's Grid starts coming into play and the Mirana makes one of two items, just the right-click potential of these guys is pretty amazing.
They do, but you'll see Mirana going for support items. You'll see Mirana maybe getting arcane boots, mech, 4-staff. That's kind of how it's more played. So while you do in theory have 4 to 5 carries late game, they're not going to build like that. So you can't even if the game's going 60+ minutes, it's hard to transition to like a late game item build when you start going for arcanes, 4-staff, mech, whatever it may be if you're a Mirana.
So that's an offensive trident for LGD in my opinion, because they don't have any offlane unless they decide to run the Shaker offlane, which they already did, but it's a bit, not really good in that game. And
it might be. Like, they normally run Kunkka as a support. Like we talk about mid Kunkka, but
what's really weird is that I don't know who. Yeah, that's a Kunkka support actually, right? So it's a Shaker offlane again. This
quite
is
the Kunkka set.
It's gonna be a really tough game for that Shaker offlane versus Alchemist bottom. He's gonna chain dive if he's not careful.
All right, we're looking at all the players are just getting hold of their heroes, and of course, to remind you, Invictus Gaming need to win this match to bring it back to a tied series. If LGD take it, they'll be moving on into the next round where they will face DK. But so far, they're not going to be concerned about that. They're just going to be concerned about how they can beat Invictus Gaming. We'll see if they can do it, and it looks like they are loading in. So when our commentators are ready, it looks like we're going to take it away, and they are. So let's get into the match as the game is about to start.
Thank you very much, James. I'm LD. I'm joined here by Luminous. It's time now for what could be IG's final game of the tournament. If they're not careful, they drop this one, they're done. And with that being said, well, we get underway. We're going to see LGD move out, looking to defend their own wards here early on. And I'm very interested to see how this off-lane / core Earthshaker ends up working out. IG making the same move down the bottom lane, but it's only with 3, so not sure yet if they're going to be going aggressive. They definitely have the kill potential with the Alk-Mirana combo. It's a very good setup, but we'll just have to see. And with that, we can introduce the teams. Beginning with LGD, they're on the Radiant side. We have Yao playing the Earthshaker. We've got the Dragon Knight being handled by Lin. We'll have the Kunkka in DD's capable hands. That puts DDC onto your Skywrath Mage. And last, but certainly not least, will be Rabbit, reprising his role as the Razor.
Meanwhile, for IG side, they don't have any more games to give. They got to win this one and the next one just to stay alive. On the top lane, it's going to be Luo, Invoker, starting with Boots of Speed, so maybe expecting a offensive tri-lane coming his way. On the jungle on the bottom side, we have Faith playing Alchemist, Chuan on the Mirana, and Ferrari playing the Viper. And last but not least, we're going to see Void being handled. It's going to be a mid Void, like at least Gods mentioned earlier, played by YYF. So I think the key thing to point out is that, sure, both these team fights really well, but I think the early game really goes...
Never mind.
Okay. And he'll stun himself.
Faith jumping the gun a bit there, but if DD did walk down, that could have been a kill.
Torrent?
That's going to be a bit annoying for Faith, but he'll just make his way out.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think the early game is going to be controlled by IG through the roams. It's going to be LGD trying to parry these ganks with the Earthshaker stun, and whatever the case, maybe better rotation from Skywrath Mage. But the one that's going to be attacking is IG, and that's exactly how they want it. On all of their solo lanes, they have heroes that you could leave them alone, and you could essentially leave Viper alone as well once he gets a couple levels.
Arrow, already we're going to go, and it's a connection. DDC gets caught. The Alk stun can follow this one, and DDC looks to be her first blood. It's a good torrent, but not good enough. One last swipe from Faith. Chuan, he didn't hesitate at all. He just let it roll. Beautiful shot there, and that is exactly what you want. Whenever I watch Chuan play Mirana, and this is mostly just the nature of the hero, he has very hot games and very cold games, and I feel like if he misses that first arrow, oftentimes it's just a harbinger of things to come, but hitting the first one is equally good, and they can go for another here if they want to, but DD, the tankier hero of these supports, and not the one they want to be focusing.
Well, this is the making of a hot game because Alchemist just got first blood. That Boots of Speed is going to allow the roaming to be that much more successful. Another arrow flies. It's going to hit on Rabbit. The creep wave is going to come. Faith is channeling a stun, and that's going to be the second blood of the game. Easy kills. This time it's going to go to Viper. They're spreading the wealth here on the bottom lane. And I think once Viper gets like level 4 and Boots, the two supports could just rotate away, and IG is just rolling apart right now.
And the thing is, with these early kills, you can't really farm your neutral safely. If they get an Alk stun off, and first of all, the Acid Spray can still, but secondly, if you get an Alk stun off in this location, the arrow fall will probably be enough for a kill with the Viper coming in. So they've really got to be careful, and with that being said, we'll quickly, another arrow. No time to talk about it. DD's going to get caught, but there's no Alk stun follow-up. Chuan will get us clarity. Canceled here, and that is the one thing for IG. They may need to ferry in some mana regen. They're running a bit low. They've got a single clarity remaining on Chuan, but with the bottom lane basically secure, looking at the other lanes, we've got YYF on the Void, getting out-farmed really heavily. He's actually 3 and 4. Void has really good base damage, normally does quite well against other melees early on, but Lin has just He retreats thoroughly. I think they got a glimpse of him there. And they're pinning out where 431 stood. They can catch him with the X. Do they get it off in time? Yeah, the X, the boat, the Torrent can follow this up, and it all connects on 430, but, well, just not enough.
We're at a point of a game where these spell damage are starting to fall off, and there's not much.
He's got max corrosive skin as well.
Yeah, like the physical damage is not really catching up on either team. So if you're IG, you really need that Sunstrike to hit to actually secure a kill. And I think same thing for LGD. You want your Mystic Flare or a big bolt to connect. So to me, in that regard, LGD has actually the better roaming and ganking squad at this point in the game. Just they're not really finding those kills.
Well, the Invoker continues to be a very crucial hero in this series. Luo off to a fantastic start, 2-0-2. To be fair, he had a really easy lane. It's an Earthshaker 1v1, not something ES can win after maybe the first wave or so, and he's done a lot with that space. He took the tier 1 top, he's been Sunstriking to assist the fights, and the split push just continues to mount, and I think that's one of the best ways to deal with LGD. They're looking for a gank mid, but if you could just split push against them, well, stun coming in, they're going to go for Lin. They find this, the arrow will follow, but it's not in time. Great fissure from Yao, lets them disengage. But ultimately, if you could split push, LGD, if they 5-man, they're just making trades. They're not taking clean wins, and well, in that regard, the Invoker's really nice to have against them.
Yeah, until that Blink Dagger comes online. Looks like the bolt's going to come out. The Fissure's going to lead the way. The bow and the Mystic Flare. Luo, he's going to get burst out immediately, but there's just no more follow. Here comes the Chrono. It's going to happen, but Chrono catches 3. Yao's going to be the first one to go down. Even the ultimate from Viper's going to come in. YYF's going to drop, and the Trace goes the other way. Torrent, that's going to hit. It's going to hit on Faye, but there's still more damage, and Lin's going to back off, sounding the retreat for LGD.
The Invoker is a lot of their firepower right now. Losing him that early into the fight, Viper very slow to dish out his damage. The Alk stun hits pretty hard, but it's actually only level 2. He's maxed out the Acid Spray first, so he's more assisting the Invoker in dealing damage than he is doing a lot in his own right. And that's where you just don't want the Invoker to get caught right away and picked off. If he's coming in after the initial barrage of spells is used, you could really turn it. But with the boat there as well, LGD just very tanky and difficult to bring down. And they should just look to keep on fighting. Every time the boat's up, just go for a kill, go for a push.
Yeah, it's a very low cooldown spell. In fact, it's back up right now, so they can make the same play.
They're going to try and bait here with a Dragon Knight Illusion, perhaps, but Lin kind of pokes his head around the corner. The ult will end, so now it's obvious who the real Dragon Knight is. But IG just sit back for now. The tier 1 mid is clearly the most important objective. Taking this down limits that Roshan potential I mentioned, and LGD, they want it. They want it gone from the map. Rabbit pushes bottom. He's about to pick up the mech, and you have to figure that's when LGD look to go. And now, actually, they're going to go now. X, Torrent, as well as the boat, just connecting. The Mystic Flare is perfect. Luo low, though, not dead yet. YYF, no Chrono, though. He can't turn this one first team. He can only look to bash his way out of it. They've lost the Invoker. It will be a trade as Lin falls. And an arrow finds DDC in the river. The Skywrath is going to be next. If they can finish him off, 430 does it. And once again, LGD are rebuffed. They just can't make their way in on the tier 1 mid.
It's becoming more and more concerning for LG that they are throwing all of these spells on the Invoker and they're barely killing him. Jump in from Chrono Arrow, not going to hit.
5 seconds short, but they go in anyway. With the outstun here, they're really diving deep for it. It'll connect on DD, and everyone else will retreat out. The Alk heads up to the north, and he's just a bit too tanky for a support to bring him down.
And they make this whole the boat's going to be back up in about 10 seconds, but no mana to use it. I think they're hold again, yeah. Neither of these teams are really too good at pushing, to be honest.
They do have mech on Rabbit now, and you combine that with the boat buff, and LGD get a lot tankier.
Right, but where's the damage after that boat?
Yeah, it is slow and sustained damage. The Skywrath Mage Ult can kill one, but they're going to want to get more than one in these fights.
Yeah.
You only get one in IG, unless it's the Invoker, I think, have the damage to turn the fight.
Great play by Fave earlier. He walked himself into that Mystic Flare and took a bunch of that damage away from the Invoker and tried to save him, but...
They see DDC doing a bit of warding here. It immediately gets pinged out by 430, and expect that one to be dewarded soon. But they're going to push again. They've got the mech in LGD. True to kind of their classic form, they love to 5-man and force early game fights, but they're just very hesitant to go up into Acid Spray. It's level 4 already, and it does a pretty damn good job of just wiping the waves out.
Yeah, like you said earlier, normally you max a stun for the more damage, but I think in this particular game and how both teams are playing it, the max Acid Spray actually is working out much better. And earlier, as Luo was pushing bottom, I was thinking to myself, I think this is how IG need to continue playing. Stop banging your head into that mid tower. I mean, I know taking it down is great, but the fact that you're fighting into a fissure, a boat, it's really, really difficult. Just abuse the fact that you have better split push from that Invoker, the Mirana as a escape tool with the Moonlight Shadow. So I think if you split the map more and more open as IG, you have a better chance of winning the game. And in fact, you're going to sneak a Roshan. They have...
It's the medallion they were waiting for. Faith just picked it up, and straight into the pit they go. If LGD get wind of this, they are stronger on the pit. IG are strong there as well. It's going to come down to who hits the spells first.
Kunkka is so far away right now, but they're not exactly ticking down quickly either for
It's
IG.
at half HP, but this is the perfect time for LGD to pounce. And it seems IG are just content to let it sit. They know LGD are the ones who have to take the bigger risk here. If they walk into the pit, IG have the positional advantage, and IG can kind of control the access points on the Dire side. So they sit back and they just wait. They'll push out the bottom lane here with the Invoker, and like you mentioned, if you just split push, LGD eventually have to back and deal with that, or they're just giving up towers. Against Double Midas, against soon Greevil's Greed, when Faith skills that, you're just going to fall behind if there's no kills and no towers being taken. So they wait. IG still looking for the right time to finish off the Roche.
I wonder what exactly LGD is waiting for, because as this game follows this slow and clunky pace...
They're smoked. DD's up on the high ground now. He's going to actually spot out somebody to start this one. It's Chuan. He finds the Torrent and the boat both come through. They follow it up and they blast him down. YYF could have gone in with the Chrono, but he thinks better of it. And he will back off. Morana does not have buyback for 50 seconds, so if they're going to fight, it's without the Mirana support, and this might be the opening to take down that crucial Tier 1 mid. X-Torn already. Are they going to look to go with it? No, now they do. Chrono on 3. YY have to follow this up. A nice defensive fissure. Better defensive Torrent keeps him alive, but only for a time. It's going to be the Invoker who finishes him off while he was busy taking the Tier 1 bottom, and now LGD have to back. The Viper's going in for this. Maybe they can turn on the high ground. Lin gets stunned. With the medallion, he's not as tanky as what the Dragon Knight normally is. Another Torrent. That connects on 2. They brought in extra support. The Invoker joins the fight, and Meteors come crashing down, burning LGD. Rabbido now forced all the way back and continues to be pursued. Olmec will keep on running. But when LGD are forced back this hard, when IG's got the double Midas in the late game lineup, you have to be worried.
Rapid bought back for that, and they lost the tower, and he almost dies. Arrow not
almost
hitting there.
back.
Yeah, I mean, buying back is fine if you win a fight, but they essentially got no objectives out of that.
This is Roche. This is definitely Roche for IG. Maybe they don't take it this second, but with the Tier 1 and down mid, and also the one bottom claimed by Luo while that fight was happening, it's now very difficult for LGD to contest.
Yeah, they're going straight in. Again, there is the bolt available. LGD can challenge this Roshan. I think the biggest factor in this, in all these fights, is that Yao does not have that Blink Dagger yet. He's playing the core Shaker. He needs to have it now.
And they smoke, but it's under a dire Observer Ward. Not only are they late, but they're spotted. And maybe IG just goes straight at him.
IG can. I mean, they got the Aegis on Viper. He could just lead the front charge.
They'll just want Chrono to cool down, which is 15 seconds off. But with LGD, all 5 missing, top lane pushing past the river, bottom lane well past the river. This was obvious even without the vision. And they're not going to find the opening.
Yeah, I think the game plan for LGD right now is to have the game be slowed down, farm that Blink Dagger, and just either go for ganks or fights. But it has to come through from the Shaker. He needs to Echo Slam. He needs to be that secondary source of damage. Because right now, Dragon Knight's not up to snuff in terms of damage. Razor just spot back, so he has no item or gold for damage.
It was a fresh smoke from IG. As soon as LGD's fails, they make their move top. And Chuan is fishing for an arrow. Will he get an opening here? DDC is real far back. That's a long way to dive. And they'll go mid instead. But, oh, they might run into someone soon. Lin, the pings are coming, and they found him. They'll throw the Viper Strike at him. No BKB. A Sunstrike will join the party. And down goes Lin. And now, IG, perhaps they push for more. They've got the Aegis. They can bring in the Invoker, who's headed towards mid. And they can 5-man at this tower and have the +1 life advantage. Actually 2 until the Dragon Knight respawns. Oh, do they go? For now, IG waiting. Invoker will be arriving soon. It's a Necro 3 he's got to bring to bear. This is really going to throw a wrench in LGD's plans. Arrow once again searching. Even when it doesn't find them, it gets in the head of LGD. They don't feel confident about standing near the tower. Even walking in to cast their spells is a bit risky. Chuan's arrow in 5 seconds, he can go again. And now they get a ward down on the high ground, so they get even more vision for the Mirana, as well as YYF, who's just perched on the cliff and prepared to go. He's got a Chrono, he's got a jump for it. It found 3, Rabbit, DDC, and DD are all caught, and they're all in trouble. 2 get eviscerated. They look for more. The Echo Slam from Yao just not enough yet. He at least slows the fight, but now they drive forward. They're hurting Yao back. They'll finish off the Earthshaker. LGD lose 4 and a tier 2. And they already don't have the late game. This game just got really hard for LGD.
Yeah, if Earthshaker was able to farm his Blink Dagger on that tier 2, they could have maybe held a hold with a Blink Echo to initiate, but he just died. Fortunately for him, he died, but he bought the Blink Dagger before dying. But I think the real damage has already been done. IG, they're so over-leveled, they're so over-itemized that I'm not even sure whether a level 2 Echo Slam is going to change the course of the next fight. 10,000 gold lead is what we're looking at.
This game, you compare the way that Game 1 and Game 2 went, and in Game 1, as LGD will make a move top, they just had such good laning decisions and good movements once the mid-game hit, but, well, maybe they get Luo now and get something at least for this. He gets X towards it and boats it, then Mystic Clear. They don't even need the vision, although they dropped the sentry. Wasn't required for that one, and they get a nice return kill. But they're going to want an objective off of this, but yeah, Lumi, you just go back to the laning stage, and it just went so well for IG. And it really begins with Fudge Mirana. Did a bit of roaming, but I feel that the game was really opened up for them just in the lane. He just went for the arrow right away. You see a lot of Miranas look for the perfect setup. He just threw it out. He's just searching, and once you get that, the lane becomes much easier.
It's also the fact that LG had fairly static lanes. I mean, technically you can roam with Kunkka and Skywrath Mage, but because of the poor start, they were just kind of stuck onto the bottom lane. You know, Earthshaker is not exactly the best lane controller on top. So essentially IG won 2 out of 3 lanes right off the bat, and it was kind of smooth sailing from that point.
Yeah, and the core Earthshaker, I think a fantastic hero in certain matchups, but against the Invoker, he's always going to get crushed there. Even Radiant side, he can get his experience, but you're not going to outfarm an Invoker. And once he gets the double, even one Force Trade, he can just sick it on you, start harassing you with it, and you'll slowly be, if not killed, then at least limited in terms of farm and driven a bit off the lane. Yeah,
I wish I had more experience in watching how Hani plays his Earthshaker, because in the past he did play some off-lane Earthshakers, right? And he likes to roam quite a bit, sometimes stacking the camps as well as going to mid and going for a gank, but
it's a fantastic roaming offlaner, but in terms of just pure 1v1 lane presence, obviously it's not the best.
And Yao played it as a 1v1 offlaner, right? And that's kind of the issue.
He tried to move, but it was just like the wrong time. As soon as he left the lane, Invoker just started taking the tower, free farming, and then when he came back, it was like the lane was already over. They actually put Kunkka there, but you can't do that when Kunkka hasn't started in the lane. He's level 3 to a level 6 Invoker. Well, now LGD are up against it, and they try to make a move top. Yao, DDC, and DD will push for a tier 1 tower. They've only taken 1 so far this game. This would be their second if they claim it. There's a glyph ready, and they can bring in the Void and a Sunstrike if they really want to defend this. But for now, they're just content to farm the enemy woods. This tower maybe having served its purpose already for IG. Well, looks like they do get to defend it, at least for now.
It's a sad day when 2 Forge Spirit drives away 3 heroes, because that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, well, there's the Necro Book as well, and that's practically another hero in terms of damage output. And they're getting more items soon. You're about to see IG pick up an Aghanim Scepter on the Void, and once that happens in 20 gold, he'll buy their components now. They can go for a guaranteed Chrono into Arrow, into Alk Stun, you're just dead. Maybe a Sunstrike against the tankier heroes. And they can do that every minute. Well, what do you do if you're LGD? You group up, then you get Chrono with more than one, and if you don't, you get pulled apart by the Void. IG just have them where they want them, by the scruff of their neck, and they're going to look to push the advantage. They push in the bottom lane, and the tier 2 now under siege. Fade, 430 in the front lines, fearing nothing that LGD can throw at them. And meanwhile, YYF goes mid. He's got a Chrono, and he'll throw it out onto lane. There's no BKB. He just bought it, but there's not much follow-up for this. Actually, the Fissure will let them disengage. It was a bit premature, perhaps, but well, in the end, it doesn't matter. It's going to be a 1-minute cooldown soon.
LG's lucky in the sense that all of these focus win on Dragon Knight first, because he's probably the tankiest one of all. I don't think anybody else could survive that kind of initiation. But he does finish BKB, which is nice on paper. It's like, hey guys, big item, but no damage. So I think the next big spike in terms of what LGD can do in a fight is where Xiao2G pick up his Aghanims. And ideally for him, he gets to do everything without being harassed, right? Like in a fight, he just goes in, gets a link off, Eye of the Storm just zaps away. Obviously, that's kind of the picture-perfect scenario, but you just got to play for that. I think
Arrow, once again, no, not going to find anyone.
When you're down behind 15,000 gold, you just have to play for that. You can't play around, you know, the big items that IG have. You just have to hope for that big, perfect fight.
Yeah, and you look back at the last fight mid when they lost the tier 2, it was a 3-hero Chrono, and Rabbit got caught before anything was popped. No static link, no Eye of the Storm. Maybe if he gets those off, he has a shot now sitting on, well, a suit. I mean, is it going to be an X? Does he have the components yet? Or does he even look to go BKB here? There's a lot of magic damage from IG.
It seems like he's going for BKB, which
could be either, I suppose, but he did drop quickly in that fight, so I feel like he needs Ags and BKB, or he's just too easy to kill with the nuke damage. But we'll see what his choice is. Chuan moving towards the top lane, and IG begin to group. They've got 5 ready. And with Faith now having a Blink Dagger to go with the Medallion, his initiation is not quite at the Void's level, but a lot more spammable. And now YYF jumps in mid. Chrono found 2. They're going to X him in time, but, well, already the Chrono dropped. Do they commit on DD? Yeah, they do. With the Aux stun, DDC's already lost half his health. Now the Viper comes in. It's a bit of a chaotic initiation from IG, but Chaos is working out well for this squad. They can afford the risk with the level of firepower and just tankiness they have.
Yeah, and if you miss, right, like, you know, YYF has Chrono back in 40 seconds, so it's fine.
It's got to be one of the best Aghanim Scepter upgrades in the game. The Faceless Void Ags just opens up the way you play the game so much. And for now, they'll wait for the Chrono to cool down. There's really no hurry for this team. And Roche is coming again soon. You've got a couple minutes before that respawns, but I think that's where we'll see IG at least siege a tier 3. Invoker picks up a BKB as well, and LGD have really no answers for BKB. Skywrath can't touch a hero with a BKB. They can only static link or Eye of the Storm him, but that's not going to accomplish much when you look at the lack of physical damage to follow that up.
Yeah, I think if YYF gets to activate his BKB, the fight is automatically over, or same thing for...
yeah, maybe if they chain stun him perfectly on Luo.
Yeah, that's kind of the play they're going for. Again, you go for the small chance, but the big risk plays.
But you've got a Viper who's got 430 as a BKB, and he's almost got his own Axe. This whole team is working towards Aghanim Scepters, it feels like. And once they get that, you've got to worry about the Viper as well. It's going to make life hard, also for the core Earthshaker, because your Viper strike range gets really, really long once you pick that upgrade up. For now, they'll take a tier 1 top. At least LGD finally cracking a second tower, but it's been costly to get it. They've had to make several passes there, and now Chuan is busy de-warding. He'll get some vision off the map, and he'll continue to try to keep LGD hemmed into their base. They keep on pushing top, but this is only to draw IG back. They really can't try to force the tier 2 now, or it's going to go badly. And YYF is already headed there or thinking about heading there anyway, to make it bad.
Yeah, so Xiaotuji is going for that BKB on Razor. This is what a good friend of mine would call a game-losing BKB, in the sense that, yes, it will make you stay alive, but you're staying alive to do no damage. So it's kind of what you have to do. It's a terrible situation to be in, but you're in it.
He's certainly in it. Now the good news for LGD is should they drop this game, they'll get it deciding game 3, and they'll have a second shot at IG, but it feels like both of these games were decided fairly early on in terms of who's going to control the mid game completely. LGD in game 1, as soon as they got the blink on the Centaur, they just found pickoff after pickoff. In this game, it was IG even earlier than that, from the laning stage where the control began. And now they'll find the Roche. The arrow's going to spot it out. The pain immediately called by Chuan. But LGD are moving top. Maybe they find someone before they rotate. YYF's headed south, but Faith is still relaxing top lane, and they do have the X, so Blink won't save him. But now the support Alk.
He also has
not a support for much longer. He's picked up a BKB, and from here, Faith can work towards a big damage item. An Assault Cuirass, a likely choice. Maybe even just the Sanjin Yasha to be more mobile in the fights, though he's got the Blink for that already.
I think the fact that he just stands on the front line is already a big issue, because he's, you know, kind of like hitting on things. I'm actually surprised for a second time in a row that 430 picks up that Aegis. I think maybe on Luo might be a better choice, because how much he offers to the team in terms of burst, as well as just the utility of having an Invoker. But
he's definitely the easier one to kill as well, compared to the Viper, who's got a couple extra 100 points of health. He's the mech carrier, and on top of that, well, he's got corrosive skin.
Yeah.
So that being said, Invoker can sit really far back, and this allows Viper to continuously spam a Viper strike every 12 seconds. Can even, if the fight goes on long enough, potentially deplete his whole mana pool, then respawn and keep on doing it all over again. Invoker spells do have a quite a bit longer cooldown. But we'll see if that even comes into play. Arrow coming in, and it's finds DDC. That's a bit far, though. I think if that goes on Rabbit, they jump in.
Well, mech's down. I'm not sure whether IG realized that or saw it, but it is down.
Rabbit's getting really aggressive here. Walks right up onto the high ground. YYF is the one who can punish this, but he's actually backed off a bit. Now Viper Strike. Then another arrow, that found Lin. Where's that chrono? YWF's coming in. He's looking for the opening, and they all jump in. It's a beautiful chrono. It found 4. IG get caught on it a bit, but now they can just chase LGD down. 430, going hard on DD. Another Viper strike. DD's on the run, dropping to the poison. He's low, not dead yet. Might be finished off here. No, he'll be okay, but they've already lost the Skyrat. The rest of the heroes really low, and if they want to wait, they can just wait for a chrono and then go again in 40. But they're just going for it now. They've forced everyone from LGD back to the well. And while that's happening, IG can push in through the front door. So starts to siege the tower, the Necro Book now deployed, and this will require a glyph. LGD have to hold serve here for the time being. 430 getting caught, but he gets 4-stepped away, then Faith comes in. He's stunned Yao, but Yao's really far back. Good defensive 4-step will keep him out of trouble for the time being. But they haven't kept IG off the high ground, and now Xiao Tuji being controlled and kited a bit by a Viper strike. It's a chrono in 10. IG, if they want, can go right back in. They may wait for the next creep wave. Maybe they want to heal up 430 first.
LGD is just doing such a magnificent hold. They're going to come out, they have Bo back up, they're going to go for the play. It's going to be X, he has BKB right now, it's on cooldown. The torrent's going to come back, but he's already blinked out. What a play from Faith.
The combination wasn't quite right, and now the turn! The chrono actually only found Xiao Tuji. YWF thought they were all going to run to the base, but he was wrong. It's still a pretty good zoning chrono, though. Keeps LGD separated, prevents them from an easy retreat, and now with the Nice Wall, Luo will look for DD. Up to the high ground, pow! Not enough. IG really in control of this one. They now lead by 25k, and this is before their first lane of Rax. They'll work on it here. The Vigil will slow them. There's no Echo for 35, and they can't even come this close. Beyond here, you get Viper Strike. Then the Blink Stun comes from the Alk, and soon the Chrono can come as well. IG take the first lane of Rax, and, well, some were worried that considering the issues they've admitted to having in the past, maybe a loss in game 1 would mess with their morale, but they've come roaring back, and they've got LGD on the ropes in game number 2.
Echo Slam back in 10 seconds. They could maybe make a play around that. Kunka's going to be back in 5. You can see that Yao's making position, but he's going to get stunned. He needs to run away. Lin's going to face tank it, but at that point, the Rax has already gone down. 430's dropping low, but he's got the mech. He's got the Aegis. He literally does not care.
This is without a chrono. It's not with a bang, but with a whimper that LGD lose 2 lanes of Rax. They hardly even fought it. And now the next time that IG come, if they want, they can wait for another Aegis, and with that, probably another set of items. Everybody's got to be rich at this point. In terms of current gold, you've got 4 heroes with 2,500 gold or more on IG, and it's GG. LGD know it. They're going to tap out, and we're going to a game 3. IG, a commanding performance here to force that game.
I think very similar to game 1, this game was very much so decided on the laning stage. It was IG that got the first blood, then you got the second kill. They like to roam around and got much more done. So I think game 3 coming up for both these teams, focus more on the lanes and less on the team fights, because if you win the lane, you essentially win the game.
It seemed like LGD wanted to. Normally Skywrath Mage, a very strong laning hero. Razor and Earthshake are pretty good there as well, but the way that they laned it just didn't work for them. And beyond that, Chuan just had a hell of a game on the Mirana. With that, IG, well, it's game 3 coming up next. Who's going to take it? For that, we'll go back to the analysts.
Invictus Gaming tie us up at a 1-1 series. Very impressive play by Chuan, as mentioned, on the Mirana. A well-deserved win. I was still impressed, though, by LGD. They definitely were looking to get the most out of what was a hard situation. It was a tough match to play against. I was surprised that they held on that long. They were so far behind on levels against the 2 Midases, and the fact that they couldn't split up to get XP. They had to kind of clump and be ready to push tier 1 towers. Didn't work, but Invictus Gaming, really well played.
Yeah, the difference between last game and this game was Chuan and Faith. They roamed around, they found their kills. Those 3 arrows at the beginning of the game, getting 3 kills, was just crucial. And then as they rolled through that advantage, they had so much mobility compared to LGD. There were 2 Blink Daggers, 2 Force Staffs, and of course the Mirana Leap. They just could chase and chase forever, and when LGD wanted to do the same, they just couldn't.
Yeah, I think to me those 3 arrow kills just straight up win IG this game. Not to say it was like a position where LG couldn't come back from, but that was what set the tempo. It allowed IG to just keep playing this 4v5 Dota. Invoker was always off just split pushing a lane while the Void would set up a fight with a Chronosphere. The Invoker provides like a 400-500 damage nuke there, so he's more or less at the fight while he's split pushing towers. So once you get off to a bad start against an Invoker draft like this, it's just so hard to come back.
Yeah, definitely. On the 3 versus 3 setup, if you're going to give away 2 or 3 kills because of, Chuan play extremely well. it's also a bit of LGD's support's fault, to actually get arrowed. But the positioning from Schwan, if you saw it, like he was making sure nobody sees him and making sure they were close to the trees so they don't have time to react to the arrow. And they were really fast to react. We actually saw it was DDC, I think, or DD, one of them. Like he had 0.5 seconds to react and he dodged one at one point. So they are aware and they're great players. But it was just Schwan, playing out of his mind.
Yeah, but let's say we take that kind of, we go into game 3 and we see again Schwan wants to pick up that Mirana. If you ever meet him in terms of on your lane, and maybe we probably won't see something very similar. Like, is it safe to put a ward there and just be like, okay, now we have vision from the other side of the tree line, so we're not going to be surprised?
I don't think they expected an offensive tri lane. Else, putting a ward is obviously, it's really a really great decision, and Schwan would have been completely useless. If they had a ward watching him when he sends an arrow, then he's completely useless, and the Viper cannot really pressure the Razor too much. I mean, sure, she can just harass him. He's going to get last hits anyway, but yeah, I don't think they expected that offensive trainer from IG.
Their ward was in the lane, which didn't offer any good because Chuan's always over in the tree. So having a lane ward, hey, Chuan's not there, but where exactly he's positioned, you don't see the arrow coming over the tree line. He could have gone mid to throw an arrow, mid lane to try to get a kill on the DK. You just kept guessing as to where where Chuan is.
Yeah, and he probably would have unwarded, dewarded that ward. I mean, so.
Was it not safe to kind of leave the Sky Raph kind of somewhat slightly out of the lane and then just kind of matching up and be like, I don't want to one-on-one fight you because obviously Sky Raph, you got no armor. So any time Chuan kind of runs at you, you just rejoin your group. But every time you see he's missing, just go find him. Would that not have been a possibility?
No, because the positioning from Faith was actually awesome. He was always staying between Chuan and Ferrari, hiding in the trees. So whenever the Sky Raph would show, he would get chain stun and kill. Yeah. I think LGD played a really good game. I mean, I don't think they played bad. They just played from behind from the get-go. It was really difficult for them to come back. Both teams played really well, in my opinion, but it wasn't enough for LGD.
And the advantage showed over and over as the mid-game came in and the items started to roll in. A lot of teamfights started to go in IG's way, even though LG, as you said, played perfectly. There was one particularly good, I think at the mid, where they're actually fighting for mid, and DK just died just before this, but we're going to look at the replay right now. And here, DK just died a little bit ago, so IG is, okay, this is our time to push. LGD is trying to defend, but there's always a dread of the faceless void ready to jump. They don't see him right now, they don't have vision. They're trying not to clamp, but if you can't defend the tower, then IG will stay there and push. And this amazing chronosphere happens, and suddenly everything seems so easy for them.
Yeah. It's a really deep chrono, you wouldn't expect it to be that far behind your tier 2 tower. And yeah, the Void was the setup and all they really needed. But I have to say, I was really impressed by the play of the LGD Kunkka, which was played by DD. That seemed to work out really well for them in terms of what it offered. He was getting the initiations. He kind of maxed out X all the way to like 4 points, and he was able to get the initiations they needed. But also with the boat, it was a good defensive tool. But unfortunately, when you're behind on levels, it kind of falls off a little bit into the mid-game just from the spell damage. But he definitely played a really strong game. And as Seb mentioned, they didn't play bad at all, LGD.
There's one thing I want to mention on IG's side that was really interesting in my opinion, is that Schwan decided to get a gem quite fast. And it hurt LGD quite a lot. Like, if Void was actually able to jump like this, usually when you defend your tier 2 tower on the Radiant side, you're obviously going to put a ward on the high ground because you know they're going to position there, especially with Void. They knew he could jump anytime, but they had no wards. We actually saw Schwan unwarding that spot right before. It was maybe 2 or 3 minutes before that fight, and that fight was actually won thanks to that gem or that dewarding. So I haven't seen much gems in the tournament. So I mean, there was some, but it's not automatic. And I think from Chuan it actually is. Whenever he feels like they have the lead and the opponent is scared, then he just have them play with a black map, and it's actually super difficult to do that. So. Props to him.
Especially when you're against a Mirana. You don't want a black map when you've got Chuan running around looking for arrows. So IG take game number 2. So let's talk about going into the next series as the players have left their booths already. So they've got a little bit of time. They'll be back soon. But in the next series, I still think LGD have played solid enough to definitely win the next game. Invictus Gaming get the win that they desperately needed, but can still go out. How are they going to mix it up? Do you see any possibility of playing differently, or just from getting a different side and second or first pick?
If you compare the difference between the first and the second game, the supports from IG were the big difference at the beginning, just creating the space. And also LGD just kind of falling into this trap of going into IG's game, just trying to 5v5, trying to do the best they could in a big teamfight situation. LGD has to go back to get a pick off, go back, get a pick off, go back. Eventually you will get an advantage so that you can power through IG. But the way IG is right now, if you just leave them the support so that they can create the advantage at the beginning of the game, you cannot teamfight anymore after the 50-minute mark.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, looking at some of their past drafts here, the wins they've got, go back to that Invoker. They could have first picked at that game. I don't know if I don't think it's a right first pick. They've been doing pretty well with the Razor there, but so far Invoker's won both these games, and it's one of those heroes which I think there's going to be a big contest over in the draft between these two teams. The other thing, I mean, as far as picks, they can mix it up, maybe leave the Ember Spirit in the pool. Not to say give it away to Ferrari, but if they can even snag it for themselves. Lin plays a great Ember Spirit, so I think the actual sort of like hero selection process for LGD is going to change a lot in Game 3. They've run Slark in the past when they beat Cloud9 in one of the games in their best of 3, so they're very versatile, the LGD team, so I think they're going to show it in Game 3.
But what about Rabbit? I mean, he's a player that is always able to get his farm. In the middle of that game where it didn't feel like anyone was getting any farm for the team of LGD, Rabbit was actually second highest on the CS, and he still got a good amount of farm for the Razor, but unfortunately didn't offer much in the game. Could you see a different hero get him back on? Maybe we've seen on Lifestealer, we've even seen him on Slark. You know, he is able to get the farm. He really uses the map well, but he needs a large impact hero. And I don't think Razor is necessarily that big of an impact. It's really like you need your whole team to be doing well to be able to stand in the 5-on-5 engagements.
Yeah, the problem with Lifestealer is that you kind of have to ban the Faceless Void. Otherwise, if you get jumped on, then you suddenly are kind of useless, because that disable will allow pretty much anyone to target you. And the power of the Lifestealer, which is being able to have that rage on for so long, is pretty useless if you pop the chrono before he can press that button.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe the option is you instead of like you ban out the Void, leave Ember Spirit in there, because Lifesteal does okay against Ember Spirit. Like you've got a lot of damage output. Ember Spirit actually is quite squishy once you get on top of him with some kind of disable. So to me, I think LGD want to mix up the draft. IG figured them out after Game 1. It's time to bring out like your plan B almost.
Sounds good to me.
What do you think, Seb? Rabbit, hero?
I'm not sure what hero he needs. It's difficult to call it, you know, prior to the beginning of the draft. But like the way I see it, I don't think it's going to come down to one ARN player in particularly. From what we saw, first game was LGD winning versus IG, and the second game, I don't want to say it's Schwan that won, but it was really an outstanding performance from one of the players. I'm not saying IG cannot win LGD, you know, in a standard way, but right now, I would give the upper hand to LGD, actually.
Yeah, I'd agree. And the players are going to be rejoining the stage. And definitely, it's like you can't really afford to ban out a Mirana.
No,
but you can just play against it differently. And
Definitely.
I think even if Tron gets the Mirana this game round, they're going to be like, okay, we're kind of happy with this, because this is a hero where if you hit everything, you win. If you don't, potential you're going to end up losing your lanes, especially when it's played support. And they can take advantage of that just by knowing that that's a huge threat. So Invictus Gaming, their last 4 picks, you can even see Chuan, he's had 2 Miranas in there, and I think prior to this it was also 2 Miranas, so he's played like 3 Miranas in his last 7 games.
And he wins when he plays Mirana compared to the losses. I mean, it's a huge hero for them, but it also has to be combined with something that works. With the Shadow Shaman, it becomes really easy to land those arrows. With the Alchemist, it's not about how the Alchemist can set you up, but the threat of the stun forces you to position defensively, and that makes for sneaky arrows behind the tree lines.
Yeah, and I think the other thing you look at, ban the Void, you kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You don't have to ban the Mirana there, because suddenly the Mirana is not as powerful a pick. Sure, in the laning stage, the Mirana can still get those arrows, but come mid-game time, a lot of the kills, when Void hits 6, doesn't really have items, but he can get kills because of a Sunstrike and arrow, and that's where, if you take Void out from the draft, you don't have to worry as much about the Mirana.
Okay, well, while the players get ready in their booths, why don't we go visit Casey again, because I believe she's at the workshop this time.
We are here in the workshop where Sith happens. I mean, with Sith happens. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Thank you, thank you. How are you doing, Casey?
Good, good. How are you doing?
I'm loving it. TI4 is amazing. Having a really good time.
Everybody is so excited, and this has been one of the more popular places for people to stop by. Tell me what people can do in the workshop and what it is here.
So the Steam Workshop is a place where any artist can submit stuff, and it has a chance of actually getting into the game. And if it gets into the game, you actually get a cut from all of the sales. So a lot of us professional people that have been working in studios have actually transferred into working solely on the Steam Workshop, and a lot of this stuff is a living now for us, and it's just incredible. And it's really working on a game that you love playing, and that's basically what you're searching for in a studio environment. But we get to do it, from our place where we live all across the world. We have people from Singapore, Mexico, Australia. I mean, there's Spaniards everywhere. It's great.
What does it mean to you to be able to get involved in the game from this side of things through the workshop as opposed to just through playing it?
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing because a lot of people want to do things for the game that they like, and Valve gave us the opportunity. So it's kind of, we are working on things that we like to do. We like to play, and it's amazing to see other people using our work.
So I've been watching some of the items behind you. Walk me through what you make for the workshop.
Okay, well, I work together with Dry Socket over there. His name's Wes in real life. We collaborate together. Like, we kind of just split up the process. Like, we kind of work on sculpting together, and then we'll hand it off to each other until we get everything done. So, like, we have sort of like an assembly line process, and it works out really well for us.
Yeah, a lot of awesome items have been put into the game through the contributors there in the workshop, and I think they got some of their concept art down there, and I know I've got some of the items that they actually use. I've got the Emerald Drake Courier and the Snowy Owl. Is it Snow?
Snow Owl, yes, Snow.
Yeah, that's the one.
Something.
I've also got that one as well. So these are getting in game, and I actually think that they must be really happy because I know some of the players are also using the sets that some of the contributors have put in. So make sure you get down to check out the workshop. You'll meet some really interesting people, and I believe I saw them actually doing some panels there as well. So if you want to learn how to get involved, head down to the workshop. And if you want to stay around and see what's going to happen to the fate of Invictus Gaming and LGD, we're going to be getting ready to go into game number 3. And we've been had a lot of talk about the Mirana, but as God's mentioned, you remove the Void, you kill the opportunity, but also would people be looking to pick Void in the first round of picks?
The thing is that they banned the Ember Spirit. That's completely fine. I think we would all agree on that. The Ferrari's Ember Spirit is just insane. And they decide to ban the Shadow Shaman. So they actually can open a ban for the Void. Let's see if they decide to do so.
Let's see if they decide as we go into the game.
LGD Gaming versus Invictus Gaming. Game 3.
He says game 3 the same way you say 3. I like that.
Bruno, don't make me feel conscious. I completely, this game snuck up on me. I didn't even see the timer there, but we'll see which team gets to sneak up on the other in terms of the draft and gets ahead. And as they load in, we already have our few first bans out. Again, Lycan, saddest hero of the International, doesn't get picked. The Razor is going to be removed from Invictus Gaming. I don't think that was a huge problem, but definitely could put LGD out of their comfort zone. And Wepaz is our local observer. Shout out to Wepaz there. He just wanted to show off how many games he played. And maybe he was looking to change some configurations, but he's going to have to wait now. And Shadow Shaman also removed. So no kind of tower push gameplay allowed by Invictus Gaming based off those 2 bans, but of course there's many options as we're not even into the first pick.
LG have to make a big decision here. Do they ban the Ember Spirit here and give away the Doom, or do they ban the Doom and risk? I don't think IG are going to be first picking Ember Spirit. It's possible, but LGD, they've shown they don't want to verse Ferrari's Ember Spirit.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you give the Ember Spirit, there are so many other opportunities that you open. Still a Skywrath mage with a proper silence. Any hero with a silence can actually stop an Ember Spirit if put properly.
Yeah.
I'd like to maybe even see some Storm Spirit as well, which is a hero which we saw moderately during the group stage and has the possibility to snowball and just, again, go for this kind of thing that gets a pick off, run away. It's not going to happen from IG. IG gets the Luo Invoker, which can also be a Ferrari Invoker. But LGD, now they have 2 picks. And let me tell you something, even though they won against IG in the game 1, LGD's win rate when they're playing second pick is really bad. It's only 27% compared to 75% when they're playing first pick.
Yeah. Well, LGD, I think rightfully so, take the Ember Spirit. I don't think you want to risk giving up Invoker with the Ember Spirit. Does kind of cause problems because Void's still in the pool as well. The Void Invoker kind of combo is, I don't see any reason IG would not go for the Void here, Seb.
Just pick Silence as support, man. Every time you see a Chrono, just be like, sorry, no follow-up for you. Silence.
They can definitely get a Void. It's great versus Ember Spirit. It's a really good way to lock him down.
Yeah.
Would be a good pick for IG, I would agree. I don't understand the Viper pick that early. Maybe they assess that it's a good way to deal with the Invoker mid, so they make sure it's safe lane. I think it's a bit early to get the Viper, but they must have a plan, so obviously we'll figure this out later on. I like the decision from IG to take first pick the Invoker. You know, it's that kind of... This is the first series where there is one key hero for both teams. It's going to happen more and more in the tournament, I think, because both teams are going to know each other better. But right now, it's actually we can see that it's all about the Invoker. Who gets the Invoker and then feels more confident.
Yeah, starts off with the second pick and just gradually gets elevated in priority. So.
Yeah, so they want the Invoker more than the Ember. So that's only because LGD uses that Invoker really well, as you mentioned earlier.
They also know LGD don't really want Void. It's not a hero they've ran that much. It doesn't really suit their style necessarily that well. So.
And this is what I like about LGD is that they don't draft a hero because it's drafted in the tournament. They just draft what they want to draft. And we've seen many teams draft that Void, and they never did before international. So LGD isn't that kind of team. It's maybe what brought them that far.
Well, they've played a lot of Viper. That's been probably one of Lin's most played heroes throughout the tournament. So I think for LGD, it's like stick to their strengths. They've gone for this like fast mech rush on the Viper and just 5-man takedown towers, and it is hard to do so against a Void kind of Chronosphere plus Invoker Sunstrike. That's exactly what's coming their way. But if you tank up enough,
that might work. The face of Void. It's surprising that it took IG so long to pick that hero. They first picked it the 2 games before, and they used a lot of extra time for that. Maybe they're just trying to see what's going to happen after. They knew they want to pick Void. They're just trying to use the time they have to actually try to figure out LGD's draft.
And the fact that LGD, they were okay giving it away. That was always the option. It's like, are they going to fall into a trap? And Seb, I said silencer support. I feel like a madman when I say that. But come on, tell me it could work.
I really like the silencer idea. Actually, for both teams, it could work. No, it's not it's not only me supporting you. I really think that silencer is a hero that has been forgotten. He was used a lot prior to the tournament. He was used in the tournament as well, but not as much as it was before. So it might appear at one point. Yeah. I like the Pugna ban. Against IG, it's a must ban, to be honest.
I think the biggest thing that's changed throughout the tournament is it used to be towards the start of the tournament, even leading up to TI, teams would be focusing on picking at least one or two supports in the first pick stage. That's completely changed, and we're seeing core heroes picked up right off the bat. Is there any real reason you think that is, Seb?
To be honest, when it came, it's a lot of teams like IG and LGD because they are versatile. They can adapt their lanes. Like sure they pick 2 cores. Usually you're like they revealed a lot. They didn't reveal anything since Void can go on 3 lanes, Invoker on 2. So they can switch around exactly how they want. So it doesn't matter much. Usually you pick supports because they're good anyway. And those heroes, Void and Invoker, they can deal against. They can deal with any sort of lineup.
Yeah.
Also. There was a time where, for example, Venomancer was the key support and everyone would try to secure that one because if they didn't get in the top 2 picks, they would be banned in the second stage. The same happened with Shadow Demon a long time ago. Mirana is kind of like the other one, which surprisingly has been skipped in the ban. IG was hoping to get that, but LGD snatched it first. So right now it seems that all these key heroes that people need are these cores and supports. Well, they're pretty much replaceable.
I don't know, man. Like supports, like they left Skywrath Mage in. Surely that's a hero for Invictus Gaming that adds a little bit of combo, and the silence for the Ember Spirit could be huge if it's going to get down to those team fights. I think leaving these supports a little bit later gives you a lot of intel. You're trying to get as much information out of your opponent before maybe the supports come in. LGD picked Mirana, Seb.
Yeah.
It takes it away from Invictus Gaming. Do you think that was a concern, or do you think they actually just won it?
No, to be honest, it's really good with Ember. Like, it's a good setup as well. Maybe not as good as Chrono, but it's still a really good setup. And if you're gonna deny it from IG, then you're doing 2 things at the same time. So that's great for them. What I really like about this series is that, like, if you compare it to the other we had earlier, the 2 teams look to have, let's say, a similar playstyle, and they favor same heroes. So it's actually a mind game right now between Faith and Yao. They're just stealing heroes from each other, but it's in a good way because they can actually put them to good use. Whereas NaVi versus Sinai was more like, we have our plan, you have yours, you get your heroes, you get ours, and we face each other. This is really a really different matchup.
Yeah, it's been the first battle of wits. Like even EGDK was the same thing like Cloud9 NaVi. They just both picked their own heroes.
It's the first time we get such a series. It's really interesting.
And that Skywrath Mage with Invoker was the combination that allowed LGD to dominate IG on game 1. It's now going to be IG getting them both and see if they can actually execute it in the same way. They don't have a center though, still they can get it if they decide to go for that Faceless Void as more of a farming role, or maybe just put in the center somewhere else other than the offlane. But the thing about that is that LGD knows that poison very well. They played that before, they understand how the line is played. So if LGD can now adapt, with the Ember Spirit being so mobile, it's going to be harder to land those Chronosphere, not the Chronosphere, the Sun Strikes and the Mystic Flare, unless you have a Chronosphere. Viper is naturally tanky against Mystic Flare because it has magic resistance built in, and Mirana leaps. So LGD will have a kind of tanky / mobile lineup. And with the Vengeful Spirit, it adds more mobility as well, because if someone's in trouble, if someone's trapped on that Chronosphere, you can swap them and suddenly no more damage.
The Vengeful Spirit is genius right now, because IG's plan is the same they had the 2 games before, right? It's we're going to chrono one guy and burst him down with Laundry and nukes. And I was actually trying to think of heroes that can actually stop that. Silencer was an option, like Bruno, like James mentioned.
Hi Bruno.
Hi James. I mean, it's definitely an option because you can silence the Skyras and the Invoker. Venge is even a better option, a safer option. Now the Void has to get Venge into Chrono if he wants it to be effective.
Yeah, and even if you like swap out the Venge dies, the new Vengeance Aura Chains means that you get the minus physical damage, which if there's a follow-up fight, you don't have the damage to kill a Viper, to kill an Ember Spirit.
Especially because they have a right-click physical damage lineup, like Invoker, Void, Alchemist.
Yeah, but it affects like even the forward spirits. Like everything is doing less damage here. So you want to try use the physical damage to your advantage. That's Vengeful Spirit's really nice pick here. IG again, you're going to go for the Alchemist. Worked out well with Faith in the second game, and we'll see if it can happen again.
It's really funny because the IG lineup is actually almost the same as LGD had the first game, so they definitely favor the same heroes. Yeah.
And the thing about LGD is that Vengeful Spirit aura, which is also so helpful because when you die it gives a minus aura to your opponent, it's going to do a lot here because all of these heroes are right-clicking essentially. Ember Spirit with a Sleight of Fist will get the advantage from the aura. Viper with those right clicks, the lower HP the other enemies have, the Nether Toxin does more damage. And on top of that, of course not the plus damage, but from his base damage he will get amplified from Vengeful Spirit. And even Mirana, which might be playing a support, is not going to go great. Now they have the center, which was the key component of that game 1. Are they happy with this?
I think it's a great pick. I mean, Tide was also in there as well, and I was like, oh, they're going to go for a Tide, and maybe we'll disrupt the team fights, but center maybe even going to be stronger just by giving everybody that movement speed. So positioning is key for LGD. Stopping those combos is key. Center gets online and can help stop the combos.
This is a very aggressive draft as well. Like they're going to be looking to fight before IG pick up key items. Invoker takes a while to actually come online and be ready to fight. Often he's just split pushing until he has like his Necro 3. Doesn't really come to fights. And once Centaur gets Blink, LGD will have like a decent level in the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit's not very item dependent. All he needs is that like level 10 stage and he's ready to fight. Viper with the fast makes same story.
Ooh, it's a breezy vibe. And with that, we add a lot of tankiness into that lineup as well, and stayability into the fight. So IG, they want a team fight and they want long, extended team fight so that they can take the most advantage out of the Alchemist and Bristleback.
I think LGD should go aggressive in that game and try to contest IG safe lane, because obviously Skyras and Alchemist are strong, but they are very squishy supports. They have almost no armor first level, so it's going to be interesting. And the approach they have to, like, we have to initiate the fight first. I'm pretty sure it's going to pay off, because it's really the way to go when you're facing you're playing against a Faceless Void. Like, you need to open the fight so he can't actually get the best setup he wants.
Okay, well, everyone is now selecting their heroes. We can see what they're playing. Rabbit is going to be on
That is a nice
the
Vengeful Spirit. I never saw her with hair, but it's actually pretty cool.
That's what the workshop did.
Yeah, great job, workshop.
Good job, workshop, guys. But yeah, any kind of favorites in the draft, the outcome of this? IG look very stable. Bristleback is the final pick.
LGD for me.
LGD.
Yeah.
I think IG. I think I like the Invoker Void again.
Well, we're going to be going into the game. So let's send over casters. I like LGD's lineup. It certainly is the lineup that could take them through and knock out Invictus Gaming. But Invictus Gaming, you just never know. They're a fantastic team. And let's send it over to some fantastic commentators.
Well, thank you very much, James. I'm so fantastic. I forgot my microphone, but I've got it now. I'm LD. I'm joined here by Lumi, and Well, Lumi, let's get ready for a fantastic game number 3. We get underway. One of these teams will be eliminated after this match, and they'll still end with some good prize money, but all these teams looking for nothing less than first place. They won't settle for less, and LGD, they're the favorites for the analysts. Lumi, do you agree with that after seeing the draft?
I think it really comes down to where does Centaur lane up at. Is it a 1v1 on the safe lane? Is he in a 1v3 situation in off lane? Because a lot of this draft rides on the fact that Xiaotuji or Rabbit gets an early blink and is as effective as Lin was on game 1. If he does not do that, I think Centaur is much less effective as a hero. So to me, it comes down to that, and the early game scouting is going to be key. Early war being dropped down here by 430 next to the river. Seems like both teams is just doing that. So
yeah, with that,
looks like it's going to be a 1v3 on safe lane on Xiaotuji. So I don't think LGD is going to have the favorable trade, and thus I think IG is going to have the better early game and better mid game.
All right, with that being said, let's run through our lineups for Invictus Gaming, your TI2 champions, looking to be the first ever team to repeat. You've got Faith on the Alchemist. Towards the top lane, it'll be Luo handling the Invoker. On the bottom side of the map, we'll go 430 as the Faceless Void, and looks like he might be under some pressure. That leaves YYF on the solo mid, Bristleback, and a support Chuan Skyrath. We might have to hold on introducing LGD because
double
already
smoke
the
coming
smoke
onto
has
the mid
come.
lane. There's a double damage on the Mirana, but
Who's going to strike first, though?
Okay, it's going to be the backstab coming to the sun's going to hit right him. He does actually pop his shield, though, so he's going to block a little bit of damage. Arrow will hit, but not exactly on the easiest to bring down target. In fact, the burst damage coming out from the Skyrath Mage is driving everybody away.
What an anticlimactic first blood attempt. 6 heroes mid, and we get nothing, Lumi. Just a few spells cast. It is a level 1 Flame Guard, which is pretty underwhelming against this Skyrath. That's just going to be one Arcane Bolt to remove it. But
it did block 50 damage. But what they really need out of the Ember Spirit was that chain to set up the Magic Missile, the arrow, and with the double damage from Mirana, they should have easily got the first blood. But it was IG that initiated and kind of got the term of the exchange. So both teams dodging a gank, I suppose. And it's going to be back to the lanes they go.
DDC is trying to threaten mid right now, but there's actually a Radiant Observer ward here that spotted out his movement. So IG know what he's up to. He's not going to get the jump on mid. Doesn't mean he won't hit a great arrow, but there will be at least awareness from YYF that that arrow can come. And so IG, they want to neutralize this threat in their woods. They've got vision, they've got eyes on DDC right now, but he is up on the ramp. He's not in the easiest position to engage, but they're going to look for it. He doesn't have leap, and DDC might have walked a bit too close. The stun comes along with the nuke. Now a Sunstrike, and the Invoker showing that he can offer something to these ganks once again, but I don't know if they have the damage. Chuan's got to chase a bit deeper. He's got one more Arcane Bolt. He's just in range for it. The stun, it won't matter. First blood to IG. They needed every little bit of damage there to get it. And we see, once again, the Invoker, even if he's not winning his lane 1v1, can offer a lot elsewhere. They're not done yet, though. DD throwing out a stun towards Chuan. They were both fighting for the rune, but it's actually going to spawn top. In good news, it is a 1v1 top right now, and Rabbit is capitalizing. He's actually already 11-4. The Invoker only 4-2. This is somewhat expected at the early levels, but it means even if IG are losing elsewhere on the map, they can make it up with a fast blink.
What you didn't see on the screen was DD just suiciding to Roshan because he was out of mana anyways. Quicker trip home to suicide to Rosh.
Yeah, and he'll be coming right back mid. Yeah. So let's see if he can find any pickoffs. They finally have a point in Searing Chains. It's level 1, so you're only going to get the slight setup there that comes from the level 1 Searing Chains. Just 1 second, but it may be enough to, with a Magic Missile follow-up, to make something happen. But Chuan has other ambitions. He's invis, and he spots the movement. He sees 3 have gone towards mid, and well, he's going to at least be here to protect and maybe even to turn a fight.
The big difference from the 2 support is that on IG side, they have 2 level 2 supports here, and looks like Faith is going to go for a pull. Meanwhile, the LGD support's just level 1, and that makes all the difference when the enemy's team support could fire off 2 spells. With that said, though, Chuan is very low in terms of mana, so I think IG support should just play a little bit safe.
This ward it's been more than worth its weight in gold. That ward has spotted at least 3 total heroes movements, and now IG smoking. This one I don't think was spotted. They were way up on the hill when it began.
Yeah, they smoked right next to the Ancient Pit.
And they're now going. They're looking for Rabbit here. Is he gonna
He's a very tough
spot it out in time? He's pretty tough, but if they get off a long duration Alch stun, I think they have the follow-up here with Cold Snap and a Sunstrike to bring him down.
Yeah, the Acid Spray will make all the difference in terms of giving the extra damage, but...
And now LGD head top. It's been a game of constant rotations from both teams.
I think if I have low-level supports... Oh, looks like the goal's going to go.
The Courier's coming in. It might actually get picked off here if they don't find Rabbit. Can they get in range for a stun? Faith will stun himself to begin the fight. That's easy setup for DD if he wants to come in. Rabbit's looking. The arrow comes. Now the Magic Missile. Oh, they can't connect in the air. They still get the kill. That self-stun really put Faith in a bind, and it all came down to the great movement by Rabbit, just heading towards the shop and causing him to stun himself.
They really needed that one because the two supports are falling off so much faster on LGD's side. Now, ending up on the top, they could start going for a little bit pull or start to threaten the Invoker. You can see that Lou is playing very defensive as a result.
But their cores are farming. You look across the board on CS and LGD, all three cores farming well. IG are still doing fine there. They Bristleback actually slightly ahead mid, and the other two getting decent CS, but they are leading in the lane.
Luo's really caught out of position. Magic Missile into a very easy arrow. The question is, where's the follow-up? We're going to need a little bit body blocking. You see that Rabbit's coming in, double edge, and one more right click. Nice body block coming out from DD. Well played.
Yeah, they just needed a little bit of a block, so the Tranquil Boots let him get in range. Immediate double edge, securing the kill. And that is exactly the kind of fuel you want if you're Rabbit. You're now well on your way to your Blink Dagger. Tranquil Boots picked up, and he's got 900 gold. So at this rate, sure, you've had some nice movements early from IG, but we saw what the Centaur Blink can do in game one. And you're also looking at a fairly squishy IG lineup at this stage of the game. Out gets tanky later on when he gets his ultimate, but that isn't going to help you too much against the Centaur burst damage. 650 health. Obviously, Invoker is going to be squishy, and they are diving bottom with a Sunstrike. Chronosphere as well into Lin. They'll try to commit for this kill. The Viper caught out, and it looks like he's got nowhere to go. They can't keep him alive. Even with the Stampede, he's still trapped in the trees. He'll throw out a solitary Viper Strike, but it won't save him. Meanwhile, mid, Yao being pursued a bit by YYF. They won't commit for a kill there. So a really nice kill from IG. They force out the first Stampede, and they still kill off the Viper, who was, until that point, dominating the Void in the bottom lane.
Maybe he should have ran north with the Stampede. Maybe would have gone out of there, but probably not with the Aux stun.
Yeah, it may have been a moment of panic, but like you said, either way, there's still an extra stun to follow up. And that's really nice to have against Centaur. If you just have a bunch of slows, then Centaur is fantastic versus that. Another smoke from LGD, again from their own woods. They're going to look for an opening, but it's the Bristleback they're going on him. He's getting to that point where he starts to be tanky. The ultimate's now skilled up. He's got a single point in Bristleback, and he's also hugging his tower. So if they want to dive this one, they're really going to have to commit for it, and they will. He's down in the river. Yao will come forward. He's going to Remnant. He throws everything at YYF. He's left nothing in reserve. Sunstrike looks to turn this, drops everyone low. Yao now in pursuit. They need this Bristle kill. They need it fast. They will. Now they get another Remnant cooling down Yao. He'll retreat out. DD and DDC so low, still alive, and now they might turn this one. They've got another arrow in 2 seconds. Do they look for 430? Do they look for Chuan? Oh, they accept their win. Man, that was really close.
Very surprised that LG decided to make that go without Stampede.
There is Sunstrike in 8, so DD maybe gets caught out here. Let's see how well he can juke this one. He's heading back towards the fountain on the Vengeful Spirit, but that Invoker can fire a shot if he wants.
Looks like he's not going to go for it.
You never know, man. Not until you're out of the death range. He's not going to.
That is the spot to pause, though, because most Invoker generally expect you to go further in.
Yeah, just at the boundary of the fountain, really. Bottom lane, they've made a rotation. IG, Bridian 3. And the nice thing there was that was a really good time to fight. You know Chronosphere's on cooldown, so you know IG really don't have much counter initiation. And on the back of that, LGD, after what could have been a rough start, have turned it around nicely. They're actually leading here in gold and experience. And the big item is the Blink on Centaur. And Lumi, he's got it in 20 gold.
Yeah, the big difference in Blink this game versus the first game that we saw LG play is that you don't have the backup of insane burst damage from the Invoker. You have it from, I guess, Vengeful Spirit, you have it from Mirana, but these are very level starved support. So I think Rabbit this game has to do a lot more than Lin in the last. With that said, though, you also have Yao helping you out with the damage output. I think the explosiveness of Centaur in this game is going to be a lot less than game one.
For now, they sit back. They actually got the Blink, and you know, the ideal way to use this is if you can Stampede and set up kills on multiple areas of the map. But unfortunately, against the Void, it's so risky. You go in for the combo, and if he backtracks either nuke, then you're probably not getting the kill. They're going to rotate in more, though, with the Venge here as well. They might have the burst they need. There's no ward to spot out this rotation, and now they can jump. They'll go in with the Stampede, followed up. Is he going to backtrack? Oh, no, he doesn't. And that's the death of 430. If you backtrack the double edge, you probably lived through that one, but the dice not with him there.
430 saw that Blink Daggers, and I'm surprised that he just kind of waltzed up to the creep wave and started hitting creeps, because that could happen, like what we saw.
Yeah, I guess it's the choice. Do you just not farm at all whenever any support is missing, or do you take a risk?
Yeah.
And try to get something off the map? And well, he rolled wrong that time, but he'll have more chances this game. And I'm really curious, I think above all else, to see how the Ember works out, because God's touched on this, but it's really not a hero that LGD run. You've got 430 as probably the best Ember Spirit player in all of China and one of the best in the world, but outside of that, I don't feel like any of the other players really run it at the same level. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it develops. For now, it's DD who gets caught. Can he get off the stun? No, just straight into the chrono. Grab it. Can he back this one up at all? Nothing he can do. Can't stampede out of that chrono. Arrow, though, will look to turn it. The Void's actually jumping back in. This causes the Arrow to miss. They weren't expecting this level of aggression from IG, and so they pay. They give up another kill.
They really should have saw YYF coming. He was running through the... Yeah, they had a war seeing that, yeah. But
yeah, both teams have pretty good vision of this jungle. It's been a hotly contested area. Now, bottom will be the contested area. DD moves through the trees, and this will prompt Luo to just sit back for now. He's quite worried about the gank potential.
And one thing I've noticed from Nulo from all these 3 games, his map awareness is just absolutely intense. Like, game number 1, when he expected the games coming, he was playing the safe lane Venomancer, just drop wards everywhere. The gank never came his way.
Yeah, he was sitting like right around here on the top lane, up near the trees of the tier 1, and he'd just be dropping wards all around the tree line. So if you want to dive him, you just got to go for it. You're not going to sneak up on him.
Yeah, especially against a lineup that is gank intensive, like the Centaur, the Venge, and the Mirana. Anytime you could prevent these kills from happening, they kind of pay their bills with the kills, and you don't give them the kills, they're not going to be that effective as heroes in the mid game. With that said, though, there is a lot of positional advantage being gained by LGD as they're starting to threaten that tier 1. And IG is making really no trade, no movement anywhere.
Yeah, and there's really not been much pressure from IG. It's all about the chrono for them. Beyond that, they have a very strong dual roaming support duo, but it's at the point now where your roaming just kind of falls off. You've got to go for the Centaur, or otherwise he can stampede his teammates out of most trouble, or at least get them to a point where you can counter-initiate, and they just don't have a reliable jump like the Centaur. The only one is the Void, but with chrono on cooldown, if you go in, you do it at great risk. And LGD are punishing that. They take the tier 1 bottom, and like you said, begin to gain more and more map control. And the other beautiful thing about the Venge pick, the analyst touched on some of the strengths, is your dire side, this is going to open up Roche for you, even just with a single point in Wave of Terror, a point in the Vengeance Sorrow. So if they win a few more fights, we're looking at LGD looking to take that one out. But for now, it's mid they're focused on.
Then scouted by the Forge Spirit. The Double Damage Centaur, though, is fairly scary. And he was able to pick it up without sight of IG, so if he sees a good jump, again, the problem is he can make that jump, but his team needs to be there, and there is no Sunstrike coming out from afar. So again, Centaur is going to be able to pick up a couple kills, but probably not as nearly as good as Game 1.
Now top lane is where LGD will look to leave their mark. 430's pushing, and they're braining in the Viper. They've got 2 supports here as well, but they don't really want to commit to it. So they end up rotating, and this Observer Ward about to spot them out once again. It spotted them around at least twice already. They tried to de-ward, but they were off the mark on it. And as a result, 430 can farm much safer than what he once did, but maybe not safely enough. There, they'd still dive in now. They're gonna let him go, and the ward really paying off once again. Now they go in mid. They know that the Stampede was used. There's no easy way out for Yao if IG want to dive this, but they also get cold feet. Both teams are, you can feel the pressure.
I think this is the first game. Hold that thought. Top lane, 430. They are just really patiently waiting for a magic missile. Will hit that arrow, have to connect, and it will. It's going to be 430. Can he backtrack any of this? No. Nice kill going against IG. This is the first game in the entire series where, after the laning stage, you didn't have one team just pulling really far ahead. The gold grab difference, I mean, it's a 3,000 gold lead for LGD, but nothing really insurmountable. And I think we're really set up for a very exciting mid to late stage of the game where both teams are evenly matched in terms of space, items, gold. And hold that thought. Top
lane. Here we go. On the lane, they move with the Mystic Flare available. Are they going to drop it? No, actually doesn't have level 6 yet. Just the Sunstrike that comes out. They need that extra damage from Tron, and without it, they just can't get this kill. They're still diving Lin, but that would not be a good play. They'll be forced to retreat. We're already 13 minutes in, and no level 6 on the Skywrath Mage.
I like how Tron lost more health than the Viper after that gank.
It's
in terms of the HP bar.
It's getting to be pretty late, and with Chronosphere, you've got amazing setup for Sunstrike as well as Mystic Flare, but they need both to finish the job. Well, he's going to be looking for it soon, but while he's busy looking for that, LGD are pushing in mid. And actually, Yao is getting aggressive here. He's going to try to zone some heroes off the lane, clear out the wave, he'll zip out, the Huck stun will tumble towards him. And it will be a bit of a nuisance. Now top we go with the Centaur. He's got Stampede ready. Tower in deny range. Are they going to go? Both teams
They're really afraid
they know
of
what's
each
at
other.
stake here.
Yeah.
You don't want to take risks in this situation. You want clean, well-executed kills, and if you can't find them, you back off.
It looks like we're going to see Rapid going into a BKB, much similar to game 1, although Lim played that game. In this game, how is BKB as good? I think BKB is actually a weaker item in this particular game because much of the damage coming out, at least in the mid game, is physical. It's going to be Invoker, right clicks, the Forge Spirits, and more importantly, YYF. You know, he's going to right click so hard. I guess BKB will block mostly stuff from Chuan.
There's the Alk stun, but you still take the damage from it. So even then, it's not fantastic. I'm inclined to agree with you. I think this is more of an Aghanim Scepter game, but the point is he definitely wants to tank. You're up against Chrono. We've seen the best way to beat it is either just to prevent the Void from getting off, or alternatively to be able to tank through it. So one way or the other, he's got to outlast the damage.
Yep.
For
And
now.
strength does go a long way.
IG feel like the more scared team to me. You see LGD getting out on the map. They're pushing in the bottom lane with the Centaur. They know when Stampede's up, unless there's a perfect Chrono, they can always disengage. And that's where your Skywrath Mage isn't necessarily the best support because he doesn't have a proper stun. So if you don't Chrono them, you can just Stampede to keep a hero out. That's why they almost succeeded on the gank mid. Stampede was pulling down, but as long as it's up, LGD, get aggressive.
I agree. I think IG is rightfully scared because it's much harder for them to get the kills. Whereas LGD, if you find one hero out of position, Blink, Stun, Magic Missile, dead. It's much easier for LGD to find these kills. And neither team is that good at pushing, so even if you make 1 or 2 mistakes, these towers could be held for quite a bit. Well, that's the tier 1 towers are all very low health. Particularly on the side of LGD. So maybe if IG could group up as 4 or 5 and then just mow down the mid tower, that can open up the Roshan for their mid game plays.
That is so dangerous against the Centaur, the Viper, who's getting to be very tanky now, and just their initiation power. Like you said, anyone gets caught, they're just dead, and it's not a risk IG want to take yet. It seems both teams are expecting this game to go a bit later. You've got a Sentry Ward down in the Radiant Ancients to try and prevent the Alchemist Acid Spray farm. And simultaneously, you see a late Midas, in fact, quite a late Midas being built by 430. Oh, no, maybe not. Casual Gloves of Haste, and then he's going to go back for Morbid Mask. I think he was looking for Midas, but just decides it's too late to go for one. I need to be able to help my team out here.
Or maybe he got the Morbid Mask first and now going into the Midas.
It's possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly.
That's going to be extremely, that's like a 20-minute Midas at that point.
I mean, if you know the game is going to be halted down that pace, right? Like, it's not a bad investment. With that said, though, LGD is definitely not going for late game. Because Centaur is picking up the mid game BKB. We're going to see Viper, picking up the mid game Aghanim Scepter. So,
and we're going to see our first movement in a long time. The Alk and the Skywrath are heading smoked up and towards the top rune. Now past it, and all the way to the top lane, in fact. And they're looking for the Ember. But they need the silence to come out instantly. Otherwise, if he's got a Spirit, he can just zip away. And he's got one back in his tower. Will they find the opening? In comes the Chrono. It's a perfect one. Now the Mystic Flare. But actually, Fate's going to walk into the Chrono. It won't matter, but he may pay with his own life for this. Yeah, he will. Rabbit comes in, finds the retaliation. It is a 1-for-1, but they lose the Ember for only a support Alk. So you've got to give IG the win there. But not if this happens. YYF gets arrowed mid. Now the swap back into tower rage, straight into Avenge Stun. That does Mac up, but there's more support coming. Rabbit's on the way. He get double edge here, and they'll finish the job. So LGD get a little bit more than they bargained for with another great arrow.
They actually get the tower denied mid as well, so a pretty decent win. And it's really up to IG to at least force out a little bit of damage on that tier 2 top. Tier 1, though, might be in a little bit of trouble mid.
And this is where I'm really looking for Luo to try and apply some pressure. He's got to buy time for 430, or Ferrari 430. He's just not farming well in the Void right now. Get the Necro 3 up, start pressuring tier 2s, and try and draw LGD back a bit. But for now, LGD taking the bigger objective. They get the tier 1 mid, and they also get the tower deny that you mentioned, finally claiming it here. So the gold will swing a bit more their way. It's still a slight lead, though. I mean, they're only up by 3,000 gold, 1,000 experience. It's something that can be turned in a single team fight.
There's more tower kills being done by... Actually, the tower is completely even. I'm surprised that IG is...
But there was the deny, I guess. Yeah. So in that sense, it's a slight lead for LGD.
And IG does have the Midas, at least one, to keep them up. But back to your point of Ludo split pushing, I'm not sure whether he could do it as confidently as game 1, as we see DD just stalking Chuan.
Just because of the Centaur?
Yeah, the Centaur. Like, you just get picked off.
Yeah, he's trying to, though, man. He was getting up there in the bottom lane. He was at least like a couple screen lengths away from the tier 2 towers. The tier 1 had already fallen. DD's still camping the Ancients. He's going to manually body block these. And this is really damaging IG's economy. This is one of the beauties of running Alk. We actually see, oftentimes Vici Gaming will run it actually as a solo mid for Super, but one of the main benefits is you can just stack and farm Ancients, and you get a quick level for Acid Spray with the solo experience. And then, even if you don't farm well on the way, you catch up later. But with the sentries and the body blocks, it's not very quick farm for them. They've got to know something's going on here, though. It's been blocked quite a few times now.
So, since we're at a very slow stage of the game, do you feel like there's any big spike in power on either team when they pick up an item? Last game I was harping on, the blink on Earthshaker, that LGD had needed to pick it up to win a fight, but it seems like this game, there's really not a single item that really changes the scale of the game.
I'm really not sure. Rabbit's getting towards a BKB, but there's still answers for that in the Chronosphere. I think that might be the biggest one. Your Viper's just going to build tanky. He'll just be a bit harder to kill in Chrono. Necro 3 will help you push faster, gain some map control perhaps, but the only hero that Mana Burn's going to be amazing against is really the Centaur, maybe the Ember, whose Mana Pool isn't the best. What do you think? Is there one item that turns this? I feel like it's more just the execution. Who gets a good Chrono, or who gets a great Stomp, if LGD can find that.
Yeah, I'm also thinking that, maybe, let's say we're in it for the long run, 40 more minutes of gameplay. I say Yao finishing his Battle Fury is pretty big in the sense that he can farm faster, but that's pretty much it. Also, as we see the entire LGD team getting driven off, Chuan getting the early gem, I think that's actually a huge item pickup. Being able to wrestle for map control here at this point of game and basically limit the movement of LGD, preventing that roach from happening, for example, that's the something that you don't see this on the scoreboard, but really matters hugely in a slow game like this.
Yeah, and speaking of which, it's also worth noting that Ferrari 430 did not go for the Midas in the end. So you still accelerate your farm quite a bit with Mask of Madness, but if you're angling for the late game, you'd rather get the Midas into the Mask of Madness. So he won't be as farmed as he could be, and now LGD will smoke. They're going to find at least IG mid if they stick around, and potentially some kills off of that, or do they just go into the pit? There's a Forge Spirit here, so if they want to do it, they're going to have to wait it out. I don't think they'll kill the Roche that quickly, even with IG here. Well, maybe now with a Medallion they can do it in time. It's dropping a lot faster with that. And it seems IG are just too late. They'll Sunstrike.
Sunstrike, the check. They could actually get here in time, and I think if you're LGD, you need to back out.
Oh, I don't know about that. It's going to come down to the wire, but they are getting close. 430's in position. Can leap in momentarily. LGD get real nervous. They'll retreat out. But this Roche is at the point where I think one team's just going to go in and try and claim it. It's too low to leave alone.
If you're IG, you go in because Bristleback could solo it, and you have the Chrono back
Centaur. Here comes the Chrono. It's only found one. It's pretty much useless. Chrono's on the tankiest here as well, the Viper. Oh no, now Rabbit turns. He's got the BKB, fights one, but IG sneak the Aegis, and LGD have got to get more for giving that up. It's Aegis, it's as well as going to be the Roche Gold, but they'll get Faith too, so it's a 2 for nil exchange, and then the Roche, Aegis going the way of IG.
Sunstrike. Very surprised that we saw Ferrari pressing the button there. He could have easily just stood and just waited for LG to come in. Should they come in, Chrono, security Roche, and just run. But he actually initiated with it. I think still IG got the better trade. They got the kill on the Roshan, which matters quite a bit. They did lose Ferrari though. But having the Aegis is a pretty big deal for the next fight. Should there be a fight? Maybe there won't be, because we are playing in a very slow and steady pace of this game.
Yeah, and this is where it just buys them time to get their next item. So now the BKB and YYF might be finished, and you can kite him really well with the Viper, just with a single Viper strike. He's pretty much out of the fight. You can also use Stampede to get out of the way, but it means that they can't really kill him. They don't have that much physical damage yet. The Ember is working towards the Battle Fury. It's still not there, and even then, he's going to be pretty tanky. The one thing, actually, yeah, they do have a mech as well. So between the BKB and the mech, you're not killing YYF quickly. He can be in the front lines, tank up, and allow the Faceless Void to look for a good Chrono instead of just having to force one to start the fight. Overall, denying the Aegis to LGD is huge as well. Now they can't push with that.
I do think that LG does have deceptively more damage than they're showing, because Venge gave you some, the minus armor, the Medallion, obviously the Sleight of Fist ignoring armor on the splash hits of Battle Fury. It's like
That's
random
true.
stuff here and there. It's not exactly anything to write home about, at least not right now.
There is Nether Toxin as well,
Yeah.
so if in a longer fight, if he lives through it, it can turn, and he's getting to that point where he's almost bound to live. Picks up an Aghanim Scepter now, too. This tier 1 bottom, about to get into deny range. In fact, it is now, so...
Oh, Sunstrike. Easy kill mid lane. It was 2 Forge Spirits, 2 Necrobooks chasing a Venge, and when the Venge runs in a straight lane, straight line. It's an easy kill.
That's the kind of thing you see a lot from Ice Ice Ice. Like the hero won't even be there. It's just the Forge Spirits and sometimes the book setting up for the Sunstrike. And so it's like a no-risk kill attempt. If you don't hit it, oh well. But Rabbit, he's spotted out a gank here and he will retreat.
I found it quite cute that Luo got the kill halfway across the map, still got the Vengeance Aura debuff on him. Because she don't mess around.
That's pretty intense.
That's
the pit, this is the ideal time to do it. You've got 35 seconds and counting. But the issue is, I don't think they kill Roche quickly enough. Not with LGD threatening to go in. Well, for now, everyone thinking Roche, but nobody doing it.
Also, 430 hasn't been hitting a creep for like the past 3-4 minutes. His net worth is actually abysmal. So maybe if you remove the Void out of the equation as a late game contender, maybe IG just doesn't have the better late game.
Yeah, and he's just not farming that much, to be honest with me. He's sitting at 7.5K net worth. The Tri-Core of LGD are all up there at 12K. And finally, Rabbit, he goes in now. That's a double edge. Shiva's guard as well. At 430, leaps in, but he can't find a chrono. And now Lin can lock him down here with a Viper Strike at 5 seconds. It's not coming yet. They'll throw out everything on Lin, but he's still at half HP. Now the Mascara, though, it's not going to matter because DD was there with a great defensive swap. They can't even kill the Venge. They're just too tanky on LGD. Now the arrow and the leap forward. It's 3 down. IG are melting. They lose 4. They're going to lose the Roche as well. LGD are just too tanky. A one-man chrono isn't good enough. Not this game and not this late.
Yeah, we're starting to see the weakness of a Void that doesn't have items, doesn't have right-click damage, and when you don't land those chronos, he really contributes very little to the fight, if anything at all. I thought the swap on the Venge was not even necessary because Viper looks like he was going to tank through it, but hey man, they made the fight work. They got a 4-man wipe and the Aegis. If LG wants to sit back and play the long game, they can, but might as well get a tier 2 out of that. You can see that Xiao Tuji, he's just waiting for somebody to TP. No, he's waiting for his team, okay. And are they going to push this?
Well, there's still 3 dead here. You've got the Void with 1 second to respawn, but 2 cores with 10, so they'll at least chip away at the tier 2 mid. Glyph is available, but if you're IG and you Glyph now, and then you go on to lose a fight in the next few minutes, then you're risking a high ground push and a potential lost lane of Rax. They will Glyph.
I mean,
they will try to hold.
I think if you're LGD, you might as well siege for a little bit longer. No, they're going to turn to top and get a much easier tower.
So on the back of that one fight, we're looking at 4 kills, a Roche kill, and probably 2 tier 2s as well. That is a gargantuan gold swing in LGD's favor.
Yeah, and gold, especially a spike of gold like this, is a big deal, especially for heroes that are trying to complete items. But looks like IG don't want to give this one for free. Or will they? No, they're giving this one for free. So Daedalus has picked up as a result of that fight. Lin is going to have his heart finish. DD is going to have his Heaven's Halberd. Rabbit, maybe if he wants to pick up a Reaver into his heart, that's going to be there as well. And an Ancient Stack being stolen. What is this, like a 7K gold difference in swing after that Roshan fight?
It's really looking good for LGD now. You can't say less without lying to yourself. They haven't won it yet, but they've got full map control. They've got an Ember Spirit who's working towards his 3rd damage item. And already with Daedalus, as well as Battle Fury, he hits extremely hard. Plus, as you mentioned, you have to factor in the Venge. She's got Wave of Terror, level 3 Vengeance Heart, and soon these 2 abilities will be maxed if they keep on taking fights, at which point Ember can just cleave through your backlines with ease. Chuan is 850 health. He's going to evaporate. Even the Alchemist with 1290, only 3 armor. He's going to be very squishy, easy to kill. And the Void with Mask of Madness, if the backtrack luck isn't with him, he's quite killable as well. So I look across the map and I just see a lineup that melts in the face of the Ember. And I don't know how IG can deal with that.
Yeah, with the Aegis now on the Ember Spirit, it's very hard for IG to fight into the Ember as well. So I think this is why LGD is feeling so confident in the front line and just taking towers after towers. Hex just got picked up though. Cypher Vice is a late game weapon, but how will IG find a use for it is another question.
Well, they won't find a use for this tier 2 bottom. They're just going to let it go the way of LGD. That's 3 tier 2s taken unopposed, all thanks to 1 Roche fight, which was 5 minutes coming. And on the back of that LGD, they should be able to secure complete map control now. They can drop down some aggressive wards if they want. They've already got 1 up here on the hill, and they can try and bottle IG in even further. The Invoker can look to split push with the
thinking
summon.
about jumping Xiao Tuji.
He's
okay, never mind.
He's sensing it and he's going to retreat. Oh, IG not ready to be caught, but this means that they sit on the high ground. And do LGD actually even, does the Ember even danger here? IG may be thinking about a go on him.
You can kill him once.
Yeah. But unfortunately the Aegis, it's got a few minutes left. But
Actually,
they're not killing him twice.
I think forcing it out, if you don't use your chrono, that's the thing though, if you use your chrono to kill him, then the rest of the team says, all right, we're going to just push you now.
Yeah, you actually can't chrono there, because LGD then just go high ground bottom.
So actually, I think instead of having the Void out there, you have your Invoker out there, because using a 30-second cooldown Hex and then forcing the Roshan, or forcing the Aegis is not bad. But definitely cannot use your Chrono.
Well, it's a risky journey Faith's making. This Alchemist has just wheedled his way up a couple of hills through the river, and now he's going to place a deep ward. This could be a very big one, but man, he walked through a lot of common ward spots to get it up.
But there was no ward.
That was like watching Frodo try to get the ring to Mount Doom, and he barely managed it. Now he's back home in the Shire.
I actually got that reference.
Nice.
He dropped that ward much easier than Frodo dropped the ring, though. Like, it was just drop it, get out, guys. Let's
like
not stay here.
It's like 20 seconds just to place a ward. That would be that'd be one way to nerf him, I suppose. And IG are just playing keep away. They're gonna keep on pressuring top while LGD just farm the enemy jungle, but they're also farming the lanes. You see DD pushing in mid, and you've got the Ember holding at the top lane. So they're effectively farming, I'd say, like 3/4 of the map. While IG, it's really only one lane, and it's the whole team backing them up. They're just getting slowly starved, and you see that reflected in the graphs. Not just the tower gold, not just the Roche, but in terms of creeps as well. They begin to pull ahead. All three of their cores topping the charts, and IG's core is a bit behind their counterparts.
Even though there is a huge goal lead, like you were mentioning, I don't see IG like losing every single fight no matter what, right? There are multiple scenarios where IG get a good chrono and they just win the fight. And I think you could actually see the scenario reverse. Top lane's going to be going, yeah, they're going to actually blow the Hex, but TPs are coming in. Yao's going to run towards the team. Okay, they actually get the kill. It's going to be a two-man stop. Here comes DD. They're stunning 430. 430 cannot get off the chrono, so he's straight up dead, and it's going to be run, but YYF, he can't run anywhere. He needs to TP out, and he's dead.
That's not worth it. 2 for an Aegis, and the Aegis about to expire in looks like a minute and a half. Well, LGD will be happy with that.
And I think LGD has more than enough time to just go down mid, right? There is no buyback on Faceless Void. That is their best defense.
There is Chrono, though. Like you mentioned, using the Hex to initiate means...
No, Faceless Void's dead. There is no Chrono.
Well, for 30, but he'll be up probably in time to defend the tier 3. There's still a glyph, and they could stall this a bit. It's better than having used the Chrono, at least. So they'll have a shot here, but Lin is pushing in aggressively. The Ember will clear out the wave, and they'll push for the high ground. It's actually a BKB that Yao went for in that fight. Not a very common Ember pickup, especially against a hero like Void. But it does protect him against the Hex of Luo. And as well as the Mystic Flare of the
sort of, if you don't get hexed off immediately.
Yeah, also the Mystic Flare is a pretty dangerous spell to deal with, as well as the Silence that can come through. But then again, Yao could really sit back, because he's got a Heart Centaur on his side. And IG, they've got to be careful. Rabbit walk up to the high ground, just threatening to go in. It's Yao who sits back. He doesn't want to commit too much to this. Doesn't connect on the Searing Chains, while Lin will get stunned. Concussive shot it as well, but he's still sitting at 2.9 KHP with the Corrosive Skin. They're really tanky. They're just ignoring IG. The Bristleback turns his back, and now 430 leaps in. It's a nice chrono. In fact, some might say it's perfect. It finds 2, but they only bring them to half. DD and Lin, they stand strong through this. A nice defensive swap keeps Rabbit alive, and now it's a triple remnant forward. Yao's found his opening, and he starts slicing and dicing. And IG lose 3, now potentially losing their racks. If they don't have buybacks, this could be it.
Everybody's so low on the side of LGD. They do have that Urn of Shadow, and it's just doing double time duty right now. But Invoker's back. Invoker's alive. Skywrath Mage is alive soon, he has his cooldown back on his ultimate soon, but they just can't stop this push.
Is this the end for the last defending international champions? They won TI2, IG did. They didn't win last year, but they were looking for their second ever. NaVi fell short. Alliance eliminated even sooner in the group stage, and this could be the last former international champions going out of TI. If they lose this one, which it looks they might, then we won't have a 2-time champion, at least not this year.
LGD just not stopping. Even though Void's back in 4 seconds, there's no chrono for about 35 more.
They've got one last fight, and they've got to go quickly before LGD finish the racks. Chrono's not ready, though. So if you go without Chrono. You almost have to sack 2 racks, but what are you waiting for at that point? Stun will come on Rabbit, but really, he's got 3,400 health. He's got a BKB if he needs it. LGD have just broken down the Faceless Void. You want to draft Mystic Flare, run a Void as your core. We're just going to build so tanky that you can't kill us. And even if you can, DD will be there with the swap to bail us out. I think they've just discovered how to deal with the Void.
I mean, most of the problem whenever you have a Void game is the Void not landing good chronos, like not on the key targets. This game, you could say that Void has always chrono 1 or 2 cores every single fight. It's just Yeah, sure, you could chrono the cores, but you know who's going to kill them?
And there's not, so, and then the point is like, well, you know, maybe you look for the backline heroes, but the backline heroes are pretty unkillable. You've got Murata going to sleep away, and DD has a Heaven's Halberd and 2100 health with 9 armor. So even if you go on him, you're not guaranteed to kill the Venge. Like, I don't think 430 could get a better chrono.
Yeah, normally in the past, when you see an Ember Spirit really being stacked, I'm talking about double Battle Fairy, double Daedalus, and he's just like killing everything. You technically always still have a chance because he doesn't have BKB. You can't even kill Ember Spirit anymore because if you chrono him, Venge is going to swap him out.
Yeah, and you're not going to catch the two of them because they're both just sitting so far away from the fight.
If you hex him,
Viper in front.
If you hex him, there's Force Staff and swap. The only real way that you could kill him is Ancient Seal, because Venge most likely won't swap out Ancient Seal, but he could BKB out of that. So I think the BKB choice on Yao is actually just perfect.
It's like the trump card in some ways. Now the Centaur ultimate's used, and they're going to chase. They find one, and it's Luo. It's the Invoker, and he has buyback. So he'll have a second shot, but it means one more death, and you're looking at game. At that point, LGD will take their third lane of Rax, or maybe just skip it and go for the tier 4s. They're so close. This was a story of the second team that was nearly eliminated after the group stage. We had NaVi, who was also almost unable to advance. The same for LGD. They even had to fight through the tiebreaker, so they had the slightly tougher road than NaVi. They fell short of starting in the winner's bracket, but they're here, Lumi, with a shot to stay alive. And now Rabbit's just taunting them. He's doing a jig. It's a celebratory dance.
Don't celebrate just yet. There's going to be one more fight.
Oh, he knows it's going to be almost impossible for IG. Rabbit's not afraid. He ain't a little rabbit anymore. He's a big, bad rabbit with rabies as well. He packs a punch. And again, 430, the question, how do you initiate into this fight? Look how far back all 3 backline heroes are. If you want to go on that, you have to come from the back. But then LGD just take your axe, and well, while he's busy debating, they're busy fighting. PGG chrono for 430. Not going to cut it. And now they just get melted. GG. They know it's over. LGD will move forward. They're going to the losers bracket round 2, and they've got a date with DK.
And with that, IG is going home. A lot of rich history behind this team. Formed in 2012, TI champion. All of that doesn't matter right now when you get eliminated by a better team.
Great performance, and this Centaur pick, I gotta say, works magnificently for them. It proved to be their big playmaker. Well, on that note, we've got 2 more best of 3s coming up today. We're only going to see game 1 of each, but it puts LGD in a position where they've got to feel confident going up against DK. They're actually getting a standing ovation here. The crowd was really enjoyed the celebrations. And
it was a really slow game, but those are the really true testing games to see who's going to crack first. And in that Roshan pit, it was LGD that seized victory. Because after that, it was multiple towers, multiple hero kills.
The team shook hands before the game, and that's easy to do when you still have a chance to advance. But IG showing good sportsmanship here, even in defeat. They're going home. Who knows if they'll stick together, but they still walk away with some prize money. And on that note, we'll hand it back to the analysts. Guys, what do you think?
LGD knock out another. Well, it's the day of champions are falling, really, isn't it? It's Invictus Gaming drop down, LGD win. Absolutely amazing. I've got to say, Rabbit, an absolute monster so far this tournament. Every game he's just so solid on, but I also feel for Invictus Gaming, it's like you see Ferrari and you're like, we know you can do so much, and unfortunately on his Void, didn't really kind of participate into the match as we know Ferrari can. So LGD just playing fantastic. They're scary. If I was DK, I'd be worried about going into that match.
Oh, I was in DK's booth just during that game for a while, just to look at the guys, and they were really compenetrated in the match. They knew that both of these opponents are really terrible. And one thing that popped out is that Viper pick was so crucial because there was no way they could kill it. Okay, you can Mystic Flare him, you can use all of your Invoker spells, you can use the Chronosphere on him, but he was so tanky that after dropping everything on him, the rest of the team would come and clean up.
I really think Viper works in a kind of similar way to Razor, or what it offers, but in maybe a more stable way when it comes to the team fights. You know, you don't have to rely on that link. You just need to get your ulti off. And when you get an Aghanim after, of course, like a mech, he just becomes huge, especially when you're against a bristleback. The bristleback's like, I want to stay in the fight as long as possible and be really, really useful. And Viper's like, you're not useful at all. And even if you want to chrono me, that Venge pick was amazing.
I'm really glad you bring that up. The analysis actually is really good. Like the Viper and the Razor, those are two heroes that are top meta heroes right now, and they actually do the same, exactly as you said. They're really tanky, they win their lanes, they don't farm really fast, they don't gank, they don't push, but they rely on those 5 versus 5 team fight. And in that case, it was actually working really well. LGD played really awesome. I'm really looking forward to see who can stop them, because that was one of the most solid performances I've seen so far.
Yep, I definitely agree. A really solid performance. And that Venge pickup, that was a really nice pick and worked fantastically. The supports DD and DDC played great this tournament, but the Venge, it was so good. And also the item picks, kind of going Urn into Treads, just having so much HP after the Sanj as well. It was, even if you swapped, he's like, I'm okay, because I'll still live against the chrono. There was too much pressure on Ferrari to hit a good chrono. But we'll talk about that in a little bit more, but let's go to a winner's interview now with Casey.
You guys, yes, I'm here with Yao with LGD, and Josh is going to help us as the interpreter once again. First off, congratulations, a hard-fought 3 games. What was that like for you, and at what moment did you really feel like you had this in the bag?
首先祝贺，然后问你，那个是很艰难的3场比赛，那你是在哪一刻感觉自己能够胜利？
就是在刚才第3盘，然后中路，然后我们跟他们在肉山那边僵持，然后他们被我们打了一波先手，然后他们也没有秒到我们的人，就是中路人马先手的那个刚被兽，然后刚被兽就直接空状态了，然后那一波我就感觉我们应该要赢了。
It was in the mid lane during the Roshan. Both teams were trying to go for Roshan, and our team managed to get Bristleback. Centaur War Runner initiated on Bristleback, and Bristleback was beaten back, and so that was where they felt like they would win.
You had a rough start at the beginning of the week. A lot of people kind of seeing you as the dark horse. What did you do to regroup and reconnect to come back so strongly this weekend?
小组赛一开始打的状态你们也是相当不好，然后被很多人不看好。那你们现在也是是个黑马吧？你就对这个有什么感觉？
我们就是一开始的话来这边有一点不适应，然后我们就抱着就是每一场比赛然后都去拼的精神，然后再拼，然后打到小组赛的时候，然后我们的教练然后也给我们及时总结，然后给了我们很大的鼓舞，然后打到后半程的时候，我们的新人慢慢的融入了，就是适应了这边 TI 的节奏，然后大家都很团结，一起扛过来了。
When we first came here, we were a little bit not used to the environment. And so playing the games, it was just with the attitude of let's go for it, let's fight for it. And through that process, our coach also helped us a lot by adjusting our mentalities and whatnot. And also our new players in the team gradually came into the team. And so we've had a great team mentality and played together, worked together to get this far.
Yeah, it's led to quite the streak. Congratulations. We'll see more of you in a little bit. Thank you again, Yao and Josh, and back to you, James.
Thank you, Casey, and again, congratulations to LGD. So they really do look like a team that if you said, okay, now you're playing NaVi in the grand finals, that's your next game, I would be like, well, actually, I don't think it's going to be that easy for NaVi. That was, as Seb mentioned, one of the best performances we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that particular matchup is 13-0 for NaVi. They played 13 times, but maybe 14th time is a charm. What was the charm back again into that game was, again, the Viper pick. And we were going on how hard it was to initiate on LGD and how hard it was for IG to take an advantage. We're going to look at a replay now of one of those initiations on the Viper. The Viper is there. It looks tempting and juicy, but it's a trap. Why? Because you get the Viper, but look at how much they have to invest. Mystic Flare full, not even half life. They throw everything at him. Mask of Madness. Okay, they're gonna get him. He cannot manages to sneak away. They get him in the end, but oh, it's so expensive. They already lose 2, and now they're gonna lose more. 3. and have to run away YYF. But is there a place to run? I think in this occasion there is.
Yeah. It was also nice. Okay, talking about a Void in terms of his initiation, the one thing I have, like, I kind of worry when you see a Void pickup, it's like you say, this is what we've got. We're going to obviously just go in there and try and chrono, and you have to adjust to it. Now, when it's just the Void as your initiation and just the chrono, it becomes the obvious thing to play around. And the difference between the Centaur is like you can't really play around that because it's just a War Stomp. It's a Blink and a War Stomp. That's always available. And then you've got your Blink and your chrono, and you can play around that. I feel that sometimes the Void needs something else to maybe initiate with it, someone else in the team. But we did see it before where the Void with the chrono was actually just accompanied by all these artillery of spells, and the artillery of spells didn't, come together this game. They didn't seem to have as much, but I feel like the Void, if it's going to get picked up more based off that game, might need additional help initiating.
I'm glad we see the Vengeful versus the Void. Honestly, we've seen Voids in almost all the games, and it has never really been countered. Obviously, it's really hard to completely counter the Void. When you see the AoE of the Chronosphere, he's always like he can get the one he wants to kill, the two key heroes. I mean, the one he wants to kill plus the Venge or the Shadow Demon or whatever you decided to pick to counter him. But still, I'd like to see more heroes, against that Void, especially because it's always announced as a first pick. So you have all the time in the world to actually counter that hero. Yeah. I want to say one thing about LGD. Like for me, they are the typical Chinese TR3 style of team because they are so disciplined. They have strong lanes. They have their game plan. They are extremely good at executing team fights, and every game they play look like the same. It's super execution, super decision making. Whereas the other Chinese team this year, they are more like they're more explosive. They adapt. They try innovative drafts. Where LGD is way more classic, and it looks to work out. They're the only remaining team, in my opinion, in the tournament that has that specific style.
And we're going to see some of that execution and some of that perfect strategy in this next replay right now, because it's one of those fights against IG where LGD. This is still kind of even, 13-8. They're getting ahead. The Invoker has a lot of fun, but look at this.
Yeah, this is the initiation that Yao said in the interview that when they got, they were really happy with. And Viper Strike was already used, and they did burst down the Bristleback quite a lot. His BKB is going to wear off, and then you're going to see a swap come in. And that swap maybe it even wasn't needed because Lin could have survived, but Lin has his Ags in this point, and so he can just chase, and you still have a huge amount of damage, and you've ignored the Ember Spirit that whole fight, and that was becoming a constant problem. And
nice line, dude.
Nice.
Very happy.
The positioning from LGD in that fight was just immaculate. Void, he time walked in looking for a Chronosphere, couldn't throw it. He had to cancel it a few times. Then he looked for a new target. All he could find was his Viper in front of him. He couldn't even get more than one hero. The way that LGD positioned himself, there wasn't even a 2-hero Chronosphere available for the Void.
It's impressive how disciplined and the execution. I don't think we've seen that so far. Like you said, making it impossible to get 2 heroes in a Chronosphere, that's just insane.
It's unheard of, really. And that was a 5v5 team fight.
Yeah. I also think the only other team that's played really well in terms of positioning like that was Evil Geniuses in their first semi-final game. I do believe they went versus a Void, and they were kind of just spaced out perfectly, and it just made the initiation for DK really, really difficult. And so we're going to see hopefully a little bit more of LG later. And they will be tomorrow, but behind me, as you can hear, we have new participants to the stage. Cloud9 are going to be heading into the booth, getting ready for their opponents, which is going to be Vici Gaming, as they take to the stage. And we can take a look at the brackets. This is exactly what we're going to be seeing next, but we've also got a little bit more for you this evening. I hope it's evening, I'm not sure. It's just dark in here. It's always, I just assume it's evening because I'm watching
4:20.
4:20 afternoon. We've got more for you this afternoon and this evening. Nice. As we can take a look at the brackets. And the match that we're going to be seeing now, as you just saw on stage, is going to be Cloud9 versus Vici. Now, this is a best-of-3 series, but we're just going to be going to play the first game for schedule. So you can come here, you can play one game out of the 3. You can go home and be like, we're 1-0 up or we're 0-1 down, and you're going to have a whole night to kind of prepare for your next game, which means the game 2 will probably be the best game 2 drafting we've ever seen. Yeah. And then next up, we're going to see DK versus LGD. Same thing again, it's going to be the one game. And the last thing we're going to have tonight is the all-star matchup, and it's Team ROTK versus Team Havost. These are the coaches, the captains for the team. I don't believe they're playing, and then there's 5 other members playing, and I know Bruno is really happy to see this because there's going to be some surprises.
Yeah, there's going to be some surprises, lots of innovative drafting and something like that. But before we go into the game of Cloud9 versus Vici Gaming, we talked a lot about NaVi getting away. Just wanted to say like some wrap-up words from all of us. IG left this tournament. Your feelings, guys?
Well, IG being knocked out is a big surprise. I think many people expected them to place at least top 3. Now they're out and they had troubles within the team. Maybe that was one of the reasons, you know, when you start losing, then you had a bad atmosphere. I felt like they didn't perform as well as they should have. When you look back at ESL, for example, they looked way more impressive. Don't want to take anything back away from LGD, and as we said, they played amazingly well. As for NaVi, they didn't look really strong before TI. They actually bounced back during the C9. You saw a change of draft, a change of mentality. So the hopes were back, but unfortunately for them, the game 3 just didn't go their way. So,
Gods, IG saying goodbye.
I mean, for me, it's remember the good times with IG. Like, they still have that potential. They've shown they can win ESL, they can win WPC. It wasn't their best tournament, so they have the potential to bounce back, I think, and I don't think they need to change their team. I think they just need to bounce back and come back stronger the next TI.
Absolutely. It's never a goodbye because one day we'll meet them again, and it will be the great team they always are. So, with that said, we go back now into Cloud9 versus Vici Gaming, and it is going to be an amazing series, isn't it, James?
Yeah, it's going to be really good. But before we get there, Bruno.
Ah, damn it.
Well, I was actually going to say before we get there, we have some clips to look at, but no, I've decided against it. I want to stay on camera.
You just wanted to ruin my segue.
What was your segue going into?
I don't know. It's Vici Gaming versus Cloud9.
Yeah, well, I don't know when that is going to start, but yeah, they are getting into their pods. But I would say, in terms of Invictus Gaming and NaVi going out, it's really a testament of how tough this tournament is. You know, we don't have Alliance, we don't have NaVi, we don't have Vici Gaming. It's amazing to see, like, you know, new faces getting further in the tournament. Certainly with like Cloud9, it's the toughest TI so far, and every year it is, and it's not just because of the prize money, because no one knew it was going to be this big. It's not people training to be like, you know, I won this prize money, I need a really nice new car. They just want to prove they're the best in the world, and they enjoy competing so much. So we're left with 6, and I think any from the 6 can still win the tournament.
Yeah, the level is just impressive this year. It was also last year, obviously, but I think it was Sing Sing that said it in an interview. It's getting harder and harder every year. So many teams are insanely good, and having all the former TI champions out, and you know, in a really they got beaten in a really convincing way. It says a lot, as you mentioned.
Well, we're definitely transitioning into Cloud9 versus Vici coming now. So this is the last match they played. I believe this was on day 3.
Yes, and Cloud9 won this match with the Drow Ranger and the Visage combo.
Oh, yeah. No one's going to give them that.
No, and when I was talking to Cloud9, they were like, oh, we kind of hope we get Vici Gaming, assuming they would like have to play through the tournament. They were not really scared about them because we beat them already, and we know how they play, and we know exactly how to play against them.
Oh, I think that's the wrong attitude to take into Vici, especially when you won a game with Visage and also Drow Ranger. That combo is just deadly. You don't give that away to Cloud9. Like, Vici are going to be like, oh yeah, you beat us, but we gave you a lineup which is very winnable for you. So they're going to remove that. There's no chance that Visage is coming through here.
And Vici Gaming, the only team to take a game off of NaVi so far in a long time. I mean, at the main event. That to me speaks that Vici Gaming, despite the fact they're in the lower bracket, is still one of the top teams, one of the favorites to go far in this tournament. So Cloud9 cannot take them lightly at all.
Well, we'll see what Cloud9 think about the match, actually, because we're going to go to Casey, who's got an interview with Eternal Envy.
I think that was actually one of the worst days of my life when we didn't get invited to the TI qualifier. I was kicked from NTH. They wanted a 5-man Swedish group. I got over it relatively quickly. Of course, there's still a little bit inside, but I was definitely cheering for Alliance during the finals. I was trying to do something with like scrimming against teams and stuff. It was me, Bone7, Paladai. We got Sing Sing and AUI. So we tried our best. We scrimmed every team we could scrim, and we did really well actually.
Sing Sing, Eternal Envy mop up here. Ferrari trying his best to run away, but Sing Sing strafes him down with the right click. He will go down. Eternal Envy uses double damage.
right now how Dota is, like every year teams just get stronger. So you see the strong teams of last year, if they don't keep up, they just fall behind and sometimes they drop off instantly. But with this team, we actually spend a lot of time training, not just before tournaments, but just throughout the entire year. We never really took breaks.
We started boot camping after during WPC, went to China, and then since then we haven't won home.
We played a lot, and my parents were actually probably getting a bit worried, but they said I could do what I want as long as I had a plan.
And eventually, I just wanted to see how far I could get. I didn't care if it was number 1 or number 2 or 3. I just wanted to see how far I can get myself. So how much effort I can put into it and actually just win everything at some point.
Well, any team can definitely beat any team in best of 1. When it comes to best of 3, though, the chance of that happening is very low. But I feel like once I get to the main event, like nothing, like I won't be able to think about anything except first place.
Joining me now is Eternal Envy from Cloud9. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you. I don't
know what to say to that. I want to start by asking you what it was like to go up against NaVi. I was talking to you before we just taped this, and you said, you know, I was at the International last year as an observer. You watched NaVi play second, and now you've bumped them out of the tournament. How does that feel for you?
I think after this day is over and I look back, then it'll be amazing. But right now, it doesn't really feel anything because I have to play VG in like whenever the next game's over.
Yeah.
So I usually let's block everything out. Like even after I won, like I just walked out and the Sing was like grabbing me and stuff, and I was like, oh, I just won, huh?
Well, why are you so happy? All right. So how do you handle your nerves? Because obviously you must feel the pressure. I know that you know, when you're going up against such a tough team, how do you handle the nerves? How are you preparing mentally right now?
Usually, you can't really think too much about it. Like the more you try to prepare for it, the more it just backfires. When I do get my nerves hit, what I usually do is I just say, oh, you know, this is part of the experience. This is part of the fun. Like it's important to me, so of course I'm gonna get nervous. Because if you tell yourself like, oh, you can't be nervous, this is embarrassing, you have to play your best or blah blah blah, like you're just gonna choke more and more and more.
Yeah.
That's not what I want. So
it's too much pressure to put on yourself.
Yeah.
So what are you most looking for? What are you most on the lookout for going into the game, specifically against Vici? What did you notice from their play earlier in the tournament?
Secret.
Pinky swear that I won't ask you for your secret. This means I won't ask you your secret. This is a good thing. Okay. All right. So you're going to go out there and win one for us?
Yep.
All right. Good luck to you. Thank you. Back to you.
Curtis Ling, AUI 2000, Vancouver, Canada.
Peter Armand, Bone 7, Bucharest, Romania.
Jackie Mel, Eternal Envy, Toronto.
Racing Yun, Sing Sing, Rotterdam, Netherlands.
Johan Åström, Pile Stockholm, Sweden.
Cloud9, Aoi 2000, Pale Bone 7, Sing Sing, and Eternal Envy. You can see no stars next to their names, so they haven't competed at all, TIs. And as Eternal Envy said, last time he was here, he was a spectator.
Yep.
And pretty good information you already get out of Eternal Envy, because it's like, yeah, you don't succumb to the nerves. It just really needs to be like, this is an experience, because I think from here on in, I don't know if they expected to get this far, Cloud9. You know, every win here is like, it doesn't feel like a bonus. They can certainly go all the way, but it's certainly, they shouldn't be sat in a game where they're like, we should win this one and go to the next round.
Oh, I disagree with that. I think they're with the mentality of winning it all. There's no other personality with that, such a hunger to win it all than Eternal Envy. And Sing Sing, he's been around so long, and he was always just close to getting there. He never gets into a top 8 of an international. He was just there, like, shining by himself in many teams. Now he got a group of great guys. Bone 7 today playing amazing. Aoi and Palaidai. These guys want to win it all, and they think themselves that they're the champions.
Well, they definitely are playing well, and we get to see how well their opponents are going to be playing when they get into the match. And let's meet their opponents. It's Vici Gaming.
And we're joined now by Super with Vici, and our interpreter, Corey, is going to help us out as well. First things first, I want to ask what your mentality is like right now. You guys came into the tournament yesterday from group play, the #1 seed, and now you've dropped down a bracket. How are you feeling about that going into the match this afternoon?
他刚才问的就是说，你们刚开始打小组赛的时候是打的小组赛第1名，然后最近打的又不是很好，又进了败者组，然后就问你有什么看法、什么想法？
一步一步打回去吧，争取能进决赛。
He's gonna take it like one step at a time, one after another. All the problems, gonna solve them, and try their best to get into the grand finals.
How confident are you feeling going up against Cloud9, and were you able to watch any of their match from this morning?
今天早上有没有看过就是 C9 的一些比赛？然后有没有想过要怎么打他们？
比赛看了，还是想了一下的，到时候看差别吧。
They watched some games and thought about something, and it all depends on ROTK.
Nice. Corey, thank you. Super, thank you very much, and best of luck.
卢超、芬瑞尔、上海 China。
徐林森 FY 芜湖 China。白帆 ROTK 广西 China。
谢俊豪 Super 广东 China。
刘家俊 Sela 上海 China。
Vici Gaming, ROTK, Super, Fenrir, FY, and Sylar. These guys know how to get the most out of any Dota game in terms of any position. The support's always on point. Sylar will always get his farm. Super's a great mid player. ROTK, probably the only player in that roster you'd be like, sometimes he gets the most, maybe sometimes he even gets too much with the style of play, and sometimes it can backfire. So definitely one to watch this series is ROTK, but of course we won't get to see all of the series today, just one game, but an important game it will be.
Yeah, this really sets the tempo. It's you get that one game advantage. You can look back on it, spend the time, relax. Well, no one's going to relax into the day at the end of the night. But if you're going into tomorrow with that 1-0 advantage, you've got that breathing room, and that just gives you the ability to kind of go more all out with your game 2 strategy.
The two players to watch very, very closely, in my opinion, in that matchup are Bone7 and FY. Bone7 played extremely well versus NaVi. He's definitely one of the best offlaners of that tournament, and FY obviously one of the best supports. And it's very likely they actually face each other on the same lane early on in the game, so looking forward to see that matchup.
Yeah, Fenrir and FY during the group stages were really the strongest supports we saw. We put them up there with Evil Geniuses. So I feel Vici are coming into this one, Bruno, like they're the favorites, and I think Cloud9 are just hungry for the win.
Well, anyone can hold the helm on the seas, calm, they say, and Vici Gaming right now for the first time find themselves in not a dominant position. During the group stage they were dominating, and I'm getting panic, let's go into the game.
Vici Gaming versus Cloud9. Game 1.
So, players loading into the draft, and again, we have a Lycan banned out for Cloud9. And actually, Vici are going to first ban the Tinker.
That's actually surprising. I mean, obviously Cloud9 do play Tinker on Internal NaVi. It's one of his best heroes, but they haven't used that Tinker in quite some time, so that's very surprising. The Doom, I mean, we had the Invoker, key hero for the last series. It's definitely going to be the Doom. I mean, Cloud9 plays Doom every game. They first pick it 3 times versus NaVi, so does Vici. So
this is very interesting because I haven't seen how many times Cloud9 have had to play around a Doom. You know, normally they get it. And also, Vici were like, okay, we're going to take away your Visage in the first phase. So they worried about those 2 picks coming out, that they might incorporate the Visage there. So Cloud9, they're going to have to make these 2 picks really count.
Yeah. The thing is, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Just one point. The thing is that when you're the best at using the Doom, you might also be the best at countering it because you understand the hero better than anyone else. So it's actually might be okay for them to give away the Doom. You know.
I'm entirely sure this is not a coincidence. Vici Gaming is 5-1 with the Doom, so Cloud9 clearly knows they're good with that. And with how much Cloud9 prioritizes the hero and values the hero, it's not a coincidence that they let him through. As you say, there has to be a response from them. They don't get the Visage, but they do get the Shadow Shaman. And Shadow Shaman has been this critical hero all throughout the series. The potential for him as a support to just push lanes by himself or just contributing in team fights, it's pretty amazing.
And when we see Aoi AUI 2000 on the Shadow Shaman, he's always pushing towards that Aghanim's. And he gets a lot of farm in the map. Often people will leave him a lane just for a little bit here, a little bit there, and then he turns up with Ags on his Shadow Shaman, and that's devastating over the towers. So it'll be interesting to see who picks up what.
Yeah, people often talk about how well Aoi farms, but what they forget is the first 5 minutes of the game, he's one of the best supports at zoning people out. If you go back to like the game against NaVi, where Funnick was still level 1, like 5 minutes in the game, Shadow Shaman or Skywrath Mage, whoever it's going to be, can destroy that. And I imagine Skywrath may just go in the offlane, kind of help out Bone 7 and put the Shadow Shaman zoning out something like a Doom, and that's where Vici Gaming, I think they picked this Nature's Prophet maybe because they're worried about Doom, especially if he goes to that offlane, getting nothing out of the lane.
Yeah. We've actually seen Sylar play Nature's Prophet this tournament once before. It didn't work out for him though.
It might be an offlane Prophet for the reason that he's one of the best heroes to actually shut down greedy supports. I call them greedy supports because Rasta and Skywrath, they need a lot of levels, and if you're gonna just deny them the pulling option every time, then they're going to be low level and they don't want to see that. I'm really surprised we have that double support pick. If it is, can be a solo mid Rasta. Sing Sing is really good with that hero. Can also be a solo mid Skywrath, but we didn't see much of that. So it's really surprising. They must have a plan because you don't pick your 2 supports instantly.
I like that, and these 2 supports are really good at holding their own by themselves because ROTK, even though his style has transitioned into something more mature, if you want to say that, he was often called the Trixie of the East. He's one of these players that play over-aggressive, especially in heroes like Nature's Prophet, who just TP into 4 heroes and try to make the most out of it. And when you're playing against a player like that, you, as a support, you don't want to be caught out by yourself. So these 2 guys, if Nature's Prophet jumps onto them, they can potentially turn it around and kill them themselves when they get to level 6. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the Pugna ban again, great ban. I'm actually surprised Vici Gaming didn't go for the Pugna as a second pick. When you open with Raska Skywrath, they can't actually do anything versus the Pugna War. They just kill themselves by using spells. Well, they won't get it that game. It's a shame for them. And the respect ban, the Clockwork. I mean, Bone 7 against NaVi on Clockwork was just terrifying.
Yeah, I don't think the Clockwork ban was necessarily needed though, because you would have to kind of, I still feel you need to give it someone else on the offlane. Whether or not the kind of 2-1-2 is going to come into effect more and more as we go through the tournament, we'll have to
James,
see.
is this a part where you suggest silencer on Vici Gaming?
No.
Okay, good.
Actually not.
I'm surprised by the Venomancer ban a bit. I would expect something more like the Ember Spirit of Sing Sing or something.
Oh,
there you go. It gets picked up right after that. Like, what do you think they're banning Venom for, Seb?
It's actually hard to say. I think they were afraid of a pushing strategy. We actually saw Vici Gaming run that strategy. They had the Venomancer, they had the Nature's Prophet, they had the Skywrath, like only Intel heroes, and just fight early on and try to push down towers. Maybe they were afraid of that. I think they're afraid of Cloud9 having a pocket strat, because honestly, when you open with Rasta Skywrath, it means you know what you're going to do already. So I think that would explain it. Yeah.
So in this draft, the Faceless Void has been completely unnoticed, and it's a hero that would fit really well on Cloud9's lineup. Do you think Vici Gaming is just not concerned about that? Because if you look at that, Doom, not that great by himself against the Faceless Void, especially when you have so many other priority heroes, and Nature's Prophet the same. Is Vici Gaming picking it, or is it just letting it go?
I don't think Cloud9 like the Void that much. It doesn't really.
Oh, that is true.
It doesn't split push enough. It's not really one of the heroes they play. They'd prefer to pick Envy, something like a Morphling that can just be able to solo push lanes a bit better. The other thing I wonder is this even going to be a support Skywrath Mage? Bone 7 has played offlane Skywrath Mage, and they could go back for like a Bounty Hunter. If you get they love the Bounty Hunter with Ember Spirit, because that's where Ember Spirit is so good at getting kills mid lane. Just with an Orb of Venom Bounty Hunter roaming in, poke once, you get the Searing Chains, it's an easy kill. So I think Bounty Hunter could easily fit into Cloud9's draft still.
Yeah, especially because they have a lot of killing potential, and they're going to be looking to fight. You don't draft Ember, Skywrath, Shadow Shaman to avoid fights. They can actually split push later on, but they have so much burst damage, and the Bounty Hunter is going to benefit from that. You just track one guy, kill it, like burst him down, go away, and try to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and also with Doom and Nature's Prophet, 2 heroes that normally go Midas. We see 2 fast picks. It's going to be the Dazzle and the Batrider. The first time we see today the Batrider. How do you feel about that in this game? I see you guys, you're kind of like going back and forth with your head.
It's something, I mean, not different for Bone 7, one of his best heroes. I'm surprised they reacted so fast. They didn't even stop to think about the Dazzle pick. They just said, we want Batrider.
I think, yeah, and even without the Dazzle pick, Batrider was good. The Dazzle pick made it way better. Maybe they expected the Dazzle pick, so that's why they were so fast. You know, the Cloud9, they almost have the same draft LGD had. I mean, they have a lot of burst damage, and having that Batrider against the pushing strat, because Dazzle, Prophet, Doom is a pushing strat. I mean, they can push, right? So having that Batrider is really good. Because right now they force Vici into having something that counter-initiates. And right now they don't have, not a Sand King, something that stops Batrider from pulling someone. And they don't have that, so I think Batrider is a really good pick. I'm really glad we see the Dazzle. It's a very strong hero. It has been dominating for quite some months before TI, and it completely disappeared. I mean, I think of Empire that was using Dazzle support all the time, and they didn't pick it as much as they usually do, so I'm really glad we see that hero back.
Yeah. And with the Sand King, you have the potential for the roaming as well. Dazzle is not one of the best heroes for roaming until you get the poison touch on higher levels. But then again, the good or bad thing about Dazzle is that he has 3 amazing laning spells, or spells that are not his ultimate. And you kind of have to commit to one of them. So if you go for Poison Touch, then your Shallow Grave will be very short range. If you go for Shallow Grave, then you won't do much. What do you think with these picks you're going to go for?
It's really hard to say, because right now I would highly favor Cloud9's draft, because it can do way more in my opinion, and they have better lanes, they have a lot of burst, they can actually fight, they can, if Vici decides to just slow down and stop, you know, pressuring them, I think Cloud9 is going to get the best out of that, so Vici will have to lead the game. And it's going to be hard versus Cloud9's lineup. I like the Morphling ban though. It's really a good one, because they have nothing to do. They have Doom, but besides that, they have nothing to deal with Morphling.
Yeah, Morphling would have given them a lot of problems here. So for Envy, last pick.
Weaver?
Invoker.
Invoke, okay.
We've seen 1 or 2 Envy Invoker games. It's kind of a Sing Sing here as well, but I think this is going to be Sing Sing, Ember mid, and Exort, and the safe lane Exort Invoker, which is pretty much the only Invoker we've seen this tournament.
They can do whatever they want with the lanes right now. Cloud9, they might be running dual lanes. It's hard to say, but I think they're going to, you know, try to roam a lot. I don't see a triple lane safe on Invoker. It's not going to be good for them.
There's still very few, if any, scum from Vici Gaming, and it's going to be the Bristleback as the last pick. I'm kind of concerned about Vici Gaming's potential to lock heroes down with this line.
It's surprising, because Super actually picked the Bristleback and Cider picked the Nature's Prophet. They might swap again. We saw NaVi do that with Dendy and Chovos. It was Chovos picking the Death Prophet, and then they just swap the heroes to try to, you know, confuse a bit their enemies. So, but if they keep it that way, it's a bit surprising.
I think this is going to be a really big game for Fenrir on the Dazzle. Yeah. His build and how he's going to interact with these team fights is just going to be huge to Vici Gaming. You know, you can either save and turn a team fight single-handedly with your spells as a Dazzle, or if you just add the position slightly, you can end up losing it, and then, you know, you give the momentum to Cloud9. And as Seb, you mentioned, you think they have a slightly stronger draft.
Yeah, I would give the upper hand to Cloud9, but obviously Vici has a really strong draft as well. I'm looking forward to see some FY Sand King. Whatever that guy plays is just amazing. So.
Yeah, Gods, any kind of favorites?
I think Cloud9's draft is a lot more explosive, a lot more killing power in all 3 lanes. For Vici Gaming, it's trying to like stay alive and just play safe.
All right, well, it looks like we're going into the match, so we'll send it to the commentators as all players are loaded in.
Thank you very much. We are here, Cloud9 versus Vici Gaming, game number 1. I'm Toby1, joined by Lumi. We're only doing game number 1 as well today, Lumi, so the players get to sleep before they play game number 2.
Kind of interesting how that is. I guess it was what was the ultimate decision of it? You don't get an unfair advantage winning the next games, or?
If I was Valve, I would answer it for you. Okay. But I'm not Valve. So,
so there is no answer to that. It is only 1 game, but it's definitely not a best of 1.
This is just going to be one of those things where you want to win this game. So when you go to bed tonight, you don't sit there going, damn it, we're going to win 2 games in a row on the main stage with every single time. If we potentially lose a fight, we're out of TI. That's the kind of pressure you're going to play in when you play in the lower bracket, like both VG as well as C9 are. Because C9, they've already played today. They've got to let themselves a little bit warmed up against NaVi in their match there. While VG Gaming, they've got to sit back and watch. Obviously, they got dropped down for the winners bracket part of it, where C9, they're going the long, long road to the grand final, if they can reach it.
The key thing to point out so far in this early game is that Vici Gaming was able to drop a very, very deep ward for their bottom lane. So this should protect Doom, especially from the roaming gank. Should Cloud9 go for stuff like that, but I think we're going to see fairly static laning. And the key thing for Cloud9 is most likely getting AI 2000 up to level 6. The kind of the big distinction to talk about is that Sylar is playing safe lane Nature's Prophet again. One of the few teams, in fact, the only team that plays Nature's Prophet in the safe lane. And generally, when you go for the Prophet in the safe lane, he rushes the Orchid to basically lock down dangerous enemy carries, and in this case, it's going to be Sing Sing.
Yeah, they've got to make sure they control Sing Sing in this game. Super's going to be here in the middle lane as well, going up against Sing Sing, but the whole, if the matchup can work, is if Super is able to really harass Sing Sing out before he starts getting a lot of momentum. But Sing Sing, he just went a simple Stout Shield as well as a couple of tangos, some of them shared, so he will have that very early bottle, which means Super's going to have a lot of harassment to deal with, and more importantly, I'm kind of looking to watch what Fenrir as well as the SK do in this game, FY, to see where their rotations come from. Who do they harass out? Like, we know the supports of C9. You got Pylai Dai, who's already making ROTK burn out his last couple of tangos on that bottom lane, and he's just doing this with, what, he's burnt 1 Clarity? That's all you got to do. It's so cheap on the Skywrath Mage. So you've already got support doing a great job. Aoi does his little pulling kind of jig, and that's going to give him some extra levels as well, and control the bottom lane for Eternal Envy. So everything is just very, very passive early on. And that's not really going to work out for VG Gaming, because Batrider loves passive starts. In fact, he's already got 4 Napalm stacks over on Fenrir. Is he really going to try to have a crack at this one with 5 Napalm stacks? He might give it a shot, but with a Burrow Strike, 6 Napalm stacks, he needs 1 more attack to kill off Fenrir. First blood, where is it? It's 2! He gets first blood! Fully worth the trade for him. He gets in there, he gets the experience, and he gets the bonus money at the very, very start. Of course, the kill did end up going over to Dazzle, which actually still works in favor of Cloud9 because Sylar doesn't get an injection of money, just a little bit of shared experience.
Being able to hit that level 3 instantaneously from Bone 7, as well as picking up boots and teleporting back. I mean, he's won that hugely. When Bone 7 was having a magical day as his clockwork against NaVi, I was thinking to myself, is the 2-hour break going to slow him down? Evidently not, because he is playing out of his mind. Being able to get that first blood against a triple lane is almost unheard of at this high level. He's not going to go for the kill, but essentially he's guaranteeing himself a ton of farm, which as an off lane, hey man, that's all you really need.
Yeah, that's wonderful. The fact you're at level 4 right now, if we had stacking inside the raiding and jungle as well to power level him, you'd be looking at a very, very quick, like insanely quick blink dagger. But he goes back into the laning. He's still 4 levels up, so he's still very, very happy with that. And then you consider him, their offlaner, compared to what the Doombringer's got. ROTK had to abandon the bottom lane, and he's gone into the jungle. He's bound to crack level 3, but he's still working through the jungle, and he's got no life points, really, and absolutely no mana. He's got 30 mana out of his pool. While middle lane, they're prepping up for him.
Or maybe we're going to go into Doom. At least Batrider is. Pylai Dai is utilizing that haste.
He's trying to block the courier. I think that's the primary thing right now. He's trying to make the courier wait a little bit longer. When you come up and you show yourself with a haste rune in between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower, you've got to be mindful of that. And the courier, it's walking to see where Skywrath Mage would have been, but of course he actually walked over the Observe Ward in the bottom river. So that's why they know it's safe again.
Well, Bone 7's actually spending a ton of time on this mid lane. It's actually a very difficult kill on Bristleback, given the fact that he's leveled up.
Into the Firefly again. Sunstrike's going to help him out. It's a lot of extra damage. Where's the napalm? Burrow Strike Prophet going to TP in to help out here. Sylar wants to push this Batrider out of his jungle, but he completely abandons the top lane farm to do so. And
I think that's a win.
Backs up.
I think that's a win for the Batrider when you could force the safe lane to actually move away from the creeps and just, you know, abandon those creeps. Yeah, man.
And you interrupt as well FY's farming. He's got 1 last Sandstorm left. He's going to do a bit of a stack right now. But the Sand King, like, he's trying to power level out of his own jungle. And he needs to kind of do something like this because obviously he's Sand King. Oh, ROTK. You're out a long way there, man. Pylai Dai starts with Concussive as well as Orb. Aoi, he's not going to catch up to him. They're just trying to push ROTK out of the jungle. And Bone 7's coming back again.
It seems what VG's game plan is to just hold down the early game.
He's leeching the experience from FY.
No. And now steals 1 creep, steals 2 creep.
He can even Firefly and force FY back. This is going to steal the rest of the stack, as well as push FY down. He's got no mana, so there's no Burrow Strike. And what do you got? You got a Troll Trap there from ROTK?
Well, no. There's no trap, but he pulls Super away from the mid lane. He's going to TP back home.
Yeah. Man, Bone 7 is taking so much of VG Gaming's attention away from every other lane. I don't know if Eternal Envy has even passed over the minds of VG Gaming within the last 5 minutes.
Well, Eternal Envy feeling safe enough. He's going for the Midas Rush, which is really where exactly you want to be. Starting to do a little bit of tier 1 harass since there's nobody in lane to sap away the experience. Here comes ROTK, and well, I think VG Gaming needs an explosive mid game to really recover from this point because it seems like a Blink Dagger is coming very soon. Bone 7 though, actually, it's going to go back for a bottle. Looks like he's going to play around on this top lane a lot more and still, well, he's going to steal more stuff. Oh no, Finra says, why does this guy keep coming to my face?
He does it on purpose, man. It is just completely destroying the jungle of VG Gaming. You have a 3-2 Dazzle as far as farm, and you have a Sand King on almost an unheard of 5 minutes in, 4 for 0. This is a guy too who leveled up a second point up in Sandstorm. He's now just trying to get a couple of small siders, top lane. Maybe Bone7's in trouble. He has still a tango and stick charges. So they TP him. He uses Sprout as well. Silo's expending a lot of mana to try and force his Batrider back every time. And now Batrider's running bottle, keeping VG Gaming on the defense, which means VG Gaming controlling up the runes in this rotation is really difficult.
Yeah, as well as Bone7's been playing walled up top, the one concern for Cloud9 is that their support levels is quite low. You can see that Highlight Eye is working on a huge stack, and I think that's also for Bone7 again. So Bone7 is going to have essentially his entire team's resource dedicated to him. Midas is
bottom lane, RTK, he's in trouble. He got shackled as well as Sunstriked up. Dropped him half of his life points, which for a Doombringer is a large amount of damage, but there was just no follow-up.
Yeah, he has so much healing, especially with that Tranquil Boots. He's get back up to 100% health.
But he comes to the bottom lane now, and there's actually a bit of a problem for him. Going up against Forge Spirits of Eternal Envy, once the 2 Forge Spirits are up and running, he's got himself Tranquil Boots, which is nice, that's 4 armor, but once that's gone, you're going to see Eternal Envy really try and pounce on RTK. He's got Sunstrike off cooldown, his Forge Spirits are coming off cooldown in 3 seconds time, and they're just forcing this tier 1 tower, and RTK's got no counter push. They're bringing Dazzle over, and Fenrir needs to be here, but he's got no heal to push the way back. He's actually got 2 points up in the Poison Touch, and 1 point in the Shallow Grave. This is how much they're worried about dying again on these lanes.
Yeah, the one thing that's one bright side for VG Gaming is if you look over to Sand King, FY is doing an excellent job in terms of keeping up the pace of the Blink Dagger timing with Bone7. And that's Bone7 getting a ton of early game kills, stealing the jungle, and the fact that FY could keep up is a testament of how well he's been jungling. And we definitely could see Sand King is definitely a capable hero in turning mid-game fights against them. In fact, Batrider's going back for the small basic items like Tranquil Boots and whatnot. If Sand King keeps up the pace of his Blink Dagger farm, he could even get it before Bone7, and that's just amazing.
This could be a big problem right now for Cloud9. Now pushing at the bottom lane, but VG Gaming have rotated 4 heroes down to the bottom lane. The last one still left back at base, that's Sylar. Obviously, he can just TP him. I think he's waiting to let off his Wrath of Nature. Actually, no, here comes your TP.
It's a 5-man.
Right behind the tower! He's gone in suicidally on Owie, but Owie just TP straight out because there is no stun to stop him.
Yeah, this is actually a very, very kind of aggressive move coming out from Vici. They're just abandoning all lanes just to 5-man bottom, but the correct response from Cloud9 could easily capitalize on this.
Now, I thought this is Sylar playing Nature's Prophet, not ROTK. The way he moved like that, they had no idea what was behind that tower. They could have had, well, I suppose they did see the Batrider and Skywrath Mage up on top lane, but everything else could have been anywhere.
Teleports are going up top. Highlight Eye's kind of stuck there. Super, he's looking to initiate, but right now, actually, Cloud9 has given up the tier 1 bottom tower essentially for nothing. A big win for VG Gaming, if you ask me.
Now, where's the controls here from VG Gaming? That's the second time I've seen a support hero TP out in front of their heroes, in front of their cores, or Sunstrike. He needed the Searing Chains to connect.
A rare miss for Sing Sing. Generally, he's very good at chaining those together after the Sign of Fist. And actually, with a Sunstrike and a couple of right clicks, would have got a kill on ROTK. Nice dodge here from VG Gaming.
Bone7's trying to chase down Sylar. He actually managed to get the first one of Sticky Napalm out, but Sylar with these phase boots is very easily able to outrun the Batrider. And yeah, he was just checking out the tree line, but not there. Firefly's up though, and we'll see FY. But of course, catching out an SK when he's got Sandstorm or Burrow Strike is next to impossible.
I actually think that VG Gaming is playing very well for the past 3-4 minutes because they're doing a good job holding the experience growth of the supports from Cloud9 as well as really delaying that dagger from the Batrider. Really, that's kind of the 2 big weapons that Cloud9's got. Meanwhile, they're not really stopping it in their own jungle. Look at FY, he's stealing the creeps away from Bone7. This is as much as you could ask for from a support play. Meanwhile, you can see that Doombringer as well as Nature's Prophet is doing okay in terms of farm. So despite the first blood given away, I think VG Gaming has done an admirable job in terms of recovering.
It's a lot of pressure coming up on top lane. Again, 4 heroes go for the rotation. As Super is the one of the front lines. They have to use fortification near Cloud9 to try and hold onto their tier 1 tower while they look for what? A trade? FY inside the Sandstorm. Sing Sing, he's really thinking about just going in for the Searing Chains in the moment, but he walks past him in the Sandstorm. The tier 1 tower also taken out by VG on the top. Nothing was really going to stop that. It's a Skywrath Mage. He doesn't have the counter push required.
I think the most important thing right now for both teams is to secure Blink Daggers. So checking out the goal right now, Bone 7, 1600 almost. Sanking, 2400. FY is actually going to get Blink before a first blood of the Bat Rider. Man, this is actually insane.
Man, one thing which for me is the bigger problem, like Blink Daggers is one big thing, and you're right, like it's a great thing for FY to get that Blink Dagger already up, but you don't have level 6s over on the two supports of C9. You don't have Mystic Flare, you don't have wards. They're going to have a kill here on Fenrir. Flame Break, he just uses Lasso. That's one way to ensure the kill. A little bit of overkill and Fenrir popped down while Super getting Searing chained up. Prophet Oddly will bounce through as well, and now he's in a real trouble. Wait, no!
Okay.
Okay, yeah, they find him, but they reveal the Blink Dagger to catch Owie in the tree line. This is their only downside here, not to mention the damage they took by sitting inside the Firefly, and Envy's going to claim the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Actually, no!
What a deny!
He had 4 trees there, and he managed to get the deny underneath Eternal Envy on the bottom lane. It was 4 trees, it's all he had.
I think that one's going to give him nightmares because how much damage does he have? Like
way too much
250?
for that tower to be denied.
Well, mistakes were made.
That they were. Owie's soaking up a little bit of experience here in the middle lane, while top lane, Skywrath Mage does have his level 6. The problem for him is, even with the Arcane Boots, he doesn't have enough mana to let the ulti rip. But they're trying to force out the top tower. That's why Bone 7 intercepted the creep wave with his Firefly and dragged it down. But the tower, with this catapult hit, is 1 life point away, and now we go. Now it's within deny range. So if Vici Gaming want to sack this, they can technically do so.
That's 2 tower deny now going for Vici Gaming. The gold lead that they're going to earn eventually is going to be quite huge. Force Staff is finished on Invoker. Normally you make the standard transition of a Necro Book. I'm actually quite interested to understand why he's going for the Force Staff. It's going to make him more combat worthy. Really, really good against like a Blink Burrow combo, really good against a Sprout, but normally when you play the safe lane Invoker, you're looking to contribute to the team fight in a greater way, giving the Necro Book to your team, the aura, the push, kind of off the beaten track.
Middle lane, we've got C9 coming out, trying to find a kill. Super was on half-life, and they smoked heroes in. In fact, both of Vici Gaming. That's why he blinked in. And actually, there's a little bit of miscommunication there. They want to move in and out. Now Super just destroyed, but actually drag him out of the Mystic Flare. Still the kill's going to happen. The Illusion Rune in the bottom river. So they kill off the Bristleback as they went down for that rune. But it was FY and ROTK that kind of just had like a bit of butting of heads as they moved up the hill with a Blink Dagger and then decided to back up. But Owie, if they can kill off, well actually even if they can kill this Creepway, there's too many heroes for him to get his level 6. But nice Searing Chains in FY as well as Sylar, just hurting him up a little bit, forcing the heal out from Dazzle a little bit prematurely. But Envy's still not there. Envy is still on that bottom lane, forcing out the tier 2 tower, or at least momentum towards the tier 2 tower. You can be sure you'll TP him if the engagement begins. And FY, he's in a really good position. That's a perfect epicenter being challenge. And now it's not the real one. He went on an illusion of the Bat Rider. C9 may try and punish this one, and Bat Rider is already up in the high ground. There goes your Searing Chains, holding Super in position. The tower was killed off by the Doombringer. And the rest of VG Gaming are backing up, including the TP from Silent to the bottom lane, to deal with the push that Eternal Envy started. But the Sunstrike's beginning. Silent, just a bit of a sidestep, and he's force-stopping in to engage.
Vici Gaming is playing so aggressive. They just 4-man the mid tower. They're going straight into the Roshan pit. They got to be aware of the fact that there is Mass Serpent Ward coming out from AUI. If they want to go in there,
Envy saw the trees that were created, that moving over towards the Roche pit. This is going to highly flag it for them.
Yeah, they're making zero movement towards the Roshan pit. I'm not sure if they are fully aware. And there's such a good ward covering the fact that Bat Rider can come in. I think there's going to be a free Roshan. Vici Gaming, they're making a quick one. Sunstrike's going to come, but well, a little too late.
Yeah, but they're going to try and take the tier 1 tower in the meantime. The Mass Serpent wards it down. While you will have the Bristleback over there with the Aegis. Oh, that's a good Mystic Flare. Doing a lot of early damage, forcing out the mech, but Pylai dying and now too close. He needs more help, and the Flame Ray trying to bounce him back here. And she's pushing Super into the river, but they've already got the kill on the Skywrath Mage, while the middle tower was actually killed off by the Radiant side.
To me right now, Cloud9 perhaps has a better individual play from Bone 7, but it's really the better team play overall from Vici Gaming that's allowing them to pull ahead. The quick Blink Dagger from FY, the tier 1 mid.
Bone 7. He just found the stack. He just found a very, very nice stack.
You know, 4 or 5 months ago, maybe a little bit further back, 8, 9 months ago, every European team would ban Bat Rider against Bone 7 because he would just do this. He will mess you up. And it's not exactly the biggest play in terms of going to scoreboard, but economic damage-wise, it's absolutely huge because that stack could have gone towards the Bristleback, could have gone towards the Sanking or the Doombringer. But here comes the Smoke Gank on the mid lane.
Yep, and at the same time, we've got a smoke on the bottom lane. Envy and Pylai Die are running out. So everyone's taking up a very, very bad habit. And they'll see if they can come around the back here of Sing Sing. ROTK needs to get the instant doom off. And now Blink Pirate Strike will allow it to happen. Perfect setup by FY, and Sing Sing ganked up in the middle lane. Pilot Eye is still looking towards his bottom lane, but at the same time, Siler's just like, well, we already got a kill in the middle lane. Let's TP there. Force out the tower. Bring in the army of treants, and they're going to get themselves the tower.
This will be another tower that Cloud9 is just choosing not to defend and giving them for free. VG Gaming has one of those mid-game lineup that could benefit hugely from item inputs. For example, if you look over to Sylar, he's already got the Orchid finish plus 1,500 gold. That makes Sing Sing's life very difficult. Now, ROTK picks up a
they're going to fight bottom lane. Be ready for it. It's a little bit too far away. Pilot Eye is going to have a hard time getting up there. And now maybe with the extra TP, that's the Doombringer coming in. They have to bail. They must bail out of this one. They want to pick off one person who TP down to that bottom lane to defend it, but it was a very defensive TP from the Nature's Prophet, so they never got the opening they were searching for.
Yeah, in theory, NaVi could have forced that forward and maybe initiated with Cold Snap, but he didn't even have those spells invoked. So right now, Cloud9 playing from a deficit in terms of map control. Pilot Eye is also just out there on his own. I'm not sure exactly what he's...
NaVi left him. NaVi just left him. He TP'd to the tier 2 tower up on the top lane. But
he's pinging for the kill.
He wants to have a crack at this. With just Sunstrike, it should be enough.
He gets silenced.
Now he gets Orchid. He can't drop the Mystic Flare. Locked in. He can't get out of this one either. But the Forest Spirits are coming in. And that's why Sylar is backing up.
I mean, he's got to be very careful. Because he doesn't know where that Blink Sanking is, and he'll TP out of there.
FY is coming in. That's where he's coming with the Invis rune. He's got the Pack Wall forward that's coming out from the Doombringer as well. As the Bat Rider is on the hunt for something. He's force-staffed himself around, blinked himself over towards the ancient area, and basically burned all the trees on the way. He still doesn't really have a big amount like this, like Bone 7.
Blink Burrow Strike in enemy jungle. AI 2000 caught out the Centaur though. Helping out maybe? No, not really. It's going to be easy kill. And that's the benefit of taking that early T2, allowing you to set up a very deep Observer Ward and then gets those gank off. I'm also almost questioning the fact that Cloud9 is just making zero defense on these towers. And here comes the Necro Book from NaVi.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're just considering like a timing push, if that's all they're really searching for. Get a little bit of extra farm. I don't know if they want to get a full BKB on Bone 7 before they go in. Maybe that could be the potential at the moment. Or they're just like, you know, as long as we don't lose the tier 3 towers, maybe they're feeling okay, but Sing Sing isn't. Sing Sing's having a horrendous game. He's 0 for 1 right now with 71 CS, 17.5 minutes in. But the problem is his net worth, he's 6th on the list. He's way too low. He hasn't got enough money to finish up this Battle Fury, at least nowhere near on the timing he would really like to have it, which is around the 21, 22 minute mark.
Normally Sing Sing with Ember Spirit thrives in a very chaotic situation where the enemy supports are rotating around where you can kind of chain in and go for a kill or two, but this game, it's mostly a lot of grouping up for VG Gaming, and that really limits what an Ember Spirit could do in the early outset of the game. And obviously we talked about the Blink Burrow Strike to actually initiate on him, the Doom follow, we saw it in the mid lane, and now with the Orchid on top. Sing Sing's going to have a miserable time farming.
This is a bait by NaVi. You see the way he's moving back right now? He's trying to actually show, like, he's got Necro units as well as Forge Spirits popped. Any other Invoker with that much support behind him would be like, all right, guys, come on, we can push out the top tower. So either he's giving respect to VG Gaming by falling back like that, expecting a lot of VG Gaming TP support to come into the tier 3 tower, or he's just trying to set up the bait. And in this case, I'm pretty sure it's a bait. That's why the Observer Ward actually de-warded up by Fenrir. Very smart, very efficient.
Well, if it was the bait, nothing came out of it.
This one
I think NaVi just want to farm.
We had this one rando creep up on the top lane. It just walked straight past Pilot Eye as he planted a ward. It revealed out the fact that C9 is actually here in the tree line. With Super, he's going to walk out. Bone 7, he sees FY. If he can stop this stun, then he might be good to go. But no, they actually are TPing out. NaVi is already on the bottom lane. They want nothing to do with this.
Yeah, FY, the fact that they picked up a gem on the team is just absolutely brilliant. When you get the map control in a game like this, when the enemy team has very little tower, Cloud9 has to really rely on wards to keep a map control, and the gem just kind of takes all of that away. So essentially Cloud9 is playing from a map advantage deficit, and they're playing it blind. I don't know exactly what the game plan is for Cloud9, but the start is not very good.
No. Top tier 2 tower, it's going to be forfeit if they're not going to try and fight this. It's just that simple. Pilot Eye is hanging in the trees where it's a little bit safe. The weave starts up. That's going to buff up Sylar, but didn't actually catch out Super. Now the Blink Lasso. She's dragging Sylar back into the Mystic Flare. They nuke him down so quickly. The Firefly is also taking care of most of the creep wave. Fenrir is not too healthy. He couldn't get in range to get the Shallow Grave off either.
Comes the chase.
And now the Searing Chase on Fenrir. He's going to have to use the Shallow Grave on himself. He doesn't want to have to do this. The orbs are coming out. More supports there. FY epicenter in. Owie evaporates. And just a sandstorm. And Nara TK as well as Super, they go on the charge. Highlight die. That hit, it's almost 300 a pop. They move through. The couriers are going down as well. MV 4-star back inside the base where it's safe.
Somebody might go the courier into the fight.
I don't know.
And just died. And that could be perhaps the beginning of a lot of tier 3 tower damage. Not necessarily the racks just yet. Firefly is going to prep up a layer of damage, and they're going to try to burn down these creeps.
Super's got to be careful about coming in this deep. He doesn't have the Aegis the Immortal anymore, and his BKB is still on cooldown. So if he overextends himself here, they could be giving a lot more back to the C9.
Yeah, VG Gaming needs to back up. The reason they won the previous fight was the fact that last two, as well as the Mystic Flare was used for a single target. Cloud9 overextended by chasing, but now they have those spells back up, so it's Cloud9's turn to actually go for a kill. Another tier 2 goes down, and the map advantage dwindles even further for Cloud9.
We'll see how well this smoke gang works for him. 4 heroes grouped up around the Radiant Ancient, and they're coming up with a Firefly FY. He's just sitting there. What? He almost lost him. The Invis Rune actually went, but it doesn't matter. And the Courier is still alive. They're still alive, but that is a very, very dead SK who also stole the Invis Rune from them.
Looking at AEI's item choice, he's been favoring over Acceptor over Blink Dagger in multiple of his Shadow Shaman games. I think this is going to be yet another game where he might actually go into a point booster first. Generally, when you have a very key target you need to initiate and kill, for example, a Storm Spirit or Ember Spirit, you want that Blink to initiate. But in a game like this, I think you just want the raw health, because you know Doom, you know the Sand King, you know Bristleback, they're coming in, they're getting you. So the extra health and the better Master of Ward's probably going to be better. So AEI, you can see that he's going to the Secret Shop.
Yeah,
most likely to pick up that point booster.
Probably will be the point booster. Something to also note is the fact of what Pilot Eye is currently carrying. He's got ROTK's gem.
Oh, that's a huge gain for Cloud9.
That was the reason why they could kill off the SK, because they had to have Invis detection obviously for the Invis rune. So Pilot Eye was ready for it, and they've also basically removed most of the warding of VG Gaming. There's still one Observer Ward, which is aggressively inside the Radiant jungle, and that's basically it. They got one Observer Ward actually on the bottom river as well. The rest of the vision is coming out from Treants.
Yeah, and I think that's a key one. The fact that you can cover whenever Roshan spawns, and right now he's alive. I think both teams' play is actually to play for the Roshan. If you could get pick off on Envy right now, VG Gaming will go straight into the pit, and Cloud9 really will not be able to fight without Envy. Should a Roshan fight spawn.
Envy's also going to get back to base. I'm interested to see if he wants to finish up his level 3 Necro book, or if he's going to prioritize the split push more. Because he is basically the only man pushing out the top or the bottom lane, just forcing a reaction from VG Gaming. And sitting with 2.6k gold on him, maybe the BTs might be a higher priority at this point of the game. Right now, Sing Sing, though, we should note, 23 minutes in, he's got the final piece of the Battle Fury.
Well, Roche is happening right now. They need a Sunstrike check.
Well, here it comes, man. And I should actually take it back. Internal Envy actually already purchased up the level 3 Necro book. It was sitting on the courier. That's what was missing. Didn't actually check that one, but that's going to be, yeah. Roshan going the way of VG Gaming. And Envy saving his money. 2.9k gold now over on this Invoker.
Whenever you're playing a Bat Rider and there's the Aegis on the enemy side, it essentially says you cannot lasso me. So it will limit Bone 7's choice to go on Bristleback. But they're still very valid targets. I think grabbing any of the rest of the 4 hero is still a great way to start a fight for Cloud9. But with the multiple Blink Daggers now coming out from VG Gaming, I think VG Gaming is looking to start the fight on their own terms. And the question is, when are they going to start the fight? Most likely after a pickoff, I would assume, but seems like Cloud9, at least for the past couple of...
How is VG Gaming meant to get the pickoff, however?
I mean, they got double Blink Dagger, especially with a Prophet teleport in, so if anybody's ever out of position, essentially they're dead.
So that's where I look towards the 4-star of Eternal Envy to get him out, or something else. Like you have Flame Break, you've got potential for Searing Chains, and when they jump in, they could find themselves basically just nailed to the ground, unable to move anywhere. That's where I'm feeling the major problem still coming out from VG Gaming. Head-to-head, I really, really like that lineup, because you've got a large amount of control, and that's when the Dazzle can really go to work as well. With the prepping weave that could come out from him, the Shallow Grave, the mass heals as well, all of these things together work very, very nicely. Super, he wants to have a whole bunch of people around as he quill stacks, and can also have a large amount of physical damage because of that.
VG Gaming smokes up in their own jungle. They're looking for a pickoff. I think the play for Cloud9, as they've been exhibiting for the past 5 minutes, is to not take a fight. If VG Gaming comes your tower, all right, fine, you have to defend. But
just look for the trade-off. Like up on top lane, the tier 2 tower is about to die. And the rest of C9 is looking at this going, what is VG Gaming doing? Why are they not here? They must be, it has to be a trap. And it just turns into a tier 2 trade.
Well, actually, Master Serpent Ward's going to get used for a tier 2 tower that had like 100 health. I'm not sure about that one, because if VG Gaming choose to push, it seems like they're pushing.
Oh yeah, they're going to.
One of the best defensive spells not there, and now he can't even force a T3 push.
Sleight of Fist though is going to cause this a lot. Oh no, it didn't actually get most of the creep wave. And now a 4-star out by Bone7 as well. So the Blink Dagger's on cooldown, and the Weave again comes down. That's going to really buff up Super, and he's just battling it out. But then again, NaVi, most of this creep wave has been dealt with, and the orb harassment damage, Super's just trying to keep his back to most of it.
It's so hard to siege against Cloud9. The Fist, the Forge Spirits, the fact that you always have to play around Bat Rider initiate. Look over Bat Rider, he's got a massive madness. He could pull an enemy all the way back to his T4. Initiation's gonna go on against Sing Sing. They're gonna doom him up. The Mystic Flare's gonna come to Sing Sing though. He's just running straight back to the throne. Highlight die. He's gonna be on the drop. Sing Sing's still alive. NaVi, he's silenced up. He needs to get out of there. NaVi's gonna be dead. He does not have buyback at this point. No, yes he does. Fenrir gets dropped all the way back to the fountain. He's straight up dead. Double buyback from Cloud9, and they will hold.
They need to get a little bit more than this though. They cannot just be happy with what they've picked up. That Mask of Madness comes off cooldown in 3 seconds. It's classic Bone7, but he'll come in and RTK turns. He's only really got level dead though, and in fact he's used that one already, and Scorched Earth being popped. Bone7, they need that sticky napalm. 2 stacks over an RTK. The blink away will actually stop any more stacks, and Super Ice Wall, wonderfully done by NaVi. He turned running away, the Necro Unit still in his talent. Sleight of Fist from Sing Sing triggers the Aegis RTK. He devoured the Necro Unit, taking a large amount of damage. Now the Orb's damage is still flying over. It's going towards Sylar, but the follow-up from C9, it looks like it's going to end here. They get through the Aegis, they get a couple, but they realize that VG Gaming are also coming back into the game. They have to back themselves up now.
Chasing and over-chasing against a Sand King that still had Epicenter. They got Blink Dagger.
Master Serpent Ward's back up again. It's a double searing chain. The Sand King, he went on NaVi, who dropped the meteorite over on Super. The Skyraz mate! It's a big ult with the Tornado picking up FY. However, there's your Master Serpent Ward's. RTK gonna be focused with the orb damage. The BKB, it protects him for now, but Super being dragged back into Cloud9. He still brings down NaVi. He was able to get one last quill off, and NaVi will have to take the fall alongside the Bristleback.
You gotta keep in mind that NaVi, as well as Highlight Die, I believe, bought back in that previous fight. So
yes,
yeah, NaVi essentially died back, and he honestly didn't get too much. So that net worth lead that he had over on VG Gaming, that's deceptive. Counted as VG Gaming has the 3 highest farmer in the game, and Cloud9 has the next 3.
Man, this Mask of Madness of Bone7 is perfectly legit. He farms up the top lane creep wave, drags it down, almost kills off the other two camps that are here as well. Because he can just drag the Firefly through it all.
It's such an amazing Rat Dota item, as well as an item in a fight. You just have to make sure that you don't get Burrow Strike right there, because you'll straight up die. But he's already halfway towards his Blacking Bar. Once he gets his BKB, he jumps in, turns on Mass Madness, and drags a hero all the way to the tier 4 tower. Aegis or not, that hero's dying.
Yeah. Basically. So 28 minutes into it, as was shown on screen as well, a large advantage coming the way of VG Gaming, but this game really, it could still turn any way. You got mass split abilities coming out from both the Ember Spirit as well as the Invoker of Cloud9. And then you've got a large amount of pushing power as well as defensive power coming out from Aoi as well as from Bone7. And then you've got Pylai Dai, the Skywrath Mage, the one man that when either the Ember Spirit gets himself a nice searing chain or when the Bat Rider gets himself an awesome lasso, he's got to be there to drop the hammer and bring down those heroes of VG Gaming. But VG Gaming at the same time, they're getting stronger and stronger. You got FY with high maneuverability with Blink Dagger 4-star. You got RTK with Blink Dagger BKB. So the Doom should be able to go, and Sing Sing, he's a long way out. Spirits up and across. And back out to safety again. And then you've still even got Dazzle. Like, we can't even, like, Dazzle hasn't been as big of an effect. I thought always like, oh, we might be doing something, but it hasn't been as effective. Even the Shallow Graves can't save anybody just yet. But he's still walking around with Medallion, Urn, as well as 1,200 gold.
I think that they expected a lot more out of Dazzle than what they got this game. And honestly, I don't think it's really Fenrir's misplay or anything. It's just the fact that this hero is not going to do as much as, for example, Adventure Spirit that could like break the lasso off a swap. So I think it's going to be a tough time for that Dazzle. But I think this remainder of this game is going to be played around two axes.
He's looking towards the middle lane. Silo is the primary target, and he got him inside the BKB. Gonna lasso him up and try and drag him in the tree line. Obviously, Sleight of Fist will only do damage.
BKB forced out. That's a 9-second BKB.
Yep. On cooldown for just over a minute, but at the same time, that means also Batrider's lasso on cooldown for a minute. We got a fresh gem now being purchased.
They're going to try to capitalize on this. This is a big play. No lasso for...
You've still got Mass Serpent Wards coming out from Aoi 2000.
Aoi's not looking to defend with it, man. He's going the other direction.
Well, they have Necro Books level 3 up in 9 seconds on Eternal Envy, so if they're going to try and go for a base trade here, they've got to get Aoi there faster. He's taking too long. The fortification is still here for Cloud9, and Super, well, he's getting a lot of spam damage from range. Searing Chain's a little bit off target. Didn't get the on Super. Fortification will not be used yet, and now top lane, it is being pushed in. Eternal Envy's here, and he's already forced out the Glyph. So with the Mass Serpent Wards to go down, they can force both the Tier 3 tower and the Milirex. Finish the job here, boys. They actually don't leave the wards behind. They hold on to them, and it's a Tier 3 for a Tier 3 trade. Full equal.
I was so surprised that AUI did not drop his Master Core. Is he waiting for level 11? Like, is he going to say, hey, man,
I think so. I actually think so. It's perfectly legit. The creep wave's going to come out. Look, and Envy's hanging around. If they can get themselves a kill for someone defending here, Silas coming back in again. But because they remain on the top lane, he'll crack his level 11 now.
Okay.
They can go inside the base with the second level. No, he's coming back. He's coming back. They're not going to play chicken on this one with VG Gaming. Lasso! They got Super. The Mass Serpent Wards are going to make a nice buff here. Skyrat main job and Super. He's not dead yet. The mech charge will go off. Fenrir, he's still in here, and there's 4 heroes. They're almost at the well of Cloud9. They kill off Sing Sing. He binds back. Remember, Mass Serpent Wards here. The Searing Chains. Super. The Shallow Grave must protect him here, but he can't walk out the walls, so he has to come and get the kill. He gets off Bone 7. Epicenter in from FY. Aoi as well as Sing Sing. Burrow striked up, but FY's in way too deep. While Eternal Envy drops the wall, but Fenrir, he'll also drop here. 3 heroes on the side. The top lane. The range track's actually down a half-life. The catapult's doing the work up there as Eternal Envy looks for any stragglers in the bottom, but nobody is there. The range tracks have actually done more damage. Technically, C9 have come out with more remaining damage on the racks than VG Gaming just achieved, even though buybacks did come from Ember Spirit.
I just want to mention that Cloud9 also has had their Glyph reserved, so when the real push comes, I think Cloud9 could still able to defend that. Meanwhile, Aoi 2000, he's picked up the Accident Scepter, so his ward's going to do way more. His ward choice in that last fight was very interesting. He dropped it in front of his base where the fight never really developed until the very end. But that basically says, hey man, if you don't chase in, our wards is going to keep you out of the base. If you do chase in, then you're kind of fountain diving, which
VG Gaming did. They decided to go all the way.
I mean, they dove in. They were able to get a couple kills, but essentially traded kills in the enemy base, which never really do anything.
I'm still waiting for these. He didn't actually buy him. Realized that Invoker actually went for strength treads here, and he's just using a TP scroll.
Here comes a big game. If they could get a pick off here, they're going to get tier 2. The one big victory that...
I think they're going for Roshan, man. They could just pump in and go for Roshan. It's going to be right on the nose of VG Gaming, however,
so
if they do this. It is really dangerous. But Forge Spirit's up. There is no Necro units here from Envy. They can hit the Serpent Wards as well. This is big if they can pull it off.
Yeah, the reason they're doing this, they know Bone 7's going to give them the vision control. If he fireflies, he's going to have flying vision all of these trees. In fact, he's doing that right now. The trees are not going to get here in time. It's going to be...
C9 get away with it. They're away with Roshan. FY was enabled, but he doesn't have Epicenter yet, but out they come Sing Sing. He's got to get back over towards the Mass Serpent Wards. Envy, he's still stuck inside, and the Batrider actually flying and dragging FY. Super, however, on the front lines, they've lost both their supports here, C9, but the Mass Serpent Wards are still helping them out from inside the pit. Envy will go right. Batrider actually blinks left. They're trying to get themselves out of here, but now you're going to have Eternal Envy getting doomed up, and he will go down on this bottom lane. He actually dropped the Midas, I believe, to pick up the cheese at this point, and Bone 7, he actually grabs the Midas and TP's out inside the pit. He is trying to save it, and he leaves 1 gem behind for VG Gaming. Saves the economy of Eternal Envy.
Well, wasn't the most efficient way to do it. Wait, he had a Sage's Mask. I guess he sold it. Like, it was just such a chaotic fight. I think the key thing out of that fight was that Cloud9 was able to make it away from Aegis. They really need Aegis on Ember Spirit because every time in the fight he's getting really focused by Orchid or Doom. And Sing Sing and the rest of Cloud9 really have to buy back to continue these fights. And essentially, VG Gaming was living off of that. But since then, Aegis has been picked up. VG Gaming has also not really attacked towers much. This is a big item pickup for VG Gaming. The fact that the AC would give the minus armor against towers is absolutely huge.
C9 had to hold him out for at least 12 seconds. Mass Serpent Ward's come off cooldown there.
They'll have that 12.
Yeah, Bone 7 can make sure of that. Just a Firefly up on the high ground, he basically does it already.
Seems like Vici is actually afraid to go in the high ground. And I think if you're going to play long game against Cloud9, first of all, they're very, I think, adept in playing a long game. They really love to play the stage of game. And in my honest opinion, I think Batrider is the best initiator in late game. When you get a stack item set like this, Bone 7 could go BKB right now. And essentially, when he's moving in, he is the kidnapper. You just cannot run away from him.
Yeah. He should at least have the Ogre Club if he's going to go in for that BKB. Having that extra life points may just get you
safe in one fight.
Yeah, that's all you really need. I'm still really surprised NaVi ended up going for treads in this game. But he's finished up a full sight device as well.
Bone 7's going for a refresher orb.
He's going for double lasso. I suppose double lasso, double force stuff.
I've never seen a play where you just lasso 2 heroes and just drag them all the way back to tier 4. But we might see it from Bone 7.
With his movement speed, he could easily do it. Like, he has a haste rune. Like, that's what this build does for Batrider.
I mean,
it literally has a haste rune.
It doesn't matter if you're moving in maximum movement speed if you get Burrow Strike, right? So it's such a dangerous play, but, you know, C9 is saying go big or go home.
What is NaVi doing up here? He's just hiding in the tree lines. RTK comes up. He triggers the Shiva's Guard. Now, there's no gem, but when he has his
they know, right?
Yeah, they know he's there.
Super has a gem. Super is coming.
Look, he's force-staffing himself over the tree line to then TP out. He actually he actually pushed himself around the trees. That's what just happened up on that top lane. He pushed himself around the tree, so it actually never broke the tree line, so they wouldn't even check on that corner.
You know, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but a team that doesn't have the Prophet is playing better Rat Dota than a team that's playing the Prophet. Because what NaVi just did is essentially what Prophet normally does, right? Just teleport on one side of the map, push out the lane, create space, force 3 or 4 people to TP against you, and then get away.
But so that's what he's used to doing with other heroes. Like, he's done it with Animages, he's done it with Weavers. Of course, those heroes have a better escape
Morphling
mechanism.
earlier against NaVi today, yeah.
And he does it all the time. He just hides in the tree line. That's why players started looking for, like, these big wards you can plant on top of hills that just look throughout the entire tree line. Unfortunately, for the Dire side, there really isn't really one up on that top lane.
Well, this gank from VG Gaming is going to be huge. If they pick up Envy, I'm not sure whether he has buyback. Yes, he does.
Yeah, he's got it available, but he's already backing up right now. And the bottom lane's being pushed out a little bit here by Aoi. With the Prophet Ultimate, of course, it does change the balance every single time. Envy, the Boris right from FY, he came so close. Bone 7, there was a sleight of fist attempted there by Sing Sing. But the Searing Chains also attempted, but unable to be latched. That top lane Sylar is the army right now of Nature's Prophet is happy to battle up against the Invoker minions. And Sunstrike, well, he's looking for any kind of damage he can push onto Sylar and force him back into his own base.
It feels like VG Gaming is just not really well adapted to fight this kind of war, which is not fighting, just fighting creeps. Cloud9 just kind of hold up in their base, really trying to elongate this game where, you know, eventually Bone 7 is going to get a sight. He's got that refresher finished. We're sitting at 38 minutes. He's got Blink, Force, Boot of Travel, Mask of Madness, and a completed refresher. K-Pop Toe says, stats me. Like, is that the most farm bat we have seen in a while?
It's pretty damn big, man. It's pretty damn big. The hilarious thing is, though, he's only still sitting at 14,000 net worth. Like, the highest net worth player is not the 3 players from VG Gaming, because Doom Prophet as well as Bristleback are up there, but there's a man who is in front of that by just over 1,000 gold, and that's the Invoker.
Keep in mind that he bought back.
That's true. That's true. But that still counts his net worth. Like, it's not how much money he's earned, it's his current net worth. And they got Super, the Blink Dagger, there's your lasso, they seal him up. The Skywrath made dominate, they drag him back so far, and the Master will go down, but there's actually a heal. The heal as well to Shallow Grave will keep him up in the epicenter on Bone 7 and Aoi. They're going to go down, Aoi. He actually ended up having, what, the cheese in that one? Slide of fist from Sing Sing. He's trying to turn this fight around. They've still got the Mass Serpent Wars, but most of them actually have gone down. While RTK and Super pick off Eternal Envy. Fenrir just walks himself away. It's a 3-for-1 trade. FY also on 150 life points. Owie! That heal on the tree, an Orchid on Sing Sing. He's in so much trouble right now. And so is all of Cloud9. VG Gaming, they're coming high ground. Mass buybacks, both Ember as well as Invoker. But I don't think VG Gaming are going to stop here with no Mass Serpent Wars for 70 seconds. They know they have an opening. Deafening Blast pushing Super back. Envy, he's got to keep this battle going. With a Cold Snap, Burrow Strike, finds Envy. ROTK, Hawk stomping himself in up the Blink Dagger. Force stopping Envy up. It's not far enough though. It's a dead buyback, and they go through more. I don't know if there's any more bite here in C9. The Skyrod Mage Almond trying to chip away here at VG Gaming, but they turn around. Blink! A triple Burrow Strike from FY! He's got them all, and maybe even Bone 7. He's got Tyler dragging him back inside. It's a small collateral damage right now for VG Gaming. They want the melee racks. They take the range. They take both. The top lane is also pushing in. VG Gaming do not have to back up right now.
They definitely can face tank it. The next person that's respawning is 26 seconds. Another Burrow Strike. Bone 7's dead. The entire team of Cloud9 is dead. GG.
FY just opened up a huge hole in C9, and the rest of VG Gaming just pushed themselves straight through it. That was a brilliant, brilliant Sand King, man.
I think I really disagree with Bone 7's item choice. A Black King bar would have made him survive the epicenter. He would have done so much more being alive in that team fight. It was multiple buyback being shredded through against Cloud9. VG Gaming, they were so behind thanks to the Rat Dota of Cloud9, but a simple fight from Cloud9 making a mistake. The last suit pulling the hero away from Mystic Flare.
Yes,
we saw that multiple times. Cloud9 needs to be more crisp or they're going to get knocked out.
That they will, man, but of course they'll have tonight to sleep on it. That's only game number 1. Game number 2 is tomorrow. But of course we have one more official game to be played out tonight before we get into the wonderful show match, the celebrity match. But in the meantime, back to the boys of the panel.
Vici versus Cloud9 then, and Vici take the first game. I didn't think it was going to go that way. Cloud9 looked very good in the middle stage of the match. Seb, what got away from him?
Bone 7 played an impressive game, but what happened in that game is the main reason why I'm a fan of, pressuring and pushing H24. It's because when you're actually pressuring the opposite team and you do mistakes, it's okay. I mean, the game isn't lost. But when Cloud9 is pressured and does one mistake, there is one fight they actually lost in the jungle big time because they stacked on an epicenter and then the game is suddenly over. So that's Vici taking the piece of the game, forcing Cloud9 to play their game, and it's way harder for the defending team.
Ben, welcome to the panel.
Hey, how's it going?
Did you enjoy the match?
Yeah, it was pretty exciting, and I think that Vici's draft was just really, really good all around too. They had Invoker, Shadow Shaman, and Skywrath Mage, and that was all countered by BKBs. The Ember Spirit was countered by the Doombringer, and their split push style was actually countered by Sylar's position 1 Nature Prophet too. So they couldn't really play the way that they wanted them to, and eventually they were forced to contest them with the 5-on-5s, and Vici actually just got 2 free Roshins at the beginning too. Nothing that you want to give to Vici, and as Seb said, all it took was one big mistake. It wasn't even just the stacking of the epicenter, because FY is most likely going to hit at least 2 heroes with his epicenter. They missed all their spells after the lasso. There was a Chaos Meteor that just whiffed a Mystic Flare, and after you use 3 ultimates to try and kill 1 hero, you're not going to win.
Really there was no room for mistake, but also in terms of there being no room for mistake, I felt it was a lot on the Bristleback pick, because you actually look at the lineup of Cloud9 and it's like, okay, this is kind of squishy, and then you go over to your Bristleback and you're like, he gets an Assault Cuirass, he gets the Aura from the Doom, from the Wolf Creep that he picked up, and then you've got Dazzle with all the minus armor. He ended up picking up 13 kills. I know FY was definitely looked like the MVP, but in terms of the pick of Bristleback in those fights, if Cloud9 didn't execute well, Bristleback took advantage of them.
Yeah, and that was the thing, that last pick Bristleback, because it was the 5th pick, was so good because everything about Cloud9 lineup was to fight and drag the fights on. You have the Invoker for sustainability, you have the Bat Rider that's going to try to chase you with Napalm, but having Super there with the Bristleback meant that every single team fight that went longer and longer, it would destroy entirely the Skywrath Mage and the Shadow Shaman. We can actually see one of those team fights going on right now. I mean, something that happened there, which was quite a long segment, and every single time that happened, it was Vici Gaming there, and it was Super on top of that, spamming that quill. So you see, this is actually, they're getting a little bit greedy here and just diving into tier, into the fountain even. But that's because they have Super there. And even if they get just one with the lasso, Super will just keep chasing and chasing. And they force C9 into buyback. And now C9 actually buys back a lot and keeps chasing and gets something away from that. That clip on the ice wall was just what they needed to take down Super. But even then, they chase so much and they only take the ages that they're forced to just now run away. And now Vici Gaming comes back. And this is again, Bristleback, chasing and fighting forever. And that's Sanking with those stuns all the time.
Yeah, I felt like this one went in C9's favor just because Vici ended up overextending a little bit too much. But you can see Super, he's hard to deal with, but they will be able to pick him up. But in terms of this particular fight, definitely Vici didn't really need to go all the way to the well.
Yeah. However, if they had messed up that fight, if Cloud9 had messed up that fight, it would have been GG right there. I actually half expected the Rax to fall there.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. I don't think that was you. But yeah, it's so Seb, what did you make of FY's performance on the Sand King?
I mean, he was maybe picked as an MVP. I actually disagree. I think he didn't play that good of a game on the Sand King. I mean, the last fight he played really well, but it was a really hard game to play on Sand King, in my opinion, because he was the one. He had to open the fights for Vici because they have no initiation power. It's only the Sand King. But if you're going to jump into a Skyras and actually Piladai was really fast to react, instant silence, and then that's why he got the 4-staff, right? So he could actually go back to get in again with an epicenter. But it was a really hard game for him, and I think he died in many fights early on. But the performance from Super was actually super. Well, that one was easy. But at the end, you know, Sand King actually was the key for the last team fight. So doesn't matter at the end of the day.
But even earlier on, FY, you saw he got his Blink Dagger first before Bone 7. He was farming the enemy jungle, and he was keeping the levels down of the other two supports across onto Cloud9 of Aoi and Pylai because they were putting a lot of pressure on them. So I felt like even in the early game, FY kind of gave them definitely the space that they needed even on a Sand King, and then it's very deadly as a threat. Like Blink Dagger Sand King is just huge in the early game for initiations.
When you have one of those heroes that, or one of those lineup that depend entirely on a hero for stun, and if you look at LGD's lineup, sorry, did I say LGD? Vici Gaming's lineup, they didn't have much more than the Burrow Strike in terms of what they could stop. It becomes such a win or lose a team fight kind of deal. And one of the situations where that was really crucial was when C9 actually tried to steal the Roche. They went for the Roche right there, and they could actually get it. The problem with that is that even getting the Roche was so expensive for them, because now Vici Gaming could rotate here, and then suddenly the initiation comes from pretty much everywhere.
And you
Super
can see
chasing.
Super and Silo working together. Silo, really good item choices. He got his Orchid in pretty early to kind of work on the Ember Spirit of Sing Sing. And Eternal NaVi, even though he does try and get away, won't be able to after he's being doomed. And he did drop his Midas as well in the Roche Pit. And this was like, it was nice at Bone 7 to save the Midas, but he also left a gem there. And that's not ideal. So I don't know. I felt like maybe Envy could have been like, okay, I'll just sell it. You know, I've got a decent amount of items. And
he could have dropped the TP scroll too.
Yeah, he had a TP scroll.
Oh, he had a TP scroll?
Yeah.
That might have been a better choice.
It could have been a lot worse though. Bone 7 at least recovered it.
Yeah. But leaving a gem up when you're in this stage of the game where both are looking for really crucial initiations, you know, you got the Bat Rider, you got the Sand King, that was kind of nice for Vici. They were like, okay, yeah, we're happy with this.
Yeah, in the end they take up a huge advantage. Even though C9 gets the ages, they lose it straight away. And the goal and the experience at that point doesn't matter that much. So Vici Gaming just from there to control. C9 in their defense, they actually held bottom tower for 2 or 3 pushes, but in the end it was not enough. That advantage of the goal was exacerbated by the fact that Cloud9 was buying back every single team fight. So when Vici Gaming actually came with maybe a 5 or 7k goal lead, it was more like a 10 to 12k goal lead. And C9 just lacked the energy, lacked the gas.
This really exemplifies how Vici's team fight is superior to Cloud9. You can't match them head on in a 5-on-5. You have to resort to other tactics, Morphling split push, a Nature's Prophet split push, Tinker with maybe cheesy Chen creeps, or something like Drought Visage.
I was expecting Cloud9 to actually try to get more trades. I mean, they got the tier 3 tower top with only Eternal Envy, and then AOI stayed there. So I was expecting them to actually try to get trades. I think it would have been better than fight head-to-head. This proves that they actually had the feeling that they could fight Vici, and they did do okay in the uphill fights. But I think it's safe to say that Vici is actually one of the most aggressive, if not the most aggressive team of the tournament. You know, they just go for those early pushes. They were trying to end the game quite early, you know, because they didn't get that good of a start. It was okay because of Bone 7 putting so much pressure on their safe lane. So actually impressed at how aggressive Vici plays every time.
Yep, they certainly did impress today, beating out Cloud9 in at least one of the games. And we can take a look at the bracket, and we can see where they are going to stand. They've still got to play the remainder of their game versus Cloud9 tomorrow, but they are obviously, as you saw, 1-0 up. And next up on stage, we're going to see the first match of DK versus LGD. And in the wings waiting, we have Evil Geniuses that will be playing tomorrow. So it would be interesting to see how they think they're going to match up versus their opponents, because any one of these teams, you know, can come through and play Evil Geniuses in that lower bracket finals for a spot in the grand finals. So it'd be interesting to see, you know, how they're going to adapt when they get to play tomorrow. But we're not there yet, and it's going to be DK versus LGD next.
And it's important to say Cloud9 is not out yet. They can play tomorrow, and Cloud9 being the analytical team that they are, they're going to look at the replay. I'm guessing Sing Sing won't get to do his favorite pastime this night. Will probably just be staying watching replays instead. But after that, they will come tomorrow very, very prepared and do a great job.
I felt like the item missing on Cloud9 on the last thing to say was BKB. There was actually no BKB in the whole team. Bone 7 had the option of going for it, but
I would have done Lincolns on Bone 7 maybe.
Yeah, that's a possibility. But even on Sing Sing, it's very hard to fight up against an Orchid, you know, when you're an Ember. And sometimes, like, when we see people pick BKBs, it's like, okay, you're not getting a huge amount of damage, but it's like, well, at least you get to play your game in the team fight. You know what I mean? And Bone 7, you know, being able to get his pick and things on his terms, that's sometimes what a BKB does, just on one hero. So maybe Cloud9 are going to, you know, check the replay, and I'm sure they'll find some stuff that they didn't like, but definitely a team that can bounce back. So as we mentioned, we're going into LGD versus DK next. We haven't seen DK play today, so let's refresh our memories of who they are and check out this video. Springtime in Shanghai, and for Team DK, change is nothing new. Since its inception in 2010, DK has consistently reinvented itself to great effect, once being dubbed the Galacticos of the Chinese scene. Despite their prominence, they have yet to realize the ultimate success of any Dota 2 organization, holding the Aegis of Champions at the International. Plagued by internal issues, Team DK's performance in 2013's International was mixed, as they were taken out convincingly by Mushi's Team Orange.
Surging away, Burning trying to catch up to him in time. He's got away from this surge, it's level 2. Burning has to keep going, and Mushi winds it up, and Burning gets a...
DK finished 5th place overall, a place they were not used to being.
拿到第5名，我很失落，然后我也想过退役。
For Burning, referred to as some as the best carry player in the world, only a win at the International would complete DK's legacy, and his own.
我觉得这应该属于我职业生涯的一个末期了，所以我想要一个比较好的结尾吧。
With knowledge gained from its losses, Team DK have come to realize that there is a difference between merely making roster changes and renewal. Change is easy, but renewal is something deeper, something rare.
打完 TI3 回来，就全部都被离队了，就剩B神一个人。
This year, DK have taken risks and made the kind of change that is rare within Chinese Dota by asking Mushi, a Malaysian, to join the team. Singaporean star Ice 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 followed suit, creating a new DK lineup that has taken on a distinction that few teams within China can claim.
Me and Mushi, we come from Southeast Asia, and I think we are really, really aggressive. We sort of suggest a lot of new things.
最初的时候，我们就是整个中国队的打法，认为外国队的就是他们的打法都是 不是一种稳定的打法。当他们的加入以后，我们融合了他们的想法进来，我们发现胜利这种东西有多种多样，不只有稳的一种这种途径。
Early 2014 saw Team DK obtain their first Premier Dota 2 title in the WPC Ace League by defeating Invictus Gaming. They resurged from 3 games down to win the grand final in a monumental comeback.
然后大家孤注一掷，后来赢下那个比赛的时候，当时心情肯定是非常激动的。就是之前可能有些选手有过荣誉，但是都是有那么1、2年的低谷。我们都是从低谷，希望重新从低谷走出来的几个人。我认为这股力量就是我们队伍最强大的地方。
对于国土和必胜来说，最后1年吧，应该是，这是很重要，就是冲了冠军去了。
While change has proven a recipe for success for some teams, a true sense of renewal can create the space and the time for a shot at greatness. But for Team DK, will it be enough? Team DK, an interesting team to follow throughout this tournament. It's almost like no matter how good they play, you always know, like, actually, we've seen these guys, they can also do better. They can do better. And it's like when their backs are really against the wall, I think that they can just bring out any kind of strategy, any kind of play, any kind of level of skill that maybe we haven't even seen yet from them. Because certainly they're in the lower bracket. They did lose versus Evil Geniuses, which played amazing versus them to put them in this situation. And now they've got a massive test going up against LGD.
Yeah, and if you want to compare DK to any other team or sport in Earth, it feels like I'm going to go crazy here. Homer Simpson, when he takes up boxing, because he's one of those guys that takes the hit and gets to the final round until the opponent is tired, and then he just like nails down. These guys, they've been playing super long games. They know how to control the tempo. They know how not to lose. And when it gets the time, they say, okay, this is time to strike. Ice, Mushi, Burning. They all just fire up and destroy you.
Yeah, definitely. What should we be looking for here with DK Millennium going into their first match?
I think really just good play out of MNY and Lanham, and Ice's heroes don't actually seem to mesh well with their team. They've been kind of hit or miss with their drafts recently, something that's a little unusual for DK.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, because sometimes we've been able to see DK's lineup not kind of match well with their heroes, and you end up seeing like an Invoker split pushing with Ice more, but you know, we've seen him on Timber as well. But let's take a look at their last 4 games and we can see exactly where their draft has gone. And this was actually, no, it was the last matchup when they played versus LGD. So this looks safe, but this was Mushi playing that Death Prophet.
Yeah, and Mushi playing this Prophet didn't work yesterday, I think. That was the
yeah, it didn't work yesterday.
Yeah, that was the game they lost, one of the games they lost versus EG. And Death Prophet seems to be one of those picks that hasn't been working so much, but then again, DK, it's all about the sustainability when you put an Enigma there. And I think Enigma is a great player here that hasn't really popped out in the final, other than that NaVi game they took out of C9, that if any of the teams still there get to pick it, they can completely dominate a game.
What's really amazing about DK, and Lanham said it, you know, when you have sentences of players of that caliber, it's actually really interesting to have, and everybody should try to remind that. He's like, every playstyle is viable. The only thing that matters at the end of the day is how stable you're able to play. And we can see that DK, they have a different approach to drafting. They counterpick, where other teams, they go for, because DK is a powerhouse, they usually go into a matchup as favorites. So favorites usually, like IG, they go, you know, they open with Death Prophet Void. They know what they're gonna do. You know, they don't try to counter their enemies. But DK, it's the other way around. They end up playing picks that are very different, because they want to get the best out of the draft to have a good advantage and just snowball on the enemy, because they're all exceptional players.
Yeah. And we can see what they've been getting out of their drafts, and
you
this
can see
what DK have had. And a round of applause here in the stadium is for DK and LGD as they come out to the stage. And we'll take a look at those 4 picks in just a moment. But LGD, they've got to be feeling pretty confident, because they played great today. And DK, this is the first time they get to sit down and play a game.
This is actually amazing. There's like 2 Skyras, but besides that, I can't see any
Common heroes, yeah.
Yeah, so that's like 19 different heroes, right? This is just insane to see.
Even in these two drafts, the off-lane Juggernaut,
Witch Doctor Undying.
Yeah, Undying was ridiculous in these series too.
Yeah, DK knows how to make the most out of all the heroes, and that's the thing. Sometimes you play, even if you don't play against the same team, you see the same hero so much. Look at the Razor pretty much 3 times in the last 4 games of LGD, or even the Lifestealer that they've been using so well. You kind of make a sense of how they play a single hero. When they change hero every single game, you cannot determine what's going to happen.
Yeah, Danem knows how to use every single hero that's in the pool to the best effect.
I would be concerned that like they might allow like the Centaur through. They got 2 wins out of Centaur LGD, so potentially if they allow the Centaur through, I think DK are like, great, we like fighting, we're really good at these, you know, moments and in terms of like the high skill, high kind of pressure moments. So maybe DK will take advantage of being able to watch LGG game, but we'll have to find out. The players are sat down and getting ready, but before we go into the match, let's check in with Casey.
I am super excited to be able to talk to Mushi again, this time with DK. I'd like to welcome him along with Josh, our interpreter. Mushi, first things first, I want to ask about how you're feeling heading into this. You're part of a new team with DK this year at the International. How are you feeling about this year versus last year?
今年是跟 DK 来，去年是跟橘子。那你今年感觉怎么样？
我感觉我今年需要翻译师，上一年不需要。然后没了。
I feel like this year I need a translator now. Whereas
You didn't use one last year, I remember. We had a good time.
My English is very bad now.
No, it's not. Your English is great. Yeah, you're just shy. It's okay. I'm nervous too if it makes you feel any better. Look at me. Come on, I don't know what I'm doing. Deep breath. Do you feel nervous going into the matches? How are you dealing with your nerves for the game?
那每场打比赛之前，你会不会紧张？然后如果会的话，怎么处理？
打了好多年比赛了，应该不会紧张吧？输赢都是一个需要经历的事情，所以没什么大不了。
I've played many years, so probably don't get nervous anymore. Win, losses, they're all things that have to be experienced. So whatever happens, it happens.
I'm assuming you've been watching LGD. They started off kind of okay, and now they've really kind of come roaring back to life. So how does that impact the way that you're looking ahead to playing against them?
相信你们也是在看 LGD 的比赛，然后他们之前是不太被看好的，现在又是打得非常猛。那你们下一场对他们有什么想法、看法之类的？
我觉得能参加 TI 的每个队伍都是好队伍吧，然后都不能看小，因为如果你看小对方的话，你就会轻敌就会可能会输，所以对于他们，我觉得他们实力很厉害，就尽力而为。
I feel like any team that makes it this far is a strong team, so no team can be underestimated, and so to play against them, one must play their best to be able to advance.
Nice. Mushi, thank you. See, that wasn't so bad, right? I'm not so scary.
No.
What about when I do this? Okay, now I'm scary. Best of luck. Thank you for talking to us, and Josh, thank you.
徐志雷 Burning 安徽 China
许培祥 SSIS Singapore
Lanham 银川 China
雷正荣 AMY 广西 China
蔡一峰木须 Kuala Lumpur Malaysia
Team DK, Burning, MMY, Lanham, Mushi, and Ice. The star lineup that everyone was kind of expecting to go into the grand finals, just of how good they can be. If you said like 3 months ago, you know, Team DK are going to play LGD, who's going to win? You'd be like, it's Team DK, you know, just because of who they have in their lineup. Yesterday they went up versus Evil Geniuses. I felt the draft wasn't really going their way most of the time. They actually dropped a 0-2 match to Evil Geniuses, and sometimes, you know, we had like Mushi on that Wind Ranger, we had him on the Death Prophet, not kind of like Mushi heroes in my opinion. We'll see if they can get on to something that's a little bit more comfortable today, and we'll see how they do. as they will go against LGD. But let's meet their opponents, and we have another interview with Casey, this time with LGD.
You have been playing quite a bit today. Do you think that this will help your momentum getting to play DK right away?
谢谢瑶瑶，刚才好像玩得挺开心的，所以他又来采访了。然后你们等一下打 DK 的话，你们刚才那个比赛打得蛮好的，是不是觉得可以保持这样一个状态继续去打 DK？
我相信我们可以保持这个状态，然后我们可以做得更好。
They think they can do like even better than before against DK.
What do you think about DK? What are your biggest concerns as you face them?
就是说，你们对于 DK 最大的那些想法，就是那些怕的地方在哪里
？DK 是这次 TI 的，我认为夺冠热门吧。然后他们的战术非常多变，那个英雄面板上的所有英雄他们都会使用，所以无法针对。我觉得我们也没办法去针对他们，只能说打好自己了。
They're gonna play their own game, like their own style to play every game well. Because like DK is has the great opportunity to get into the grand finals and even win the whole tournament. And they have like a lot of strategies, and they can use like all the heroes. So they are just gonna like take it as it comes.
Last question. What would it mean to you to come from where you were at the beginning of this week all the way to the grand final and win the whole thing on Monday?
就是说如果你们之前打得不好，如果你们可以一直往后面打，再打到冠军，这对你来说会有一些什么样的意义？
我觉得，如果我们能做到这些的话，这绝对是我这一生最难忘的回忆，最精彩的时刻。
Well, if they can do that, like win the tournament, the whole thing, this is definitely going to be the best time in his life.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Thank you so much, Yao. Best of luck, and thank you, Corey.
JB。滴滴，湖南 China，
姚真真，姚，湖南 China，
徐子瑶，令 China 上海，王章 Rabbit 四川 China，
梁发明 DDC Macau。
Yao, Lin, Didi, Rabbit and DDC make up the lineup of LGD Gaming, and really their strength today has been playing as a unit, playing as a strong team. They have definitely done that, but of course Rabbit, you have to keep an eye on him. He's been a standout player so far for the team today, but overall, you know, if they drop in one area, DK will take advantage of that, and I think, you know, they might be putting some attention to Rabbit.
Yeah, absolutely. However, at the same time, LGD, they proved they can beat IG. And IG, if you put them versus DK, I think it's one of those teams that it's 10 times they fight, 5 times each one wins. So in the sense of potential, it's going to be the same kind of fight for LGD to take. And they won one today. Let's see if they can carry that momentum.
Yeah, they only have to play one, so hopefully, you know, for them, they're like, okay, if it gets out of hand, because, you know, they even said DK could be a team that go all the way to the grand finals, at least they get, you know, a day to think about the strategies. We're only 10 seconds away, I'm going to say, as I finish saying 10 seconds. We're already in the bans and picks, and we've got an interesting first pick for LGD, so we'll visit it in a moment.
Team DK versus LGD Gaming. Game 1.
So if you're LGD, you're going to be really happy with your first 2 picks.
You get Lycan and Center War Runner. Lycan, the hero that no one wants to give away. And Center, the hero that has been dominating whenever you played it.
I don't know what DK are thinking.
No, yeah, they actually.
What are they thinking?
They are thinking something that's really something really interesting. Lennon is a genius in my opinion because he led the Lycan on purpose, because he picked 2 heroes that are awesome versus the Lycan for 2 reasons. The Enchantress is going to apply an insane amount of pressure, so Lycan is going to get pressured early on.
Not only that, also I want to add, and I'll let you go back, but when the Lycan, if the Lycan goes Necro, well, thank you for the Necro minion. I can enchant that.
You can enchant the Necro, you're going to pressure him in the laning phase. Obviously, Lycan is bad against Enchantress if she's going to max Untouchable. And the Brewmaster is also a really good pick to have versus Lycan. You just Cyclone the Lycan, he's going to be useless the whole fight. You can Drunken Haze him. The opening of DK versus the Lycan is really awesome. So I don't think they're in trouble. I think they feel really confident with their draft. Lanham is one of the best drafters in the world, if not the best drafter in the world. So I think they're completely fine right now. Sure, Lycan is good to have. Let's remind also that LGD isn't on the dire side, so
yep, that's true.
It's going to have less of an impact.
Lycan can help out your other lanes. You know, maybe the Lycan's not having an awesome game, and maybe, yeah, sure, he needs to get a BKB so he doesn't get cyclone, but he can help out the other lanes. So it could be a case that Lycan can just create space by howling and can sit in his lane for a little while. But Melini, what do you see?
Well, we talk about the Brewmaster and Enchantress being good versus Lycan, but they actually don't have a good way to deal with that split push, so I think they're opting for another angle. And LGD are clearly scared of DK's push, banning out both the Shadow Shaman and the Death Prophet in the first phase. I think they should ban one or the other just so they don't get that duo that they like so much, but both I think is a little overkill. They're also definitely scared of the early Roshan coming out from DK with the early Ursa ban.
I do love the Ursa and the Tusk ban. It kind of reminds me of old Zenith. I don't know if you remember, that was a team I used to play when they just decided to ban random heroes as a no-ban strategy. But in this case, it actually makes sense because if you remember DK, the 2 times they played Tusk, the 2 times they went just straight to where the enemy was going at the beginning of the game, 5-man snowball into first blood. And then again, the Ursa on Dire, you don't want to give that away.
Yeah, there's only one team in the world against whom you're going to ban Tuskar, Ursa, and Death Prophet. You know, just actually insane to see that.
Yeah, and DK was actually the first team that let Lycan through when he was just the bane of every single Captain's Mode game. Just be like, okay, ban Lycan, doesn't matter if you're Radiant or Dire, and then they would only do it when they're on Radiant.
Let's talk a little bit more about Lycan. The thing about Lycan is that he's great at split pushing. Once he gets his item, he deals a lot of damage by right-clicking, and of course he can chase you through Eternity. But also, he has a very fixed kind of item build that he wants to go for. He wants to get that Blood so that he can go Roche. Normally he gets Threat and the Medallion. And then he goes to Necro Book, or he goes to just like a Desolator. The thing about the heroes that stop the Lycan are the heroes that force him to change that build. If you have an Enchantress, you might not want to go straight into Necro because you might lose that. But Rider is one of those heroes that force you not to go to BKB, or maybe waste your BKB if you decide to go for that. DK decides to go for Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet can sprout you even if you're BKB as well. So unless the Lycan has a Quelling Blade late into the game, he can still be really, really annoying and stop him in his tracks.
We can also highlight the bans from Lanham, like the Skyras and the Invoker bans. Really key versus LGD, especially versus LGD when they have the Centaur. They put that to great use in the last series. So DK is looking okay with their draft. Now both teams have great draft, but I don't think any team has the upper hand yet.
And those 2 heroes are also very good versus Brew. I think what DK's plan is trying to do, though, is put a lot of early aggression on LGD, because when they're really far behind, they tend to just group up as 5, and they're not very good at splitting around the map and coming back from behind. They usually, try and push or they usually just tend to group up and just lose out due to gold advantage.
Ben, how did you like Mushi TA?
Mushi TA pick is pretty good here. Controls Roshan for them. I think denying LGD Roshan is very important because, again, they can't 5-man as much. And it's a more Mushi-esque hero than a lot of the other heroes that we've seen Lanham pick for him.
The thing is that I'm really scared for LGD with that Alchemist pick because DK already have insane laning potential. They're going to be looking for really early aggression with the Prophet being able to teleport, Enchantress roaming the map. And right now, LGD's draft is super greedy and super weak on the lanes. I mean, Alchemist is going to bring nothing to the equation, so does Lycan, first levels. Bachelor is pretty much the same, so DK is going to be looking really dominant in the laning phase, and I hope LGD can come back from that.
We'll see about that. James, we're looking here at 3.5 melee heroes for LGD Gaming because Bat Rider's range is not such amazing, not really great. And DK
so it's just half a point? Okay.
Yeah, it's just half a point, yeah. It's half melee. DK, on the other hand, they have a jungler, they have the Nature's Prophet that can roam around. What do you feel about this draft?
I'm okay. As Seb said, it seems pretty fair on each side. We won't see something to counter or play effect on those 3 melee heroes. I think they definitely need a stun, a lockdown for the final support of DK, something to hold somebody in place. And that's pretty much all I think that they're going to be looking for, a solid support with a solid stun.
Who's the jungler on DK? I feel like I should know this, but
it's going to be Lanham.
It's going to be Lanham. So if Lanham is going to play the jungler Enchanter, and thank you for biting the bait, maybe it's time for an MMY Lion, which he got so popular when he was mid. Well, it's going to be a Rubik.
Lion was okay, but the thing is that the lineup LGD has is very scary because they're going to be jumping on them really. Like Alchemist, Centaur, Lycan is going to be a rushing lineup. So they need spells to be able to protect themselves. And Rubik's stealing, for example, the Stampede could be really key in that type of 5 versus 5. LGD needs a support that has some laning presence, because it's most likely going to be, I assume, Alchemist, Lycan +1 on their safe lane, and DK is going to surely be looking to contest that, so they need to make that lane really strong. I don't know how they do that. I don't think it's doable, but maybe they figure out something, I don't know.
I really do like the Batrider pick from LGD too. Provides a very good matchup versus TA if they want to go that route. And it's very good against Brewmaster. They don't really have anything to counter a lasso on a Brewmaster.
Oh yeah, Witch Doctor today worked so well when they got the Axe Scepter. It destroyed IG entirely, and it's going to be another Witch Doctor.
I mean, it's lack of stuns. Look, it's Rubik and also Brewmaster. They're going to be able to interrupt you. Of course, Rubik can steal your ultimate from a Witch Doctor, but I don't know. I don't know what the best support pick is. It's a very different draft to what we're normally seeing. Yeah. It's going to be an interesting game. And
TK is going to play the laning phase. If they win the lanes and they can snowball, they're going to win the game, because they're Dire and they're going to get Rush, and then they're going to get all the towers. But if they don't do that, fighting LGD 5-on-5 without having a gold or XP advantage is going to be insanely hard.
It's all about DD and DDC.
Yeah, it is.
All right, well, we'll see what DD and DDC will be able to do there. But we are controlling the Alchemist and Witch Doctor. And it looks like we're going to be loading in game now. So let's send it to the commentators. It's the final series. One match to play today. The rest of it will be tomorrow. Over to LD and Cinderin.
Thank you very much, James. Guys, welcome back for what's going to be the final main game of today. You've still got the All-Stars match to look forward to, but this is a big one, Sind. You win this game, you get to sleep on a lead, you get to strategize. Maybe you figure out a pocket strat. You come back tomorrow, you can just crush through, take game 2. That's the recipe both teams will be looking for as we get underway.
Yeah, when you're going into series like this, I would say, we're putting a lot of emphasis on this today versus tomorrow thing, and at the end of the day, you just want to be up 1-0, right?
There's always what happened at DreamHack, though, where they moved to the main stage. We're going to have both teams 5-man in there on jungles at level 1, but I believe it was when EG played No Tidehunter. I think it was No Tidehunter. They played game 1, they won it, and then they had to move to the main stage, EG did, and all of a sudden they lost games 2 and 3. So it's not quite overnight, but sometimes that pause can actually work against you. Well, we'll see if it comes to that. For now, the team's definitely, you'd rather be up 1 at the end of the day. And with that, we can introduce them. We'll start here with Team LGD. You've got Yao on the Centaur. They used the Centaur magnificently, although it was Rabbit and Lin played it. So LGD showing some versatility here in terms of who takes on what role. The Batrider will actually be in Rabbit's hands in the mid lane. You've got Lin taking up the Lycan in this game, and he has started with a level 1 house, so he'll be giving those lanes the extra boost that the analyst mentioned. As the horn sounds, DD on the Alchemist support, and that leaves DDC as the support Witch Doctor.
And then over on Team DK, going from top to bottom, in the top lane is going to be Burning on the safe lane Brewmaster. He will be accompanied by MMY on the Rubik, as well as Lanham in the safe lane jungle. Then we've got Mushi on one of his old school trademark heroes, the Templar Assassin in the mid lane, and then finally Ice 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 in the off lane on Prophet. Now, I guess one of the stories about this game that I want to talk a little bit about is this is the first time Lycan has not been first phase banned at the main event. Yeah. We've gone through a lot of games over the last 2 days, and this is the first time it goes through. But one of the reasons why Lycan is so feared, we're putting a lot of emphasis on the split push and how fast he can take down towers and how much damage he deals in team fights. But I feel like a big part of Lycan's success recently has been the Howl, helping out the other lanes. And that's one thing that LGD's lineup, I think, in this game can't really make so much use of.
MMY is going to go on Yao now, and they've got a lot of follow-up for this. There's clap number 1, clap number 2 comes out, and Yao is in a lot of trouble. He gets off a beautiful stop. They need one more right click. They get the kill. DK, strike first. So, Sin, with the first blood out of the way, go on. Please do.
Yeah, so what you generally do with Howl and what you can get a lot of use out of is if you have multiple ranged heroes on the lanes and you go for an early game aggression lineup where Lycan can just safe lane farm and you can run, for instance, an aggressive trial lane or 2 strong roaming range supports, but Howl in this game is not going to be that useful for the side lanes. You saw in the top lane, Yao can pretty much not get close to the creeps. In the mid lane, you can Howl up the Batrider, but he's still going to get out-farmed by TA. TA's damage advantage with Refraction is going to be too big. And then in the safe lane, there's Lin himself, who's playing 1-on-0, so he doesn't even need the Howl himself. So I think it's kind of useless compared to a lot of Lycan games we've seen, the Howl for now. It's going to be great when we get to the mid-game team fights, but as Matt pointed out, DK want to play this incredibly aggressive early game, and if the Howl comes online later and becomes relevant at that point, they might be too far behind already, although Rabbit will avoid one gank here in the mid lane, and this is very important whenever you play against Enchantress. Avoiding the early ganks is huge.
Yeah, and a relevant piece of recent history, I guess, to bring up here. I just tweeted about it, but DK at Starlighter Season 9, they let Lycan through on the Radiant side every single game, and they beat it every single game. The one time they got it on Radiant, they won. So they're a team that are not afraid of Lycan, and it's not just in this tournament, but throughout their history. So we'll see how it works out, but yeah, they've done well against the hero in the past. And with that being said, the first blood having gone well for them, they did go for a smoke gank mid. It got revealed nicely on the high ground. Yao in great position to spot that one out. And so we'll see DK deploy a sentry. They want to block off the Ancient stacking. They know the Alchemist support in particular can really take advantage of this. And this was one of the, I think, one of the most successful supports in the last series we saw earlier today, just because he gives you such a great ganking stun, but also because he can farm quickly and allow you to take Roshan if LGD ever do get that lead.
The problem in this game, though, is they don't really, I don't see them ganking the lanes that well early on. They had a potential, they might have a potential gank in the mid lane.
They tried to deny the Ring of Regen. Lin was dropping it, almost baiting Ice forward in the bottom lane, but he picked it up right as the killing blow for the ring came out. So narrowly avoiding losing that 350 gold.
I'm looking for LGD to find some sort of way of using their supports. For now, they're just laning and pulling in the bottom lane, and even though they're doing that, Ice has still managed to reach level 3 in the Dire off lane, so if he wants to, he can actually transition into the jungle. It is scary to go jungle when there's a Lycan on the safe lane, though, as the tower will be brought down really quickly. So I think in this particular game, Ice might want to hang out in the bottom lane a lot, but then again, at the same time, should he lose his safe lane tower, it's at the trade of the top one. Already see DK, 3 heroes up here, Enchantress with the Centaur and a Siege Creep. This tower is going down if there's no reinforcements coming in now.
And there are no reinforcements at all. The Bat just farming in the jungle. Rabbit has been clearing out the stacks a bit, and they've actually given the mid lane over to the Centaur. So Yao can get some levels up, something he really wasn't going to achieve in the top lane. Centaur not really a very good counter push early on. So DK, they get first blood, they get the first tower, but the question is really going to be, what do they do after this? You've got Burning now with 1,600 gold on the Brew, very close to a blink, but it's almost too soon. He's not going to actually have his ultimate for a little time here. So obviously you can still set up kills with Clap, but we'll see what he looks to do with that. And for the time being, DK, they take an early lead. It's pretty much to be expected with how greedy and relatively weak the lanes of LGD were. They don't have the Wolves just yet. Well, level 2 on Lin, but they don't really hit their stride until a bit later. And I wonder if they're actually going to go for any sort of trade, because if not, you have to expect DK soon enough go for the tier 1 mid, maybe the tier 2 top if they find an opening, and just continue to apply pressure across the map.
There's one thing that's for sure right now for LGD, that is they're hemorrhaging in the mid lane. The Mushi is absolutely crushing Yao. So they rotated in the Centaur to the mid lane. He's up against the Templar Assassin, which is already an unwinnable lane for Centaur from the beginning.
There's going to be an Alch stun. No, he stuns himself.
Look at the CS for that mid lane. Mushi is 27-11 and Centaur is 3-0. Granted, Yao wasn't in the mid lane right from the start, but since he's come into the mid lane, I think he's managed to get 2 CS over 3 minutes, whereas Mushi is just keeping on racking them up. Yao gets one more there. It's like, he's probably counting them at this point. Like, yes, I got one.
It's really not a fair fight, as DK will go for a smoke. They bring Lanham and MMY in from the top rune, and they're going to make a play up mid. Prophet can join this one as well, I believe. Does have a teleport, though. He's a little short on anything else. And if they can just get a trap off on Yao, that might be enough to get in range for the kill. And coming from the back is Lanham, but actually they TP'd one out to the top lane because Burning's under heavy pressure here. And Rabbit's diving. No, I don't know about this. He gets tossed back, but Rabbit's got him 9 stacks. No split just yet. Burning! So Burning is literally burning. And now mid. And now mid, they're going to go in. Mushi diving this one, but Acid Spray will quickly deal with Refraction. So he's not going to have this for this dive. There's no stun available. Can he get off a good Melt Strike here? He doesn't even go for it. There you go. One more right click. He also forces out a salve, immediately cancels that, but now gets pursued by Yao. And while that's all going on...
Great juke from Mushi.
And while that's all going on, the pressure does mount bottom. LGD with Lin and DDC here, they try to work on the tower, but Ice drawing the aggro back will, for the time being, rebuff this push and keep the tower standing. So at the end of the day, you do kill off the Brew, and he doesn't get his blink as quick as he could, but he is still at 1,800 gold, and he's going to have his level 6 soon.
And this mistake from Burning is actually pretty costly for DK right now. So first of all, he dies, and secondly, they try to TP in the Rubik to help him out in the top lane. That means the gank mid lane didn't go as well as they were hoping, and I was expecting the gank in the mid lane to be successful, kill off the Centaur, and maybe start dealing some significant damage to the tower. But because of the way they had to redistribute their heroes around the map, they actually ended up only trading 1-for-1 kill. Absolutely no damage on the mid lane tower, and if LGD can get away with this early on, they're going to go towards a strong mid game. We talked about it. DK want to exploit this early game. I'm wondering if they're getting enough out of it right now. Lin now with a very early Vlad's 50 CS on the Lycan at this point, and Bad Rider is having an absolutely great game as well so far.
Well, he doesn't actually have his blink yet. He's having a fantastic game in the jungle, but despite not having it, they're still smoked, and they're making the move up through the Radiant Ancients and then down towards the mid lane. Lanham is really in a good position to reveal this, but he's just out of range. He doesn't get it off, and now they go in with an out stun, and it's straight onto Lanham. No, almost self-stun, just gets it off, and now the Centaur, they commit a lot, and they get Lanham.
Oh, the lasso is available. Mushi goes in biz.
Oh, nicely done with the meld there, and no flame break yet to push him out of the meld, so he will make his way out. And DK, in the meantime, your Lycan's farmed up a Vlad's, and the Bat's getting dangerously close to a blink. They still have the Brewmaster split, and they now have the blink on Burning, but we're still looking for that next level of aggression from DK. Haven't taken any additional towers since the free tier 1 that was given away top. And I'm not sure if it's enough, to be honest. It's actually LGD on the move. Now going bottom is DD. He's spotted out by a Triad, and this is not going to work for him.
And I'm starting to wonder if DK have enough tools against the Lycan. So they willingly gave it away as an absolute first pick. And I was thinking it's a pretty strong strategic option to have as a team if you're feeling confident giving away that hero, because you know the enemy team will pick it. So they give it away, they try to counterpick it. But I'm looking at a mid game here where LGD will be playing up against pretty much 0 stuns with Lycan. That he's going to ignore the Psionic traps, he doesn't care about enchant. There's a Sprout which he will probably keep his Quelling Blade against, and then there's Telekinesis, and the Cyclone for Brewmaster is the only real
this
problem
is a big time to find Rabbit, but he actually has Blink anyway. If he buys the Blink, it's not going to matter too much if they kill him. He even gets a smoke first trouble, and it forces out a Brew Split. Can they finish him? They at least get this kill. Meanwhile, mid, Mushi diving Yao as well, looking for the Centaur.
He has a haste, he's actually going to go further.
There's no Stampede for 5 seconds. Mushi still diving this one. He gets up another Meld Strike. Can he finish the job? Mushi, one more right click would do him, and then he gets the kill. He forces out the Stampede, and now a net, well timed by Lanham.
Now DDC might be in trouble here.
The Courier even joins the fray, but Mushi, he thinks better of it, and he will back.
It looked for a second like he wanted to go and pursue that, and might have actually been able to go for it with some sort of backup from Burning, but never mind. Burning is actually completely out of mana.
That's still pretty good for DK though. For LGD, they force out a Brew Split. They still get their Blink Dagger on the bat, and it wasn't at a tower, so they get the kill, but they get nothing else with that. And now Rabbit looks to take advantage. He's got a lasso ready, but there's a lot of backup here for DK. He may get this ice
Rabbit
kill.
is in trouble instead. This is not looking good for him. He's gone.
It's an expensive kill. He gets the lasso off. It's not enough. Is it? Is it? Is it? Ice, nearly low. The Wolves can finish him. The Wolves can do it. A few more chops. One gets taken away, and then the big Wolf comes in. He barely crits him through the trees, but now Lin's in deep, and Mushi might turn this. DDC, he tries to go for the Death Ward, but it gets quickly canceled, and now he runs the other way. MMY, he's the little wolf, and he's chasing the big one. Or is he? Now Lin comes back in. 2 more swipes would do it. He sticks up. It's a bait. It's a trap. But there's no follow-up for this. The little wolf goes back in. Maybe there is. Burning, diving a bit deeper. Hasn't found the wolf, but he got a good trade here in the Witch Doctor. And they still haven't taken that second tower since.
Absolutely amazing mini exchanges from both teams here, really playing to the limits of their heroes with the stick baits, with just playing around with moving back and forth in the fight. And I guess you could say DK comes out marginally on top there. And they didn't use any big ultimates for it either. They have Nature's Prophet's ultimate, they do have Brewmaster split again in 20 seconds, and that's when they should be looking to not only get a fight, but also get another tower. They've only managed to take 1 tower now at 11 minutes. It's not the end of the world so far, but we're still looking at, like you said, the big bad wolf will be coming online, and if you don't start taking map control against him, his split pushing, I think, could be a really big problem for DK, because once again, their amount of tools at dealing with the Lycan. They have Sprout, which he's going to Quelling Blade against. Then they have Telekinesis and Brewmaster. So there's no way, actually, that they can kill Lycan without Brew. He's the only hero that can take him out.
You're going to need a Hex once the game goes later. And that is something you can build on TA. Very uncommon, but more likely to be the Prophet to pick up. And with that, Mushi is on the prowl again. Not finding anything. The other issue is that they're running a TA is, frankly, their most successful core so far. Up to 5.2k gold, 5.1k. And the Prophet quite far behind, and you're running it against an Alchemist and a Bat, so Refraction pretty much useless this game. You've got Acid Spray to remove it, Firefly, and you can't even hide in Meld because they're going to have Flame Break to get you out of that one. So now they smoke and they go in on mid, and the Little Wolf comes charging in. Straight on Yao, he's stampeded for this, but it's wasted. And now Bernie looks for more. He Cyclones up the Witch Doctor. Ice Slice joins the fray, and they'll at least get DDC for their trouble. They chase. One more Boulder Toss. Now the trap on the lane, but he doesn't care about that. He comes rushing in, and he's fighting the entirety of DK with DD on the backside, focusing on Ice. They'll find a retaliatory kill here. He tries to sprout. Not enough, but it's not really that much. And now the Centaur stomps DD. He gets run over. Burning finishes the job, and they get 3. They trade a profit, and they may at long last get that second tower that they've been searching for.
Rubik stealing Shapeshift again. It pretty much just expired, and now he got it one more time. So MMY really, I think this is one of the best abilities he can steal. I would say Stampede is probably number 1, and then Shapeshift number 2. It's a great way for them to initiate the ganks and really put the Rubik to use without exposing him. And Yao was so close to getting the Blink Dagger, and now it gets delayed again. This is not it's not the end of the world for the Centaur. I still don't think this is a very late Blink Dagger by any means, but considering how useful that Centaur has been for LGD in the previous games, DK are putting a lot of emphasis on shutting it down.
At the same time, we do have to look at LGD's pick-off potential here. If DK start making any mistakes, you've got Stampede, and you've got a Blink Dagger on the bat. So you've basically got a built-in Force Staff, or I guess Mask of Madness is the right way to put it, where he can just jump in and pull someone way out of position. And they're looking for that kind of pickoff now. Rabbit moving up the cliff. No, he's not going to go that way. He's going to come straight on the tower, but MMY is ready for this one, and he backs off with the rest of DK. Well, instead, Mushi gets caught, but an instant lift, and now the turn can come, or they'll try for it at least. The Witch Doctor all gets channeled. It's a long one, but it's not enough to
what a great cast!
Now the counter's cask, and, well, DDC forced back. They at least get 3 kills for that one, and they all get out. What a Witch Doctor roll. And now DD, can he TP out? Can't even do that. Still, though, they force out a buyback for that as well.
That cask from DDC really made the fight.
And these Witch Doctor ults, they've been so good all day long.
And we've been focusing a lot on how DK will struggle to control the Lycan. If you have very few stuns against Lycan, guess who you also have few stuns against? The Witch Doctor. And we're just seeing it right there from DDC. Beautiful usage of the Death Ward. And even though the counter initiation was perfect from DK, they immediately telekinesis the Bat Rider. There was no primal split. With a split there, DK win the fight hands down. He got a 3-man clap, but couldn't really follow through with anything more. That's the weakness of Brewmaster. When the ultimate is down, he is kind of a mediocre hero at best.
I guess the good news for DK is they did steal the lasso. So MMY maybe can use this one to set up a kill, but DK had bigger ambitions. They go into the pit now, and they're going to just try and force a fight here. LGD already TPing, and they're going to go for another smoke. This was their lucky spot last time when they began the last gank, and they're going to look for it to be good luck again. DK in the pit. They're bringing the Roche down, but not quickly enough. LGD are going to have a crack at this. No lasso for 10 on the side of the Radiant, and the Roche drops low. There's a split ready, and in comes the Bat, and he's going to bait out a lift, but now they split. The Roche still not dead. The rest of DK trying to hold the line. DDC kept in position. They've already lost 2 for their trouble, though, and now the Roche blow finally falls, but do they get out of this one intact? They'll buy back here on MMY. He'll look to rejoin the fight, and Mushi runs around, but he's not focusing anyone, and he's dropping fast here. They're just overrunning him. They've already lost 2 on LGD, but it comes at the cost of the Aegis for DK, the buyback as well, and now they need more. They need to kill off Rabbit. He tries to flame break one of the high ground, still finished off by DK. And in the end, they do get 3, but the Aegis instantly gone.
Still a great call here from DK. They knew the lasso was on cooldown. They had Primal Split this time around, and even though Burning didn't hit anyone with a clap, that was still a great fight for them. They got 3 for 1. They bought back the Rubik and got the Aegis. Yes, they did lose it, but still overall a clear victory for them. And should they be able to take this tier 1 tower as well, it's definitely well worth it here for them.
And the bigger thing is you're up against an Alchemist and a Lycan. Those heroes normally take Roche for breakfast, but you take it away from them, and that's not something LGD can use as a tool. And they can't split push either. And that's the beauty of the Nature's Prophet pick, is if they want to do it, they're going to have to just brute force it. They can't just sneak in and take a tower for free. He's already there at the top lane, pushing it out, while the rest of the team pressures bottom. So DK, in terms of towers, they've only taken 2, but the bottom tier 1 is low, and that comes on the back of the Roche fight as well. So you have to wonder, Sind, is the advantage enough? Mushi works towards a BKB, doesn't have it quite yet. You're still looking at a Lycan who's the leader in terms of net worth. He's picked up his own Ogre Club. He's also getting pretty close to a BKB, and once he gets it, all DK can look to do is kite him. Maybe they steal the lasso, maybe they steal the shapeshift, and he wastes time chasing the Rubik. But barring plays like that, this DK will have free reign in the fights. Or this Lycan. against DK.
I'm not sure he has free reign per se, because if he's close to Mushi, he's actually getting killed off really quickly. I would agree that when the BKB is up, it's going to be a lot harder for Enchantress to do anything about it. Impetus is generally a good counter to Lycan since he moves around a lot, but I still think DK might have ways of dealing with him. You can still do a couple of sprout tricks from Ice 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 to just buy some time. But I would agree, it's the most important item for LGD right now for sure, to allow the Lycan to fight pretty freely. But
Mushi.
It's by no means just a guaranteed team fight win when they pick that up, because it's one thing having a strong Lycan, but can the rest of the team follow through? Their supports are really poor. They have the 2 lowest net worths on their supports. 2K are actually top lane.
Mushi gets
immediately melting and turning around on this.
They can flame break this one. They don't even do it to start it off. They're just going to lasso and bring him deeper.
Oh, the stolen cast!
He has refraction and now can turn this one around. It bounces here and there. And they will survive, and now they look to turn it. Ice 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 joining the fray. Rabbit's gonna drop. DK looking for more. They'll dive for DD. The Alchemist trapped up now. He can't TP out of this one. Gets boulder toss, gets surrounded, and Burning Cyclone's another. The Witch Doctor's caught as well. They're gonna fight 3. They lose nothing. The trap, the boulder, it's enough. And another steal. They bring him down again. It's a fresh cast to work with, and now they're in position for a tier 2 top if they want it.
Absolutely perfect turnaround by DK right here. Mushi with a very quick meld. And then he decides to just bait it. He goes for the meld strike. Bad Rider is like, this is almost too good to be true, but he still chooses to try the lasso there. And Burning ready with the counterplay. Great performance so far out of DK in this particular game. They're now almost 10,000 gold ahead, actually. We said they needed an early start. I think this is enough at this point. They're also getting the bottom tier 1, as it looks like, with the Treants. At the very least, forcing a deny out here from Lin, who should be able to get it. Ice Ice Ice.
Nice
with the howl, no chance.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough battle to win when your Treants have 22 damage. But, you know, the thing for DK is also that they have the Nature's Prophet. So we talked at length, and so did the analysts, about how well the Lycan can push and take towers. You can't really lock them down, and that's still true. But Prophet makes it so you don't get to those towers. Ice 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 has kept all the lanes pushed out this entire game. They lost the tier 1 bottom very early before he had much to work with. And now with the Necro book, the lanes just push even faster. So LGD, I feel they could take a team fight win, but that doesn't necessarily mean more than maybe like a tier 1 mid if the creeps are right.
And I think at least the next Roshan to me, I think is free for DK as well. I don't see LGD contesting it. They can try to go in with their Alchemist and the Stampede, of course, as well as the Bad Rider, but if DK get any sort of counter initiation out of Burning's Brewmaster, I still think they take the team fight. And yes, Refraction isn't that good so far, but he's going to have a BKB the next time around, I believe, for that Roche. He actually has it in base already. And then how do LGD actually deal with it? Because the Refraction is going to stay on during the BKB. All the counters they have to the Refraction are actually... Oh, actually, wait, I'm saying actually a lot, actually. But the Acid Spray will still go through the BKB, but the Bat Rider will not be countering it out. The Death Ward will still go through, but I think Mushi will be surviving way longer with this BKB, and it will allow his Refraction to stay on in these fights.
Well, we'll see if that comes to pass. For now, LGD are not scared, and they're going to push up mid, maybe just wanting to limit the Roshan options. They've smoked on Rabbit as well as Yao, and they wait on the high ground, hoping for DK to get caught out. But DK sit back at their tier 2, and so it's up to Lin to push the tower. And if they want to engage into this, they will have a Mushi BKB ready. He's just picked it up, but he's not
Every
there.
ability is ready right
he's
now.
He's TPing in. He's on the tower, and he's out of range of the bat, but Rabbit's going to make his move. Who's he jumping for? Mushi's at the tower. He didn't BKB. Now comes the Brew. Can they focus Mushi down fast enough? He's low. He's dead, and he has no buyback. They've got no TA for this fight. Now Lin runs rampant. He looks up for MMY, can't finish the job, and so the rest of the team doesn't have a Lycan. And DDC driven back. Rabbit low as well. They're actually getting cleaned up a bit here. They've lost 2. It's a 2 for 2, but they got the TA to start. Is it enough? Ice 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 also on the run. Burning arrives again. Claps beautifully. MMY sprouted out by Ice Ice Ice. They're just outplaying them in the fights.
Such a clutch last-second tornado out of the Storm Panda there from Burning. Else they would have lost that fight 3 for 2, if not 4 for 2 right there. So with Mushi not even taking part in the fight, the fact that DK can take a 3 for 2, I think tells us about how big an advantage they're at. This has been a long day. My language is falling apart.
Imagine if he got his BKB off there. I think he lives for quite a bit longer, and that goes even worse.
Definitely. He would have survived that, I think, if he...
or at least they have to really overcommit to kill him, at which point you just turn and you punish that. They still punished it, though. And the tier 1 stands mid. That's maybe even more important than the body count, is they still have that up, and so Roche will be much more difficult for LGD to fight into. Now DK, they back off and they reset, and the Roche comes potentially in 1 minute, at most in 4. And now they get an Ags on the Bruce. They get
big pickup here.
They get a longer split, and by the time it's done, you won't have to wait as long for the cooldown.
And what are we looking at for LGD? So with the bat with Blink Force Staff, he has what he needs at this point. Looks like Alchemist will be building into a Halberd. Great item against TA, of course, when the BKB is down. Alternatively, you use it on the Nature's Prophet. Or the Enchantress even, so she can't use the Impetus. Could be a nice play coming out from the Alchemist once he gets that. Not really seeing any progression from Yao. They're not close to having a mechanism either on the Radiant side, and you know, it just feels like in these team fights, DK, actually, what do you think about neither team having a mech in a 22-minute game? I think that's really uncharacteristic for this tournament.
I guess the main question is who would have built it? LGD have no obvious mech carry. You could go for one on Centaur, but the way his game's gone, then bottom lane, Mushi's hunting. He's gonna find Rabbit here. He can go for this, and he will! One more right click, does the trick. Ice with a TP in at the last moment, but not really needed in the end.
He still wants to be down here because they're looking to convert this into a tier 2 push.
But yeah,
or
I mean,
maybe not.
Looking at the mech question,
no creep wave.
the Alk is a good one to build it, but DD has been playing a pretty hard support role this game, and for DK, if you go for a mech, the Ench would be very squishy, and she's ultra poor. Lanham really has nothing to his name, and then you've got Ice. You could get a mech on the Prophet, but then that really limits your late game. But top, they're looking at DD. The TPs come out, and they'll lift him to start. He doesn't have mana for his ult. He's got stick charges here. He can pop it, but I don't know if it'll be enough. They continue chasing. DD dropping low while they take the tier 2 bottom, and he can channel a stun. Will he bother? The body blocks, too good. He's surrounded. He's trapped, and they bring him down.
Meanwhile, LGD will be split pushing the mid lane with the Lycan, doing a lot of damage with this newly picked up armlet of Mordigian here.
They're going to defend this as well.
They'll be backing out.
They might be able to force
DK
out
gets
something.
a lot for free. They get a tier 2, they get a kill. And maybe when is Roshan? It's about 1 minute from now. DK will be definitely, they will have their eyes on the prize right there.
Really great tree micro in that. Just making sure they can get an easy kill in the Alk. He was actually tanky for quite a while. And well, with the Sanj coming out, maybe working towards a Heaven's Halberd, it'll be even harder to bring down. But with that being said, it just feels like LGD are forcing things too much. They've got 1 or 2 heroes in most of these positions where they fight, and then they just overextend and DK punish it. Maybe they're feeling a little bit desperate.
They might start feeling the pressure of not having taken too much map control yet. They've taken 1 tower at 24 minutes with a Lycan. That's generally, you're usually not satisfied with that, to be honest. And even though DK has a great early game team, I think Lin would have liked to at least take all the tier 1s at this point, and that might be why LGD are getting a little desperate, since if they lose the map control, they're in a lot of trouble. Lin, BKB TP here. And the spell steal out from MMY could be very, very useful right now. He's got the Summon Wolves ability from the Lycan, so they have 2 free scouts that they can move around constantly and get great intel on what's going on. It should allow them to take Roshan a lot easier, since they will have vision wherever they feel like. They won't be breaking a smoke should LGD go for that, but if all the lanes are pushed out, it's very obvious that the smoke gang from LGD is coming in anyway. So that's the main priority for Ice right now, is start pushing out the lanes, get ready for the Roche setup that they know is coming very soon, and secure that.
Well, LGD still trying to bring down this tier 1 top.
They will get it now.
And at long last, they'll claim it. Ice
not even getting the last hit here. That's really unfortunate.
And good news, it wasn't denied. Which wouldn't put past Ice.
Half full or half empty?
Well, into the Roche pit they go again.
Ice poured in and might is the
no mercy from Ice.
Oh boy. And here comes the Roche kill. I don't think LGD are interested in contesting this. They already have 2 heroes up top. Even if they try to go down there, it's going to be down already. Look at how fast DK are making work of this. And they don't even have a medallion. This is just Meld and the Necro book.
Well, they're also defending
loads
top.
of damage.
They want to take both. Mushi coming in. Nah, he's a bit too late.
Oh, he might have TP'd in too early. This is a problem.
Well, Mushi gets pulled way back, but he does have the Aegis here, so he can turn and look for a trade. Yao trying to TP out. Can Ice kill him in time? No, not fast enough. He'll make his way out, but it's Lin they want to catch. He BKB. He's going to TP out as well, and the Wind Panda still searching for that last hero in Rabbit, but he's got a Force in 3 and a Blink in 2, but he walks back in. He might get caught. Cyclone up. Now they might get something. MMY's here as well. He's got Howl, but the Brewmaster's not going to respawn here unless this is the only one left, and it's not. It looks like, oh no, he comes in. They find him. Rabbit gets isolated by 3 and finished off. That was just, I think he just forgot about the Wind Panda. Could have made his way out, but turned around and it cost him his life.
Still a great play by LGD overall to get that trade. They get the tier 2 for the Roche, and since they removed the Aegis from Mushi there, I think it's overall a pretty even trade. So, considering how easily DK got that Roche and how fast it went, I think LGD can be happy with the outcome so far. And if nothing else, they're kind of keeping the status quo right now. The gold hasn't swung too much in DK's favor over the last 8 minutes. And that's another spike up here for LGD. Lin sniping off the tower. And Lycan is starting to get really big and scary now. Very far ahead on CS. The net worth still slightly in favor of the Prophet. But generally a 13k Lycan is a little scarier.
Sprouted out in the bottom lane. He does TP away. But he dropped quite low to the Necrobook.
What do you think Ice
really
gets next?
They need a Hex. I mean, and there's so many TPs out. BKB TP out. Lycan getting off his ult, and then you can't do much to him. I feel like if they had one extra stun, a lot of these fights would be clear wins for them instead of trades.
The thing about the Hex is, even when Lycan is out of BKB, as long as he's in Shapeshift, he still has max movement speed while Hex. So it's not generally that good of a counter to Lycan unless if it opens up on him.
There's just so many other good opportunities, though.
There are good other targets. I think insta-hexing the Batrider when he jumps in will be very important and probably better than the telekinesis, or at least a secondary option of doing it, or even hexing the Alchemist while he's prepping the concoction could just completely ruin his team fight. And for that reason, he might also be considering an Orchid. Rabbit gonna get open on here. A lot of damage with a Stampede. Might get him out of trouble.
He's so low.
Will get out.
Barely escapes. He actually force-staffed himself into that one. Wanted to make a jump and then found himself a bit too far in.
Might have saved him from the impetus there, actually, what he just did.
Yeah.
It's hard to say whether they would have been able to get away with that. Burning from the top lane will drop it. A little bit of a Drunken Haze on Lin. Wow. Not going to pursue, though. Could have tried to bait out a BKB charge there, but he had Clap on cooldown and would probably have been forced to use his ult if Lin turned on him.
Well, Lycan has a very high alcohol tolerance. You can't knock him out that easy. You can just BKB it off. It's the cure for hangovers. And well, for now, DK, it's an interesting item choice for Mushi. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it. He's gone for a Helm of the Dominator. It's really not an item we see often on TA. We used to see this a lot to counter Necrobooks, but it doesn't work against them anymore. What are your thoughts on this?
He can dominate a wolf, right?
Is that worth getting the Helm of the Dominator?
Big play. They enchant one, they dominate the other, and then there's no wolves.
Yeah, if only you could do it to the real wolf.
That's oh yeah, if he could take over Lycan, that would be a pretty good counter.
That would be.
I don't think Lycan would be a first pick anymore then. Just get Helm of the Dominator.
Countered by a less than 2,000 gold item.
Going from the best to the worst pick in the game.
Oh my.
Yeah. I'm actually not sure. I think he just wants to be able to fist fight the Lycan, to be honest. He wants to have more sustainability. The armor and lifesteal is really great at this point. As long as he gets the BKB off, he knows his only real opponents are the Death Ward and the Lycan. And with the Helm of the Dominator, if he can take the one-on-one, that's a great improvement for him. In the bottom lane, if he gets, oh my god, this Melt Strike actually going to miss.
He's got a Halberd, and that's going to keep DD alive a few seconds longer, but not nearly long enough. It does cost them a brew split.
I'm surprised that they actually went for that. That might have been a little bit of an over...
Well, in good news, the tier 2 top is already dead for DK, so Lin can't claim that.
They're not going to lose anything tonight. They'll probably just maintain map control.
Yeah, this is one of those rare cases where not having a tower actually maybe works in your favor. But LGD will use this time to farm out the DK jungle, and DK just keep on building up. Mushi's picked up the Crystallis to go with the Helm of the Dominator, working probably towards a Daedalus, at which point he can start one-shotting heroes. And, well, if Witch Doctor doesn't go Scepter in time, he may just be a one-shot meld once that comes out.
At least two-shot, for sure. If one of the attacks crits, he's just an absolute goner. Now, there will be a BKB picked up now by Rabbit, so this will help him out a lot against the initiation here, and against the counter initiation, I should say, for DK.
We wanted a Hex Send, and I think we're going to see it, but it's actually maybe not from the Prophet who's gotten a Maelstrom. It's Burning who's picked up an Ultimate Orb. Is this a Brew Hex? I'm not really sure what else it could be. Maybe a Lycan's for the last
The thing about getting Hex on Brew is that it's a lot more situational than on most heroes, since if you've used your split, you can't Hex. So you're forced to use it when you go in if you want to use your ultimate, whereas other heroes can hold on to it and use it whenever they want. So it's still a great item on Brew by all means, since he will generally be counter-initiating or opening the fight, and then you can quickly Hex and start it off. But
they found Yao, they burned him down.
Just disappears.
This TA is
This is when TA is
out of control.
TA is at its best in games like this. When you have map control and the enemies start going out alone,
and they've seen DDC.
TA is like the master
They had
of
a ward here, and they spotted him farming that camp, but can Burning get in range? He's not going to risk it. It's just a very over-aggressive dive to fully commit on a tier 2.
How is it? Can Brewmaster's Dispel ability remove Ghost Scepter? Do you know?
I
don't remember
no
seeing
idea.
that, but
I think it's a little bit different in terms of the mechanics compared to Dota 1 as well. There's some things that don't quite work the same. But, well, for now, we'll see if that comes to pass. That's a lot of micro to ask out of Bernie. You've already got the egg, so you'll get the
he has enough to cast as it is. That's for sure.
We'll see. He's sieging, and they get a little bit aggressive. The cast will
Good
bounce.
cast.
It's pretty good, but there's nothing to follow
Actually, juggling it between them, I think they could have just run away with it there. They're like, well, at least it's not a Chain Frost, right, guys?
They're playing catch.
Ice 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 being trailed by the Wolf. Just actually just move clicking him and it doesn't even want to attack before it expires.
Just wants to give him a kiss. But
tag, you're it.
Yeah. So as we move towards the mid game, 32 minutes in, there's no overwhelming advantage. DK have a lead, that's for sure. They're up 6k gold, 12k experience. Map control, dead even, both teams having 2 tier 2 standing. I guess you'd say DK is the edge then because they are dire.
It's a good pickup on Lycan.
And the Roche access will be there. But now Drunken Haze can't do much, and this Lycan is just going to munch. There's also the evasion on the Panda that it will deal with.
And Mushi would have probably considered getting a Butterfly later on. We see TAs getting that a lot of the time as their 4th item after generally BKB, Daedalus, and then perhaps MKB or Butterfly are generally the 2nd choices at that point. So he's already prepared for the Butterfly should that come out on Mushi, and that's this is a really great MKB pickup. I think it's the best item Lin could have gone for. Also going to give him a lot of damage should he get in a split push situation.
Oh, he gets off of BKB, and now he lassos Burning, and he pulls him into a really bad position up on the cliff. He'll be forced to split here if he can. If he can get it off in time, but he can't. Look at it go. DDC will bring him down.
Ice 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 actually poured it in. He's going to be in a lot of trouble as well now. DK are all over the place.
Here's a Blake. He can Blake, but no.
No,
That's
he's
not far
not
enough.
getting out of this
That's not far enough, Ice Ice Ice. And now he gets stunned. There's a stop, a double edge, and Burning's over aggression costs 2.
And the kill goes to Witch Doctor. 621 gold for him. Quite far away from a possible Axe Scepter or BKB, but I mean, at the end of the day, I guess LGD are just happy to get a little bit of a breather here.
But Sim, this is exactly when Roche could respawn. They've gotten very lucky, and it's 2.5 minutes or so before it does, but that could have cost them either a Roche or a double buyback to defend it. So DK dodging a bullet.
That's
random timing.
That's very true. DK actually going for quite a big gamble there, trying to go into the Radiant jungle at that point with Roche about to potentially respawn, but
these wolves,
like you say, they get away with it.
These wolves are just everywhere. You can see them scouting out Mushi right now. They were on the Prophet earlier, and it just makes it so hard to get around the map. The other thing is, did they lose a gem in that fight? I saw the Panda was holding one at one point. Maybe they passed it off before the fight broke out. Yeah, they're still sitting on one.
So where do we go from here for LGD? They have all the items they need on Batrider, to be honest. The Lycan is starting to get really strong. Are we looking to give a lot more farm priority to DD now, who's now level 15 with Halberd and building into a Kiras by the looks of it? Or
I think
who would you prioritize the farm on at this point if you're LGD? Do you want to farm the Centaur or the Alchemist with highest priority right now?
Well, the Out's going to do it quicker, right? He's got level 4 Greevil's Greed. So, and if it comes to who's going to hit harder, it's got to be the Out. It seems at this point Yao is more of an initiator. He even has been kind of supporting for a while, just more focused on ganking.
And went for a Ghost Scepter too against the TA.
It's where you'd love to have a Diffusal Blade on DK, but I'm really not sure who's going to
Okay, this is going to be a clash.
Here we go.
This is going
it's
to
smoke.
be a clash right
Rabbit
here.
looking for Burning. If he can just bring the Panda down fast, that'll put it really difficult for DK to take the fight.
Just kidding.
But DK, it's safe in the base. They say no, they might still get caught at the next point of attack. No, that's not going to happen. And LGD, they won't risk it too much.
Right now. Now DK are going for the same play. Let's see if they get luckier.
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out. They're moving down mid, and LGD are porting out. They've moved the Alchemist top. This is a really good time to go. And if they find Lin, it's almost ideal for them. Can they get off that initial lift? They've got to lift him before he can BKB. He spotted them out. He's a bit slow to react. His camera must have been elsewhere. And
no buyback.
Oh no.
That's at least the tier 2. It could even be the tier 3 here.
There's a Necro 3, there's a Daedalus on Mushi.
DK will keep going until this buyback comes out, I think.
They need the Lycan. There's still a split. This is most of their physical damage.
Either they go or they secure the Roche. They get either prize right now.
They don't know. They must not know.
They're worried that if they commit a little bit too hard, the Stampede initiation comes in with a buyback from the Lycan. It could cost them, but Oh,
barely makes its way out.
Ice almost grabbing that, but yeah. At the very least for DK, that kill, you know, that's the highest value kill they could get. They got a kill, a tier 2, and a Roche with one smoke. That's high value right there. 100 gold for that, good trade?
Yeah, I'd say so. Imagine if this Roche had spawned 3 minutes ago. This would have been a completely different game. But instead, DK, they're not forced to buy back. They can continue their item progression. They'll get the Aegis, and this time the cheese as well going their way. And if Burning does want to build that next item, I think Hex the probable choice. He's getting close to it. You're also looking at Mushi closing in on Satanic, and even Ice has picked up a completed Mjolnir, so something they can throw on Burning in these fights. Do you know, does it persist after you split on the Earth Panda, or do you lose that?
Which?
The Mjolnir shield? I guess you can wait to throw it on.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't carry over.
Okay.
But, well, who knows?
We're really testing each other in this game.
You'll probably want to put the Mjolnir on the TA anyway. I think it's a better target.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Until he gets a Satanic, though, I think Mushi's pretty vulnerable in these fights. But he does have Aegis, so if you go on him, then you're risking a lot as the Panda can counter-initiate.
If you're DK, though, you're in a pretty good position at this point. You know you have the Aegis and the cheese. You know you're starting to push out the lanes again. You're very close to 2 hexes. I think the call here from DK is let's keep farming the map until Ice has his hex. He can sell his Midas and almost have it at this point. Burning is now only 800 gold away from his, and those 2 hexes are really going to make it a lot easier for DK, and it's not like they've been struggling so far. LGD has been able to bounce back, but now again, with that Roche kill and the big snipe they got on the Lycan there, they're looking to be gaining a big amount of advantage once again.
The other thing is, LGD have a ton of armor, and this is where the Enchantress can be the X factor. Lanham is actually dangerously close to an Axe. He's been so quiet this game, and normally you just say, oh, that hero's just going to be food, but when TA and Brew jump in, you really can't be worried about the Enchantress, so perhaps it's Lanham who will give them the extra boost they need in the upcoming fights. For now, it's all questions and no answers, and they will smoke. And now they make their move. They've got the Stolen Wolves, and they're going to use them once again to try to gain some intelligence. They move through the dire jungle, leading the charge for the team as DK make their way up, but LGD are having absolutely none of it. They're up on the high ground. They've only got one hero, and that's the Bat, all the way top, already TP now. And even if they found him, it's very far away from the base.
And as long as Ice keeps scouting with these trains he has right now, he's got one over here, he's got one down here.
And the Stolen Wolves, they see like the entire map right now.
There's no smoke for LGD. DK, they've just used theirs. It will get broken at this point, just expiring it here, but you know, DK are controlling the map very well, so I'm going to keep looking over to LGD to somehow get out on the map, but without a smoke and with all this constant scouting coming out from both the Wolves and the Treants, I just don't see them finding an opening right now, so they'll need to once again prioritize getting the farm on specific heroes that give them the highest value. You said DD should get the farm priority. He just got the Assault Cuirass. What do you think? Where do you go next? Do you go for a very high tank ability with a heart? Or I think it's insufficient if DD doesn't get damaged, but then at the same time, he's just going to get completely crushed by TA in like 2 hits.
I don't know. Does he go for like a straight basher? Are you looking at a BKB this game? There's still
there are a lot of problems for him to solve on the Alchemist, which is why even giving him farm priority at this point seems I
mean, who better? Is the Centaur the one you give it to?
He just got a Halberd on the Centaur, so...
I still feel like if LGD somehow just got to, like, you know, mash all of DK into a giant death ball, 5v5, LGD would win in terms of damage output and would take that fight, but it's really what you said, it's the beauty of Dodos. It's not always about who can do more damage, it's about the map control.
Now this Tenic finished on Mushi. Is there anything close to a Hex on the Radiant? No. So they're completely reliant on their opening stuns on Mushi, and if they don't fully stun lock him, he'll just click his Satanic button and fight into Lycan, and he's going to win that fight. So it's a big problem for LGD, and he even has the Aegis. I think at this point, if you're DK, you might be able to start considering high ground with Ice. Choosing the MKB instead of the Hex that we were expecting. They think the Hex on Burning is going to be enough, and with Ice with another damage source, I think they're just considering, okay, there's 2 Halberds on the Radiant, we need the True Strike, and we need multiple sources of damage since we can't rely on Mushi to do it all alone.
And it is a triple melee lineup with 2, I guess you'd call the Centaur almost a support, even though it technically didn't lane that way, and so 2 melee cores, that's where having a 600 range carry can be very strong in the fights, not to mention Ice normally will have buyback. He's also got a blink so he can kite, but he does need to farm the buyback first. And if they want to go Sin, you got to imagine this is a good time. Aegis and Cheese, it looks like about 2 minutes to go, a minute and a half or so before the Aegis expires. So if they're not going now, they're almost certainly waiting for the next Roche. As we hit the 41-minute mark, it really all hangs in the balance for both teams. It's still a BO3, but you go to bed knowing you're 1 game away from elimination if you lose this one. And that's not going to help you rest easy. DK still waiting for that right opening. They want to get the lanes pushed out. It's Ice 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 doing his magic top. And with no smoke, LGD have literally sat in their base for 5 minutes now. Maybe one hero leaving at a time.
They're being controlled very well here. And the problem is, with DK farming both jungles, if we look for this game to go super late game, I wouldn't even say it's an obvious victory for either team. So if DK get great farm on both Prophet and the Templar Assassin and the Enchantress, like you said, the X Factor, who's starting to actually only 90 gold away from the Axe at this point, DK can definitely take this into the late game, and they're just draining the map of resources. You see LGD, the graphs, when nothing is happening. The last kill is about 5 minutes ago, which was the tower on top and the Roshan for DK. They've gained about 2,000 gold from that point and 2,500 experience from just farming jungle, nothing else. If you're LGD, you can't let this continue. You need some sort of value out of your next smoke, which is coming up in... God damn it, get that tip away so I can click the smoke. I can't see the smoke. There it is.
Come on, K-pop, get it together.
I couldn't click it in the store. So that's their smoke. The next one is available in 11 minutes and 35 seconds. This is the most important play from LGD for the next 10 minutes. This one needs to work, or the map is going to get controlled again.
If it doesn't, Roche is just going to be a freebie. Unless LGD just want to completely roll the dice and just go for it with DK spotting their every movement. But DK are already backing off. I mean, there's just no opening, Sin. There's just nothing for them here.
I'm wondering if they saw the smoke animation with one of their treants.
They were all up on the high ground, I believe. So that would have been...
Oh, they just got blocked by the treant here as well, a little bit of LGD, and they got nothing out of that smoke.
It seems DK...
A lot of pings coming out from DK. Okay. Just found them with the treants, guys. Well... At the very least, what LGD accomplished with the smoke was that they managed to get outside their base. So now perhaps they can start pushing out a couple of lanes. They need some sort of value out of it. They don't get the team fight they were looking for, but if they can at the very least start putting a little bit of pressure on DK, they would be happy with that. But then again, at the same time, with DK finding all 5 with the treants, they're just going to split push the other lane. Ice 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 is already putting pressure on top. Mushi is now pushing out the mid lane. And I think it's fair to say that this smoke has been completely in vain. I should just see Mushi. He's actually one-shotting Wolves now.
And he's going to go back.
One attack.
And he's going to go back for a Blink Dagger here. So now you get double Blink on DK. They're already mobile to begin with. They've got a 4-staff on the Rubik and, of course, the Blink on the Brew. So 4 heroes have some mobility. And Lanham can just sort of kite around the fights, use his creeps to initiate if he wants. But this is really going to allow them to split push better. And it makes it even harder for LGD to finish kills off. If they don't kill someone and they get into the trees, they're blinking away and it just becomes a futile effort. But they will go for more lockdown. Lin's going to pick up a Basher, and this will give them something against the TA if it comes to a man fight, as it were.
And with the Blink on Alchemist, perhaps they can get in and open on the right target. But then again, who is the right target?
There's so many questions in this game, and there's just no answers. Fight, damn it! But they're waiting for the right
There's
opening.
the Roche timer. It's going to be 2 minutes, so... a little above average spawn time here, so very slow Roshan spawns in this game, which the first one I would agree favored DK. I think this one doesn't really matter. Yeah, as long as they're controlling the map, they don't really care.
This one's like, yeah, you don't have a smoke, all the lanes are pushed in, you have a Prophet. If you go to contest it, it's just completely... It's like the biggest gamble you could possibly take this game. And DK can just back off and wait for you to show yourselves and then go into the pit.
Even if they had a smoke, they still can't just sneak the Roshan with a Psionic Trap in there. Mushi will know the moment they go in. As long as DK are remotely in the neighborhood, they can go and turn around on LGD. But we won't see LGD trying it.
In the bottom jungle, we
maybe something's going to happen. Now Mushi blinking over.
Rabbit's going.
The Bat Rider.
BKBs and he runs. He TPs out instantly. He wants no part of this. But Yao's also on the retreat, and they're going to bring in Ice 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 for this. He sprouts. He forced out, but it's not the right way. Not the right direction, and Yao gets cornered and brought down.
Is this the push? There's no buyback on the Centaur, but DK with no Aegis.
They don't have the Aegis, as you mentioned.
Is there a cheese?
There is a buyback. There is a buyback on the Nature's Prophet, so he can rejoin the fight. if they need that extra life. And there is cheese and Satanic between the Brew and the TA, but even that's not good enough for DK. They say this is time for us to seize not just good map control, but complete and utter control. We'll push in the mid with Ice Ice Ice, and we'll go back to the Roche and just start waiting.
Notice how timely the ganks from DK are. They secured the previous Roche with one gank on Lycan, and they're securing this with a gank on the Centaur. He will respawn just as Roche is up, but when you saw how quickly they brought him down the last time, Centaur can't make it to the fight. Roche is going to die in about 10 seconds. So if DK go in on him immediately as he spawns and Ice 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 just ports in, this Roche is theirs. And they're also pushing out all the lanes. Just textbook play here, controlling the map, using their lead to gain even more of a lead. And I think with this Aegis, we're going to see the base attempt.
And it's really the beauty of having a hero like Nature's Prophet, especially on the Dire side. You just push in that top lane, and as soon as LGD go to defend it, they're just so far away from the Roche pit. No matter how quickly they try to go there, it's just not going to be fast enough. They're already streaming in, but DK will spot this out, and if LGD want to go, it's not secretly.
They're going to be too late. They're actually trying to get in, but it's too late.
Rabbit, maybe not. He's going in. Blink's available. No, he gets hexed by Burning. That's going to prevent any aggression. Now they lift him, and they try to clap him from the high ground to the low ground. They're still thinking about going for this. Rabbit will force out a split, and now he backs. The Wolf on the run. It's actually the Necrobook.
Burning might catch up with the Storm aspect here.
Can he get off the Cyclone? DDC blocking Lin. He's blocking in his Wolf, but he has
got the Wolf.
Got him through the trees. He found him with the Cyclone, and now they might just have to sack him. Do they counter-initiate? The split will end soon. And now Lin retreating, but running through the gauntlet of DK. Mushi leaps further. He's got a BKB. They want to finish Lin, and they get him. And now they look for more. The Little Wolf comes in, and they try to finish up Yao. They can't quite do it, though. They force out a Lucky buyback, but now Mushi pulled in really far. No BKB. He's got Aegis. We'll have a second shot. Satanic's cooling down. He tried to pop it looks like, but couldn't do anything with it. And now they try to focus Rax. They don't have the TA. Everyone from LGD just waiting for the respawn, but he blinks out. Ushi, too quick. And now Burning. Death Ward coming through. How good is it going to be? Look at it go. It's bringing down Burning. It can't be stopped. It's actually driving all of DK back, but still they stand strong through it. They bring down the Centaur. They bring down the Lycan, and they force the Rabbit back to the base. They still push. DK not done just yet. And we look at the buyback status, and it's bleak right now for LGD. They've used 2. The Lycan's dead for 5 minutes.
And they're going to go in on DDC. Goodbye, DDC. Ultra kill for Ice Ice Ice. And they might be looking for the Rampage with a beautiful cask here. They might use this.
It's at just 1 lane of Rex. The Lycan's still a minute off the respawn and a couple minutes on the buyback, so he's out of the fight, and this might just be too long. DK have broken the first lane of Rex, and they look for more. They're pushing through the top. Rabbit has a lasso. He has a BKB, and he can jump in on this, but even if he grabs one, can he actually get out safely? He's very low, and he's just going to go back to the well, during which time they take a second lane of Rex, and remember, they've got to profit from here ever leaving your base. It was already tough. It might just be impossible. It's 2 down, and DK are done.
Still 30 seconds. They might consider going for the bottom lane as well, but we'll be playing it safe here. This is something you only do in a high-stakes match. If there wasn't as much on the line, I think DK might have just gone for that last lane. But
and they probably would have gotten it too.
Oh, Ice 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 is pretty rich, by the way. He's racking up some gold.
He's almost in Mushi territory. I think he's got the most games on record with 5-digit gold, but he can just look to. I mean, whatever he wants, really. I don't think he needs the Midas anymore, Sin. That's just greedy.
It's interesting that he's holding onto it for now.
Yeah, he's
do they have a
25.
Kiras on the Dire? No, they don't. So I'm assuming it's going to be Assault Blast for Ice 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 unless it's a BKB, but he hasn't really needed that yet. He'll be giving the Midas to the Courier, or the Courier really wants it, but Ice 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 refuses to hand it over. He will run back to base. I'm going to sell it myself.
Thinking the Courier will walk away.
Might sell the Blink too, and go for 2 big items.
Bottom lane, they are looking for an opening here, and Ice 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 can join them.
He can't decide. He's running around in circles in the base.
DK are trying to end the game.
I can't hold all this gold.
And Ice 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 just wants to spend his gold. Come on, Daryl, you'll get plenty if you win TI.
He couldn't decide, so he gets nothing.
Oh, man. Boots of travel.
He's getting ready for the next financial crisis here.
It's a good problem to have, you have to say, given the position they're in. Now Centaur, they're going to look to go. They force out a split, and the Earth Panda's really trapped in an awkward position. But that'll be enough for LGD to back. That's unfortunate.
I'd consider that a fairly even trade. Forcing out the split for a BKB charge on Bad Rider and the Stampede. It's a fairly short cooldown ultimate on Brew at this point. It's up again in 80 seconds. And DK are in no hurry anyway. They're controlling the map with 2 lanes of barracks. They can make a play like that and just hold on and wait.
You know, the one thing he can buy is just extra couriers if he wants. We've seen that before, just to get a little bit of extra scouting. But top lane, DD's been caught out, and they look to finish him off. He will. Channel is stunned, and MMY's going to have to attack.
What
They're going for this. They really want this Rubik kill. He's not going to be able to get out of it. They're going to beat him down, but it's only a Rubik. As great as MMY has played this game, if he dies, it's not going to get the lanes pushed out for LGD.
I want to point out that LGD have got 2 kills in the last 25 minutes of game time. If you look at the gold graph, you see those 2 small green dots right there? Those are 2 Alchemist kills. Everything else are red dots all over the line. And Ice, he decided it's time to buy something. He got the Daedalus. He's still holding on to his Midas and Blink, though. What did he sell? He sold his Necro book.
I kind of like
He thinks
that
the Midas is more valuable.
Well, the Midas I'm not sure about.
There it goes.
Yeah.
All right, this is a BKB.
And he's going to have buyback. This is your pure DPS profit. If you don't kill him, he will potentially do even more than Mushi in the fights. Mushi's only got a Daedalus, and he's tanky. He's meant to be focused at this point.
He's got 8k too, though.
Yeah.
Good.
They're really hoarding the gold this game. Give some to the team.
Surprising he hasn't just bought the MKB already. It's a 5k item, and he would still have 3.3 left for the buyback, and it would be a great counter to the double Halberd on the Radiant. But you know, at this point, maybe Mushi just wants the cheese more than anything.
Well, if you really want to play it safe in your DK, you just wait for the next Roche. You got Aegis and Cheese, and you make sure everyone is buyback, and then you go for the last lane of Rax. This will give LGD time for another smoke. It's cooling down in a minute and a half, so it'll be their next smoke for some time. But let's see if they can make something happen with it. So far, DK have just spotted it out every single time.
Heart now on DD.
He still needs damage. He doesn't hit hard enough.
He doesn't hit at all.
Just ignore him right now. But they're looking for burning. Bottom lane, they could jump in here with the outstun at the ready. He doesn't actually, oh no, can blink in. He's gonna get it off on Bernie. He gets lassoed, pulled in, vacuumed really, and then brought down. That was, oh, top lane as well. Ice was fishing, but couldn't get the Centaur in time. That's a nice kill, but unfortunately, no Roche available yet. And DK will have plenty of time to come back to life with their full 5.
The problem for LGD right now is that pickoffs don't really do anything at all. They get a little bit of golden experience, but have no chance whatsoever at leaving their base afterwards. If they go out 3 or 4 heroes to get a kill like that, both of their other lanes are pushed in. They have to go back and defend. DK will farm the jungles again. They will control the Roches as they please. And
that's a basher. That's a Templar Assassin basher.
Very rare. I think we're talking less than 10 purchases ever in competitive Dota 2 right now.
This is some serious hate for the BKB carriers of LGD, mainly the Lycan, and it also does give them another answer to the Witch Doctor ult, which has been a bit of a problem for them. We've seen at least 2 or 3 full duration Witch Doctor ults, but it looks like Mushi wants to change that with this pickup.
He's mainly looking for the Abyssal effect rather than the 10% bash chance on the Basher for the ranged hero here.
It's actually
he hasn't bought it yet,
though. That's the main thing.
I like this a lot from LGD, by the way. You know what? They have their backs against the wall. They're going for the Hail Mary here in the mid lane with a tier 2 push. No buyback from Burning.
And they know Roche is going to come up soon. So if they don't do this now, then they're fighting the Aegis and Cheese. They go now. Trap deployed, and they start working quickly. But they go for the lasso, and they find Ice. Remember, he's going to have buyback, so it's 1 death. But do they get more? Now the Shivas, and they start diving deep. Mushi gets caught. Another good Witch Doctor ult. Still not being canceled. Finally.
Oh, he gets the cheese off!
But Mushi turns it around. Now comes back in. They cycle it up the wolf for now, and they'll try and turn this on LGD. They've been rebuffed. They can't break the high ground fully. Lycan, now on the run out. He doesn't have his ult anymore.
What a great fight from LGD. They didn't even lose anyone, and they got the tier 3. DK needs to be a little bit careful now.
It's an Alk stun, but the blink away is going to prevent it from going off. They're actually in danger of losing their tier 3. The counter Alk stun straight onto DD. Mushi returns to the fray. Remember, Prophet bought back. If he manages to die again, there's no Nature's Prophet for a very long time. But Mushi says he's not going to be in danger. I'm the one dictating the tempo and starts forcing LGD out of the base. DD's on the run. He tries to channel an Alk stun. It connects on 2, but all they can do is retreat. And now the lasso, but there's really not too much follow-up. It's MMY they want to finish off. They might get the Rubik kill, but he gets 4-stepped away and keeps on running from Yao while the real fight breaks out with Bernie being focused on the high ground. LGD find him. Now Yao looking for Mushi. He's got Satanic here though. He also has buyback. He won't use the Satanic and he will end up going down. He actually popped in the last second, but barely got to use it. So Satanic on cooldown, and DK go in, Nine Size blinking forward with MMY there. He bends back up, and now DDC, they want more. They gotta finish him off. Which Doctor,
he might survive because of that.
No way does he get out. Oh, I think you're right, Sin. Prophet, he can TP in. He can TP. He's the gem carrier.
No.
They got him. He's the gem carrier. So that does mean, well, you're gemmed down for now, but Rabbit still got one.
This is getting a lot more exciting than I thought it would. Look at the gold graph. Amazing play from LGD. They just pulled back 10k experience in gold with that play.
DK used 3 buybacks in that fight. Also 3 on LGD. So there's going to be the Aegis and Cheese once again on DK. But if you can get through those, and it seems like LGD might have the better sustained team fight. In that engagement, they basically just took DK head on and it just came out on top. So if they can do it one more time, maybe the Aegis and Cheese won't be enough. And if you're DK, you'd love to just wait for buybacks, spend the next 5 minutes, 4 minutes chilling, and then maybe you go for something.
But then you're also going to miss the timing on your Aegis, which I think you want to use. And as long as you take the fight inside LGD's base, then again, the buyback timers or the respawn timers are going to be about 120 seconds at this point. Level 25 heroes buying back instantly is about 120, so
this is
they could cross the map.
This is also having an effect on the piggy banks. We saw Mushi was up to about 9k gold. He's completed the Abyssal, now it's 1k, so he's not going to buy back anyway. Your Nature's Prophet is the gold, but
he's still invested.
Still the cooldown is going to be the issue. He's waiting for the stocks to pay off.
It's interesting to me that Ice is holding on to the Blink Dagger still. It's great for him to be able to blink in and, of course, get a Sprout off and reposition himself in the fights, but you would think that at this point another Scythe would be a really valuable pickup, or a Kiros just for the armor aura for the team. They do have a Vlad's on Burning, and when you reach 1 hour territory, these 5 armor auras are really, really good, but he still prioritizes the Blink Dagger here, which is a curious play. And there is the extra courier, by the way, flying out.
The Mushi Blink. It's chilling on the southern tree line here, just providing an extra item. At the very southern boundary of the map, there's a Captain Bamboo.
It's quite the next level play if he's able to transfer the Blink Dagger and blink after he comes out from Aegis.
And if the courier dies, honestly, like gold is not that important at this stage. It's much more about buybacks and just being able to kill the base. So I think they're not too worried if the courier does end up falling. It's going to make its way all the way back to where the Tier 1 tower once stood, but, well, south of it anyway. We'll see if it even comes into play. It's a cute play for now, but yet to see it really do too much.
Maybe it's just a bait. Maybe they're going to use it as distraction. Oh, there's a Blink Dagger on the courier. Let's go for it.
Oh, we're going to see another Abyssal Blade now. Lycan picks his own up. And now Lin gets some proper lockdown. I felt like Mushi was really controlled in the last fight, Sin. He wasn't able to do too much.
He was, but he also didn't have the Aegis that time around.
That's true.
So he couldn't play with full confidence, and that's what he can do now. I'd be very surprised to see DK not trying to use this Aegis.
Oh, Rabbit.
Does he have buyback? He does have buyback should he get caught, so.
He's actually the only one that does, so he's the one they want to push out these lanes, and he might have to use it. He's about to walk right into the whole team. He BKBs instantly. Burning blinks forward. They need this Abyssal Blade to kill him off, and, well, no courier
doesn't have the blink now. He would have liked to have that right then.
There's also a Necro 3 flying around on the courier now, so they're really trying to use the next level of inventory slots. Whose is that, actually? That is Isis. So.
Oh, he never sold it?
Okay, yeah, he's just been swapping it in and out to push in the lanes.
Okay.
That's the one thing. If you have the extra gold, you can just ferry a 7th or 8th item in, and depending on what the hero is, really take advantage. We've seen that, I'd say, mostly with Naga for Refresher and Necro 3, but Ice, he's known for his micro. He played a lot of professional StarCraft before coming to Dota, and well, let's see if he can get something accomplished here with that extra gold. For now, the buyback's still 2 minutes off cooldown on most for DK. They've got a 1 minute, actually 45 seconds down the Prophet, and your Brew and your TA about 1:40. And about the same for LGD. In fact, theirs are a little bit longer overall. And let's see if this is the opening for DK. They're going to move through the top side of the map. This lane's already been cleared out. It's really the bottom lane they want, or maybe they just thrown it. And they look for DD, but he's pretty close to base, and the
they
pings
pick
are
him
coming
up. He has
down.
no buyback. This is a very big kill if they can get it. And he's not aware at all.
No,
he keeps farming.
There's backup, though.
They're going to go for the Hex.
Great Centaur ultimate to get him out safely. And now they look for a lift. Cyclone not being used yet. Now the lasso counter initiate. Rabbit also getting cold feet. He'll retreat out. They Cyclone up the Witch Doctor. Immediately the Wind Panda cleaned up. And DK decide that's not our fight. We'll wait for the cooldown. Maybe we even wait for the next Roche.
DK just used 2 smokes in a row to get absolutely nothing. So now I believe they are out of smokes for 10 minutes.
I honestly don't even think he was out of position there. The whole team was backing DD up, and if DK had fully gone on that, they might have just gotten wiped. They were really in good position. They're moving in again.
If they knew he didn't have buyback, I think they might have committed to it fully.
Yeah.
But with the risk of him just buying back and turning the fight around on them, they don't want to go for it. And still no MKB on Mushi though, so they're missing that true strike for Mushi to reliably kill off the Halberd heroes. And
they only have the one
I'm surprised
Hex
he
on
went,
the Brew.
Like the Abyssal makes a lot of sense in order to deal with the Lycan, but then again with the, well, I don't know. As long as he's getting controlled, it kind of doesn't matter what items he has, so.
Yeah.
Still looking for DK to put the Aegis to use, but with that Primal Split on cooldown for another 40, how long do we have left on the Aegis actually? About 3 minutes, right? Or am I seeing things? 1 minute. Never mind, forget it.
Yeah.
The Roche timer is 8 and it lasts for 6, so 1 minute, yeah.
We'll let the digital clock do what Cinderin can.
I love you too.
Yeah, it's all good here, buddy. The feeling is mutual. But DK, there's just, why risk it? You know, wait for the next Roche, your dire side, you're going to have your buybacks, and you have the gold. You've got the banks to support it.
And they're not going to be using the Aegis. So we might be looking at the 5th, 6th, I think 11th Roshan of the game.
Like you said, it's been a long day. I don't think it's 11 though. I'm pretty confident about that.
I still want Roshan to start dropping Ion Cannon beacons from the 6th kill and onwards.
Killing him should immediately kill 3 random heroes on the map, just to spice things up.
3 random heroes, including your own team.
That'll make you think twice about killing the big rock.
Yes, we got Roche. Oh, we just lost.
Well,
you get the greatest ideas. You should really be in the balancing team.
I can't believe Ice Frog hasn't hired me yet. Maybe after TI I'll get my chance, but I was going to say this is where a rune can actually break the game open. Like if you get a DD at the right time on TA, unfortunately it's on Lanham right now, but it's just all these little things that normally don't turn games which look very one-sided, but in late game scenarios where you can buy back, die, and then not have a second life, that can be the end for you. It's just, we'll have to see what it comes down to.
Did we point out the Manta for Ice?
Yeah.
He is...
we haven't pointed out yet, but we're looking at it
He pretty
now.
much has everything he can to split push now. And he's still holding on to the Blink in his main inventory, which is the...
I have to say, if Admiral Bulldog is watching, he is very proud right now. His spirit lives on here, even at TI4. And they'll look to push in, and they just keep on waiting. It's just one bad move that could cost the game, and both teams know it. LGD will move out a bit. They had a big ward up on this cliff earlier, on the top cliff near the rune, which spotted out DK's movement. But it's really hard to get on the map, whereas DK almost constantly a vision. They're going in top. They will find an opening on Lin, and they try to focus him, but there's backup waiting here for LGD. They're going to lose one. MMY will fall, and now Mushi gets controlled. He gets focused. He needs help.
Great omelet toggling!
Well, Mushi's still standing for the time being, and he's going to try and turn this fight around, but they're still kiting him a bit. The Bat's trying to control him. He gets stopped. He gets double edged. He might fall here, and he will. He has buyback. Does he use it immediately is the question. They've lost 3.
Ice is still split pushing in the bottom lane. Now there's going to be a Brew ultimate used in the top lane. Well, probably to keep himself alive here.
DDC is not even that squishy at this stage of the game, and it looks like Birdie's just going to look to retreat out. Sticking around near the gem, but that's a long time to wait as the courier comes to claim its prize. They'll Cyclone up the Witch Doctor again, but LGD lost nothing Sind.
It's amazing to see how well they hold on to this game, considering how far they were behind. They're using everything they have pretty much perfectly for the last 20 minutes. And the sad thing for them is they're playing such a great late game, but I don't think they haven't crossed the river.
Oh, my kingdom for a Hex, I says. If only he could swap one.
That's crazy, actually. Oh wait, never mind. That's a Radiant Courier. Getting excited over nothing. You know, it could have been a dire one. I wouldn't be surprised if Ice would have gone for that play, but they will get it to the Radiant. I'm getting so excited now. I'm starting to see things.
And he's even got the double TP that comes from Boots of Travel and Teleport. So he's really everywhere.
Roche is up, by the way. So if LGD wants to force a buyback out of Mushi, they could do it right now. That's an expensive one as well.
They get another Abyssal Blade here, Sind, and if they could force out the buyback, it's still 50 seconds. He's going to have no choice but to use it. You're up against the Lycan, and if you don't do something, he might just opt to skip the racks and go straight for the tier 4s.
This is the play from LGD. It's going to be the biggest comeback of the tournament if they can end the game at this point.
In through the front door, LGD are pushing forward from
There's
Radiant
no
to
primal
Dire.
split for another 10. They're going to give up the barracks, I think.
Well,
yes, they will.
Racks is not the end just yet, and they go in with Burning. He gets focused, he gets Abyssal. He goes down, he can't do anything. He can buy back down, but they lose Ice as well. It's 2 down, and they've wrangled in Mushi. He was forced to buy back, and he might fall for this. He BKBs, he tries to run. He can't fall, but it looks like he might Satanic. Is it enough? Is it enough? He still stands for now. Only for now. Down he goes. LGD, they found their opening. They've got 3 on the sidelines, and they might just thrown it now.
It's over.
It's
They're
unbelievable.
gonna win the game. I can't believe it.
Prophet trying to backdoor in the Radiant base, but it's not fast enough for Slice. He needs more firepower. Can he do it in time? They're trying. They're trying hard, but the back comes to defend, and it seems LGD are having their way with the Dire base. The throne's low. DD fighting the primal split. They're stalling for their lives. Dire throne low, not dead yet. Dropping quickly, a bit faster. They just can't keep him out, and it's over. LGD have done it.
I cannot believe they just managed to pull that off.
They shock DK and probably the world, and they go into tomorrow up 1-0 in the best of 3. How did it happen?
That is the biggest comeback of the tournament and maybe the entire year we just witnessed right here. 2 lanes down against a Prophet, every Roshan going DK's way. And LGD still managing in the end of on the back of these Abyssal Blades to just control the fights. An incredible late game performance by them.
Sin, there was a point in the game where they took 2 lanes of racks, and you said in a normal game you might just go for 3, and they backed. I wonder if that would have been different if they forced the issue. Whew, what a game. But for the answers to those questions, I think we'll go to the analysts here and see what they have to say.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Cinderin, and also LD. Yeah, answers. We want answers. I don't know. Analyze that. Incredible game. I think, Seb, you've got something really to tell how big of a comeback it really was. You've got some information on XP.
It was completely insane. That comeback was like LGD played out of their mind. That's for sure. They were able to hold on like to defend their base really well, and that team was known back in the days for that, right? They were this Magnus Alchemist pick, and you just couldn't go uphill even though you had a huge advantage. I still feel that DK, they played amazingly well. They had the game, they had the control the whole time, as Cinderin and LD said. But they could end the game, I feel, at one point. They really could. Obviously, it's scary to go against an Alchemist, a Batrider, a Centaur uphill, but you just got to do it at one point. It felt like they just waited too long. And there was a time where Denji gave an interview like a long time ago, but that sentence became, just got used like way more by all other players. It's like if you're gonna go super late game, no matter the advantage you have, it becomes a 50-50 percent chance to win or lose, because one mistake and the game's over, no matter how much items you have.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea of the comeback, they were 30,000 experience down when the game ended. LGD were 10,000 experience ahead of DK. The graph went 40,000 difference in experience. That's the comeback. That's one of the biggest, if not the biggest comebacks we've ever seen in competitive gaming. 2 racks down against a Nature's Prophet. Malini, Shiva, for you, have you got anything to say about the game?
I definitely think they should have ended the game earlier. Panda, as well as Nature's Prophet, with that much farm, actually capped out around 45 minutes, I'd say. Maybe you get a refresher on Panda and you have double ultimate, but Nature's Prophet, he had how much gold on the chicken? Maybe like over 10,000 with Necro and Manta.
And Blink.
Yeah, and Blink, and these weren't very useful. If they had gotten a Scythe instead, maybe they could have gone for a pick-off, and this is also why Batrider will always remain a competitive pick. He's so strong all throughout the game, and they just couldn't deal with the Lasso ultimates with BKB. Initially, MMY was just in fantastic positioning, always getting those telekinesis off right as soon as he lassoed, but after that, once they get the BKB, he kind of got an Abyssal, but Abyssal on TA, it doesn't do that much.
Yeah, MKB, I was really thinking like, okay, just get MKB, because if you can sit there and do damage in your Satanic, you will potentially wipe some people out. So the Abyssal, I don't know who it was aimed at really. The Witch Doctor ultimate was good, but it didn't really drop off, but it wasn't so, it wasn't as much of an influence as the right clicks, because there was no Aghanims upgrade on the Witch Doctor, played by DDC. So I don't know, it's the MKB,
Yeah, for
Why
me,
no MKB?
For me, LGD, like the run they've had so far is so amazing that I don't know how they keep doing it, because every time, on paper, they shouldn't be getting this far. And they keep doing it, and they keep team fighting a lot. And this game absolutely showed how amazing they are in terms of not only team fighting, but also if they don't want to fight, they are so amazing at just disengaging. They were just running away. Of course, Centaur helps a lot with that. Batrider also one of the faster heroes. And they were very, very on point with that.
Yeah, well, and DK, I think they're going to be kicking themselves that they didn't finish the game, and that's always DK's kind of thing. It seems this tournament, the games they play go really long. They get these advantages, and they want maybe more an advantages. But unfortunately, when it goes late game, as Seb said, it can just be 50-50. So let's take a look at some of the fights that happened over the course of the game. It was over an hour long, and we're going to go into the Roche Pit. Milin, how was this for you?
There's a Hex onto the Batrider, and they try and disengage at the point. I think right before this, they actually decided to go for Roshan instead of the T3. There's a Brewmaster ult forced out, but they can't really get anything out of it. And as you said, the Stampede came in really big, and they had to chase in so deep to try and even get anything. There's a really clutch Sprout. It blocks the hero. They find a Lycan, and he tries to escape, and they have another nice Sprout to kill him later.
Yeah, he BKBs, and actually this kill is pretty damn important, because you just wiped out what is one of the scariest heroes of the lineup of LGD, and he didn't actually do any damage. You haven't really spent much apart from the Brewmaster ulti, which they did use over by the Roche Pit, but still they were able to get the Cyclone. Now they get Mushi in base in this situation. He does have the Aegis, and Mushi, even when he respawns, they put a lot of focus on him. He's just going to blink out and get back into position. So Mushi safe in this, and then they just want to re-engage, and there's a full channel of ultimate. It does kill down Burning. I believe Mushi has also gone down, but Ice at this point is doing so much damage that he's able to pick up a good amount of kills and will send everyone back to base. That was a buyback from the Lycan, and this is when they start cleaning up, and this is where DK from here on in probably felt that they've had the game.
Yeah, they got 2 racks out of that fight. Things were looking up, and then they went back up to the map, and as the commentator said, it's an important game. You want to play safe, so you don't go try for that next lane of racks. However, I think they maybe should have tried that, because they went back, farmed the map, and they got a lot of gold, but in the end, one positioning mistake was all it took.
The thing is that they have a Brewmaster, and Brewmaster is not only good at fighting, he's good at just, kiting and disabling heroes. So you can just, just dagger, ultimate instantly, stun a hero, cycling the other, they have a Prophet that's maxed out and a TA, so that means the tower just melts. So they can just focus on building where Brewmaster is trying to save time for them. Because LGD had no AoE disabled. They had Lasso, okay, but that's one hero taken out. But if you don't, disable both the Prophet and the TA, they're gonna just destroy the tower. I think they had an opening for that. I'm pretty sure they understood that as well. But for some reason, maybe in game, there are things that we miss when we just ops the game. Maybe there was, a timing for an item that they thought it was important, and then they were waiting for something. Obviously, it was a mistake because LGD was able to come back.
Yeah, one of the big moments is whenever LGD could get out of their base, and the last time LGD got out of their base, they were able to get all the way up to the tier 4 towers, and the base race ended in their favor. And we can take a little look at that now. So here you have it. We had Ice over by the Radiant, but just one hero would be able to defend, and you can see no real contention. The fight outside, maybe a little bit more important, the fight outside that allowed them to win was huge. I felt even there where Mushi was able to sustain his health a lot under as the TA using Satanic. I was like, oh, if he had an MKB, he wouldn't be getting these misses. You know, the Alchemist wouldn't be regenning so much. But unfortunately, he didn't. And this is the winning moment. And LGD go up 1-0 versus DK.
It really looked like there were some mixed calls on DK's side because you could see that during the game, if you were paying attention, like ISSI was pinging the T3 towers all the time, while other players were like pinging Roche or some areas on the map. So it looked like ISSI wanted to end the game where others didn't want to. And maybe that's one of the differences between LGD and DK. LGD really play as one team, as you know, it's one man making the calls and just the 4 others actually listening to him. Whereas maybe DK is more like 5 individual really awesome players that maybe go for their own decision making sometimes.
Yeah, it feels like they need to get behind some decisions because if ISSI wanted to push and some of you wanted to do other stuff, it's definitely not how you're going to win games. But they always are so skillful that they're able to get those advantages. So definitely they can come back, and we expect maybe that to be the case tomorrow. But LGD looking fantastic. So today has been absolutely amazing. We've seen some great games, but also we had some great moments yesterday. Let's have a little recap of how the team started off yesterday.
I guess not. I mean, the one hero that could really get a lot of work done right here would be the Weaver, just sneaking in and spotting it out, maybe even stealing the Aegis, but look at that team. DK are not ready for this. It's going to be a first shot 2.5 minutes in for Team Evil Geniuses, and now level 4. Maybe their plan is to get more than one Mjolnir and just Mjolnir up a lot of their heroes for that.
You scouted out. How can initiate this one? There is a stun available. Great reactions there. Just clipped him on the boundary of the silence. And Arteezy dies again. 0 and 7. You can get a fissure to start, you can get a blink clap to begin the fight, and they're all pulling P. BT want to go while the tower's up, but they haven't committed yet. Now Sylar's going to pay the price. Gets caught up by Nobu's. Nothing to stop the lifesteal except a mech, except some time. He doesn't have it. He will fall. Now the turn. They do Sylar's move. He gets caught. No split. Maybe, just maybe, BT can hold this. With an epi, they bring down the lifestealer, but the Brew will buy back. He says, now I'm coming again, baby, and you got nothing to stop me from being off this ultimate. Super tries to live. There's an echo. There's a slam dunk from Samchung. And NaVi still losing point of view. How and Chow are low. They get cleaned up by the right click. The Ember's fighting his opening. That's 3 dead. That's 4 dead. Can Moo do it alone? He bought back for this. Don't forget, it's already one team wiped down. And the chase goes through. Even if they kill FY Luby, they are not getting a rack.
They are just really overcommitting for this engagement. You can see the Brewmaster's running back. There's a tornado, and looks like the Earth Panda is going to be where he goes back. Can he blink away? That's a question. The last claim hits him. He's going to be stunned. There's nothing he can make it out there, and that's yet another kill that they're giving away. That was a dieback kill.
That is 7 deaths. That's an Aegis, 5 deaths, and a buyback and a death again. It's 7 lives that NaVi just threw away, and all they got was a tier 3.
Himself down. He's running lifting out of Void, jumps in. Chrono, he's attacking Mason. It's not enough damage on him. Even with the BKB, Mason only goes down to half life. And they go in the crowd. Universe is too in time to shift the turret. Oh! And there comes in from Lanham. Maybe the savior here for DK, but it's not really enough. Eye by his eyes, locked in the trees, forced up and he breaks it. He denied himself with the Bloodstone.
To get off a good lasso, and Xiaoy's already looking for one. He goes in, he finds Fenrir, there's no swap. Where's that fight of this? It comes out, but they've already lost the man to start this. Now RTK, the Duke goes away in PAL, but with the BKB up, they can't really follow this one up too easily. Now they want to retreat, but RTK, he gets crowded in by his own teammate. Oh, this is not good. Now it's played, and they just pop! Look at him go! Is there a trade? Ember back in. He's going to rejoin the fight super and look for more kills. Can he bring down Hao? He's pitching for him. Well, on the backside of the fight, Xiaowei continues pursuit, and they'll lose Hao. They'll lose Mort perhaps. Xiaowei trapped in by Sylar, giving him the right click, slapping Xiaowei down. He'll finish the job. Now Samchung could be next. Another slate, another change. It's going to be a wipe if he can't TP out, and he can!
And they're going to really try and buy backdoor regeneration here.
ISSI will just try to break the TPs here. Well, Universe will not get out.
He's in trouble, but Arteezy sticks around. The dust will pop. They see Ice. He's going to lose his life with what he just did there. A lot of racks in the meantime. The range is gone. Mushi, arrow from Mason, holding him in position, living armor. Yule set her up as well. The ulti is doing the work for the Master Overboard. And now Ladder! He holds the
Observer Ward up in the high ground. They could maybe go for a pickoff. They're going to get vision here of the Shadow Demon. And, well, in the end, FY just chills in the trees. He's probably waiting for someone to make their move towards the fountain. Here we go. Here comes the snipe. Banana down towards the bottom lane. Has he predicted this one right, or is it going on mid? It's all the way to bottom. What a move. What a play. Bang! Snipe. Boom. Shakalaka. Banana in trouble here, Lumi. What a play.
And you're right, MMY on the top lane. Shackles will start not easy. The Shackles is strike as well. And Lanham in the lead seat now. Drunk custody pops off. MMY actually going to go down here. Arteezy. He didn't steal any kind of extra damage. But just easy. Oh, now Yuma with the Ravage. He keeps Arteezy alive. The one charge just came off cooldown.
And they're going to have a Ravage in 30. And Moo says, we're thrown in it. Screw it. We've had quite enough. And in they go with the Sandcade. Trying to slow this initiation down. The tier 4 is still healthy.
Oh, Brody's got
the wreck. He gets wrecked. And now they look for more. They doom Universe. They're going to bring him out of the play while Arteezy works him in. But Moo has his eyes on the prize. And he's got the refresher that he needs to keep this push going. Arteezy, I don't think he does it fast enough here, Sid. Zai with the Epi. But now the Echo to turn it. Showing caught out. And it's time for Death Prophet ult number 2. Moo's still there. Ravage is going to bring him low. They've got a secondary Ravage. And they'll let it go. Moo, low, not dead yet. And House stands there with him. Side by side. Can they do it together? Doesn't look like it. Moo, maybe he can. He's still living. The arrow from PPD. It saves the day.
Mushi, he could be in real trouble right now. Moonlight Shadow, he's walked straight up next to him. It's almost worth a great Ravage, but Arteezy comes in for the hex. The link is on, and Mushi, are they going to commit Ravage? He's running himself away, but 140, 168 points, 198. There's too much. They can actually have enough damage in Arteezy to kill a Mushi. The Ghost is protecting him quickly. Can he evade? He can't silence. You'll send in the Ursa up Mushi. 200 life points. He's taking it around. He's going to TP. He's out.
Oh my God!
Amazing!
Unbelievable! So there we have it. That was yesterday's top 10, and I definitely think after today, there's easy chance we're going to find another good top 10.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I think Mushi might be making an appearance in maybe more than one of them. He played exceptionally well today, even though, of course, did not win previous game, but definitely some awesome plays he makes.
All right, so we should definitely kind of regroup, relook at the brackets and see what we're going to be coming up tomorrow. We're not done for tonight, though, of course, because we are going to be going into the All-Star match in a little bit. But let's take a look at the brackets and we can see tomorrow the two teams that are going to be kicking us off. We just saw them today. But before that, we had Cloud9 beating out NaVi. A big win for Cloud9, but unfortunately you saw them go up against Vici afterwards, and if you're a Cloud9 fan, it's unfortunate because they did end up dropping their first match. They were a team that maybe looked like they could have taken it. They were doing really, really well, but if you saw from the top 10, there were a lot of Vici